Wade's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he found himself at a loss for words. That's why I disagree. A month isn't enough to really know someone, and even then, it's only a partial understanding. If we're truly meant to be, what's the harm in waiting 3 or 5 months? Or are you too impatient to wait that long? Wade couldn't find the words, sat quietly for a moment, then got up to leave. Qin was massaging his wife's legs again. Your sister is quite impressive, Yi Qiahui said meaningfully. Not useful. Others aren't fools, Yi Qiahui retorted. Not useless. Look, Commander Wei came, didn't he? Whether he comes or not, I won't change my mind. That's what you call useless. When I have time, I'll go find Li Peiji and ask him for help again. Qin Xiaolan might not appreciate it, but Qin still had to muster the courage to seek help. Sometimes, favors are unavoidable. Now, it was Yi Qiaohui's turn to pull out some money. How to describe it? Like eating a fly. Before Qin could act, something happened to Xiaolan. What happened? A 3-year-old girl lost her mother. It's a long story. Li Haitao is 25 this year, quite old for his position, unable to get promoted, and will probably be discharged at the end of the year. Discharge isn't a big problem. Li Haitao was mentally prepared. If he could get married, that would be good. He didn't want to give up after finally finding someone he liked. After work, he looked for Xiaolan to try again. Xiaolan's face turned red. Lieutenant Li, I really appreciate your care, but I can't accept.
Why?
Commander Wei also sent someone to find my brother. You're comrades, and I don't want to ruin your relationship. From now on, we'll just be colleagues. Li Haitao didn't like hearing that. Are you refusing me because there's someone better than me?
No.
I've always thought of you as a big brother. Thank you for taking care of me. Li Haitao finally spoke what was on his mind. You're a temporary worker. Why do you do all the hard and tiring work? But you do the easy jobs. Isn't it all me taking care of you? Why didn't you just see me as a big brother then? Don't you want me to take care of you? In Li Haitao's view, Xiaolan was pretending not to understand. If a man treats you well, why wouldn't he love you for no reason? Xiaolan started to cry again. Lieutenant Wei has a high status, and he also likes me. For your sake, I can't marry you. Sorry, that's all. Qin Xiaolan's plan was not bad. Weida has a high position, and Li Haitao didn't dare to stop him, so he could cut off his trouble. But no one can write someone else's story. Are you saying Lieutenant Wei uses his power to oppress others? Qin Xiaolan had to keep acting. My brother also agrees. Qin Xiaolan thought she had suppressed Li Haitao, but unexpectedly, Li Haitao went to talk to Weida about reason. Weida did have some feelings for Qin Xiaolan, but that was because Qin Xiaolan took the initiative. She would give him extra food when they ate, and when her son went to get food, she would send him home and help wash clothes. It's not entirely Weida's fault. His wife left almost a year ago, and as a young man full of energy, he couldn't help but look for someone. A woman being so kind to him, who would believe she wasn't interested. Moreover, Qin Xiaolan is Qin's sister, and having such a big brother-in-law made Weida quite satisfied. But then Qin poured cold water on him, and now he's awake. He decided to move on from this. Li Haitao then started accusing him, painting him as someone who forcefully married and seized others' property. Weida wouldn't accept that. If there was proof, he would take it. If not, he would ask the leaders to handle it. Li Haitao's evidence was Qin Xiaolan's words, but Qin Xiaolan denied ever saying that. Li Haitao was left in a difficult position. In the end, even Qin was alerted. Qin was very angry, speaking directly to Qin Xiaolan, "Pack your things and come with me. Stop working." Qin's claim of not being angry was false. His and Zhang Yueing's genes, along with his father's, were perfectly inherited by Qin Xiaolan. Qin's face was dark as if water could drip from it. He stood at the door of the barracks, eyes blazing, staring straight at Qin Xiaolan, who hung her head and had slightly red eyes. The surrounding air seemed frozen, and even the distant sounds of training felt far away. "Xiaolan, I always thought you understood right from wrong. Now I see I overestimated you." Qin Shi's voice was deep and full of disappointment, each word like a heavy hammer hitting Qin Xiaolan's heart. He took a step forward, approaching Qin Xiaolan. His disappointed eyes made her almost afraid to look directly at him. Using others' feelings to achieve your own goals, this is not something a normal person would do. Do you know that your actions not only hurt Li Haitao and Weida, but also make it hard for me to hold my head up among my comrades? Qin Shi's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist, veins bulging, showing his inner anger. Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Stop wasting time. Pack your things and come with me. Qin Xiaolan moved back home, and Yi Xiaohui wasn't surprised at all. Sister-in-law. No need to say anything. Wash your hands and come eat. Such a broken family makes Yi Xiaohui feel exhausted. Qin Shi didn't wait for a day off and called Li Peiji to talk about his sister's situation at home, hoping to find a temporary job. They used to be very close friends, and Li Peiji almost always helped when asked. Within a couple of days, he responded, saying the Animal Husbandry Bureau needed someone to clean and if willing, they would send someone over. He asked Qin Xiaolan for her opinion. What more could she want now? Qin Shi decided not to interfere anymore. She could go wherever she wanted. Qin Shi took half a day off and sent her there. Yi Xiaohui cleaned the room. Now, she finally felt alive again. It was all Qin Xiaolan's fault. Lu Damei also complained, I used to think she was a good girl, but her true nature is just like her mother. She knows how to men. Mom, can we not talk about her? Okay, I won't. You and your brother caught a scorpion, but I don't know if you sold it or not. Yi Xiaohui smiled. Are you missing my brother again? Don't be ridiculous. I don't miss him. Raising kids is just raising a bunch of debt collectors, just to annoy me. Yi Xiaohui felt unfairly blamed again. Qin Shi rode his bicycle back home and also brought the money from selling the scorpions. Did you sell them? Yes, for 8.50 yuan. I kept 4 yuan. That much? That's a huge profit. Yao Sume is quite capable, she sold them. She has a classmate working at a pharmaceutical company. Lu Damei instinctively disliked the name and pushed her daughter away. Yi Xiaohui sighed. When will my brother get past this hurdle? If he waits a year longer, my mom's eldest grandson will be almost a year younger. That's not fair. Qin Shi made her laugh and patted her head. You're naughty. Yi Xiaohui quickly pushed him away.
No dashing.
Then I'll just talk. During the day, do you still have no shame? Qin Shi finally got serious. There's a training opportunity in the group. Commander Chu wants me to go, but I think Nanu is too young. Yi Xiaohui interrupted him, with Mom here. What are you worried about? This is a good chance to improve and strengthen yourself. Why not go? Men are the backbone of the family. Everyone hopes that the family's pillar remains unbreakable. Golden opportunities are rare. Once missed, who knows when the next one will come? Moreover, the next chance might not be yours. Chu Tuan favors me, but other leaders prefer others. So, I will try my best. How long will you be gone? Half a year. After lunch, Qin went to the camp. Yi Xiaohui went to the processing station, finished her main work, then went to the clinic. Nan accidentally caught a cold and got a stomach ache. Yi Xiaohui wanted to ask Yang Yinghong how to protect her stomach. When Yi Xiaohui arrived at the clinic, a faint smell of disinfectant mixed with traditional and Western medicines greeted her, making her feel at ease. She gently pushed open the half-open door and saw Yang Yinghong carefully organizing the medicine cabinet, focused and attentive. Grandma Yang, are you busy? Yi asked softly. Yang Yinghong looked up, saw it was Yi, and put down her work. Xiaohui, why are you here? Is something wrong? It's Nan. She keeps kicking off her blanket, and then she catches a cold. Is there a good way to prevent that? Does Nan have a belly band? The belly band isn't very effective. When I open it, her belly button shows. Try sewing a waist cover to keep her belly button covered at night. I can teach you some simple children's massage techniques. They're easy to learn and work well. Yi Xiaohui was willing to learn. When children are uncomfortable and fuss, adults wish they could take the discomfort onto themselves. Suddenly, there was noise outside.
Doctor.
Doctor. Someone's hurt. Here. The door was pushed open, and 4 or 5 people brought someone in, who waved their hand dismissively. "Don't worry, it's not that serious." One of the officials said, "Chief Gu, be a bit more careful." Chief Gu had a cut on his palm, with dirt and blood mixed together. Yang Inghong and another military doctor quickly cleaned, disinfected, and stopped the bleeding. "Chief, I recommend stitching this wound." Chief Gu said, "Comrade, I don't think the injury is serious. I don't want to waste too many medical resources. Just do the stitching. I can't give anesthesia here. You should go to the military district hospital." The others accompanying him also urged Chief Gu to go to the hospital. Chief Gu was stubborn. "It's just a small wound. Why go to the hospital? Doctor, I'm not afraid of pain. Just stitch it." His tone was firm, and his eyes showed unwavering resolve. Yang Inghong took a deep breath, carefully rolled up her sleeves, and washed her hands thoroughly with disinfectant before putting on gloves. "Chief, please bear with it. I'll do my best to finish quickly." As the first needle slowly pierced the skin, Commander Gu frowned slightly, but made no sound. He tightly clenched his other hand, with his knuckles turning white from the effort. His body remained still and upright. Yi Xiaohui couldn't help but admire this. Such personal strength is the charm of a soldier. Yang Inghong packed up the medical tools, applied some bandages, and gave instructions. Change the dressing once a day, keep it dry, avoid contamination, and remove the stitches in 7 days. Commander Gu tidied his clothes and hats. "Thank you, doctor. May I ask, at your age, you should be retired, so why are you still working?" The person next to him quickly explained, "Xiao Zhong is the doctor here. Since he just started working and lacks experience, Dr. Yang is here to supervise and train him." Dr. Yang is a retired doctor from the Provincial Military District Hospital. Commander Gu and Yang Inghong shook hands. "Old comrade, we all should learn from you. Even after retirement, you still shine and contribute."
Yang Yinghong smiled cheerfully.
"I'm happy to have something to do. It doesn't feel like I'm just wasting away." Commander Gu usually gets along well with Xiao Zhong and Yi Xiaohui. This is Captain Qin's wife. Captain Qin? Which Captain Qin? The one I reported to you about. Captain Qin, sure, the one you praised. Commander Gu remembered and nodded repeatedly. "We should thank you, military wives. With a stable home front, our soldiers can fight without fear. Thank you, sir, for your recognition. It's what we should do. It's our duty." Until Commander Gu and his group left, Yi Xiaohui still felt a bit confused. How big of a leader must he be? Dr. Zhong patted his face, still excited and unable to calm down. Someone called a leader must be at least a division commander. That evening, Qin Shi told her that Commander Gu was the commander of the 2nd Division. He was inspecting the local area when he got off the vehicle, and a piece of broken metal on the door scratched a cut. He wasn't panicked, which scared his accompanying staff, who hurried him to the clinic for bandaging. No anesthesia at all. Soldiers are really tough. Thinking for a moment, he praised Qin Shi. "My husband is also quite impressive." Qin Shi tidied her hair.
"Good that you know."
"I'm so excellent. I won't be swayed by others." Xiao Hui slapped his arm. "You're the one who's easily distracted. Men are like big, fickle flowers. Love one, then love another." Qin Shi grabbed her arms. "Take back what you just said, and sincerely apologize to me." Xiao Hui refused to give in. "It's from the books. I didn't say anything wrong." The couple ignored a little girl. Nan Nan crawled over, waving her small hand to hit her dad. It doesn't hurt, but her attitude is very clear. She is siding with her mother. Qin Shi quickly hugged Nan Nan. "Girl, why did you hit Dad?" Although Nan Nan can't speak yet, she is sensible and still watched her mother hit her father. Nan Nan, Dad didn't hit Mom. Look, Mom can kiss Dad. The couple immediately shared a quick kiss. Nan Nan then stopped and climbed over to her mother, giving her a kiss too. Qin Shi pointed to his cheek, and this time, Nan Nan showed respect and gave him a quick kiss. Qin Shi hurriedly held his chubby daughter in his arms. "Nan Nan, time to sleep." Nan Nan was easy to soothe and fell asleep quickly. In a household somewhere in the back row, Sister Lee tidied up the table, washed the clothes, and returned to her bed. She found her husband still awake. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Fan Gang rested his head on his hand, looking thoughtful. Sister Lee asked again, "What's wrong?"
Say something.
"I told you, you wouldn't understand. Don't ask anymore. Is it better to keep it inside? If it feels good, then keep it to yourself." Fan Gang thought for a moment and then spoke. His wife was loyal to him and wouldn't go around spreading rumors. "There is a spot in the regiment for advanced training at a military academy. I want to go." Sister Lee was happy. "Will you get promoted after training?" "It's possible, but the competition is tough. Qin Shi and Lin Jiangwo are better than me." Sister Lee squinted her eyes. Qin Shi just got promoted, and now this good news is for him? He is a key officer in the Chu regiment, so such opportunities naturally fall to him. Does that mean most likely this time it will be Qin Shi again? It's not final yet. The regiment leaders haven't agreed, and there's an uncertain factor. Chu regiment is about to be promoted, and if he's not in the position, he can't influence decisions. I still have a chance. While others' wives worried about this opportunity, Xiao Hui didn't take it seriously. She didn't have that much energy to influence others. She didn't worry about it. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, Yi Xiao Hui boiled zongzi leaves and prepared ingredients for making zongzi. Northern people eat sweet zongzi, and she used glutinous rice, peanuts, climbing beans, and dates, nothing else. In her previous life, Yi Xiao Hui had tried savory zongzi and found them quite tasty. Good things should be shared, so this time she planned to make some. The pork was marinated in advance. Marinating on the spot wouldn't be flavorful enough. If Nan Nan didn't cause trouble, Lu Damiai could help with the preparations. Lu Damiai makes sweet zongzi, while Yi Xiaohui makes savory ones. Lu Damiai looked at Yi Xiaohui's zongzi and muttered disapprovingly, "We've been making zongzi like this for many years. Why do you have to use these foreign ingredients? You're wasting food. Mom, people in the South eat like this. If we didn't use foreign stuff, we'd still be living in caves, bare-bottomed, eating raw food. How can we talk about progress?" Now, Yi Xiaohui was very confident and spoke logically. Lu Damiai couldn't argue with her. Is the little girl hungry? Kids should eat small meals often. After 2 or 3 hours, the little girl gets hungry, which is normal. Lu Damiai went to pour a cup of hot water and brought 4 sheets of calcium milk biscuits. They're sweet, and the little girl loves them. Su Yan heard people talking in the yard and came over with her family to play. Xiaohui looked at Su Yan and asked, "Did something good happen? You're so happy." Grandma Ganyuan finally left. She went back home? Yes, if she hadn't left, I'd go crazy. How did she manage that? My brother pretended to be someone from the factory and wrote a letter to Xiangyang, saying that her mother wasn't around and her father often went to others' houses for meals. Grandma Ganyuan was worried about the backyard catching fire, so she didn't care about her grandson and took a night train to leave. Xiaohui was right. She needed to take initiative, not just defend passively, and definitely not run away like a coward. Su Yan felt very accomplished now. She could solve problems without relying on men. Yi Xiaohui smiled and said, "Are you happy now? The rock won't move by itself. It won't walk away." Su Yan decided to help make zongzi. "It's only the first day of the Lunar New Year, and you're already making them? I want to give some to my brother and also to Muses, Qin's comrade-in-arms, who helped my brother's sister-in-law find a job. I should give a few to try. Can't just send them all away." "That makes sense." "Xiaohui, why is there meat in the zongzi? Aren't they usually just sticky rice and dates? I want to make savory zongzi, which people in the South eat. I also want to try making some."
How do you know about that?
Su Yan was becoming more curious about Yi Xiaohui. She was a girl from the countryside, and she bet Xiaohui had never been to the South. "Isn't there a group of young people who went to the countryside? They told me about it and also about salted egg yolk zongzi. I plan to make a few." Once enough was prepared, Yi Xiaohui moved the stove outside and opened the vent to start boiling. The longer they boiled, the stickier the zongzi became. They boiled 3 pots into the late night. The next day, Yi Xiaohui took 8 savory zongzi and 6 sweet ones to the city to give as gifts. First, she went to the clothing factory. Muses ran over happily. "Sister Hui, Did you bring me something delicious? Moose is what people later called a foodie. She is not very malicious, simple-minded. Every time Yi Xiaohui visits, she brings something for her. Xiaohui hands her 2 sets of items. I packed some zongzi. 1 bag for you, and the other for Director Wang to try.
Oh.
Moose feels a bit disappointed. She doesn't like eating zongzi very much. It's just rice wrapped in leaves instead of being served in a bowl. If she wants rice, she can just cook it. But since someone brought it, Moose doesn't refuse. Thank you, Sister Hui.
Don't be so polite.
Well, I have to go now. I'm delivering some to my brother. All right, take your time on the way. Yi Xiaohui doesn't go directly to see her brother. She goes to the supply and marketing cooperative to deliver 2 meat zongzi and 2 sweet ones to Director Li. Director Li can't quite remember who this person in front of him is. Director Li, you tend to forget things easily. I am Qin Shi's wife. Last time I bought a bicycle, thanks to your help. Yesterday, my family made zongzi. I brought some to deliver to my brother. Qin Shi told me to make sure to give some to Director Li to try. Only then does Director Li remember. It's just my duty, no need to thank me. It's not about thanks. It's just homemade. Director Li, I'm leaving now. After Yi Xiaohui leaves, Director Li looks at the zongzi with a bit of amusement. He's never seen someone carry around several rice dumplings to give away before. But he's a little hungry. His wife got up late, and what she made isn't his favorite. He just takes a few bites and leaves it at that. He opens 1 zongzi. He's a bit stunned. What kind of zongzi is this? It seems like the first time he's seen it. He quickly finds chopsticks. He bites into the golden meat zongzi. Instantly, a rich aroma of meat and the sweetness of glutinous rice fill his mouth. The oily but not greasy pork belly, after long cooking and mingling with the sticky rice, becomes tender and juicy. Every bite is an ultimate temptation for the taste buds. Director Li squints and carefully tastes. The flavor is really good. He didn't expect zongzi to be wrapped like this. It's much better than the sweet kind. Different people have different tastes, and it might be fresh, not necessarily the author's opinion. After going downstairs, Yi Xiaohui wanders around the supply store. She plans to find her brother later. Yao Sume has 2 children, so she can't go empty-handed. Yi Xiaohui buys 2 calcium milk biscuits and 5-cent candies, then turns to leave the supply store. She sees Director Li rushing down from upstairs, with a slight smile on his face. He calls out to her, Comrade Yi, wait a moment. Yi Xiaohui asks in surprise, Director Li, is there something? How do you wrap those rice dumplings? I tasted them, and the flavor is really unique, especially the meat dumpling. I've never had anything like it before. Yao Xiaohui's eyes flashed with a little pride. She smiled softly and explained, Director Li, you're too kind. It's not that hard. First, soak the glutinous rice in advance. Marinate the pork with spices. When wrapping, layer the marinated meat and rice, then tightly wrap and tie it with bamboo leaves. Finally, boil it for several hours and it's ready. Talking about cooking skills to a man who doesn't do housework is like joking with a mute, meaningless and confusing. Yao Xiaohui had no choice but to say, Director Li, I still have some meat dumplings at home. I'll bring you a few tomorrow. That's too much trouble. Xiaoyi, do you want to make some money? Director Li, who wouldn't want to earn some money if there's a way? All right, come to my office and we'll discuss it. Director Li, who's been in his position today, has good foresight. Since there are no such rice dumplings locally, why not make some to sell? Under the guise of the supply and marketing cooperative, it's not illegal. Since it's unofficial, he can make a little profit. So he proposed working with Yao Xiaohui. He provides the ingredients, bamboo leaves, labor, and firewood. Each rice dumpling earns Yao Xiaohui an 80% share of the effort fee. Yao Xiaohui felt conflicted. The leaves need to be collected from the mountain, requiring workers. The coal briquettes are expensive, and after paying, how much is left from the 8 cents? It can all be calculated. In the end, the price rose to 1 dime. This gave Yao Xiaohui an idea. Why not earn some money by taking advantage of information gaps? She finally went to see Yi Hongcheng. It was lunchtime, and Yi Hongcheng and Yao Sume were eating in the workshop. Xiaohui, why are you here again? Yao Qiaohui smiled and said, "Luckily, I'm your sister. If others heard this, they might turn away. It's not very welcoming." Yao Sume was familiar with her and, with Yi Hongqing's relationship, naturally more friendly. Aren't all these big men like that? Say whatever comes to mind. If you get angry with them, there will be trouble. I made some rice dumplings and brought some for you. Yao Qiaohui placed the package on the table. Us? I have some too? Yao Sume didn't expect that. Of course. Plus, a box of calcium milk biscuits and a bag of candy for the kids. Yao Sume felt a bit embarrassed. Her two children had no blood relation to Yao Qiaohui. No, let's give them to Nanan. They're both quite grown up now. Yuda is still a child in front of me. This is my small gift. Yao Sume couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. Yi Qiaohui unwrapped a zongzi and offered both of them a taste. This is a meat zongzi. Try it first and see if you like it. If not, forget it. If you do, I have a plan. They both took a few bites. We make sticky rice and jujubes every year. Honestly, we're tired of it. This one is good, not greasy or bland, full of aroma. Yao Sume liked the comment, but her brother only said it was tasty, which wasn't very helpful. Director Lee from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative asked me to make some to sell there. He'll provide the ingredients, and after it's made, each piece earns 10 cents. I think it's a good deal. If you're willing, we can do it together. The three of us will split the money evenly, saving us from hauling sticky rice back and forth. And there's no need to worry about getting caught. We're just delivering to the cooperative to sell. The three of them agreed to make zongzi at Yao Sume's house. They used a tricycle from the factory to transport 100 jin of sticky rice and 10 jin of pork from the supply store. Nearby there are mountains, and where there are mountains, there are wild persimmon leaves. Yi Hongqing was tasked with collecting the leaves. Yi Qiaohui sliced the 10 jin of pork and marinated it before leaving. All this fuss made her return late. Nanan pouted and wanted a hug. "Mom, your hands are dirty. Wash them first." Yi Qiaohui washed her hands and face, using soap. "What were you doing? Did you forget about your daughter?" "I was delivering zongzi." "You didn't object either." Lu Damei said, "Are you fooling me? Did you go back to your hometown?" Director Lee from the supply store tasted the zongzi and asked me to make some to sell there. He'll handle the sticky rice and meat. The rest is ours. Each piece earns 10 cents, and 100 pieces make 10 yuan. Lu Damei was happy. Really? Such a good deal? Xiaohui wiped her hands, picked up her daughter, and weighed her. "Sweetheart, can we eat a little less? If we keep eating like this, I won't be able to carry you anymore." Nanan knew her mom was about to kiss her. Even her own daughter, Yi Qiaohui felt a bit annoyed and quickly wiped her mouth with a towel. She threw Nanan into the trash bin, into the stroller. "Mom is tired. Play by yourself for a while." Only then did Yi Qiaohui answer her mother's question. "Yes, I got the sticky rice and pork. We'll start making it tomorrow. I'll go to my brother's place so I don't have to keep going back and forth." Lu Damei wasn't easily convinced. "Your brother only has one room, small stove, small kitchen." "I don't believe it." Yi Qiaohui quickly thought of a reason. "I said I was going to my brother's, meaning I'll go to the city. The supply store has a kitchen." "Oh, that's good." Yi Qiaohui patted her chest nervously, so close. She also reported to Qin Shi. "Are you tired? You don't need to work so hard. I can support my wife and children. I don't want to be a burden, relying on you to take care of me. I like earning money. I have a habit of it." "You're so money-minded." Early the next morning, Yi Qiaohui took the first bus to the city. Yao Sume was already waiting outside the gate. "I took a day off. The leaves your brother picked after work yesterday are already cooked." Yi Qiaohui was very serious about teaching, and Yao Sume learned diligently. They quickly mastered the process. First, boil the leaves vigorously in a big pot, then simmer in a smaller pot. The first batch produced 20 rice dumplings. Yi Qiaohui delivered them to the supply store first. Director Lee placed them in a prominent spot and put up a big sign that read, "Large meat rice dumplings for yuan each." Yi Qiaohui hurried home to prepare the rest. Everyone knows rice dumplings are special holiday gifts, like mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. After the festival, they usually go unnoticed. There are 4 days left, so she needs to keep going. She didn't have time to cook lunch, so she ate one dumpling alone. Xiaoman ate calcium milk biscuits and ran over to whisper in Yi Xiaohui's ear, "Annie, you're so kind. The biscuits are sweet. If you like them, eat more." After finishing, buy more. But Xiaoman only ate 2 pieces, and then put them away. They'll eat together when her brother comes back. Before 2 p.m., all 100 dumplings were finished. To reassure Yi Xiaohui, Director Li paid her 10 yuan at the end of the day. No need to discuss it. Yi Xiaohui split 4 yuan with Yao Sume, kept 4 for herself, and gave her brother a little less, 2 yuan. Yao Sume said, "That's too much, right? You did all the work, I just helped a little. Coal and firewood are yours. When there's time, we'll deduct the firewood money separately." They also had some pork belly left, so they made a few more dumplings for themselves. It's a pity they only make 100 a day. If they work overtime, they could do 200. Yi Xiaohui smiled and said, "If you want to earn more money, it's possible. We could pack and sell secretly. Do you dare?" Yao Sume was surprised but understood Yi Xiaohui's idea. Why not? People need to live, eat, and drink. Without money, nothing else matters. With this determination, she decided to give it a try. Yi Xiaohui suggested selling at the station and outside factories. Not many at a time. If caught, others might turn a blind eye and let it go. When Yi Hongqing finished work, the last batch was ready. Yi Xiaohui went to take a bus, and Yao Sume took 6 people to try their luck. Later, they found out that Yao Sume was selling to busy, hurried people who often get hungry while rushing. She usually doesn't mind the price. If she hears it's a rice dumpling, she'll buy 1 to try. Some people come back to buy 2 for their children to taste. So, encouraged by this, Yao Sume decided to make 30 more every day. As for ingredients, she gathered them from different places, borrowing money if needed. Since her family had no stock, she visited several shops. This business lasted until the Dragon Boat Festival and then stopped. It was a seasonal item with limited sales. The 3 of them earned a little profit, which was split among them. Yi Xiaohui got 21, Yao Sume 22, and Yi Hongqing 10. Encouraged by the success, Yi Hongqing no longer just relied on his salary. After work, he went up the mountain to catch scorpions, earning 3 or 2 yuan in one night. Accumulating small amounts added up. It was a bit tiring, but his earnings weren't less than his salary. However, the mountain was dangerous, especially at night. After finishing this busy period, Yi Xiaohui rested at home for 2 days and didn't go anywhere. Qin Shi teased her, greedy for money. "Not going out to earn more?" "No more," she replied, "let you support me." Qin Shi said, "It's my pleasure." Yi Xiaohui stretched lazily and put her legs on her husband's lap. The position was quite comfortable. When will the common people be able to do some business? Only with money can life be better. Qin Shi massaged her feet. Not yet, but it will happen. Their daughter, Nan Nan, was unhappy that her parents ignored her, so she squeezed in, lay down, and lifted her little feet. This made Yi Xiaohui laugh. "Nan Nan, you're still too young to walk. No need for a foot massage." Qin Shi still pretended to help her massage a bit, then tickled her feet. The little girl giggled happily, ba, ba. Yi Xiaohui got up and the couple looked at each other. Did Nan Nan call Dad? Qin Shi held his daughter in his arms. Nan Nan called Dad again. Nan Nan clapped her hands and smiled but refused to call him. No matter how they coaxed, she wouldn't say it. The mother felt a bit jealous. "I carried her for 10 months, took her everywhere, but during those 10 months, you never came back. Why is her first word calling you and not me?" Qin Shi thought for a moment and said, "Maybe calling Mom is harder. Calling Dad is simpler." Xiaohui tried. "I think calling Mom is easier. Don't worry too much." Nanan's first word might not be Dad. She might have said it accidentally. "All right, I'll go wash my feet and sleep. By the way, how is your sister doing?" "I don't know. I didn't see her that day either. If something happened, she would definitely look for me. Don't worry, if she doesn't come, it means everything is fine." Just then, a woman's voice suddenly sounded outside, calling Yi Xiaohui's name. Yi Xiaohui had already taken off her shoes, but Qin Shi went to open the door. Standing outside were Yao Sume and a young soldier. Qin Shi told the young soldier to leave and brought Yao Sume into the house. Yao Sume's voice changed, clearly with a crying tone. She said as she entered, Hong Chen got stung by a scorpion and is in terrible pain. Yi Xiaohui was very anxious, almost panicking. Hurry and take him to the hospital? Hong Chen won't go because he's afraid of revealing something.
He knows he was catching scorpions tonight.
Hearing this, Yi Xiaohui's face turned pale instantly. She forgot her shoes and was about to rush out, but Qin Shi quickly held her back. He swiftly put a pair of soft-soled cloth shoes on her feet, tying her shoelaces calmly, while saying, "Don't worry. Call Grandma. I'll drive you there. First, take care of Nuan Nuan so she doesn't worry our mom." Lu Damei was still awake. How could she not be worried about her own son? But she directed her anger at Yao Sume. "My son works so hard because of you three women. If he had a proper job, why would he work so hard? If something happened to him, I would risk my life for him." Yi Xiaohui quickly stopped her. "Mom, now's not the time to argue. If you're blaming someone, blame me. I told him how to make money." Lu Damei didn't say anything. She knew very well that if her son sided with her, no one could change his mind. She was just venting her frustration. "Mom, you watch Nuan Nuan. My brother has me, Qin Shi and Grandma. Don't worry." Yi Xiaohui grabbed a coat, put it on, and almost ran out with Yao Sume. In the dark night, Qin Shi started the car. The headlights cut through the darkness as they headed toward the city. Inside the car, Yi Xiaohui clenched her clothes tightly, her face full of anxiety and worry. She kept looking out the window, as if that could make them arrive faster. Yao Sume sat in the back seat, tears welling up but biting her lip to endure. Yang Yinghong was comforting everyone. Soon, they arrived at Yao Sume's home. They got out of the car and ran into the house. Yi Hongcheng was curled up in a chair, sweating coldly from the pain. Yang Yinghong opened the first aid kit, treated him urgently, and gave him painkillers. Yao Sume asked, "Doctor, with his condition, when will he get better?" "Tonight, if the symptoms don't improve, it's better to go to the hospital quickly. If the symptoms lessen significantly, then it's likely he doesn't need to go." Hung also had some delays, but luckily it wasn't too late, and the poison needles and venom were all cleaned out. Be careful with your diet. Avoid spicy and irritating foods. Don't scratch the local itching. It's best to rest in bed for 2 days. After another 2 hours of observation, Yi Heng's pain significantly lessened. "I feel much better. You all can go now, and please send me back to my dorm." Yao Sume pushed Yi Heng back into the chair. "Where are you going? If you go back to your dorm alone, who will take care of you? Do you dare to go alone like this?" Yi Xiaohui pulled Yao Sume aside and said, "I'll take my brother back. I can't keep bothering you. I've been to your house. There are only 2 beds. Where will your brother stay if he goes back? Set up a bed. If that doesn't work, Qin Shi can stay in the barracks. My mom and I share 1 bed, and my brother can stay in the other. Why bother? I can sleep with my 2 kids, and your brother can stay in the other room." Yi Xiaohui patted Yao Sume's hand. "It's settled then. This way is good for both of you. I know you're worried about my brother, but now you have no official relationship, and living together isn't good. I'm afraid my aunt will gossip. After all, Hung works hard to support us 3. Now that he's leaving, isn't that just using him? My mom is old. Don't take her words to heart. I hear her, and I'll tell her off. Let's look ahead and think more about how good my brother is." Yao Sume stopped talking. Qin Shi helped the elder brother into the car. Back at the residential compound, Yang Yinghong was always ready to help, which made me feel more at ease. Lu Damei hadn't slept. Her son still didn't know what was going on. How could she sleep? Hearing the car, Lu Damei hurried out in slippers, supporting her son into the house. "That woman doesn't want you anymore, right? I knew she was playing you. She's pushing you forward, not holding you back." Yi Xiaohui moved Lu Damei's bed aside so her brother could sleep there. Yi Heng took medicine and felt much better, but the pain was still there. He clenched his teeth, his face pale. Qin Shi took his grandmother home. Yi Xiaohui then told Lu Damei, Mom, Yao Sume wants her brother to stay at her place. I told her that my brother and she have no official relationship, which isn't good for either of them. It was me who asked my brother to come back, not her forcing him out. Hearing this, Lu Damei's anger eased a little. She looked tenderly at her son lying in bed, gently tucking him in, and kept muttering, My child, why are you so careless? Money is good, but health is the most important thing in life. Yi Hongqing forced a faint smile, wanting to comfort her, but pain made him seem powerless. Mom, I'm fine, just a small injury. Don't worry, rest well. Yi Xiaohui silently watched the scene, feeling mixed emotions. Outside, Yang Yinghong said to Qinshi, the task here is done. Grandma is going back to the provincial city. You might not see us often in the future. Yang Yinghong wanted to stay longer, but had no excuse to do so. Yang Yinghong originally came to train military doctors. Now that the doctors can operate independently, what reason does she have to stay? Qinshi said I might go for further studies, a year-long program. With my mother and others at home, I'm worried. Could you stay and look after each other? Yang Yinghong, an old revolutionary, still has many contacts from her husband's old unit, which gives her confidence. Further studies? Really? Grandma is happy for you. And you believe Xiaohui? She's not hiding behind you. She can't manage without your protection. Besides, in the army, there's no such complicated stuff, just comrades. Qinshi knew this, but he still felt uneasy. Unexpectedly, Qinshi's study opportunity was suddenly threatened. The troop leader received a report accusing Qinshi of colluding with family members for personal gain. When asked to undergo an investigation, Qinshi squinted and said, colluding for personal gain. Chu Tuan was helpless. In this sensitive time, what is your wife selling? Do you even know? Can she hide it from you? Don't you have any sense as a man? I want to know who that person is. Chu Tuan patted Qinshi's shoulder.
Stop asking.
If someone reports you, you have to be investigated. If you haven't done anything wrong, why fear the investigation? This afternoon, ask your sister-in-law to come by. It's probably nothing serious. Just clarify everything. From what I hear, my wife must have done something wrong. That person must have known about it long ago. Why report now? If they claim to be selfless, I find it hard to believe. Stop worrying so much. If you keep worrying, I'll start to think your wife really did something wrong. You're just hiding something. Qinshi didn't want his wife to be investigated because he knew it could hurt her confidence. When he got home, he told Yi Xiaohui. An investigation? What for? Someone reported that you're involved in profiteering. Xiaohui was collecting herbs, catching scorpions, and selling rice dumplings. She had done many shady deals, but she didn't know which one she would be questioned about. Haha. Thinking this way, she felt truly guilty and worried about implicating Qinshi. Don't be afraid. Even if your shady dealings are confirmed, the team leader will handle it quietly. At most, I won't get this training opportunity. I don't really care. Where there's gold, it will shine. Although Qinshi said this, Xiaohui knew he cared a lot. Who doesn't want to improve? This training is a great chance to boost her skills. In the afternoon, Qinshi accompanied Xiaohui to the team office. At the door, someone stopped them. Captain Qin, please go back. Xiaohui patted his hand. Go back now.
Don't worry about me.
Qinshi took a few steps away, but kept turning back twice. Xiaohui pushed the door open and entered. There were 3 people inside, and she only recognized Commander Chu.
Sit down.
No need to be nervous. We're just investigating. Just tell the truth. Xiaohui sat properly in the chair. Someone cleared their throat. Someone reported you for shady dealings. Tell us what really happened. Xiaohui scratched her head. I don't know. Can you tell me where you saw me? What I was doing? You need a time and place. That person cleared their throat again. Around the Dragon Boat Festival, someone saw you at the station selling rice dumplings. That's pure rumor. I was coming back from the station by bus. When did I sell dumplings? My sister-in-law made them, and she asked me to bring a few home. I didn't want her to keep stuffing them into my bag. Then the next day, someone saw the same woman selling dumplings again. How do you explain that? How could I know what happened the next day? I think one side's story isn't enough to believe. How can you be sure the person who reported it isn't lying? It's easy to accuse without proof. Let me tell the real story. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, I was at home making dumplings. I heard from some young workers that in the south, they have salty dumplings. I put in pork belly and made some. I made quite a few, more than 20. I took some to my brother and also gave 2 each to Director Wang at the clothing factory and Musa, who helped with processing. Then I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bicycle. Director Lee, who cares for soldiers and is a model of supporting the army, also gave him 2. Later, Director Lee liked the dumplings very much. We agreed to make 4 days' worth. We sold them openly, served the people, and did nothing wrong. If I'm wrongly accused of shady dealings, there's nothing I can do. I have nothing different from the workers. The things sold by the supply and marketing cooperative, none of them are made by people? 3 people were asked, and they all looked confused. Yi Xiaohui explained everything clearly and told them they could go home. But this matter wasn't finished. They still needed to investigate Director Lee. Yi Hongcheng was feeling much better now. At least the pain wasn't as bad, and he no longer needed painkillers. He could walk around and eat a little. At noon, Yao Sume arrived, carrying a bundle. Lu Damei had a very bad impression of this woman. Her son was fine before, but after meeting her, he kept having problems. She didn't ask why, only the result. Everything was Yao Sumei's fault. Go away. Don't come to my house. Do you think Qingzi's life isn't hard enough? Yao Sume didn't lose her temper. She stayed calm and peaceful. Auntie, I brought some food for Hongcheng. He'll eat it, then I'll leave. Can't our old Yi family take care of his meals? Yi Qiaohui quickly pushed Lu Damei into a room and let Yao Sume in. When she opened the bundle, there was a small iron basin inside, filled mostly with chicken meat and chicken soup. Now, meat, especially poultry, was very precious. They didn't even slaughter a chicken for New Year. It's still warm. Hurry and eat some. Yao Sume turned around to find chopsticks. Where did you buy the chicken?
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, I bought it. As long as you have money, someone will sell it. Not only did she have enough money, but Yao Sume also added 2 jin of grain coupons. Gritting her teeth, she bought it too. Did Guanghui and Xiaoman eat? Yes, I saved some for them. Don't worry. I also took 3 days off work for you. Are you feeling better now? Much better. Seeing the 2 talking and getting along harmoniously, Yi Qiaohui felt it was a pity if they couldn't be together because of her mother. Yi Hongcheng took the chopsticks Yao Sume handed him, gently stirring the chicken soup. The steam rose, blurring their faces as they looked at each other, but warming the whole room. Yao Sume sat by the bed, her eyes soft as she looked at Yi Hongcheng. If she could, she really wanted to keep this peaceful moment forever. You're busy with work. You don't have to come specially, Yi Hongcheng said softly, with a hint of gentle sadness in his voice. Actually, I still have to go back to work.
I'll leave now, Yao Sume said.
She poured out the remaining chicken and soup and took away the empty basin. Yi Qiaohui saw her to the door. Don't blame my mom. She's old and always thinks her children are the best, so she's unfair to others. Yao Sume smiled. I'm not angry. I've been married and had 2 children. That's the truth. If Annie doesn't like me, I understand. Who doesn't want a pure and honest daughter-in-law? She opposed her. I do my own thing. As long as your brother doesn't find someone else, I still have a chance. Yi Qiaohui also told Yao Sume that someone reported them for selling rice dumplings. If investigated, they would say it was for the supply and marketing cooperative, and everything else would be denied. Yao Sume nodded repeatedly. As long as they didn't catch her by the neck or find stolen goods, only fools would admit. But they needed to lay low for a while and avoid the spotlight. The investigation results came out quickly, notified by Captain Chu to Qin Shi. On the surface, your wife didn't do anything wrong, so you can rest assured. Qin Shi was not satisfied. Captain Chu, since my wife didn't break the law, shouldn't she be given an explanation? An apology is necessary, right? Captain Chu glared at him. You really think your actions leave no trace? If they really go all out, can you run away? Don't be overconfident. Know when to stop while you're ahead. Qin Shi hurriedly handed him a cigarette, placing it between his fingers. Captain Chu looked amused. You're going to make me angry. Captain, you're lucky. You won't die from anger. Captain Chu lit the cigarette and exhaled smoke rings. I know your wife is a little mischievous. I heard from your sister-in-law that women tend to be more perceptive in this area. Instead of hiding around, it's better to be open about it. Join the team, like a processing station, and it can also provide jobs for people. 2 birds with 1 stone. I have the authority to decide this. Among the women in the family courtyard, only a few are capable. I don't want my wife to work hard for nothing. Then forget I said anything. Go back and focus on your work. We're leaving on July 1st, so get ready. Understood. After this ordeal, Yi Qiahui temporarily focused on her work. She couldn't let anyone with bad intentions find a handle on her. She was just trying to get by with a few small gains. Her future as a man was more important. After the Dragon Boat Festival, everyone became busy. During the busy harvest time, no one waited. To plant and harvest quickly, except for the elderly, sick, and children who couldn't work, everyone else went to the fields to harvest. Qin Yuanshan also had to join the harvest. He usually cooked based on his mood. If he was happy, he ate meat. If not, he had pancakes with scallions. Zhang Yueying was often hungry one day and full the next. Zhang Yueying still had her family home. No matter what, she was born from the same mother. Her 3 brothers came to visit her, mainly because they lived nearby and knew that ever since her sister was paralyzed, her brother-in-law hadn't treated her well. When she arrived, she saw that her 3 brothers were angry. Zhang Yueying's bed was in a pigsty, not a proper room. The smell was terrible, mixing all sorts of odors. Zhang Yueying immediately started complaining to her family, making her 3 brothers so angry they wanted to hit Qin Yuanshan. Qin Yuanshan, now resigned, said, I don't know how to cook at all. I barely eat enough myself. Her daughter forced her to leave. Her own son only cares about money and never takes a penny from home. She's still alive, and that's all because of me. If my brothers care about her, they should bring her back home to live for a while. That would be fair to our family. The 3 brothers came to stand up for her, not to carry her burdens. They had many reasons for their anger. Your sister-in-law isn't in good health. She can't even take care of herself. We live with our daughter-in-law, and we have to listen to her. Who dares to bring her back? When my sister married you, she was healthy. Now she's sick and can't care for herself. Are you trying to push her away? Qin Yuanshan chuckled twice. How I take care of her is my business. Don't interfere too much. The 3 men, nearly 50 years old, looked embarrassed and defeated. Qin Yuanshan started scolding Zhang Yueying again. Stop complaining. If you keep this up, your life might get better. If you make me angry, you won't have a good life either. Zhang Yueying was hurt by Qin Yuanshan, feeling like she had 800 holes in her body. Can you be this capable forever? You'll get old someday too. Let's see what happens to you then. You won't see my end. These 2 aren't useful, but I have a big son. He'll have a better life than yours.
Don't worry about me.
Qin Yuanshan got off the ground. Zhang Yueying's anger and sadness grew stronger. No one spoke up for her. Her daughter was useless, her son only cared about money, and her husband was just as bad. Living felt pointless. Before the 1990s in rural areas, there was no wall between the bed and the stove, only a low wall about a meter high. Its purpose was to prevent things on the bed from falling into the stove and to keep things clean. People could also eat on top of it. Spoons, shovels, and knives hung on this wall. Zhang Yueying reached out and could grab them easily. She truly didn't want to live anymore. She grabbed a knife and cut her hand. Blood immediately gushed out, and the sharp pain made her unable to continue. She covered her hand and fell to the ground. Between life and death, Zhang Yueying suddenly changed her mind. A good death was not better than clinging to life, unless heaven took her away. To survive, she first needed to ask for help. She dragged her body as if she were a dead person, inching forward. Finally, she managed to crawl to the door threshold. Help! Save me! Zhang Yueying's cry for help was faint. Under the scorching midday sun, it seemed the heat wave distorted her voice, making it hard for others to hear. She tightly covered her bleeding wound with both hands. Blood seeped through her fingers, staining her clothes and the white ground near the doorstep, baked by the sun. Every movement felt like dancing on a knife's edge. The pain made her want to give up, but her survival instinct kept her biting her lip and pushing forward. Finally, her voice caught the attention of the neighbors. Next door, Annie was coming back from her vegetable garden, carrying freshly picked green beans and potatoes. She was worried she wouldn't have enough food if she worked late tonight. When she heard the cry, her face changed instantly. She hurriedly dropped her basket and rushed toward Zhang Yueying. Grandpa San's phone call came again to the army. "Qin, sure, I didn't want to tell you this, but I have no choice. Your stepmother used a kitchen knife and cut her hand. She's in the hospital. Besides Xiaolan, no one can take care of her now. I think, no matter how unreasonable your stepmother is, Xiaolan is her own daughter. Who else would she care for at this time? You should call her back. Even if she's not perfect, she's still alive." Qin Shi put down the phone and was silent for a long time. That woman tried to end her life? I can't believe it. Such a selfish person. Grandpa San said it seriously. He's not joking. He wants Xiaolan to come back. As for the mother and daughter's matter, Chao Hui didn't speak or give any opinion. Is her injury serious? I don't know the details. Grandpa San said she's fine, but that hand can't move anymore. A metaphor might not be appropriate here. It's really like a house leaking and then facing continuous rain. Should we show some concern? I'll send Grandpa San 20 yuan and ask him to deliver it. Not showing any gesture would be unreasonable. Officially, she's the stepmother. Xiao Hong, Qin Mu, and I all share the same father. Qin Shi brought the message to Xiaolan. Xiaolan was resisting strongly. She had finally escaped. Her work was easier than at home, and she was earning a salary. She didn't want to go back to the countryside. Brother, this is also work. I can't leave. If I do, someone else will take my place immediately. What should we do? You know your father well. Your second brother keeps his distance when things get complicated. Besides you, who else can we rely on? You decide for yourself. Anyway, that's your biological mother. Xiaolan was speechless. In the end, Xiaolan returned, taking 5 days off. Grandpa also called Qin Mu. When Qin Xiaolan arrived at the hospital, Qin Mu had just returned. What's really going on? Can't you just live peacefully? Why do you keep causing trouble and making others laugh at us? His father-in-law already looked down on him. The only reason he agreed to marry was because he kept pushing small yellow beans into Su Yanni's belly. His parents didn't defend him either, just holding him back. Zhang Yueying looked behind him and asked, "Has your daughter-in-law come back?" "She's working, so she doesn't have time." "Do you think it's good for her to see you like this?" Zhang Yueying started criticizing Qin Yuanshan again, saying, "Your dad is so mean. He doesn't cook proper meals for me, only says nasty things. He says your sister made me leave, that I only care about money, and that when I die, no one will take care of you." I was so upset, I thought about giving up and dying so I wouldn't be a burden anymore. Qin Yuanshan was squatting on the ground, smoking. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Yueying complaining. If she took him away, that was better. He was worried she wouldn't take him. "Dad, are you stirring trouble? I just got married. Where would I get money? It's true that I didn't spend a penny from the family." Qin Xiaolan entered the hospital, followed by a big, rough-looking man. When Zhang Yueying saw Qin Xiaolan, she immediately started yelling insults, calling her horrible names and insulting her badly. She threw a teacup in the air, aiming straight at Qin Xiaolan's face. Qin Xiaolan instinctively dodged, and the teacup smashed against the doorframe with a loud bang. The big, rough man saw this and frowned, then quickly stepped forward, shielding Qin Xiaolan behind him. His eyes widened with anger as he looked at Zhang Yueying and said in a deep, firm voice, "What's your attitude? Are you her mother? Does a real mother speak like this to her daughter? It's so cruel. She's your daughter, not an enemy. How can a mother treat her own child like this? Every word you say is like a knife stabbing her heart." Qin Xiaolan felt mixed emotions inside. Her eyes turned red, but she forced herself not to cry. She looked at the big, rough but gentle man beside her, feeling a warm wave in her heart. His strong arms seemed like her most solid support. She wasn't sure before, but now she was certain. This man was someone she could rely on.
Who are you?
Mom, his name is Zhao Gang. He's my boyfriend. Qin Xiaolan's voice was soft but firm, with no doubt. Before this, Qin Xiaolan brought Zhao Gang home because she needed a bodyguard. She was afraid her family would keep her captive and force her to marry someone she didn't want. She didn't want to go down that old path again. Now, her thoughts had changed. Zhang Yueying was stunned, as if all the rude words had been paused. She looked at Zhao Gang with disbelief, a complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes: anger, jealousy, and a faint hint of fear. How much bride price have you prepared if you're going to marry my daughter? Zhao Gang was taken aback. Things were moving so fast. Had they already started talking about the bride price? I don't know. How much do you want? Bride price was necessary. No one gets married without spending money. Zhao Gang had prepared for this. Zhang Yueying said, I don't want much, 400 yuan, plus 50 pounds of rice tickets. I need the money for hospital bills.
Zhao Gang hesitated.
That was too much. He was an orphan with little savings, only a strong body. I can't pay that. If you can't pay, what kind of husband are you? I raised my daughter all these years, and I can't just give her away for nothing. Qin Xiaolan changed the subject. Where exactly are you hurt? Is it serious? Zhang Yueying held her hand, wrapped like a rice dumpling, and showed it to Qin Xiaolan. My whole hand might have to be amputated. The doctor said I won't be able to hold things anymore. I'll be useless. Why are you still cooking for yourself? Without cooking, my husband doesn't care about me. He says my 2 children are useless, and since I ran away, no one cares about me. I was so upset, I thought about dying. Qin Yuanshan stubbornly said, living half dead is almost the same as being dead. Qin Xiaolan said, Dad, don't say such angry words, okay? Your relationship used to be so good. Why has it become like this? I can't cook anymore, can't serve him, can't work like a beast for him. Of course he wishes I'd die. Zhang Yueying spoke in anger, but it was also the truth. Qin Yuanshan truly thought that way, better to die and be done with it, so he wouldn't have to deal with everything. Qin Xiaolan rolled up her sleeves and pushed everyone out. She wanted to clean her mother. Despite her anger, she knew this body was given to her by her mother. Zhang Yueying's buttock had developed bed sores due to poor hygiene, looking quite frightening. Be gentle, you heartless thing. Are you trying to kill me? I'm just helping you clean up. If you keep going like this, your flesh will rot. You don't send me any money. Without money for treatment, I'll just wait to die. Qin Xiaolan couldn't help but retort, where's the money from my older brother? You gave it all to my second brother. How is anyone supposed to help now?
He's my son.
Second brother is grown up.
He has his own salary.
Forget it. I won't interfere anymore. If you have money, spend it. If not, forget it. Qin Xiaolan could leave and walk away. Zhang Yueying already knew that her daughter was tough and unyielding, and she couldn't control her anymore. Where did you go now? How could Qin Xiaolan be so foolish as to tell the truth?
There's no need to ask.
I won't say. I know you won't tell, but how capable are you? Still running to Qinshi? Did they arrange a job for you? Qin Xiaolan stayed silent. Do you really want to marry Zhao Gang? Like a gatekeeper? I'm a widow now, and I want someone good. Zhao Gang is nice, and I will marry him. Zhang Yueying didn't care who she married, but the bride price must be paid. 400 yuan, 50 jin of grain coupons, not a penny less. I discussed with Zhao Gang. Just 100 yuan for our medical expenses. No more, no less. If you don't want to pay, that's fine. I can't force you. Zhang Yueying was furious. 100 yuan? I raised you for so many years, and now you're begging for charity? If you think it's too little, fine. I also feel I can't afford it. Zhang Yueying thought she had control over her daughter's fate. I can't give my daughter away for nothing. Without the bride price, we won't give you the household registration book. How will you get married? Some people marry without registering. Zhao Gang and I don't need to register either, and we don't need the household registration book. Zhang Yuang was about to explode again, but Qin Xiaolan had already left the ward to get water. Qin Xiaolan called her father outside and said, Zhao Gang and I will catch the train this afternoon. I only took 2 days off. Here is 100 yuan, paid by Zhao Gang. Keep it for medical expenses. Father, you didn't treat my mother like this before. Everyone gets sick sometimes. You two have been married for nearly 30 years. Don't you have any feelings left? My mother hasn't done anything wrong. She's worked hard. Be nicer to her, okay? My mother is already very ill. I'm not cursing her. She doesn't have many days left. Don't let her leave with resentment. Qin Yuanshan silently took the money. Maybe for a few minutes he regretted it. Both his wives had left him first. Qin Xiaolan went back to the village to see her third grandfather, who had taken her out and helped her live a better life. She would never forget her roots. After seeing her grandfather, Qin Xiaolan and Zhao Gang took the train back home. Zhang Yuang heard that Qin Xiaolan had left and scolded her harshly, calling her heartless, a traitor, and a white-eyed wolf, saying very unpleasant things. Forget it. The heartless traitor left you 100 yuan. How much did your precious son leave you? He just got married. Where did he get the money? In a few months, our grandson will be born. The heart is truly not a simple thing. A regular worker earns only a few dozen yuan a month, and yet you say you have no money? Temporary workers have even less. I'll give this 100 yuan back to Xiaolan. Don't return it. You'll make me so angry. When Xiaolan left, she even told me to treat you better. She said that just to be polite, but your heart is so crooked. Zhang Yueying can't change her ways. Ever since Qin Mu was born, she's been hopeful that he would be the key to beating Grandma's favorite grandson. She has fought for this for over 20 years. Life passes so quickly. Qin Shi is about to leave for his registration. Yi Xiaohui prepared his things, from small items like toothpaste, toothbrush, and razor, to larger ones like underwear and close-fitting clothes. Then there were casual shoes and a blanket. No need to bring too much. The bedding will be provided. Since it's near the sea, it will get cold in the mornings and evenings. Be careful. The climate is similar to our hometown. I'm not a little girl. I can take care of myself. Don't worry. Xiaohui helped him straighten his collar. I know you're not a child. As your wife, I want to do something for you. Qin Shi hugged her gently, patting her head like a child. I know. I don't want to leave you either. My dear wife. It's rare to see Qin Shi so playful. Get lost, or I'll seriously send you away. Xiaohui also prepared some food for him to take on the road. They packed pancakes and salted duck eggs. If anything happens, just find Xiao Weijie and Guizaheo. I also have some connections at Chu's group. He's been promoted now. Unless it's urgent, don't go to see him. Okay, I understand. Qin Shi's words were gentle and firm. He softly held Xiaohui's hand, and they looked at each other with a smile. Xiaohui's eyes turned slightly red. She looked down, gently touching Qin Shi's hand back, her voice full of tenderness. Don't worry. With me and Mom at home, Nuan will be fine. You also need to take good care of yourself. Write often so I can know how you're doing. Qin Shi nodded, feeling a warm wave in his heart. He leaned down and gently kissed Xiaohui's forehead, then carried his backpack and walked away step by step. Papa, Papa. Qin Shi couldn't bear to see his daughter sad. Lu Damei, holding Nuan, also came out to see him off. Qin Shi dropped his backpack and quickly ran back, holding Nuan in his arms. Say, Dad, a few more times for me. Bobby at home. Listen to Mom and Grandma, okay? Don't make them angry. Nanan couldn't understand, so she hugged her father's neck and kissed his face again and again. Qin Shi still left, and Yang Yinghong was going back to the provincial city to travel with Qin Shi. When someone you see every day suddenly isn't there, it takes a lot of effort for Xiaohui to get used to it. Her way is to keep busy, work harder, and tire herself out so she won't think too much. As for making zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, and selling them, somehow this news reached Ding Xianghong's ears. As mentioned before, Ding Xianghong is very proud and feels a strong sense of honor. She really works hard and enjoys being admired as a military wife. Little sister-in-law, what else can you do? Everything I know others can do too. That's different. I only know how to make sweet zongzi. Little sister-in-law, I'm not joking. Look at those who follow the army. They're not easy to deal with. Those with education have an easier time, but those without find it hard to find work. The processing plant has about a dozen workers and their wages are cleared just a little, and some people can't even get a spot in line. Xiao Hui also wanted to run a legitimate business. Making more money is good, but the risks are high. Qin Shi is in the military with a bright future. After her past experience, she didn't want to affect Qin Shi's career. She would regret it forever. I can make some pastries and mooncakes. I don't know if that counts. She learned to make crispy triangles, candies, handmade fried dough sticks, and mooncakes at night school. Back then, it was a niche skill. The class started with 11 students, but only 6 remained, and only 3 graduated properly. Xiao Hui was one of them, and she was among the best. Ding Xianghong was very happy. Then I'll report to the leaders and suggest we set up a pastry factory for the military wives. How about that? Ding Xianghong was very capable. She spoke and acted quickly. Soon, the relevant leaders inspected Xiao Hui's skills, examined the feasibility of the pastry factory, and finally approved it. Ding Xianghong helped Xiao Hui clear the space, bought basic equipment, pots, bowls, utensils, and applied for ingredients, flour, cooking oil, sugar, brown sugar, etc. Within a week, the pastry factory was up and running. Start tomorrow?
Sure.
Then I'll announce early tomorrow with a loudspeaker. Anyone interested in working, come and sign up. Xiao Hui no longer had anything to do with Yi Xiao Hui. She took off her apron and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm leaving." "All right, take care. Come early tomorrow." These past few days had really worn Yi Xiao Hui out. Ding Xianghong worked very diligently, never slacking off, which made her feel guilty about taking it easy. After dinner, Yi Xiao Hui lay down to sleep. Lu Damei muttered, "The sky looks so dark. Does it mean it will rain?" June and July are usually the rainy season. Yi Xiao Hui, feeling sleepy and confused, replied, "It's been so long since it rained. It probably won't rain now. Forget it." Lu Damei didn't listen to her daughter and tidied up the things in the yard, then closed the doors and windows. It was definitely hot. There was nothing she could do about it. Yi Xiao Hui, feeling hot after a short nap, opened the window again. Sure enough, she was right. It's been a long time since it rained, and this rain didn't come. The drought continued. A phone call in the morning completely disrupted Yi Xiaohui's peaceful life because Zhang Yueying had passed away. As Yi Xiaohui expected, when Qin Xiaolan came back last time, she mentioned her mother's illness. She had held on for a month or 2 longer. Qin sure couldn't go back for the funeral, but Yi Xiaohui decided she would. Don't judge her decision with modern thinking. Many ideas have changed over the decades, and people are more tolerant now. But at this moment, it wasn't possible. And don't say that a stepchild or daughter-in-law isn't obligated. It's not acceptable to think that way in this era. Most importantly, Qin Shi was a soldier and an official. Yi Xiaohui didn't want this to become a stain on his reputation. Manhwa was still breastfeeding, and Lu Damei was worried about her daughter, afraid she might be bullied. She also wanted to go home and see her family. So, 3 generations of the family went back together. Also returning were Qin Xiaolan and Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang came as a prospective son-in-law. Because of this, the snack factory's plans had to be postponed. Traveling was always tiring, especially because they had a child with no self-control. When the child was uncomfortable, she would throw tantrums. Not only children under a year old, but even adults find traveling by car exhausting. They traveled for 2 days and 1 night. Definitely not a pleasant experience. When they arrived at the county town and got off the train, Grandpa's grandson came to pick them up in a tractor from the team. Seeing her family, Qin Xiaolan started crying. Qin Luo said, "Stop crying. Cry when you get home. Annie has suffered so much. Her death is a kind of relief." Qin Xiaolan had seen her mother's tragic condition and agreed with Qin Luo, but since she was her mother, her feelings of pain were inevitable. As soon as they reached the door, someone handed them morning clothes. Manhwa had a morning cap, but she didn't like wearing it, so she slapped it away. The person looked annoyed. This child, don't the adults care for her?
No manners, they said.
Yi Xiaohui looked at this person's face and saw some resemblance to Zhang Yueying. They must be sisters. Was she so angry she was biting? Before Yi Xiaohui could speak, Lu Damei, holding Nan, spoke first. Your family's adults don't manage well. If they manage better, they'd be just as petty as children. Do you not have children? Or has your child never been through childhood? Did she just jump out from between stones? Using adult standards to control children is unreasonable. The woman rolled her eyes, then picked up the morning cap and carefully put it back on Nan. Nan is also a little troublemaker. Qin sure naturally loved his daughter. Since he spent little time with Nan, he rarely scolded her harshly. Yi Xiaohui, having missed her daughter's previous life, always felt guilty. As long as it wasn't a serious mistake or something that would cause Nan to go astray, she generally didn't interfere. Being a grandmother, it's instinctive to be close across generations. So, when a stranger woman twice put that ugly hat on her, Nan got angry. She reached out to take off the hat and threw it on the ground again. Yi Xiaohui didn't force her and simply went inside. A large red coffin was placed in the middle of the room. Yi Xiaohui wore mourning clothes, burned paper money, and lit 3 incense sticks. Someone whispered, "Why aren't you crying?" Yi Xiaohui ignored her and didn't even look at her directly, knowing she was the troublemaker. Qin Xiaolan cried bitterly. After all, she was her biological mother. Now that she was gone, all the bad things seemed to disappear with her, only remembering her good qualities. Someone came over and said, "You really loved your mother. Why haven't you visited in so long? She's not your real mother, but even if she was, we don't talk about ungratefulness. You are her own daughter." Yi Xiaohui sneered coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. It was the lunar June now. The hottest weather hadn't arrived yet, but it was already quite hot. She wasn't sure if she was overthinking, but she kept smelling a foul odor. She still got up and left the room. Qin Mu stood by the door and asked sister-in-law, "Isn't my brother coming?" Yi Xiaohui didn't want to talk to him. If she did, it might seem obvious she was hiding something. He's on a mission and can't come back. I came here for the same reason. In the past, Qin Mu was confident in his charm, believing Yi Xiaohui's feelings were for him, and her hatred was because she couldn't be with him. But now, he didn't think that way anymore. He was afraid to think that way. "I want to discuss how to share the expenses," he said. "How do you want to split it?" Knowing Qin Mu wouldn't say anything good, Yi Xiaohui still asked, "Our 2 families and Xiaolon split equally among 3. Yi Xiaohui didn't say anything and went straight to find the 3rd grandfather. She was prepared before coming. It was impossible for her to give nothing, and even less likely for her to be the scapegoat. Qin Mu also followed her. The 3rd grandfather was sitting under the shade of a tree in the yard, along with several elders from the Qin family. 3rd grandfather. Qin Shi's wife. Qin Shi isn't home. You brought the child back. Thank you for your effort. The 3rd grandfather's meaning was clear. He explained why Qin Shi wasn't there and also acknowledged that Qin Shi's wife had done her part properly. It's only right to do so. The deceased is important. We must send the person off. That's right. The funeral will be on the mountain this afternoon. The deceased can rest in peace now. We, the living, should live well. They didn't eat lunch here. Yi Xiaohui opened her own door, told her mother and Wan to rest, and took a boxed meal she bought on the train, which came in handy. In the afternoon, they carried the coffin up the mountain. After the burial, the children and relatives prepared 3 bowls, brought bread, snacks, and other tasty foods, then went up the mountain to pay respects. As the nominal daughter-in-law, Yi Xiaohui was supposed to go. Many of Zhang Yueying's relatives also attended. The 3rd grandfather and the Qin family didn't stay long and followed behind. Once the offerings were arranged, they began to pay respects one by one. First was Qin Mu, the son. Then was Yi Xiaohui, the daughter-in-law, since Qin Shi was the eldest son. Yi Xiaohui followed the proper ritual to pay her respects. Just as she was about to step aside, someone pushed her. You came back late, you need to kowtow 3 times. Yi Xiaohui had seen funerals before and had never seen anyone force a daughter-in-law to kowtow. Moreover, Zhang Yueying wasn't her real mother-in-law. Given her 2 generations of distance, Yi Xiaohui felt no sympathy at all. She ignored it, pushed the person away, and walked outside. Unexpectedly, someone else was even more brazen. One person grabbed her arm, another pressed her head down. Were they forcing her to kowtow? You're unfilial in daily life. Now, what's the big deal about kowtowing? We are the elders, and we have the grace to overlook this. Yi Xiaohui's stubbornness flared up. Her leg, which hadn't been controlled earlier, kicked the arm holder with her left foot and the person holding her head with her right foot, using all her strength. The more force she used, the better to crush them. Ouch! Ouch! 2 exclamations of pain sounded, startling the 3rd grandfather. Normally, as an elder, he shouldn't have come to see off a younger family member, and Zhang Yueying was a junior. Elders shouldn't send off juniors, but he still came because he was worried about Yi Xiaohui. He was the one who called her back. If she got hurt, how could he explain to Captain Han and his wife? How could he explain to Qin Shi? Grandpa knocked loudly on the pipe bowl and said, "What is this occasion? Why are you all shouting and making a fuss?" Yi Xiaohui quickly broke free and came to Grandpa's side. The 2 women were one Zhang Yueying's second sister and the other Zhang Yueying's younger sister. They purely looked to take advantage of Qin Shi and his wife being upset to stand up for Zhang Yueying. "Third uncle, my sister has been paralyzed for so many days. Have these 2 come back? Have they paid a single cent? Living is unfilial, and isn't it right to bow your head after death?" Grandpa sat on the ridge of the field, looking down from above. "Forget Qin Shi and his wife. Qin Mu is your sister's biological son. How many times has he come back? How many times has he paid? The money for treatment was sent back by Qin Shi before. Isn't that money? Moreover, you too. I only found out you are Qin Mu's mother after the funeral. Your sister has been paralyzed for months. How many times have you come here?" The sisterly bond between these 2 women was only spoken about. They didn't truly support each other when it mattered. The Zhang family relied on their numbers to stand up for Zhang Yueying. In fact, claiming Qin Shi was unfilial was just a cover. Their real goal was revenge. Zhang Yueying's brother's children had all suffered losses at Qin Shi's hands, especially his son, who is still in prison. These grudges and hatred had been kept inside for a long time. They saw a good chance today and knew Yi Xiaohui had to bow her head. This was a case of fighting for dignity instead of just fighting over food. Facing the aggressive Zhang family members, Yi Xiaohui was not afraid at all. "I'll say it again. Qin Shi and I have done what we should. The deceased is the most important. I don't want to say more. Today, you forced me." Qin Shi lost his mother at 2 years old. His mother just passed away, and his father remarried immediately. Since then, his grandparents never gave him a single meal or a penny. Someone didn't raise him well. Why should others raise his old age? By family arrangement and matchmaker's words, the old Qin family married me into their home, right? The child I have with Qin Shi is the root of the old Qin family, right? Why can the person in the grave lie and say my child is gone? She took him away, gave him to someone else, and even took 100 yuan? I don't believe Grandpa doesn't know about this. He's an accomplice. Also, the person who stole money late at night from the house is still in prison. That was also ordered by this person lying inside.
What?
After doing so many bad things, you still want me to worship you like a god? On the other side, they continued confidently, the person is already dead. She can't come out and argue with you. Of course, whatever you say is true. Grandpa Sen cleared his throat and stood with his hands behind his back. I testify, Yuan Shan, say something. Qin Shi is grown up now. Have you ever paid for his support? Qin Yuan Shan had been hiding behind the Qin family members like a quail. Since Grandpa Sen called him out, he had to step forward. Third uncle, you know the situation best. No need for me to explain. Stop talking about other things. Just tell us if you've ever provided food or money. The head of the household is a woman. I didn't contribute. Grandpa San spread his hands and faced the Zhang family. Now do you understand? They didn't raise Qin Shi. Qin Shi joined the army and still sent money home. Even when paralyzed, he sent 20 yuan back. Isn't that filial? The Zhang family was not reasonable. All their excuses were just to vent anger. Several women even tried to force Yi Xiaohui to kowtow. Grandpa Sin couldn't bear it anymore. If you cause trouble again, I'll throw you out. Old Qin's family isn't short of people. Today, more than 10 men were present. At Grandpa San's command, a row of strong young men stood behind him, making a quite impressive sight. The Zhang family gave up. They couldn't fight back. They left the graveyard directly, feeling ashamed. Lu Damei took the opportunity while Nanwan was asleep to clean the house thoroughly, knowing she'd have to stay up all night. Yi Xiaohui also wanted to go straight home, but Qin Mu stopped her. Sister-in-law, we need to sit down and settle the accounts. It was customary. Yi Xiaohui didn't object, and went to see what tricks Qin Mu might be up to. Besides Yi Xiaohui and Zhao Gang, everyone else was from the Qin family. Qin Luo was counting on an abacus, starting to report the amount. Total is 36 yuan and 80 cents. How should we split it? Split equally among the 3 families. Each family gets 12 yuan and 26 cents. Hold on. Qin Mu took out a promissory note from his pocket, issued by the barefoot doctor. It detailed what medicines were bought, and how much was owed. The total owed was nearly 30 yuan. Qin Luo handed the note to Yi Xiaohui, who saw that many medicines were listed. One type of medicine appeared most frequently. Who went to get the medicine? Qin Yuanshan answered, I did. Was it prescribed by the barefoot doctor?
Some of it was.
Some I found out about from Qin Mu, to help treat his mother's leg. Grandpa San, Qin Mu has a criminal record. I don't trust his words. Can anyone find the barefoot doctor? Qin Mu was very angry inside. Yi Xiaohui had embarrassed him in front of many people. Did he really hate her that much? Grandpa San made a signal, and a man with the surname Qin left. Soon after, the barefoot doctor from the village arrived. Yi Xiaohui handed him the bill and asked if he had prescribed these medicines. The barefoot doctor nodded. Just as Qin Mu was about to relax, Yi Xiaohui suddenly asked, Are all these medicines for treating paralysis? I noticed this particular herb is used the most. This was requested by your father-in-law. I don't know what it's for, but your father-in-law said just prescribe whatever he asks. Qin Shi is experimenting with folk remedies, and he's paying. Yi Xiaohui looked at Qin Yuanshan. Dad, when did Qin Shi tell you this? I made a mistake. It's Qin Mu who brought it in. He said it was to treat his mother's leg. Qin Yuanshan's face turned pale and flushed repeatedly. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes flickered uncertainly. He hesitated, trying to explain, but didn't know what to say. Yi Xiaohui asked the barefoot doctor, I heard you. Does this medicine really treat legs? Qin Mu interrupted, Sister-in-law, if you don't trust me, I will cover this part of the cost myself. Is that okay? He secretly glanced at Yi Xiaohui, his eyes full of mockery, making him lower his head involuntarily. Yi Xiaohui still asked the doctor, You tell me. It's not for treating legs. I can't say exactly what it's for. Better not ask too much. Just know it's not for legs. Yi Xiaohui turned to Grandpa San. Taking medicine must be effective. Someone bought medicine and still wants us, the fools, to pay. I didn't expect that falling ill would mean needing to rely on trickery to get treated. Grandpa San's beard bristled with anger. His voice was calm but clear, like cold wind piercing through ice in winter. Yuanshan, tell me, what's really going on? Qin Yuanshan hesitated. It's not my fault. You have to ask Qin Mu.
He told me to buy it.
Qin Mu said, Grandpa San, it's my fault. I let the folk doctor deceive us. I regret it now. Men are proud, so Grandpa San didn't press further. In the end, they split the costs, and Yi Xiaohui took over 18 yuan. From then on, she and Qin Shi only cared about Qin Yuanshan. The others didn't matter. It was settled. Grandpa San told Yi Xiaohui, Your third grandma has cooked dinner. Come to our house tonight. The two elders. Yi Xiao Hui didn't want to take advantage of them, so she refused. I brought some steamed buns. That should be enough. Go ahead. Qin sure hasn't come back.
I'll tell you something.
All right, I'll go home and say it. Grandpa San kicked Qinmu. Come outside with me. Qinmu didn't dare argue and obediently followed Grandpa San out. Just tell me about the medicine. Qinmu wanted to find a hole to hide in. Grandpa third, I admit it. I am sick. The medicine works, but my salary is low, and I just got married with no money. I thought about mixing some of my mom's medicine to save costs. Some things can't be shared with outsiders. The child has no mother. It's a long story. Qinmu had some feelings for Su Yani. People tend to aim high and go with the flow. Surely, he wasn't the only one thinking this way. Su Yani definitely liked him, no doubt about it. But old fox Su Igwa was clever and hard to fool. Qinmu suspected he saw through his little plans immediately. If this path was blocked, he had to try another. Women are often led by love, easily swayed by sweet words or a little alcohol. One Sunday, they went out to have fun and enjoy themselves a lot. Before returning to the dorm, Qinmu bought a tenderloin, some spicy tofu, and 2 steamed buns.
He also bought a bottle of champagne.
Su Yani flirted with him, her eyes full of charm. Are you trying to get me drunk? No, just for dinner. You're probably hungry, and if you're starving, it's my responsibility. How can I explain to my uncle and aunt? Sounds better than singing. Su Yani secretly held Qinmu's hand. People in this era were more conservative. Even holding hands made them blush. Their roommate was local, so once she left, only the two of them were left. Qinmu brought out a small table, arranged the dishes, and opened the champagne, pouring a small glass for each. Come on, Yani, I toast you first. Thanks for not minding that I come from the countryside. Su Yani gave Qinmu a playful glare, pretending to be angry. You're not allowed to belittle yourself like that. Am I that kind of person? I know you're not, but your parents keep bringing up our marriage, and I feel uncertain. Qinmu's small, white face frowned, making Su Yani's heart race. Besides you, I won't marry anyone else. Me neither. They clinked glasses, and Su Yani drank hers in one go. Qinmu poured her another. After 2 glasses, they both felt a little tipsy. Qinmu, you seem a bit dizzy, really? Take a closer look. Qinmu leaned slightly, his face close to Su Yani's. Still dizzy?
Suzanne blushed deeply.
Qinmu knew women well. Seizing a moment, he kissed Su Yani on the lips. You bad. And there's worse. Qinmu held Su Yani in his arms, kissing her passionately. His hands became a bit unruly, and he felt a little excited. Qinmu, stop. I love you so much. Without you, I can't live. Su Yani was very receptive to Qinmu's affection and tightened her arms around his neck.
I feel the same.
But your father doesn't think I'm good enough. You're his daughter, so he listens to him a lot. If he finds out, he might make me leave you. Nonsense. Then show me you're different. The wind and rain arrived, and their feelings grew stronger. The young couple ended up in a private moment. Originally, Su Yani planned to go back to her dorm, but Qinmu held her back. His dorm was just him, so no one disturbed them. Young people have lots of energy and curiosity, and one time isn't enough. Suddenly, the door was pushed open forcefully, bringing a cold breeze. A man's voice sounded, "It's freezing." Qinmu, you're already asleep? Are you crazy? The man turned on the light and saw a large bump on Qinmu's bed. His head was hidden under the blanket. The man patted Qinmu and said, "Sleeping with your sticking out? You really are crazy." Then he tried to pull back the blanket. Qi Chuanji, no, don't pull the blanket. Qi Chuanji was stubborn, why not? You're just in your underwear. Qi Chuanji, she's my fiancé. Qi Chuanji felt embarrassed, so they were doing something private. I'll go hide somewhere. Hurry up and get dressed. This isn't just a single person's dorm. Qinmu felt helpless. Who knew that being passionate could suddenly be cooled down like this? Su Yani complained, didn't you say he went home? He did, but who knew he would come back suddenly? Su Yani left in a hurry, feeling embarrassed. After sending Su Yani away, Qin Mu almost begged Qi Chuanji not to tell anyone. Not just about their intimate moments before marriage, but even showing affection was frowned upon. They had done enough to be considered inappropriate. Later, Qin Mu kept trying to persuade Qi Chuanji not to say anything. That night left a mark. Qin Mu realized he was very excited, but his thing was not working properly anymore. It wouldn't stand up at all. Qin Mu was somewhat educated and didn't believe in avoiding medical help. He secretly went to see a doctor. The medicine cost him over 4 yuan in one visit. He was determined. In one try, he got Su Yani pregnant and they eventually got married. His performance in that area never improved much. Marriage cost a lot of money. After getting married, she handed over her salary. Qin Mu's medical expenses became a big expense. To save money, he decided to target Zhang Yueying. The expenses were shared by 3 families and the medicine was his. Yi Xiaohui went back and told her mother that grandfather Sen asked them to go out for a meal. You and Nan go. I won't go. I'd rather go back and see Annie Denyang. Yi Xiaohui's father died early. Lu Damei raised her 1 son and 1 daughter, often needing help from her sisters-in-law. She wanted to visit. Lu Damei's thoughts were right. They were leaving tomorrow. Okay, Mom. Come back early. When it gets dark, let my cousin send you home. You shouldn't walk alone at night.
Got it.
Yi Xiaohui took a few more coins and bought 2 bottles of wine for her eldest and third uncles. After parting, Yi Xiaohui held Nan and carried 2 bags of homemade triangular pastries to Grandfather San's house. Grandma Sen scolded, "Just a hot meal, and you bring gifts too? It's nothing expensive, just homemade." Grandma Sen handed her husband some money. "Take it. It's just a snack for the morning." Grandma San had already prepared the meal. When Yi Xiaohui and her mother arrived, they started eating. They had green bean and potato dishes, steamed flatbread, and a cold eggplant salad. No big fish or meat, but it was very satisfying. Nan was hungry again. Grandma San tore a piece of flatbread for her, and she eagerly on it. Is Qin Shi on a mission? Is it dangerous? Qin Shi is now a deputy battalion commander. Sending him on a mission shows it must be very important. Yi Xiaohui didn't hide much from Grandfather San and Grandma San. Nanan's dad went to study. He lied about the mission to fool them, to avoid trouble. They expect him to do what even their own son can't. Grandfather San nodded. Oh, he must be doing well if he's studying. Nan, hearing her dad's name, mimicked. Baba. Grandma San smiled. Nan can say dad now. What else can she say? Nanan's words like mama, yaya, yi nai depend on personal understanding. If it sounds right, it is. If not, it isn't. After dinner, Grandfather San called Yi Xiaohui into the main room. Grandma San took Nan away. There's something I've kept inside for many years. I swore to my sister-in-law that I'd tell you today. I can't hold it in anymore. Grandfather Sen spoke very seriously. Yi Xiaohui didn't know what was happening and felt a little nervous. Grandpa San, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if it's not good, you shouldn't hide your ears and ring the bell. You will find out sooner or later. He even brought up a vow, so it must be very important and not something to tell outsiders. When Grandma Qin was dying, she entrusted him to me and told me never to reveal Qin Shi's background. He is not a child of our Qin family. Yi Xiaohui made many guesses, but didn't think of this one.
How could that be?
Even if Yi Xiaohui only cares about Qin Shi, she wouldn't want him to have a shameful background. Who is Qin Shi's real family? Grandpa San lit a pipe of tobacco and slowly started talking about the past. Qin Shi's mother was sent to the Qin family. Gaoyan gave her a name, Chun Lanzi. Chun Lanzi is 2 years younger than Qin Yuanshan. They have called each other siblings since they were young. When Yuanshan was 3, his father died suddenly. Gaoyan struggled to raise her 1 son and 1 daughter. Some people advised her that Chun Lanzi was not her biological child. Since life was so hard, she should give Chun Lanzi away and raise her own children. Gaoyan once told Grandpa San that the young lady used to help her. She taught her to write, and when she left the house, the young lady also sent her clothes and silver coins. More importantly, The young lady and her husband were doing great things. Chun Lanzi was a hero's descendant. Giving her away or selling her was not right. Gao Yun felt guilty about this. In those years, Grandpa Sen also helped support second sister-in-law. Soon, Qin Yuanshan and Chun Lanzi grew up. Yuanshan became a young man, and Chun Lanzi grew into a beautiful young lady. If Gao Yun had a flaw, it was that she loved her children too much. The result was that Yuanshan lacked responsibility and didn't study well, and Chun Lanzi was too innocent and didn't understand the treacheries of the world. One day, Gao Yun came to see Grandpa San and told him a shocking thing. Chun Lanzi might be pregnant. She kept vomiting. Chun Lanzi was only 18 and hadn't been close to any young man, so it seemed unlikely. After Gao Yun kept asking, Chun Lanzi finally told the truth. She lowered her head, her cheeks blushed, fingers twisting her clothes, eyes flickering as if hiding many thoughts. Gao Yun looked at her with gentle but urgent eyes. She gently took Chun Lanzi's hand and sat on the doorstep. The moonlight shone through the sparse clouds, casting a soft glow on them, adding a gentle touch to the tense atmosphere. Lanzi, tell Mom. Who is that young man? Don't be afraid. Mom won't blame you. If you really like him, we can let him come and ask for your hand. Gao Yun's voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with water, full of love and worry. Chun Lanzi looked up, tears shining in her eyes. Finally, she gathered her courage and spoke softly, like a tiny insect. I don't know who he is. One day, I went to pick wild vegetables on the mountain. A soldier asked me for help. He was hurt and needed herbs to stop the bleeding. Chun Lanzi couldn't recognize all the plants, so she picked a big bunch to show him. The man then told her to crush them, squeeze out the juice, and put on his leg. He also put some wild vegetables and herbs into his mouth. Maybe because he was experienced, the herbal paste really stopped the bleeding. The soldier's clothes were torn, and it was almost winter, but he only wore a thin autumn shirt. Seeing how pitiful he looked, Chun Lanzi shared a piece of the pancake her mother had made for her. The soldier said thank you and ate quickly, swallowing it all. He was hurt, had lost his group, and the last meal he ate was yesterday. But the soldier's condition grew worse. His breathing became rapid, his face turned red, and his eyes looked straight at people without blinking, making Chun Lanzi feel cold all over. Chun Lanzi wanted to leave quickly. It was too frightening. But it was already too late. The man suddenly hugged her. Women are so small and weak. No matter how injured he was, Chun Lanzi knew she couldn't fight him. Gao Yun was both anxious and angry. He was furious at that man. How could someone with no name or rank take Chun Lanzi's body? Could a person really do such a thing? Chun Lanzi took a bullet casing out of her pocket. He admitted it was his fault. He said he took it from his leg. It's a lucky bullet casing shot into his leg, not his head. He said once they win the war, he'll tell the captain and come back to marry me. But how could anyone believe such words in these chaotic times? When will they win the war? Can Chun Lanzi wait until then? Besides the man being a man and a broken bullet casing, what proof is there? It was all just a lie to fool Chun Lanzi. He said his surname is Gu. But with a surname like that, can he really come back to marry her? Probably not. How could she hide her pregnancy? No one would want to become an unplanned father. Gao Yun could only focus on his own son. Qin Yuanshan certainly didn't want this. Why should he raise someone else's child? In the end, Gao Yun convinced him by offering a silver ingot and $5 silver in exchange. When the child was 2 or 3 years old, Qin Yuanshan could change his mind and marry someone else. So, Gao Yun's adopted daughter married his own son, and within less than 10 months, she gave birth to Qin Shi. Gao Yun bribed the midwife, claiming the baby was born prematurely. Yi Qiahui never expected it would turn out like this. So, it's understandable that Qin Yuanshan doesn't care about Qin Shi and his mother. How many men would like someone else's child? Grandpa San sighed. Yuanshan may be irresponsible, but he didn't reveal this secret. Even the woman he plans to marry doesn't know, and he's never told anyone that Qin Shi isn't his biological son. He did the right thing there. I think Qin Shi is already 27 or 28 years old. He's married and has children. He has the right to know his background. As for Yuan Shan, don't hate him too much. In that moment, Yi Xiaohui wasn't sure whether her nominal father-in-law was good or bad. Grandpa San handed Yi Xiaohui a bullet casing. This was left by Qin Shi's mother. Second sister-in-law doesn't want me to tell the truth, so others won't gossip about Chunlan. Qin Shi is grown now. It's up to him whether he finds out or not. Yi Xiaohui's legs felt weak. She remembered how she used to worry that Qin Shi lost his mother when he was young, and then his grandmother died when he was just a teenager. She thought he had an unfair father and a calculating stepmother, but she never imagined he had an irresponsible father who only cared about his own happiness. Should she tell Qin Shi? Yi Xiaohui couldn't decide. What difference would it make? Would it hurt him even more? Mama Nan Nan was so young but already understood how to read people. She held Yi Xiaohui's face and kissed her. Yi Xiaohui kissed her back. Good girl, Nan Nan. Let's go home and sleep. Nan Nan nodded eagerly. Mommy is sleepy. Back home, Lu Damei hadn't returned yet. Qin Xiaolan was already waiting at the door.
Eve kokt.
Sister-in-law and auntie, go have some food. I've already eaten at Grandpa San's, Yi Xiaohui replied. Even if she hadn't eaten, she wouldn't go now. She had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. No matter how clean the room was, it still had a smell. Sister-in-law, there's not enough space on the bed.
I'll sleep here tonight, she said.
Her attitude had changed. Yi Xiaohui no longer felt as resistant to the Qin family.
Okay.
Is Grandpa Nan Nan at home? Yi Xiaohui wanted to say a few words to her father-in-law before leaving.
Call him over, she said.
Qin Xiaolan hesitated before speaking. Sister-in-law, they've done many wrong things to Big Brother and you. Now that my mother has passed away, it's like her punishment for her bad deeds. Did Qin Xiaolan think she wanted to argue with Qin Yuanshan? I just want to talk to him briefly. We won't come often if there's nothing urgent at home, Qin Xiaolan said, then turned to call her father. Qin Yuanshan couldn't figure out what his daughter-in-law really wanted. The late grandmother was not easy to deal with, and he hadn't gained any benefits from his son and daughter-in-law. With no outsiders around, Yi Xiaohui took 20 yuan out of her bag. Take this money back and buy some meat to improve your life. This didn't seem like a good sign. Don't try to fool me with this little money. You need to support me in old age. Supporting you in old age is necessary. This is just pocket money. Grandfather Sen already told me. As for Nana and Grandma, you should thank me. Qin Yuanshan was silent for a long time before saying, She is my sister. I can say without shame that I am sorry to Qin Shi, but I am not sorry to her. Qin Yuanshan was no longer a good person, but he didn't want others to criticize Chen Lanzi. The brother and sister had lived together for over 10 years, and they had seen each other the most. But after Qin Shi was born, everything changed. Seeing this face that had nothing to do with him and being called Dad made him angry. So he refused to accept it. Later, he stopped coming home and started hanging out with women outside. Chen Lanzi didn't blame him. Why should she? Her brother had given her and the child a home and an identity. Because of these two things, she could forgive all of Qin Shi's mistakes. To raise Qin Shi, Chen Lanzi worked during the day and at night. In the cold winter, she helped at the oil workshop. On her way back, she fell into a snow hole and got sick from the cold. Overwork and illness took their toll. When Qin Shi was only 2 years old, his mother passed away. Qin Yuanshan felt that his sister's death was somehow related to him, but also not. If he had earned money to support the family, Chen Lanzi wouldn't have had to work so hard, and maybe she wouldn't have died. But Chen Lanzi wasn't his wife, and Qin Shi wasn't his child. Why should he earn money to support them? What's past is past. Neither Qin Shi nor I will bring it up. Just because you support Nan and Grandma, we will definitely support you in old age. If your second son has any problems, don't call us. Even if you do, we won't interfere. Lu Damei returned quickly. Her sister-in-law stayed overnight, but she was worried about something happening to her daughter, so her nephew took her back home. The old house was well taken care of. In early summer, it was repaired and no longer leaked. Now, Xiaohui's older cousin's family was living there. Xiaohui, her mother, and Nan Nan lived in the east room. Qin Xiaolan lived in the west room. Zhao Gang could only squeeze into the same bed with Qin Mu. Qin Xiaolan works in the city and doesn't often return to the army. After the incident at the canteen, both Qin Shi and Qin Xiaolan inevitably developed some distance between them.
嫂子，爹已经把户口本给我了，回去我就和赵刚领结婚证。也不想办大事，他那边也没什么亲人了，就一起吃顿饭就行了。到时候请嫂子和婶子一块去喝喜酒。
Knowing that Qin Xiaolan was not her own sister-in-law, she didn't make many demands and happily agreed. Okay, I will definitely go then. Yi Xiaohui was beginning to admire Qin Xiaolan. They had only been together for less than 3 months, and Zhao Gang was already her third husband. However, her impression of Zhao Gang was okay. He wasn't very attentive in appearance, but was quite thoughtful inside. He stayed close to Qin Xiaolan, worried she might be bullied. In life, meeting someone who loves you wholeheartedly is a great blessing. Tomorrow they had to catch a bus, so everyone went to bed early. In the morning, Nan Nan was still sleepy, but was pulled up. Feeding, dressing, washing. She was very unwilling and kept wanting to go back to sleep. Nan Nan, don't sleep anymore. We're taking the bus home. Lu Damei was packing her things. It was good that she and Qin Xiaolan were traveling together because Zhao Gang handled all the luggage for getting on and off the bus. Others couldn't squeeze onto the bus, but they didn't have to worry about that. The third grandma brought buns, and the 3 of them ate. Inside the house, there were stools and a curtain. Yi Xiaohui asked the third grandma to take them away, or they would spoil. Qin Mu was also leaving today. They took the same bus, but apart from Zhao Gang, no one paid attention to him. Lu Damei even looked at him several times with a blank expression. Talking normally, but not handling human affairs. Eating food, but not causing trouble. When they reached the county town, Qin Mu parted ways with them. Xiaohui and her group went to catch a train. A train journey of 2 days and 1 night was definitely not a pleasant experience. Various gases mixed together, and you could encounter all kinds of strange people. Sleeping required keeping one eye open, plus Nanan's crying and fussing. Anyway, after getting off the train, Yi Xiaohui's face was pale. After more trouble, they finally reached the army. The grandparents and grandson hadn't left the house for a whole day, just resting. Chen Xiangju came to see Yi Xiaohui, bringing a letter. From the address, it was clear it was written by Qin Shi. Chen Xiangju teased. Qin Shi must have written the letter after reaching school. He really misses his wife and kids. It seems Brother Xiao is willing, she replied. Yingzi was still young and only told the truth. Once she said that her father and mother slept together, which made Chen Xiangju blush deeply, almost choking Su Yan and Xiaohui to death. Chen Xiangju was working at the processing plant. After sitting for a while, she left, and Yi Xiaohui began reading the letter. It first introduced the school and described some of its course arrangements. Then it was a long letter expressing her thoughts about her and the children, asking if Nanan was obedient, if work was tiring, and if he missed her. The man was quite playful. Finally, there was one more thing. A drought had hit X area. A comrade's family lived there, and Xiaohui was asked to send some money and food coupons. Guozaheo had the address. Since Qin Shi specifically wrote about wanting to visit and had a special relationship with his comrade, after resting, Yi Xiaohui decided to find Guozaheo. Older sister-in-law, how much money do you want to send? I don't know either. Qin Shi didn't say, just told me to send some money. Older sister-in-law, this comrade sacrificed himself. Don't rush to send money. About a week ago, Shen Yu and I saw his wife while shopping. Yi Xiaohui was a bit confused. Her home is in X city. Why was she seen in the city?
That.
It's a bit complicated. Fan Wenming's death had a reason. He disobeyed orders and took risks, so he didn't meet the criteria for being a martyr. We are all comrades. Out of friendship and loyalty, Fan Wenming has 2 elderly parents and a daughter. I and the company commander sent some money once. But Fan Wenming's wife didn't accept it. She firmly believes Fan Wenming sacrificed himself to save me. During that mission, Yi Qiahui never heard Qin Shi mention it. When did that happen? Last September. They were talking about the Gregorian calendar. The lunar calendar would be August. Yi Qiahui didn't know that Qin Shi had gone on a mission and was injured. The injury wasn't serious. He didn't need hospitalization or miss work. Since the exact location of that military family was uncertain, the money wouldn't be sent for now. They would wait for more news. The food factory they had planned to open was also being restarted. Ding Xianghong began recruiting workers through loudspeakers in every household. It's not tiring work, just making snacks and tasty food. If anyone wants to join, they can sign up with me or with Qiahui. There are some requirements, of course. Honest, hardworking, not gossiping, and obedient to management. Compare yourselves honestly. If you don't meet the standards, don't come. If you do, we won't need you. I can't spend all day settling petty disputes or dealing with trivial matters. Initially, for people were arranged to start, the wages wouldn't be lower than at the processing plant. As soon as the loudspeaker announced it, people signed up. Ding Xianghong selected 4 people based on the order of registration and their usual performance. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, meet at the factory for unified training. Everyone should learn carefully. Only after mastering the skills can they earn money. Xiao Hui learned how to make pastries when she was in her 30s. After a long time, she became quite skilled. She spent 2 days experimenting and finally made some pretty good ones. After making the finished products, Xiao Hui gave some to Director Li to taste. Because of a good experience working together before, and with the military support office also giving a positive nod, Director Li happily agreed to continue collaborating on mooncakes in the future. The supply chain is now smooth. The pastry factory will focus first on quality, then increase production gradually, and eventually get on the right track. One day, Guo Zihao went to visit Xiao Hui at the pastry factory. Older sister-in-law, Fan Wenming's wife, came to see me again. Can you go with me to meet her? Xiao Hui was surprised for a moment, then took out 20 yuan from her bag. She had just gone home and spent quite a bit, so she felt a little stingy. Actually, 20 yuan is quite a lot, enough to cover half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. In terms of purchasing power, it's equivalent to over 3,000 yuan today. Here, I'm working now, so I can't go. You take the money and tell her this is a small token from me and Qin Shi. Let her use it to take care of her child and have a good life in the future. She didn't know the woman well, so it was better not to meet her. They wouldn't know what to say, anyway. Guo Zihao, a tall young man, stood in front of Xiao Hui without moving. Older sister-in-law, please, I really need you to go with me. It's harder for me to go alone. Xiao Hui felt more and more uneasy. It seemed like there was more to the story. Zihao, I can go, but you have to tell me what's going on. I can't understand it otherwise. Fan Wenming's wife is named Lu Yi. She is only 25 years old. Fan Wenming was a bit older. They have a 3-year-old daughter. The cause of Fan Wenming's death has already been decided, but Lu Yi insists that he sacrificed himself, either out of imagination or because someone misled her. She keeps saying Fan Wenming died heroically, saving Guo Zihao. Fan Wenming died, and Guo Zihao feels a lot of sympathy for her. As a close comrade, he bought some things and money to visit Lu Yi. Lu Yi wants a clear explanation. She has been living nearby, not allowed to stay in the guest house, so she lives in a rented house. Her child has a fever, there's no coal at home, and the roof leaks. Guo Zihao helped her with these problems. Whenever she faced difficulties, Lu Yi would go to the military unit for help. At first, Guo Zihao didn't think much about it. Maybe Lu Yi only knew him? It wasn't a big deal, helping her was just a small favor. But one day, after Guo Zihao fixed the chimney, Lu Yi poured water for him to wash his hands. As he turned his back and dried his hands, Lu Yi suddenly hugged him from behind. Guo Zihao was very surprised. He's grown up now, and only his mother can comfortably hold him. Strangers, especially the opposite, find it a bit shocking. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Guo Zihao hurriedly tried to pull away, but Lu Yi held him tighter. The child's father saved her life, and it's only right that you take care of me and the child in the future. I know you're not married yet. Marry me. I'm only 25, and having a few kids is no problem. Gwa Zihao definitely didn't dislike Lu Yi. He's from the countryside too, but feelings can't be forced. He forcefully pushed Lu Yi's arms away and broke free, saying, "Sister-in-law, I sincerely call you sister-in-law. Please behave yourself. There's one more thing. Fan Wenming is a good person. We're good comrades, and have gone on missions together. Please trust the official investigation report and don't listen to rumors. Fan Wenming didn't die just to save me." Lu Yi made another request, then helped the child's father apply for a martyr status. Gwa Zihao replied, "I don't have that ability. Sister-in-law, I see you're carrying a child and feeling sorry for yourself. I only helped because I knew Fan Wenming as a comrade. Don't ask for too much. I won't come back again." It's not that Yi Qiaohui meddles in others' affairs. She genuinely wanted to see Lu Yi's true character. Lu Yi travels back and forth, and this time she stayed for over 10 days, bringing the child again.
Why?
Because her hometown was hit by a disaster. Heavy rain flooded the crops. On her first day back, she looked for Xiao Weijie. Their family was struggling, hoping Fan Wenming's former comrades could help them. Honestly, Xiao Weijie and others pooled some money, but they couldn't be responsible for them forever. Fan Wenming was a good person and she felt sympathy, but he had also made mistakes. Xiao Weijie told Qin Shi about it. Qin Shi didn't know Lu Yi well, but he knew Fan Wenming very well. He always knew Fan Wenming's family was poor, and with the flood, they should gather some money. Lu Yi was staying with an elderly couple in the village. They had no children and took her and her daughter in as company. Seeing Gwa Zihao, Lu Yi smiled, but when she saw Yi Qiaohui behind him, she couldn't smile anymore. "This is Qin Captain's wife." Lu Yi politely smiled and asked them to sit. Yi Qiaohui looked at Lu Yi. She was a simple woman, but her appearance was delicate and her skin was good. She didn't seem like a rural person. Maybe she was the type who wouldn't get dark even after sun exposure. "Would you like some water?" Before they could speak, Lu Yi turned and took a hot water bottle from the small cabinet. The child was young, so the hot water bottle had to be placed high. Lu Yi is not tall. When she takes the thermos, she has to stand on tiptoe. She pulls her outer coat higher, revealing a light green inner shirt. Yi Qiaohui looks closely. Isn't this the most popular cooling shirt right now? Many military wives envy it but are reluctant to buy one. Yi Qiaohui knows that cooling shirts are not really cool, so she doesn't buy one. A single cooling shirt costs at least 10 yuan, which is a quarter or a third of an ordinary worker's monthly salary. Is she very poor? Lu Yi turns around to pour water for the two of them. Gwa Zihao says, "The battalion commander knows you've had a disaster." He asks sister-in-law. Yi Qiaohui interrupts Gwa Zihao. "Just hearing Qin Shi say you had a disaster. Is it really serious?" Lu Yi wipes her tears. "I didn't want to trouble you, but life at home is really hard. The crops were flooded, so there's probably no harvest.
Ye Xiaohu size.
Every family has hard times. You have floods over there, and here we have drought. The harvest won't be good either. My mother-in-law just passed away. I came back from my hometown a few days ago. There was a funeral, and it cost over 30 yuan. I also gave my father-in-law 20 yuan for pocket money and paid for the bus fare. Qin Shi's salary isn't enough to cover everything." Lu Yi's smile stiffens. She came to ask for help, not to talk about how money is spent. Lu Yi's smile fades like the last rays of autumn sunset, leaving behind a deep, hard-to-express bitterness. Her eyes flicker under the dim yellow light inside the house. She unconsciously clenches her fists around her coat, revealing the inner shirt. She quickly puts her hand back. Yi Qiaohui's voice continues, low and helpless. "I count every penny every day, but I still feel life is getting tighter. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll wake up one day and find I can't even buy good food for the kids." Gwa Zihao clenches 10 yuan in his hand. He doesn't want to stay even a minute longer. He's thinking about handing over the money quickly so he can leave. But why is sister-in-law talking about hardships? Why did she spend so much visiting her hometown? Later, he plans to ask her. If she doesn't have enough money, he still has his monthly salary to help out in an emergency. Liu speaks gloomily. Civility's parents are old. I'm the only one taking care of them. 2 elders, plus a child, and heaven doesn't seem to be on our side. A woman whose husband has died, how much can she really do? If it weren't for real difficulties, I wouldn't be so shameless as to come to Civility's comrades for help. Yes, we are not indifferent, but life is hard. Let's go back and discuss it. Each family can contribute a little. Many hands make light work. There's no problem that can't be solved. Yi Xiaohui didn't stay long. After speaking, she stood up to leave. A small girl, slightly taller than Nan Nan, came in holding a bundle of firewood. Guidudu, this must be Liu Ye's daughter. Yi Xiaohui looked at the girl for a moment. She was wearing a small jacket and pants, both patched at the knees. Because she was very dirty, her original color was hard to see. Her face was also very dirty, reminding her of her mother's clean face. Hard to judge. The girl was familiar with Guizihu, smiling very sweetly, with only a few small teeth showing. Guidudu. Guizihu took the firewood and asked, "You little rascal, went to gather firewood?" "I went to find food. Hungry." Guizihu still gave her 10 yuan and some grain coupons. "Here, let your mom buy you something tasty." To the good. Until they walked away, the girl was still standing at the door watching. Yi Xiaohui turned around and said, "That little girl is quite pitiful. If only her father were alive." Fan Wenming is actually a good person. His family is poor, but whenever there's a task, he volunteers. He even wrote several letters requesting to join the fight, and the leaders finally approved. He was eager to make a contribution, acted without permission, and put his comrades in danger. After completing the task, the battalion commander was criticized and wrote a self-criticism. Guizihu remembered Yi Xiaohui's words and asked, "Sister-in-law, if you really don't have enough money, I've already paid my salary this month. You can use it first." Yi Xiaohui smiled. "Zihu, you're so honest." "I was just joking with Liu Yi. How did I end up fooling you too?" Guizihu rubbed the back of his head. "I didn't understand. Why are you joking with Liu Yi?" "Because she's wearing a real cool cotton shirt inside, did you see? Do you know how expensive that cool cloth is? That one shirt costs at least 10 yuan. Life is really that hard. Would you rather go hungry than buy fancy clothes?" Guizihu truly didn't know that cool cloth could be so expensive. In the countryside, a month's expenses wouldn't exceed 10 yuan. Liu Yi would spend money on clothes, but the little girl looked like that. "Sister-in-law, are you saying Liu Yi is lying to us?" "I didn't say that. I just raised a question. Whether it's true or not, you have to judge for yourself. Such good clothes inside, but the little girl is dressed like that. Does she have some weird obsession with clothes?" Yi Xiaohui's words end here. Anyway, she didn't want to spend money, not because she was stingy, but because she cared about money and was afraid of wasting it. Her money didn't come easily. When she returned home, Yi Xiaohui wrote a letter to Qin Shi. She didn't trust her husband's comrade's wife, and there were a few reasons. 1, 2, 3. She also mentioned that Zhang Yueying had died and that she was going back for the funeral. She didn't say much else, especially about her background. Xiaohui was still hesitant about whether to tell him. If possible, Yi Xiaohui would rather never know. A few days ago, she took a photo with Nanan and put it in the same envelope with the letter. Qin Shi received his wife's letter and read it with great interest. He liked her nagging, telling him not to take cold showers now that it's cooler, warning him that ignoring his wife's advice would lead to trouble. He had no idea that some women could pretend so well with their sharp eyes, and he decided to stay away from women in the future. His chubby daughter could stand with support, and in the morning, she even looked for her dad, though he suspected she was still a bit sleepy. As for Zhang Yueying's death, Qin Shi didn't feel much. He slightly curled his lips, and surprisingly, besides his wife, the person he thought about most was his little girl, Nanan. Someone patted him on the shoulder. "Whose letter is that?" "Your wife's?" Another person answered. "No need to ask. Just look at Qin Shi's smile." Qin Shi folded the letter and was about to put it back in the envelope when he noticed there was also a photo. "Is this your wife and the child?" Qin nodded. No wonder you're always thinking about them. She's really pretty. The photo was of Yi Xiaohui holding Nanan. Xiaohui wasn't wearing braids but a high ponytail. If she wasn't holding the child, she didn't look like a married woman with children. Nanan had 2 high pigtails and was holding a fake apple. She looked a bit thinner. Maybe she wasn't eating well? Qin put the photo away, hiding it under his pillow. Their dorm was a 4-person room. Qin was close to the south window, facing Xiao Dongyang, with Mo Qingshan to the north and Gu Feng diagonally across. The door was pushed open forcefully. A tall, somewhat rebellious young man entered from outside and sat on his bed loudly asking, "Tonight, a friend of mine is coming. How about we go out to eat together?" This person was Gu Feng, who was in the same unit as Qin. They were here for further training. Qin didn't know him well. Rumor had it that he came from a military family and was very generous, but Qin kept his distance. There was indeed some distance between them. Xiao Dongyang and Mo Qingshan responded actively. Many friends, many ways, just afraid they wouldn't be able to leave. Gu Feng took charge, saying, "I will ask the teacher for permission. I can be back in about 3 hours, so it shouldn't be a problem." "Qin, are you going or not?" Qin replied, "I have something to do, so I won't go." Gu Feng wasn't willing to give up and asked again, "What do you have to do?" Qin took out paper and a pen, placing them on the table, and said, "I need to write a reply to my wife." Gu Feng is a relaxed person. He walked over and took the paper and pen away. "Qin, I know you and your wife are very close, and this little time won't matter. You can write tomorrow. Today is a good chance. We've been here a long time, but haven't had a chance to gather. Please, just this once. The people here for further study are all chosen from the best among many." Gu Feng is eager to make friends. Qin couldn't keep refusing, so he nodded in agreement. Gu Feng took charge and successfully got the teacher's approval. The 4 of them were allowed to go out. Gu Feng chose a small restaurant, nicely decorated, with private rooms. He entered the private room, invited everyone to sit down, and there were only 4 people. Xiao Dongyang was about to move the extra 2 stools to sit evenly apart. Gu Feng quickly stopped him. "Is there one more person? Did you forget?" Xiao Dongyang really did forget. Gu Feng unbuttoned the 2 buttons below his collar and sat down. "This is the first time we guys are going out to eat. I'll order 4 dishes. A dish of 3 fresh vegetables, braised yellow croaker, a plate of spicy tofu, and braised pork. How about that? Any one of these 4 dishes is good. No one can pick fault." Gu Feng went to the service counter to order. Xiao Dongyang whispered, "Gu Feng is really generous. This meal probably costs less than 10 yuan. Qin didn't speak. He scalded the teacup with hot water and poured hot water into each cup. Mo Qingshan was straightforward and quickly took over Qin task. Gu Feng pushed the door open, bringing a touch of coolness. A young girl in a grass-green shirt with a bright smile followed behind him. She had her hair in braids, her eyes lively, and her cheeks flushed from the heat, making her look even more lively. Come, let me introduce everyone," Gu Feng said enthusiastically, with a proud smile on his face. "This is my sister, Gu Qing. She is studying at a university in this city. She just told me she finished a singing competition for college students. Tonight's dinner is also to welcome her back." Gu Qing smiled slightly, thinking that beautiful women always look good. She politely nodded to everyone present, her voice clear and pleasant. "Hello, everyone. I am Gu Qing. Nice to meet you all." After speaking, she naturally sat down in the empty seat beside Gu Feng, and a sweet fragrance, typical of young girls, filled the room. Gu Feng introduced her. "This is Mo Qingshan. He doesn't talk much, but he's very honest. This is Xiao Dongyang, very handsome and funny. The person next to you is Qin, famous and praised by our dad. Do you remember?" Gu Qing didn't care much about her dad's praise, but she still looked at Qin a bit longer. "Hello." Qin nodded slightly. The waiter called out to serve the dishes. The 4 men started eating together. Originally, there were 4, but 6 dishes were brought out. There was extra tenderloin and a plate of sea cucumber with cucumber salad. My sister loves to eat that. She ordered it, someone explained. It was rare to go out, and even without alcohol, the lively mood among the 20 or 30-year-old men was quite high. Finally, they ordered 2 plates of 3 flavored dumplings and 4 steamed buns, which were tonight's main food. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Dongyang suggested, Gu Qing can sing. Could you sing a song? Gu Qing smiled shyly. Sorry, I didn't do very well this time, only 3rd place, so I won't embarrass myself. Xiao Dongyang said, 3rd place isn't bad? I think it's great. Well, I'll go first and show off a little. Sorry if I embarrass myself. A soldier sang a military song come back from shooting, and eventually everyone joined in clapping and singing together. Gu Qing couldn't be shy either, so she sang My Motherland. A wide river flows with gentle waves. The wind blows the rice flowers fragrant on both banks. They got a bit carried away and had fun. Qin Shi had been standing nearby and finally couldn't hold back, saying, It's time to go back. Don't let the guards block the outside. Gu Feng smiled. Qin Shi, are you under some spell? Your sister can't see it. Xiao Dongyang was the least willing to leave. Qin Shi, don't spoil the fun, okay? He clearly had his own little thoughts, but Qin Shi understood perfectly. Then I'll go first. You all have fun. Qin Shi left 5 yuan on the table and stood up to leave. Mo Qingshan also stood and said, Qin Shi, let's go together. Anxious, Xiao Dongyang reached out to stop them. Are you really leaving? Gu Feng grabbed his coat hanging on the chair and said, Let's go. I need to take my sister back to school. Xiao Dongyang, do you want to come? Xiao Dongyang was happy to join. Sure, let's go. Walking down the street, Mo Qingshan asked Qin Shi, Does Xiao Dongyang like Gu Qing? I don't know. It's none of our business. Mo Qingshan smiled and said, I see you don't like these kinds of gatherings, and I don't either. Tonight, I have to spend 5 yuan and the woman will surely complain that I spent too much and wasted money. I still have 2 children to support. Qin Shi then realized that spending 5 yuan had caused trouble for his comrade. I think 10 yuan at most will be enough tonight. You don't need to pay. Brother Gu Feng and his sister won't expect you to. That won't do. Our conditions aren't great, but we won't take advantage of others. At worst, we'll save money next time. Mo Qingshan has 2 children. The older is 5 years old, and the younger is only 2. His wife is unemployed. Not long after they returned to the dormitory, Gu Feng and Xiao Dongyang also came back. Gu Feng threw the 5 yuan back to Qin Shi. I said I would treat you to dinner. Why are you paying? Are you looking down on someone? The dishes we ordered tonight are quite expensive. I want to share some of the cost. No need. We agreed I would pay. If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Qin Shi put the money away, but he still didn't want to get too close to Gu Feng. These days, Yi Qiahui has been trying to make mooncakes. Mooncakes sell well because no organization would skip the Mid-Autumn Festival without giving mooncakes. The supply and marketing cooperative alone is enough to keep a snack factory busy for a month or 2. Using her experience with making zongzi, Qiahui plans to add some Cantonese and Sioux-style flavors to traditional mooncakes. In the kitchen, Yi Qiahui wears a simple apron, looking very serious and focused. In front of her, on the cutting board, are neatly arranged golden, flaky pastry skins, emitting a tempting aroma. They are made from carefully mixed lard, flour, and syrup, kneaded repeatedly. Next to them is the prepared red bean paste, with bright red jujube paste, sweet but not greasy, fragrant, and tempting. Xiaohui skillfully picks up a pastry skin, presses it gently in her palm, then scoops a spoonful of bean paste, carefully filling the pastry. Her fingers move deftly to seal, shape into a ball, and then place it into a mold. With a sharp pop, a beautiful mooncake is released from the mold, decorated with clear patterns symbolizing reunion and good fortune. The final step is to bake it in a flat pan. I won't go into more detail here. It's pretty boring. After finishing, Yi Qiahui brings the mooncakes out for everyone to taste. Ding Xianghong is the first to give a thumbs up. Delicious. Qiahui, your hands are really skillful. I know the shape isn't perfect, she replies. Just add some powder, and it'll look better, someone suggests. They think of ways to improve, and the second batch of mooncakes looks much better. Yi Xiaohui asked directly to check them. After reviewing, she only started production once she had orders. Due to a shortage of workers, Ding Xianghong and Xiaohui discussed hiring more people. For example, making mooncakes requires various fillings, and without enough help, it's impossible to keep up. So, they hired 2 more workers. The mooncakes were now being sold in small batches at the supply and marketing cooperative. When Yi Xiaohui returned from delivering goods, she saw Shinyu outside the gate, seemingly rushing to catch a train, and she looked like she was crying. Shinyu, are you looking for Zaheo? Didn't find him? Shinyu's eyes were red. Huijie, don't mention that person to me anymore. I'm done with him. It's okay now. Shinyu's words were serious, not joking. Xiao Hui held her back. Shinyu, what's going on? Shanyu angrily said, Guazaheo like someone else, so why is he bothering me? Is my feelings so cheap? Who did he like? I haven't heard him say anything a woman, and she has a 2 or 3-year-old daughter. She says she's his comrade's wife. Tell me, how can he be so heartless? Shanyu wasn't there to argue with Guazaheo. She was there to confront the bad guy. But unexpectedly, he wasn't around. Yi Xiaohui still pulled her back to her house. Shinyu, listen to me. You've been with Zaheo for a long time. You should know what kind of person he is. Drawing a tiger's skin is easy, but capturing its bones is hard. You can't really know someone just by looking at their face. Some people can pretend. Xiao Hui pressed Shinyu into a chair and poured her a glass of water.
Calm down first.
When you're angry, whatever I say won't help. Shinyu still felt wronged. Jia, you're also defending him. It seems like I'm the one who did wrong, not him.
I'm not taking sides.
You can't just believe what that woman says. Did Zaheo say anything? Are you judging him without proof? Shinyu got more and more excited. If he really didn't do anything, then why is that woman so shameless? She's willing to do anything to cling to him. Xiao Hui smiled and shrugged. See, you're jumping to conclusions again. Are women always right? Are you a 3-year-old? Both men and women can be shameless. If Zaheo really liked her, then it's mutual. Let him handle the situation. Why did she rush out like that? Shinyu was so angry she didn't notice something was wrong.
Why?
Because that woman was acting on her own feelings. Her husband died, and she refused to look at the real investigation report. She insisted Zaheo was the one who saved her son. Even Qin Shi and other comrades helped her, sending her money, but she wasn't satisfied. She wanted to marry Zaheo, but he refused. Moonshin was doubtful and asked, Are these stories told to you by Captain Qin or by Guazaheo? Captain Qin spoke about fairness. If it was Guazaheo's story, Moonshin didn't believe it. I have my own judgment. Xiao Hui then recounted her visit with Guazaheo to Lu Yi that day. Was the jacket made of good fabric? Yes. He kept saying how hard his life was, how his daughter looked like a little beggar, but she wore the latest fashion and was willing to spend a lot. You've seen the person. I heard Fan Wenming is from the countryside and quite poor. Look at Lu Yi, delicate skin, especially her hands, which are rough, dry, peeling, cracked, and calloused from work. Lu Yi doesn't have those. Maybe she's naturally beautiful with good skin, or perhaps she's lazy and only wants to rely on others to satisfy her desires. While they were talking, Guazaheo hurried over. Moonshin's feelings shifted back to Guazaheo, but her face remained serious, without a smile. Sorry, Moonshin. I went to the headquarters for a meeting. I just heard you came to see me. Xiao Hui made a victorious gesture, and Guazaheo finally relaxed. That day, after returning, my sister-in-law and I learned what kind of person she is, someone who doesn't want to work but only wants to enjoy life. No wonder Fan Wenming was so eager to complete his tasks and get promoted. It also explains why Fan Wenming's salary was decent. He quit drinking and smoking, and even though his underwear was patched repeatedly, he was reluctant to buy new ones. Sometimes, he couldn't even pay the D fee. There was no need to say more. They were adults with their own judgment. Guazaheo used to think that since Fan Wenming was dead and Lu Yi was still trying to support a child, his only flesh and blood, He wouldn't pursue the matter further, especially as a former comrade. But unexpectedly, Lu Yi kept pushing, even confronting Moonshin. Guazaheo couldn't or wouldn't just watch silently anymore. People fear investigations. A few days later, a simple elderly couple arrived outside the barracks, claiming to be Fan Wenming's parents. They were unaware of Fan Wenming's death. They also hadn't received the funeral expenses or the one-time compensation, which had all been taken by Fan Wenming's wife, Lu Yi, in her name. She took everything she was entitled to and some she shouldn't have, then went around pretending to be pitiful, trying to get more. The elderly couple trembled as they stood in front of the barracks, sunlight filtering through sparse clouds, shining brightly on their gray hair. The mother's eyes were red and swollen, tears kept falling, and her dry lips trembled. She reached out to support her elderly husband. The two relied on each other, already shaken by the pain of losing their son.
Son, my son.
The mother's voice was hoarse and sad, filled with deep sorrow and regret. She looked up toward the camp deep inside, her eyes full of longing for her son. Just a wall separated her from him, as if cutting off their last connection. The old couple was crying sadly. They were over 60, in poor health, living frugally every day, just hoping their son would be well, not to be disliked by his wife, who was older, not handsome, honest but simple-minded, earning little and not enough. But they never expected their son to be gone. The daughter-in-law and granddaughter had also disappeared. Sigh. It's enough to make anyone cry and feel sad. Former comrades of Fan Wenming collected over 100 yuan and gave it to the poor parents. The Women's Federation also suggested, and the frugal military wives responded. They didn't demand much. Every bit was a kind gesture, done within their means. Yi Xiaohui took 10 yuan. She had sworn that if her husband could come back alive, she would do more good deeds in the future. Su Yan donated 1/3 of her monthly salary. The elderly couple was very touched. They had one request. Could they keep a keepsake of their son, just one item as a memory? Guazaheo was sorry. All of Fan Wenming's belongings had been given to his wife at the time. That woman. Fan's mother couldn't catch her breath and fainted immediately. Everyone helped her back, patting her and comforting her until she woke up after a while. Fan's mother's daughter-in-law was still alive, so they decided to find her. They wanted to leave the old mother with a memory and also to prevent any accidents. Lu Yi, dressed in a khaki Taixingliang top and blue Taixingliang pants, with a light pink scarf around her neck, was holding a piece of paper in her mouth, looking at herself in the mirror and touching her lipstick. The brat was lying on a small stool, asking Mom, "Are we going shopping?" Lu Yi was impatient. Go, 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 let Grandpa take you.
I'm afraid, Grandpa.
Wait at home, I'll bring you candy when I come back. This child looked just like her father, from her manner of speaking to her small, squinty eyes. She didn't look like herself, naturally beautiful, as Lu Yi disliked. She didn't want to think about it. Fan Wenming worked hard to earn money. No matter how naturally beautiful she was, the hardships and poverty had beaten her down into a mess. The little girl let out a disappointed sound and said, "Mom, lock the nest inside the house." Lu Yi frowned and asked, "Why?" "We used to ask Grandpa and Grandma, right? It's not impossible, but if she bumps into something, she would need to spend money on treatment, wouldn't she?" The grandparents she mentioned are the elderly couple staying at this house. Grandpa loves her, and she loves Grandpa. That's because Grandpa cares about you. I don't need his care. Outside the door, a woman's voice was heard. "Is Lu Yi at home?" "Yes, I am." Lu Yi suddenly realized something was wrong. She didn't have much contact with the community members, and no one knew her name. Everyone just called her little girl's mom. She quickly pulled off her scarf and stuffed it under the pillow. There was no time left. Yi Xiaohui went first, followed by her father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Mrs. Fan grabbed Lu Yi and started crying. "You ungrateful girl. Civilization is gone. Why did you hide everything from us?" She slapped Lu Yi repeatedly. Though she was made of flesh and bone, it still hurt. "Mom, you and Dad are getting old. I was worried about hurting you, or making you sad. I did it all for your good." Yi Xiaohui interrupted, taking the funeral money and condolence funds quietly and leaving without giving the elders a single cent. Was that also for their good? Lu Ye's face turned red with anger. Don't think just because your man has power and influence, you can talk nonsense and sow discord. Yi Xiaohui was really meddlesome. Who made Lu Yi restless, wasting her husband's money, yet still thinking about someone else's man? In ancient times, this was worse than Pan Jinlian. You took the money and disappeared. Isn't that true? Isn't that causing trouble? Grandpa and Grandma are not feeling well. I didn't dare tell the truth. If I gave them money, wouldn't it reveal everything? Now that the two elders know, shouldn't the condolence money they are entitled to be returned to them? Lu Yi thought Yi Xiaohui was just meddling. What did she have to do with this? Could she even get a share? The little girl cried loudly and desperately. Even though she was just a girl, she was the only flesh and blood left from her parents. Mrs. Fan held the child as if holding her own son, feeling heartache. Fine, I will give it. A sly and impatient look flashed across Lu Ye's eyes. She glanced at the crying girl, whose screams were like sharp needles stabbing her nerves. Suddenly, she turned around and strode into the inner room, deliberately slamming the door so loudly that it seemed to shake the house, as if trying to hide her inner panic. The room was dim, with only a faint light seeping through the half-open curtain, illuminating an old, worn-out table. Lu Yi quickly searched through the boxes and cabinets, muttering, "Really? Why can't I find it? I clearly remember putting it here." Her movements became more frantic, each search causing items to fall to the ground, creating a tense and chaotic atmosphere. It's gone lost. It's not that I didn't want to, but I really lost it. Everyone knew Lu Yi was mostly acting. She insisted it was lost, and there was nothing they could do. Father Fan said, "Civilization is gone. Without wine in the jar, guests won't stay. I don't want money anymore. We'll raise that troublemaker ourselves. My wife and I will do our best to raise a civilized child, no matter how hard it is." Yi Xiaohui and Ding Xianghong exchanged glances. They weren't deaf or blind and could see through her tricks. Ding Xianghong stopped Father Fan and said, "Sir, if the money is lost, we need to find it. How can we just forget about it? Think about it. If you raise that troublemaker, won't it cost money? Will it cost money for him to go to school in the future? You're both getting older, and you need to plan for his future. Without money, he'll just suffer with you." Father and Mother Fan understood. The money is gone. What can we do? Report it to the police. They're professionals at this. If they find it, raising that troublemaker will be easier. Even if they don't find it, at least it's not your fault. They won't ask you for money. The fans thought about it and agreed. Filing a report wouldn't hurt much. Lu Yi started to feel anxious. She knew whether it was real or fake. She'd be clear. If the police really came, what would she do? Just then, a voice called from outside, Lu Yi, why aren't you coming out yet?" Silence. Dead silence. A man stepped inside. Mother Fan immediately rushed forward, shouting, "You wicked thing. Ignoring your wife and kids, and you come here for what?" The man was Fan's son-in-law, Qi Quansheng, who worked in procurement at the local supply and marketing cooperative, often traveling all over the country. Qi had a son and a daughter. His wife was thrifty and careful, and his parents took good care of the children. But no matter how good his wife was, Qi was tempted by outside attractions. In their view, the flowers of the home are not as fragrant as wildflowers, and historically, wives are not as good as concubines, and concubines are not as good as secret lovers. One woman's eyes were charming and alluring, another was quick to flirt and didn't refuse advances. Soon, 2 slaps rang out. The Fan family knew about these affairs long ago, thanks to their youngest daughter. Out of the belief that family secrets should not be shared outside, the elderly couple endured quietly, urging their son to quickly have his wife join the army. Unfortunately, he didn't have the right position and couldn't go with her. Qi Quansheng was not an easy person. He even wanted to act aggressively. When the soldiers outside rushed in, he finally behaved himself. Mrs. Fan was trembling with anger. "You shameless person, do you think about San and I and the children? This person is your sister-in-law. You're causing trouble for her too. Mom, no such thing happened. I was just passing by to pick up my sister-in-law, and that girl. Putting on his pants, he pretended to be a good person, refusing to admit his true nature. Mom and Bu Fu sleep in the same bed. That harsh remark from the girl tore away the last bit of shame. Mrs. Fan grabbed Chi Quansheng and asked, "Tell me, did you also have a hand in the funeral expenses?" Chi Quansheng still refused to admit it. Mom, don't listen to what the kids are saying. Father Fan said to Ding Xianghong, "Leader, listen to her. Call the police. We can't settle this ourselves. Let the professionals investigate." Since their son was gone, and their daughter was being bullied, who were they protecting? It was unnecessary. "All right, uncle, I'll listen to you." Lu Yi and Shi Quanqing tried to stop him, but they stopped the wrong person. The young soldier had already run away. Later, Yi Qiahui didn't follow further, but working with Ding Xianghong, who was very observant, made it hard not to know what was happening. Lu Ye's clumsy act quickly revealed her true intentions. At the scene, over 500 yuan in cash was counted, and she admitted she lied about the theft. She just didn't want to give up what she had taken. Someone had indeed encouraged them, a man around 30 years old. The rest of the details were unknown. The outcome was that a couple of troublemakers were detained, and the Fan family took care of the girl. The 400 yuan condolence money was given to her. Heroes also have romantic feelings, and Qinshe was one of them. He used to spend every day with his wife and children, feeling only happiness and contentment. Now that they were apart and he might never see them again, he felt like a small hand was scratching inside his heart, uncomfortable. When he missed his wife and children, he looked at their photos. Why had he forgotten to take a family photo? They should have taken one together. Him and his wife. What a mistake. Why wasn't there a picture of the couple? He also took a photo with his daughter. Besides looking at photos, another way was to write letters. The school had an email system, but Qinshe didn't trust it much, though it was very safe. He preferred to go to the post office, even if it meant taking the bus, 7 stops away. Today was Sunday. On the way back, the bus was a little crowded, with people standing all over the aisle. After sitting for a while, Qin temporarily gave his seat to an elderly woman and stood in the aisle. "Thank you, comrade." "You're welcome." "Young man, I sat in your seat. Are you going to be tired?" "It's okay, I'll arrive soon." Suddenly, a female voice shouted, "What are you doing? Stay away from me. The train is so crowded, and there are so many people." "How can I stay away from you?" Ahead, 2 rows over, a young woman was sitting, arguing with a young man. "Move aside, I need to get out." The young man turned sideways, and the young woman finally squeezed out. Slap, a loud slap sounded. "Why did you hit me?" "Because your hands are not behaving." "What are you touching?" "I didn't touch anything." "Who saw me?" "You're always finding trouble and spreading rumors." The young man suddenly stood up with a loud shout and started arguing. The young woman was no match for him. They were almost pressed together. Qin quickly moved over and said, "Stop arguing." "What's going on?" The young man looked at Qin and asked, "Are you trying to help someone?" "I'm not helping anyone. I'm just standing here." "She says I squeezed her and spread rumors that I touched her, then slapped me." "I didn't spread rumors." "Your hands are not behaving, so you deserve to be hit." "God, you're really full of yourself." The young man got angry, reached out to grab the girl's clothes, and was about to hit her. Qin managed to pull him back and warned, "If you dare to hit her, you lose." "Don't say I didn't warn you." "So if she hits me, she's right? If you're being a pervert, then her hitting you is self-defense. If you're not, then she's in the wrong. I didn't touch her. That wicked woman is falsely accusing me." Qin looked up at the driver and said, "Comrade driver, can you take the bus to the police station? These two are arguing, and it's hard to tell who's right. Let the police decide." The driver agreed happily, "Sure. Next stop is the police station." Everyone agreed that when things can't be sorted out, it's better to leave it to the police. Otherwise, the arguing would just delay others. The young man's face turned pale, and then pale again, looking quite handsome. At the next stop, the bus actually stopped at the police station. The door opened, and the girl called out to the young man to get off together. The young man, proud and unafraid, said, "If you want to go, then let's go. I haven't done anything wrong, and no one can falsely accuse me." The three of them pushed toward the door, and suddenly, the young man ran off, faster than a rabbit. The girl still wanted to get off the bus to chase after him, but Qin quickly grabbed her back. "Are you really going to chase him?" The people on the bus started talking. "Look how fast he's running. It seems he's done something bad. He's probably feeling guilty. He's always reckless. I saw it myself. Didn't you say something when you saw it? Better to stay out of trouble. He's not someone to mess with. What if he hits me?" They were all talking after the fact. When the bus stopped, Qin got off. Gu Qing ran after him from behind. "Thanks just now." Qin didn't stop. "You're Gu Feng's sister, so I had to help you. Do you believe me?" Qin turned around, his gaze seeming to see through to the deepest corners of her heart. "Your brother Gu Feng is honest and responsible. I've always admired that. Since you're his sister, you're no different. I see no hesitation in your eyes, only the hurt and defiance after being misunderstood. I believe you value your reputation more than anyone. Didn't you just stand up bravely for yourself?" Hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes turned slightly red, but a faint, relieved smile appeared on her face. She looked up at Qin, her clear eyes shining like stars, filled with gratitude and trust, an emotional scene. "Thank you, Qin. With your words, I feel all my hurt was worth it. Let's go. My brother is still waiting for me." Gu Feng was indeed waiting outside the gate. When he saw his sister coming, he hurried over, jogging a little. He checked his watch. "It's almost 20 minutes late. What's going on?" Qin nodded to Gu Feng and then went inside. Gu Qing's face was full of tears, trembling as she spoke. "Brother, there was a mean guy who touched my and tried to hit me." Gu Feng was furious. "Where is that person? I want to settle this. Bullying someone and doing it to me. Are they tired of living?" Gu Qing quickly held him back. "Brother, I wasn't hit. Qin helped me." Hearing this, Gu Feng's anger eased a little, but a hint of fierceness still flickered in his eyes. He turned around, his gentle gaze resting on his sister's tear-streaked yet strong face, and gently wiped her tears. "Shao Qing, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you." After speaking, he looked toward Qin, who was nearby, and strode over quickly. He reached out and tightly grasped Qin hand, his eyes full of gratitude. "Qin, thank you. Thanks to you today, my sister is safe. You not only saved her, but also protected her dignity. I, Gu Feng, will remember this. If there's anything I can do in the future, I will do my best." Qin felt the warmth from Gu Feng's palm. He smiled slightly and replied, "Gu Feng, we're friends and comrades. It's just a small favor, so don't be polite." Gu Feng patted Qin arm. "All right, I'll take my sister around. Let's talk tonight." This was Gu Qing's first time at the military school, and everything was new to her. "Brother, how old is Qin?" Gu Feng tapped his sister's head. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious. I think he's very steady and doesn't talk much. He's 2 years younger than me. Isn't your big brother steady?" Gu Qing smiled. "Almost, but not quite." "Brother, is Qin married?" Gu Feng's alarm bells went off. "Stop it. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't think about what you shouldn't. Qin is not only married but also has a child, and he's several years older than you." Gu Qing glared at her brother. "Can I have another brother? Why do you think like that? Why do you need so many honorary brothers? Aren't Mom and Dad and I enough to spoil you? That's different. A Prince Charming falling from the sky is always a special presence." Gu Qing begged insistently to visit the dormitory. Gu Feng refused immediately. "No, we have rules. Female students, even family members, can't enter the dorm. Brother, according to the rules, I can't come in either." "But I did. Rules are fixed, but people are alive." Gu Feng said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have other ideas, don't come anymore." Gu Qing pouted, crossing her arms. "You can't decide that. If Mom and Dad want to see me, they'll see you too. Can you stop them?" Gu Feng was amused and pushed her gently. All right. I'll take you back to school.
Stay home more.
Did you run into trouble today? Gu Feng came back and announced exciting news. The Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays are combined, giving a 3-day break. The dormitory instantly became lively. Xiao Dongyang was the happiest. He wanted to invite Gu Qing to go hiking. He had a routine of going back and forth every day and couldn't find a girlfriend. Gu Feng, is Gu Qing also on holiday? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously.
Xiao Dongyang, why do you ask?
Xiao Dongyang hugged Gu Feng's neck. A beautiful lady and a gentleman make a perfect match. I haven't married my sister-in-law yet, so what's wrong with that? No, my sister is still young. Thanks, but no thanks. Mo Qingshan's home was only about 200 miles away. He wanted to go back and visit. Only Qin Shi remained silent, holding a book and nibbling on it. Xiao Dongyang asked, Qin Shi, what are your plans? Qin Shi kept his eyes on his textbook and replied, I haven't decided yet. It's all so sudden. He really hadn't thought it through. If he went back, it would only be enough for a round trip in 3 days. If his wife and children came, the journey would be too tiring. Little Nuan is still young and doesn't understand many things, and the one who would suffer most is Qiao Hui. He decided to ask his wife first. The snack factory was also in its final rush. These days, everything was chaotic. The filling had to be prepared by themselves, and they had to find ways to buy ingredients. Red beans, mung beans, and egg yolks were bought from the countryside, while dates and 5 nuts were purchased with the help of Director Li. To meet the deadline, they even worked in 3 shifts, day and night, without stopping. The last batch was loaded onto trucks, marking a successful end to this year's mooncake project. Everyone working at the snack factory and clothing processing plant received 2 boxes of mooncakes as a reward. Guazaheo specifically chose 4 boxes, each with a different flavor, to give as holiday gifts to his future mother-in-law's family. Originally, his in-laws had a better attitude toward him, but after a fuss with Lu Yi, their impression of Guazaheo worsened. Later, they clarified, but it was like a fly in the bowl. Once the fly was removed, the bowl of rice still had some issues. Throwing it away would be a pity. Eating it would be a way to fix the problem. This was how Shin family's parents felt about Guazaheo. Guazaheo was trying hard to fix things. Actually, he was innocent. There was no fly in the bowl at all. It never fell in, right? Brother-in-law, the commander called. Qiao Hui looked up and asked, what did he say? He said the school is giving a 3-day holiday. He wants you to take Nuan there, saying he misses her, but is worried about the journey. Ding Xianghong joked, I think the first thing he misses isn't Nuan but her mom. Xiao Hui blushed and said, I'll ask Nuan when I get home. See if she wants to see her dad. Ding Xianghong still didn't want to let go. No need to ask Nuan. She's so young. She doesn't understand much. Can she walk or take the bus alone? Go ahead, as long as it's not making mooncakes, I'm fine with anything.
Stay a few more days if you want.
When Xiao Hui returned home, Nuan was leaning against the wall practicing walking. She was chubby, with short arms and legs, unsteady on her feet, and her little flesh was still vibrating. Mama, yes, Nuan, you're so great. Even at this age, she understood some words. Nuan clapped her hands and said, great. Without support from her hands, Nuan fell into a squat and burst into tears. Xiao Hui quickly picked her up, rubbing her bottom. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt. Oh my, your bottom is all bruised. Nan hurriedly reached out with her small, chubby hand, remembering Grandma said there were 2 parts. Was it supposed to be 2, or was it more or less? Nan felt like crying again. Lu Mei pushed her daughter aside and took Nan into her arms, rubbing her bottom. Don't listen to your mom's nonsense. Grandma checked, and it's still 2 parts. For now, the topic of how many parts the bottom has was put aside. Are the mooncakes ready? Yes, I ordered 4 packs, 1 of each flavor. I want to eat whichever I like. Xiao Hui hesitated for a moment before saying, Qin has a 3-day holiday. I want to take Nan there. Lu Mei doesn't interfere in her daughter and son-in-law's private matters. Whether they have children or not, she just observes. If they have children, it shows they are happy together. If not, she won't push. Her son-in-law cares about his wife and children, which shows their good relationship. She has no reason to oppose. Do as you see fit. If you go, I can rest for 2 more days and visit your brother. This meant, go if you want, don't worry about anything else. I have my own things to do, and we won't delay each other. Ing Xiao Hui only had a rough plan. If she really took action, she'd worry again. Nan Nan was too young, and her emotions were hard to control. What if she cried or fussed on the road? Xiao Hui found a map that Qin had collected. If necessary, she could take a short-distance bus and find a hotel to rest in the middle. She also thought that the longer she delayed, the worse the experience would be, like prolonging something unpleasant. Forget it. At worst, she wouldn't go and avoid that trouble. Just as Xiao Hui hesitated and even considered giving up, a soldier came to her house. Are you Comrade Yi Xiao Hui? Yes. Is your husband Qin sure?
Xiao Vino dead.
Yes. Is there something? The soldier then explained his purpose. I am guard leader Gu's security. He's going to a meeting at the military district and plans to visit his son and daughter. Do you need to travel with him? Xiao Hui was a bit confused. Going to a military school for a meeting? The soldier explained, Leader Gu's son is a classmate of Qin Shi. Hearing this, a flash of surprise and joy appeared in her eyes. If that was true, it was of luck. She could save herself a lot of trouble on the way. Really? Leader Gu's son and Qin Shi are classmates? The soldier nodded and added, yes, Leader Gu is passing by, and he really wants to bring you along. That way, the whole family can be together. He took a letter from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Hui. This is an invitation written by Leader Gu himself. Please take a look. Actually, the real situation is that Gu Feng personally asked his father for help. Only when Qin Shi's family was happy would Gu Qing not make mistakes. Living apart in 2 places, outsiders find it easiest to take advantage. Gu first knew Qin Shi's name. It was an easy task, so he didn't bother going around in circles. He simply asked the guards to deliver the message. Xiao Hui agreed and planned to leave early tomorrow morning. There was nothing much to bring, so Xiao Hui packed 2 sets of clothes for herself, and Nan Nan brought 2 packs of mooncakes, some peanuts from the garden, and half a bowl of fried food. Lu Damei baked 2 more scallion pancakes for the journey. Since Gu first was involved, she couldn't just prepare for herself.
She didn't sleep well that night.
Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, someone knocked on the door. No need to ask who it was, I already knew. Yi Xiao Hui went to open the door. Lu Damei quickly woke Nan Nan, dressed her, and helped her wash her face. Nan Nan hadn't slept enough. She usually woke up naturally. She rubbed her eyes and started to throw a tantrum. Nan Nan, put on your clothes. Jia is going to find Dad. As soon as she heard find Dad, Nan Nan's eyes widened. She obediently put on her clothes and washed her face. Standing outside was the soldier from yesterday. Are you ready? Once you're ready, we can leave. The soldier helped carry the luggage. Lu Damei fed Nan Nan a small bowl of milk powder, soaked some biscuits, and filled the military water bottle with water, then put it around her daughter's neck. Be a bit more polite. Don't get annoyed if Nan Nan makes a fuss.
I'm not, Mom.
Please lock the door. My brother can ride the bike away. Be careful on the road.
Got it.
I'm not that forgetful. Yi Xiao Hui hugged Nan Nan, and Lu Damei carried her bag, seeing her mother and daughter off to the car. A jeep was parked on the small playground. 2 people stood beside it. The soldier and Gu first. Yi Xiao Hui stepped a few paces closer. Sir, I'm sorry to trouble you. Gu first was very friendly and said kindly, it's no trouble. It's on the way. Do you get car sick? If so, sit in the front. A middle-aged woman in the front passenger seat leaned out and said, I'll sit in the back. I get car sick too. Yi Xiao Hui quickly replied, yes, we'll sit in the back. We don't get car sick. The soldier opened the car door and helped Yi Xiao Hui get in. Nan Nan, curious, looked around with big eyes and long eyelashes, blinking brightly. She tightly held her mother's clothes and occasionally looked up at Yi Xiao Hui, smiling at her. That innocent smile always eased all worries. Gu first also sat in the back seat. Maybe, let the child sit comfortably. She can sit in the middle. Nan Nan is quite willing to sit alone. She has some chubby parts, and her mother is worried holding her tightly. Madame Gu said, "Little Wang, let's go. We've already wasted enough time." Perhaps Xiaohui was overthinking. Madame Gu seems to dislike their appearance. The jeep drove out of the residential area and headed onto the main road. The road was bumpy, and Nan Nan grabbed her mother's clothes. Luckily, she was a bit chubby, or she wouldn't have sat still. Yi Xiaohui held her small body, afraid that if they suddenly stopped, Nan Nan might fall out.
How old is the child?
Madame Gu asked. She'll be 1 year old in 10 days. She's well taken care of. Well taken care of refers to seeing Nan Nan's little chubby parts. Not too exaggerated, within a controllable range, but compared to other dark and thin children, Nan Nan is well fed. Nan Nan doesn't pick at her food. My mom takes good care of her patiently. Madame Gu raised an eyebrow. Her name is Nan Nan? Yes. Why Nan Nan? Does it have a special meaning? Yi Xiaohui shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, many in our place are called Nan Nan. I think it sounds nice, so we named her that. Your place? Where is your hometown? A small county town in X province, a very tiny place called Zhaoxian. Zhaoxian? Madame Gu almost asked, but she swallowed her words. Madame Gu cleared her throat and said, Old Gu, how about we switch places? Aren't you carsick? I'm better now. No need to switch. You don't like children anyway and lack patience. Madame Gu almost choked to death. Once the jeep left the county and hit the main road, it became much smoother, less bumpy. Because Nan Nan woke up early and kept feeling sleepy, Yi Qiahui held her in her arms and gently comforted her. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Madame Gu asked little Wang to find a place to stop and eat. The town was small, and they quickly found a spot. Yi Qiahui didn't get out of the car because Nan Nan was asleep. Even if Nan Nan hadn't been asleep, Yi Qiahui wouldn't have gotten out. Some people just don't like children, so they won't be disliked. Nan Nan was lying on the seat, and Yi Qiahui got out of the car. She found a shady spot nearby, laid an old newspaper on the ground, and enjoyed the green onion pancakes and boiled eggs her mother had made. There was water in a kettle, and they ate happily. They ate outside to avoid leaving any smell inside the car and bothering others. Little Wang brought 3 bowls of dumplings. Madame Gu is a vegetarian. Her dumplings had cabbage and tofu filling. Old Gu, I can't eat so much. Take some for yourself. Madame Gu was used to this. Sometimes, when women left leftovers, he would eat them. Having gone through hard times, he knew how precious food is. Little Wang, are you enough? Little Wang instinctively protected the plate and said, Commander, I am enough. After finishing the meal, Little Wang went to pay the bill. Commander Gu said, buy another plate of dumplings. Didn't Qin's wife not eat? Okay, I understand, Commander. I'll buy vegetarian filling. Yes, yes. The pork filling with pork belly is too much. Some people are not used to it. The couple walked outside. Madame Gu couldn't help but say, you're quite caring about others. If she doesn't come, she just brought food, right? You're in her debt. Commander Gu stopped and looked at the woman in front of him, who was over 50 but still had smooth skin. He said, here we go again. She's Qin's wife. Qin is my subordinate. She also has a child. Isn't it right to take care of her? Letting her ride along is already taking care of her. And what about food? Commander Gu's face darkened. You're riding along too. What are you going to do about it? After saying that, he bypassed Madame Gu and walked away without looking back. Yi Qiahui had already packed up and rolled down the car window to let in some air. Commander, you're back? Yes. Little Wang bought you some vegetarian dumplings. You should eat quickly while the kids are sleeping.
How could that be?
Commander, I brought food. My mom made pancakes and boiled eggs. If I don't eat now, it will spoil in the heat. What a joke. Xiaohui wasn't stupid. Madame Gu's face didn't look good. Xiaohui didn't eat the dumplings and handed them to Madame Gu. These were specially bought by Little Wang. Our old Gu is very kind to his juniors. Madame Gu's words were unclear. whether she was praising Commander Gu or implying something else. Xiaohui didn't want to think about it. When they arrived, they parted ways.
Nuan Nuan woke up.
Xiaohui held her in her arms, poured her some malted milk, and tore a small piece of scallion pancake to feed her bit by bit. Nuan Nuan was a little upset because she just woke up, whining softly. Sweetie, we need to be good, and soon we'll see Dad. Do you want Dad to buy you some candy? Boo, bu, nai. Others didn't understand, but Xiaohui did. Nuan Nuan was still breastfeeding, needing milk in the morning, noon, and night. It wasn't the main part, but she couldn't do without it. Commander Gu asked, what does she want to eat? Dumplings okay? Xiaohui's face turned slightly red. Commander, wait a moment. I'll soothe her after I get out of the car. Okay. Kids don't understand yet. Be patient. Madame Gu, in the front seat, rolled her eyes. Xiaohui got out of the car first, went to the bathroom, and quickly avoided people to breastfeed. Madame Gu was a bit impatient. When will we arrive? Chief Gu couldn't listen anymore. He had lived half his life, and was becoming worse at dealing with people. If Xiao Wang heard this, would she praise her? Chief Gu closed his eyes. Stop arguing. Let me rest for a while. Xiao Wang, put out the fire. You also rest a bit. Safety first, listen to me. Actually, Yi Xiaohui didn't take long to return, no more than 15 minutes in total. When she came back, the atmosphere was different. Yi Xiaohui pretended not to see anything, acting as if she hadn't heard any complaints about discomfort. In the afternoon, Yi Xiaohui gave Nuan Nuan a green apple, which she bit into piece by piece. The 6 small teeth she had were used a lot, almost taking up most of Nuan Nuan's time. She kept drooling, which looked a bit ungraceful. Xiaohui changed 2 handkerchiefs to wipe her mouth, just managing to keep up with the flow of saliva. Besides occasionally stopping to take care of personal hygiene, they kept moving forward. As night fell, no one stopped to eat a proper meal, just ate a few vegetarian dumplings. Yi Xiaohui took out some scallion pancakes. Except for Madame Gu, who was a bit picky, Chief Gu and the driver ate some. Your mom's cooking is pretty good. The outside is crispy, inside is fragrant, and it's quite tasty. Yi Xiaohui agreed with this. Making scallion pancakes really depends on the person. Some make them stiff, dry, and hard. Others, like Lu Damei, Yi Xiaohui often joked, are like rare treasures. Traveling at night required more caution, so they slowed down. Nuan Nuan dozed off again. Chief Gu moved to the side, so she could lie down. Nuan Nuan rested her head on Yi Xiaohui's lap, her fingers happily in her sleep. They didn't know how much time passed before Chief Gu said they had reached the city and they would arrive soon. Yi Xiaohui immediately perked up, silently praying, God, we've finally arrived. This trip was really not easy. Finally, the jeep stopped. Someone opened the door. Qinshi. Is Nuan Nuan asleep? Yes, she's dozing off. Come, I'll carry her. Yi Xiaohui got out of the car. Qinshi leaned in to carry Nuan Nuan out and saw Chief Gu.
Chief.
Yes. Quickly carry the child back. We'll eat together later. Maybe another day. My daughter won't wake up anytime soon. That's fine. We'll have a chance another time. Qinshi carried Nuan Nuan with one arm and took the luggage with the other. Wow, it's so heavy. Why are you carrying so much? If you need anything, just buy it. Xiaohui followed behind, almost running to keep up. I only brought 2 packs of mooncakes, some roasted peanuts, and a few clothes. That's all. Qinshi asked, why bring mooncakes? They're sold everywhere, and the school also gave some out. This was made by me. Do you think I bought it at the supply store? Impressive, huh? Qinshi smiled, not impressive. This is a guest house. Qinshi's room is upstairs. After checking the marriage certificate, only one family is allowed in each room. The room isn't big, about 10 square meters. It has 2 single beds, and the corridor is less than 1.5 meters wide. There isn't much furniture, just a small table and a chair. Qinshi carefully put Nanan down, bent over to look at his chubby daughter. It was a bit chilly at night, so he covered her with a blanket. Wife. Qinshi turned around and hugged Yi Xiaohui. I thought you forgot you had a wife. How could I forget? Without a wife, how would I have a child? I've been thinking about my wife so much I can't sleep.
Get lost.
Where to? After a while, Qin finally let go of Yi Xiaohui. Are you hungry?
Starving.
Wait here. I'll go buy some food. What do you want to eat? Yi Xiaohui lay on the bed. Anything is fine as long as I can eat. Okay, I'll go down and see.
All right.
Qin went downstairs to the back of the dining hall. At this time, there weren't many dishes left, and what was left wasn't very hot. Qin looked around but found nothing else to eat. He ordered 3 tofu rolls and a salted duck egg. There were no other dishes left. Just as he was about to leave, someone called him, "Qin, over here, over here." It was Gu Feng. Gu Feng had already ordered food for his parents and driver. Not saying anything, Qin walked over. Gu Qin gave him a seat. Brother Qin. Qin declined. My wife and child haven't eaten yet. I can't stay long. Come down and eat with us. Gu Feng was a casual person. As long as he approved of someone, they were considered part of his circle. No, the kids are asleep. You all eat. I'll head back first. Seeing Qin had no food, Gu Feng forcibly poured a plate of stir-fried pork with mushrooms into his lunchbox. Come on, I won't stop you. Qin thanked him and turned to leave. Gu Feng watched his son and smiled. The two of you are really generous. Gu Feng didn't know about the situation on the road and thought his mother was worried about money.
Mom, don't worry about me.
I have money. Qin is my comrade. I really admire him and want to be friends.
Just don't worry.
Qin also agreed. Exactly, brother Qin even helped me once. He's like my savior. A little kindness should be repaid with great kindness. Gu Feng didn't say anything. It seemed Qin was well-liked. 3 out of 4 family members were talking to him. Gu Feng didn't like to cause trouble. Qin opened the door, and under the warm light, Yi Xiaohui was carefully laying old newspapers on the table so she wouldn't have to wipe it later. Her hair was casually tied at the back, with a few strands gently falling over her forehead, adding a gentle touch to her appearance. When she heard the door, Xiaohui looked up at Qin with soft eyes and a slight smile on her lips. You're back? Why did you buy so much? She asked as she smoothed the newspapers in her hands, signaling for Qin to place the food on top. Qin stepped forward and gently set down his lunchbox. I met Director Gu and his family at the cafeteria. Gu Feng saw I didn't get enough rice, so he gave me some pork stir-fried with mushrooms. 2 grown men shouldn't struggle over it. Yi Xiaohui handed him a tofu roll. Eat first. I'm not hungry. Have you eaten? He asked. Yes, I have. Then you don't need to buy so much. It's okay. If there's leftovers, we can eat them tomorrow. Yi Xiaohui sat down and started eating. She was really hungry after a day, so she didn't care about her image. She ate 2 tofu rolls in one go and picked at some mushrooms, feeling a bit too full. Are you not eating anymore? He asked. No, I can't eat more. I'm too full now. Qin sat down and finished the remaining soup and water, then ate half a tofu roll. Haven't you eaten? Qin smiled. You haven't arrived yet, so I couldn't eat much. Yi Xiaohui went to check on Wan. You see, you're suffering your own consequences. If you're still hungry, there's mooncake in your bag. Eat 2 to fill up. Tomorrow then, she replied. Qin went to wash the lunchbox. It took him just a moment, and he was back, locking the door behind him. I'm not done washing my face and brushing my teeth,
she said.
Wait for me. I'll fetch some water. You wash inside, Qin said, very eager. He quickly fetched water. Yi Xiaohui washed her face and brushed her teeth, and Qin went to get more water. Bring some back, he said. After so long apart, tonight was sure to be special. As adults, they didn't need to hide anything. Yi Xiaohui shooed Qin outside to tidy herself up. Qin was very eager. As soon as he entered the room, he slipped into bed and hugged Yi Xiaohui from behind. She elbowed him gently. Have you washed up? Yes, I did. I went straight to wash after I got here. Feel free to check. Turn off the light. No need for many words. Any language felt unnecessary. The two used simple, natural actions to express their longing after so long. The night was very long. One time was definitely not enough. In a past life, Qin's time ended in last winter. Every moment after this life is earned. Xiao Hui treasures and cares for it, so she lets him do as he wishes. Haven't she enjoyed it too?
Mami, sobe.
The two in the bed pause. Xiao Hui quietly nudges the man go out. Qin leans down and blows warm air on her face. Use it up and throw it away. No, before it's used up, throw it away. Xiao Hui hits him lightly. Hurry up. He leaves, fumbles in the dark to find his pants, and turns on the light. It's been months since they last saw each other. Manhwa doesn't recognize her dad anymore and feels a bit confused by the stranger in the room. Baby, it's Dad. Manhwa's big eyes flicker on the face of the man called Dad. She doesn't forget immediately, but her memory is vague. She thinks hard, then pouts her lips, mommy. Qin sighs helplessly. Not wanting his daughter to cry, he picks her up. Fine, Mom. Xiao Hui clutches the blanket, glaring at Qin. Are you asking for a scolding? Qin smiles mischievously. Forgot. Turn around. While the two men turn away, Xiao Hui quickly tidies up, puts on her clothes, and picks up Nuan. Nuan hugs her mom's neck, still watching the man called Dad with a cautious face. Xiao Hui pulls Qin closer, signaling him to sit nearer. Baby, he's Dad. The one I talk about every day. Dad goes to work to earn money, and with that money, he buys you delicious food. Remember? Luckily, Qin had prepared. He took out 2 big white rabbit candies and a frog toy from his military bag. The candies can't be eaten now, afraid of cavities. The frog toy is full of strings and can hop around. Qin adjusts the strings to make it bounce toward Nuan, making her smile happily. Within half an hour, Nuan is already in her dad's arms, holding his arm and urging him to wind the toy faster. The two play happily, but Xiao Hui feels tired and turns to sleep facing the wall. Sho. Qin whispers to his daughter, Nuan, can Daddy sleep with you? Look, Mommy is already sleeping. Nuan nods but crawls to lie beside her mom. She prefers sleeping next to her mom, even if Daddy plays with her. Qin moves another single bed over, and now they have a double bed. Nuan feels excited, Mom on her left, Dad on her right. When at home, she is usually with her mother or her grandmother. Qin sure covers Nanan's eyes with his large hand, saying, Night owl. Go to sleep quickly. Nanan giggles and rolls over, still sleeping close to her mother. Xiao Hui wakes up in a man's arms. The coastal city's climate is warm in winter and cool in summer. Now, it's a clear and breezy autumn day. You're awake? Why are you sleeping here? Where's Nan? Qin sure points behind her. Nanan is curled up into a ball, still sleeping with her bottom sticking up. Xiao Hui smiles softly, trying to get up. Sleep a little longer, last night was too late. No, I need to get up now. She gently rubs her eyes, showing a soft and lazy expression of someone just waking up, then gets dressed and goes to the wash basin with her toothpaste and toothbrush. There is a mirror above the wash basin. In the reflection, she looks rosy and dreamy, surrounded by a glow of happiness, which makes her seem a bit hard to describe. Xiao Hui pats her reddened cheeks, quickly stopping her daydreaming. She squeezes toothpaste onto her brush, just as light footsteps approach from outside. Madame Gu enters the bathroom, dressed in well-tailored clothes that highlight her tall figure. Her face is calm and cool, with a gaze that seems to scrutinize. With her is a young woman who looks somewhat similar. Xiao Hui's toothbrush pauses slightly, then resumes normal. She quietly considers this sudden encounter. After yesterday's events, Xiao Hui's impression of Madame Gu is not very good. Standing at the wash basin, water drips from her fingertips. She slightly turns her head, her expression polite but distant, with a courteous smile. What a coincidence, Auntie. We meet again. Her voice is gentle, but carries a subtle hint of distance. Madame Gu nods lightly, her tone cold. Yes, arranged by Gu Feng. It really is a coincidence. The young woman behind her, lively and bright, asks Mom, who is this beautiful sister? Madame Gu responds reluctantly, Qin Shi's wife. She came with us yesterday. Xiao Hui. Am I just someone with no name?
Hello, I'm Ge Uchin.
Gu Feng is my brother, and General Gu is my father. Brother Qin has helped me before. Nice to meet you. Gu Qing naturally walks over and shakes hands with Xiao Hui. Hello, my name is Yi Xiao Hui. As long as someone isn't hostile, Xiao Hui is willing to show kindness. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and taking care of her hygiene, Xiao Hui leaves with her belongings. So, Qin Shi's wife is so beautiful. Listen carefully. Gu Qing's words carried a hint of sadness.
Mrs. Gu was not convinced.
What's so beautiful? The dress she's wearing is from a couple of years ago, right? You wouldn't even notice her in a crowd. I mean, she's pretty, and it doesn't matter what she's wearing. Even if it's from a couple of years ago, not everyone can afford it. I think she looks nice and slim, so she looks good in anything. Mrs. Gu gently pinched her daughter's nose and muttered softly, just like your dad. You don't know your dad. He's so kind to that woman, letting her sit in my place.
Why?
Because she's carsick. When she gets off to eat, she didn't get off this time, and your dad bought her vegetarian dumplings. You don't know, your dad has never been this kind to his own wife and kids. Talking about her father, Gu Qing still had something to say. Mom, is my dad not good to you? He gives me his salary and you spend it however you want. When I get sick, it's my dad who takes me to the doctor and stays with me in the hospital. And my brother, whenever he's mischievous or causes trouble, isn't it my dad who apologizes and helps fix things? Mrs. Gu felt a bit defensive. That's because... Because what? Because my dad has a good temper. You should be grateful. All right, I don't recognize good when I see it. Even though both children were hers, no one spoke up for her. Yi Xiaohui returned to her room. Nuan was already awake. Qin Shi clumsily dressed her, either putting her clothes on backwards or hurting her, causing Nuan to protest constantly. Let me do it. You go wash your face. Qin Shi moved aside. I need to learn. You're pregnant, right? And you're the one giving birth. Because these involve male and female biology, I can't really help. If I don't learn to take care of you, I'll really have no sense of existence and I'll just be a bystander. Xiao Hui smiled. It was rare to see a man with such awareness. Qin Shi was motivated by his wife's words. His wife said, You men just want to enjoy the moment. Qin Shi wanted to prove he wasn't like that. Nuan became a prop. Mom was explaining to Dad how to gently hold her little arms so she wouldn't throw a tantrum and how she shouldn't stop crying after a few tears, or throw a fit just because she's a child. In short, Mom taught Dad all her methods for handling Nuan. The family went neatly to the cafeteria for a meal. They found a seat by the window, and this time, Xiaohui went to buy the food. I ordered a pound of fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of porridge, and 3 boiled eggs. Qin Shi was busy putting a scarf on Nan. Nan, what do you want to eat? Nan pointed at the boiled egg. That. Xiao Hui peeled the egg and handed it to Qin Shi. Husband, you don't worry about it. Just eat first. The man was busy working. Sometimes he felt he was lacking in taking care of his children, so let's let Dad experience how hard it is to take care of a daughter. Xiao Hui quietly ate her meal. Break the eggs into smaller pieces and mix with the porridge, or it's easy to choke.
Oh.
Qin Shi hurriedly reached for a spoon. He paused his movements, and Nan opened her mouth wide to bite the egg herself. Qin Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Taking care of children is really not easy.
Ginshi.
The visitors were the Gu family, coming down for breakfast. Qin Shi held Nan and stood up. Chief Gu. Chief Gu signaled him to sit down. This isn't the army, no need for so many rules. Just eat. Gu Feng asked, why not sit together? Mrs. Gu had already gone to the next table, took out some tissue from her bag, and wiped the table and chairs. This side is better. I don't like sitting at the entrance, too many people. Chief Gu's face darkened a little, but he forced himself to sit at the next table. Xiao Hui finished her meal and let Qin Shi eat. Qin Shi ate as if he was in a rush, quickly finishing his food. Xiao Hui didn't like the atmosphere in the cafeteria, especially when the Gu family was there, with Mrs. Gu present. Let's go. Qin went over to say hello. They had to leave first, and the family left the cafeteria. Gu Feng watched their backs and joked. No wonder Qin is so obsessed with his wife.
She's really pretty.
I heard she's from the countryside, but she doesn't look like it at all. Chief Gu glared at him. Don't criticize others' wives. That's the basic respect for others. Gu Feng smiled. Dad, I didn't mean anything bad. Maybe I'm a little jealous. Qin has a good career, a good family, and he's 2 years younger than me. He already has a daughter. Hearing this, Mrs. Gu had something to say. Can't you find a wife? It's not entirely your fault. Nana and Sasa, aren't they better than you? I don't know what kind of woman you want to find, but you've offended both families. Gu Feng protested. Nana didn't like me either. Sasa's temper is terrible. Do I lack ancestors, or does our family lack ancestors? Love is something you develop over time. Chief Gu got up to serve the food, and Gu Feng quickly followed. Gu Feng, don't listen to your mother. There's no such thing as offending someone. You're looking for a partner to spend your life with, and you shouldn't settle. I understand, Dad. Men understand men best. Back in the room, the couple played with their daughter for a while. Qin, have you ever offended Director Gu's wife? How could I? I just met her yesterday. What's wrong? Then I must have offended her. She talks strangely and seems cold. I even wonder if her cold face is glued on. Qin smiled. Ignore her. We won't see her often. Just treat her like a minor character. Yes, we live our own lives. We don't rely on her to decide our days. Xiao Hui turned over. I took a rest at noon. I feel exhausted. Go ahead and sleep. I'll hold the little one and go outside for a bit so I won't disturb you. All right, thank you, husband. Qin sat back down. What did you just call me? Xiao Hui turned around lazily. Su Yan is educated. She said Southern women call their husbands like that. Isn't it nicer than calling me husband? Not nice. Husband, husband. People are different, regardless of gender. Okay, I won't say it anymore. Did she think just taking it back was enough? What should I call you then? Say it again. Xiao Hui playfully wrapped one arm around his neck. How should I call you? I forgot. Qin leaned down and bit her lips. Like this, biting teeth, he said. Forgot? Not forget, not forget. Xiao Hui, who loved to play and was a bit inexperienced, said, my man. Be obedient from now on. Qin picked up the daughter and left. Xiao Hui touched her face, a little red, but she didn't care anymore. She wanted to experience the love of marriage she missed in her past life, even if it meant losing face. She decided to sleep first. Qin and the daughter didn't go far. They sat in the hall on the first floor, where there were 2 rows of chairs and many different people. The daughter loved to mingle, a habit she picked up from her grandmother. Lu Damei liked to push her to chat with the elderly who didn't work, which kept the children entertained. Gu Qing just returned from outside and saw Qin. She sat down beside him. Qin, you're taking care of the kids. Where's sister-in-law? She's tired from the ride and is resting. Gu Qing looked down and played with the daughter. Little one, what's your name? The daughter was busy playing with a frog and didn't understand what she was saying. Can't you talk yet? I can only call Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandma from my mom's side. Gu Qing took a piece of chocolate, broke apart, and put it in the daughter's mouth. Gu Qing never expected that Nan was still just a child. She couldn't possibly chew steadily. Qin also didn't notice. He was lowering his head to string the little green frog. Suddenly, Nan's small face turned red, and her little hands grabbed her neck, looking very distressed. Qin immediately picked her up, anxiously asking, Nan, did you eat something? Open your mouth and spit it out. Nan couldn't spit it out or swallow it. Tears filled her big eyes, and her eye circles turned red. Gu Qing softly said, Brother Qin, I gave her a piece of chocolate. Qin face instantly turned pale, and he asked sternly, Who told you to give her things? She's still a child, not an adult. Not everything is suitable for her to eat. Qin quickly turned Nan around so she faced him, holding her back firmly with one hand and gently patting her back with the other, trying to help her breathe easier. It didn't work. Nanan's face grew redder, her breathing became rapid, and her once lively big eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. Nan, don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Chinsher tried to stay calm. He gently inserted his finger into Nanan's small mouth, hoping to find the piece of chocolate stuck in her throat. Nanan started to struggle, and Chinsher found it hard to hold her still. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Every second felt endless. The whispers and footsteps around seemed distant at this moment. Chinsher suddenly remembered Xiao Hui had once saved him. He quickly followed the same method. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Nanan let out a cry, and a softened piece of chocolate was coughed out. Chinsher immediately hugged Nanan in his arms. Nan, you scare Daddy to death. Gu Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother Chinsher, I'm sorry. I accept your apology. Can you stay away from us? Gu Qing had never experienced such cold treatment before. She had been spoiled and raised since she was a child. Brother Chinsher, I really didn't mean to. I said it's not your fault. I just want you to stay away from us. Apart from Yi Xiao Hui and Nan, Chinsher saw any woman as just a woman, with no other meaning. Chinsher carried Nan and was about to leave when someone suddenly stood in front of him, blocking the way. It was Madame Gu. Apologize to my daughter. She was kind-hearted. Why are you so harsh? Chinsher remained calm, holding Nan and walking past Madame Gu. Because my daughter almost caused trouble due to her arrogance. You're the wife of a leader, but your virtue doesn't match your position, so I won't pay attention to you. Seeing Qin leave, Mrs. Gu almost bit her silver tooth in frustration. Just after attending a training class, he became so arrogant, truly unable to tell the difference between big and small matters. Xiao Qing, don't bother with such people. Be kind-hearted. Mom, don't say that. That child was really scared when she was holding it in. Now that I think about it, I'm still worried. What if something happens to her? Would I get into trouble? Mrs. Gu sneered. I wonder who dares to. Xiao Hui woke up after just an hour of sleep, feeling tired but not sleepy. When the two men entered, Xiao Hui immediately sensed something was wrong because Nuan's small face was still tear-streaked. What's wrong? Why are you crying again? Chinsher looked down as if he had done something wrong and said, Someone gave Nuan a piece of chocolate. I didn't see it and she ate it and got stuck. Xiao Hui quickly took Nuan into her arms and opened her mouth to check. Did she spit it out? Nuan, open your mouth wide, so I can see. She spit it out. I used the method you taught me. Nuan suffered because of it. After confirming Nuan was fine, Xiao Hui suddenly felt a wave of grievance and hit Chinsher several times. You're the father. If you can't protect the child, that's your fault. What were you doing? Yes, it's my fault. Chinsher looked like a child who had done something wrong. Only after Xiao Hui repeatedly confirmed Nuan was okay did she relax. After calming the little one and easing her anger, she comforted the older one as well. Xiao Hui tugged at Chinsher's sleeve. All right, I won't blame you anymore. You're the child's father. Of course, you don't want her to suffer. Yes, I was wrong. I just didn't watch her carefully, so someone was able to give her chocolate. Chinsher felt useless. He had only taken care of his daughter for a short while, and a big problem happened. Is it never ending? I'm not like you, always fussing. Chinsher, fussing? Me? He didn't even go to eat lunch. Chinsher bought food from the cafeteria. 2 dishes of green beans for steamed buns and a plate of pork stir-fried with garlic sprouts. Nuan liked eating steamed buns. They were oily, salty, and tasty. Chinsher was very nervous, tearing the buns apart carefully to feed her little by little. It wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. After a lesson learned, Nuan remembered well and was more cautious. She would eat slowly, taking small bites. Outside the door, a few gentle knocks sounded, carrying hesitation and unease. Chinsher was carefully tearing the steamed buns for Nuan, his gaze gentle and focused, as if the outside world didn't exist. Xiao Hui heard the knocking, looked up with a hint of surprise, then stood up to open the door. The door slowly opened, and Gu Feng and Gu Qing stood side by side outside, both looking quite embarrassed. Please come in, Yi Xiaohui softly said, her voice carrying a hint of cautiousness. Gu Feng stepped forward first, his eyes sincere, finally stopping on Nan Nan. Qin Shi, we are here to apologize. Gu Qing. She didn't mean to cause trouble for the child. Gu Feng gently tilted his head, signaling Gu Qing to step forward. Gu Qing had already gone first once, feeling a bit nervous still. She finally gathered her courage, raised her head, and looked at Qin Shi. Her eyes showed both apology and some sadness. Brother Qin Shi, I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect it to turn out like that. Please forgive me. Her voice was soft, but everyone could hear her clearly. Yi Xiaohui took the only 2 chairs and asked them to sit down. Until Nan Nan shook her head, refusing to eat, Qin Shi turned to Gu Feng and said, I told you before, I don't blame you. It's my fault for not watching Nan Nan carefully. No need to keep apologizing. Let's just forget about it. It's a lesson for me. To Qin Shi, it seemed unnecessary. All right, you can keep these 2 packs of snacks as a small token of our goodwill. Seeing that Qin Shi wouldn't refuse, he decided to keep them. After the siblings left, Yi Xiaohui looked at Qin Shi with a meaningful expression. Qin Shi felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Qin Shi warned her. Be normal. No need to overthink. Don't you like me calling you that? Just now, someone else called you that and you looked happy. Happy? No way. We're not siblings. I just met her the way and she called me that. It gave me goosebumps. You shouldn't say things like that, but if you do, you just have to bear it. No swearing, it's not good for the girl's ears. Nan Nan didn't mind at all. She spread her little arms and lay on her back, showing her belly. After lunch, the family took a nap together. Usually, they wanted to spend these 3 days with their wife and child, and in the afternoon, they planned to go out and have some fun. They didn't want to waste the trip. The sun was setting, and a cool breeze was blowing. Qin Shi carried Nan Nan on his shoulder, while the chubby girl tugged at her dad's hair, feeling both scared and excited. This coastal city was quite beautiful, with mountains and water. In the middle, there was a lake called Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake was shaped like a moon, separated by a road in the middle, with boat rides on both sides. Since it was the kids' holiday, there were people watching boat races on the bridge. You need to buy tickets to enter the park. Watching from the bridge is free, and many children enjoy it endlessly. The couple chose a quiet spot, with the child watching the park and the girl watching the children. They looked very happy. At this time, there were no entertainment facilities, just a lake, which was a paradise for children. Suddenly, Qin Shi remembered that the family hadn't taken a family photo yet. He and Xiao Hui also hadn't taken a couple's picture. At Qin Shi's strong request, the family went to take a family photo again. After General Gu finished his meeting and returned to the guest house, he was already a bit tired. He unbuttoned the collar and half-lied on the sofa to rest his eyes. His wife pushed the door open and came in. Old Gu, your daughter was wrong today. Someone bullied your daughter. General Gu suddenly opened his eyes. Is Gu Feng here? With him around, who would dare to bully Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing isn't always with him, right? Tell me, what exactly happened? Who bullied Xiaoqing? Your subordinate named Qin Shi was so arrogant. Xiaoqing was kind and gave her daughter a piece of chocolate, but she ate it all without thinking and choked. It's just a child's mistake. Why blame Xiaoqing? She really takes kindness for weakness. How is the child? Nothing serious, she spit it out. General Gu rubbed his forehead and sat back down. It's not Xiaoqing's fault. It's the child's fault. Why would she eat something? When Madame Gu heard this, she knew it wasn't good. Old Gu, what do you mean? Xiaoqing is your own daughter. Do I have to question or criticize another person's daughter just because she's my own? Luckily, the child is fine. If something had happened, Xiaoqing would be responsible and unable to clear her name. Madame Gu was so angry she kicked General Gu. The high heel hit him, and it hurt quite a bit. Are you someone else's father? Always siding with others. General Gu suddenly stood up angrily, glaring at Madame Gu. Ma Luanmei, I don't owe you anything. Don't give me orders. People have limits to their patience. His anger didn't mean he had no temper. Coming out of a storm of blood and chaos, how could he be without toughness? Ma Luanmei, the type who is weak when others are strong and strong when others are weak, saw that General Gu was angry and sat on the sofa, tears falling. Gu Liao Yuan, why are you so fierce? Is it wrong to care about your own child? When I gave birth to Xiaoqing, I was in bed for 3 days and nights, almost losing my life. I traded my life to save her. At that time, the couple was still living apart, and Gu Liao Yuan didn't return when their child was born. This was his greatest regret. I heard that Ma Luanmei advised that if she truly couldn't have a baby, she should prioritize the baby's safety over her own. She wanted to leave a child of her own for Gu Liao Yuan. Because of this, as long as it wasn't a major moral issue, Gu Liao Yuan could forgive everything else. Gu Liao Yuan rubbed his forehead and softly said, "All right, I spoke too harshly. Don't take it to heart. She's my daughter, and of course I care about her. I'll go for a walk." When he said go for a walk, he actually had nowhere specific to go. Gu Liao Yuan called Xiaowang to sit in the yard and play chess with him. "Commander, I'm not your match. Let's play with the cannon and horse. If I let you win so easily, Commander, don't bother, I'll definitely win." "That's not certain. If I let you win, it means I'm confident." The two sat under the shade of a tree in the yard, setting up the chessboard to play. Only when playing chess could Gu Liao Yuan feel that strategic and victorious atmosphere. Qin Shi and his family of 3 took a family photo, a couple's photo, a photo of their daughter alone, and a father-daughter photo, all arranged and requested by him. Since there was a mother-daughter photo, they didn't take another one. Today, they couldn't get the photos immediately. Normally, it would take 3 days, but Qin Shi paid extra for expedited service, and they would get it tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, the family headed home. Gu Liao Yuan was playing chess, but also watching and listening carefully. When he saw Qin Shi, he quickly waved, "Qin Shi, come here, come here." Afraid they had serious matters to discuss, Yi Qiahui returned to her room. Wan clung to her father like an ornament, so Qin Shi carried her over. Gu Liao Yuan packed up the chessboard and told Xiao Wang, "You're free to do as you like. I'll talk with Qin Shi." Once Xiao Wang walked away, Gu Liao Yuan said, "I heard about the child. Is everything okay? Aside from a sore throat, there's nothing else." Wan pointed to her throat and made sounds, indicating her sore throat, making Gu Liao Yuan both amused and a little sad. Gu Liao Yuan pretended to examine her and said, "Eat more, drink more water, listen to your parents, and you'll get better soon." Wan nodded, but he wasn't sure if she understood or how much she understood. Gu Liao Yuan turned to Qin Shi and said, "Gu Qing has no bad intentions. Please don't blame her. She has apologized, and Gu Feng has also apologized. I've never blamed her. I've only blamed myself for not watching over things properly. Let's not talk about this anymore. We're going back tomorrow." "Do her mother and daughter want to go too?" Xiao Hui discussed with Qin Shi. "Madame Gu doesn't like children, and she might not like her either. So, on the way back, she won't bother to join us. She plans to buy her own ticket and take the bus. I've talked with Xiao Hui. This time, we won't travel together. Nan is still young and not very sensible. I'm worried she might feel uncomfortable if she comes, and I also don't want to trouble you. It's not easy for them to come here, and they're still recovering. They will go back in a few days." "That's fine. Even if you didn't say anything, I understand. You're still giving us some face. It's okay to go separately." "Qin Shi, I heard your wife say that your hometown is in Zhao County?"
Yes.
"I've been to Zhao County once. It seems there's a very tall mountain there. What's it called again?" "We have several mountains there. The taller ones are Diaolo Mountain and Wulo Mountain. The Qilin Mountain at our door is over 1,000 meters high." "That's quite notable. Qilin Mountain. That's a grand name. Long ago, there was an old landlord who was also a scholar. He was talented and gave it that name. The name became more and more well-known. Living at the foot of the mountain, you must have climbed it often?" "Since I was 4 or 5 years old, I've been climbing mountains. There's nowhere on that mountain we couldn't reach. picking wild vegetables, collecting firewood, gathering bird eggs. After school, that's what I did. Those days were tough, but also the most free. Qin was like a little mountain bird, flapping its wings, always finding something to fill its stomach. Gu Liaoyuan's thoughts drifted far away. He thought the memories buried deep inside would sleep in some corner, but when touched unexpectedly, they burst out like bamboo shoots after rain. He felt he had only wronged one person in his life. Yi Xiaohui's letter of introduction was valid for a month. Ding Xianghong had issued it, saying plans change quickly. If the couple's relationship is good and Qin doesn't want his wife to leave after just a few days, they could extend it. It was just a joke at the time, but it turned out to be very useful. So, they decided to stay for a full month before returning. Since they were staying so long, they couldn't keep staying at the guest house. The guest house had all kinds of people, and there might be bad ones. When the family of three went out to play, they looked for a house near the military school, one with honest and reliable landlords. They planned to stay for a month, and if they liked it, they could pay a higher rent. Qin looked for someone from the street office. His profession was a plus, and the office staff were diligent. They found a very good landlord. The landlord was an old couple. Their son worked out of town, and after building the house, he married and had children. He only came back during the New Year to stay for a few days. The old couple are kind and honest, not gossiping about others. They heard that Yi Xiaohui and her daughter would stay for a month to help out, and they happily agreed. Qin and Yi Xiaohui went to see the house. It has 3 rooms, with pots, bowls, and utensils and all necessary furniture including beds. As long as they bring bedding, they can move in directly. Qin was not stingy, asking only 5 yuan for a month's rent. Yi Xiaohui held her daughter's hand, walking closely behind Qin, smiling happily. She occasionally whispered softly to her daughter. The little girl was excited, spinning around and curious about the new home. The old couple who owned the house stood at the entrance. They looked kind and friendly. Grandma was holding a bunch of fresh grapes she just picked from the yard tree, offering them to the girl. The girl took the grapes and politely said thank you in baby talk, which made the old couple very happy. Seeing this, Qin took out the rent money he had prepared and handed it over sincerely, saying, "Grandpa and Grandma, thank you for taking care of us this month. We will live peacefully here, and I hope it's convenient for you too." The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Qin and Yi Xiaohui entered their new home. Yi Xiaohui gently opened a window, feeling the fresh air and the scent of flowers outside. She turned to Qin and smiled, saying, "This place is really nice. It feels like our little home. Even if only for a month, it was worth looking forward to." Qin stepped forward, took out soft bedding from his bag, and carefully spread it on the clean, tidy wooden bed. As he did, he said, "Yes, wife, this month, this will be our temporary little home. When I have time, we'll go to the seaside, so Nuan can enjoy playing in the water." Nuan had never seen the sea since she was born. The room had pots and stoves, so they planned to cook dinner at home. The old landlady brought some eggplants, peppers, and green beans. Qin went to the butcher to buy 2 jin of lard to make cooking oil. They couldn't do without rice and flour, so Qin bought 5 jin of white flour, 5 jin of cornmeal, and 2 jin of glutinous rice. They also bought a few steamed buns. Tonight was a housewarming celebration. Yi Xiaohui cooked eggplant, scrambled eggs with chili, and a soup made with pork fat and green beans. Nuan couldn't jump, so she was bouncing anxiously on her father's lap. "Wife, is it ready?" "Nuan is hungry." "Not yet. You can make her a cup of malted milk." Qin used his elbow to hold Nuan and went to prepare the malted milk. This posture was probably uncomfortable, and Nuan was annoyed, crying out, "Daddy." After drinking half a bowl of malted milk, Nuan calmed down and was less anxious. The dishes finally arrived at the table. Xiaohui took out 2 boxes of mooncakes and said, "Try my cooking." Qin broke one open. It looked very different from the ones he had seen before. He asked curiously, "What's inside?" "It's date paste." Nan clung to her dad's hand, wanting to try some too. Nan has had malted milk, and she's had enough sugar today. She can't have more. Qin sure couldn't bear to see his daughter's pitiful little eyes. He broke off a piece for her and, while she was busy eating, he quickly stuffed the rest into his mouth, kind of like swallowing a date whole. The mooncakes, as an extra, Yi Qiaohui also gave 2 to the landlord couple to try. All right, time to eat. Nan sat between her parents. They fed her like they were feeding a little bird. She tilted her head from side to side happily, busy and cheerful. The Gu family of 4 was also eating. Your mom and I will go back tomorrow. Is there anything you need me to tell you? Gu Liao Yuan's words made Gu Feng and Gu Qing pause. Dad, what is there to tell? Nothing special. Forget it. Gu Feng understood and smiled. Dad, when you have time, take mom for a hike or shopping. Get some exercise. Good health is the foundation of everything. Gu Qing added, talk things out calmly. Don't rush or argue. You two are old married couples now. Help each other and grow together. And don't worry about me and my brother. My brother can grow wildly anywhere. I have my brother, so I'm not worried. Ma Luan-mei wasn't really worried. Her son was almost 29, and she hadn't even seen a single strand of his wife's hair. Gu Feng, you should find a partner soon. I don't have much worries then. Xiao Qing is still young, no rush. Gu Feng had his own plans. I don't plan to marry before I turn 30. I want to achieve something first, and then settle down. That's not possible. It'll take another year, or 2. Which girl can wait that long? Nana and Sasa won't do. I'll go back and ask around for other girls. There are plenty of good ones. See, the parents were still trying to arrange everything. Mom, according to marriage law, people have the freedom to choose their partner. No arranged marriages. Ma Luan-mei still wanted to reason with her son, but Gu Liao Yuan interrupted her. Eat your meal, pack up when you're done. We leave at 6 tomorrow. Ma Luan-mei swallowed her words, unable to argue further. Only Gu Liao Yuan and Gu Feng remained. Gu Feng let out a sigh of relief. His mom was too strict. His dad was much more relaxed. Your mother is right. There are certain ages for doing specific things. This is part of growing up. Sasha can't do it. Honestly, I don't like that child. Nana is good. She's not spoiled. Gu Feng said, Nana didn't like me. So the problem was here, which surprised Gu Liao Yuan. She didn't like anything about you? She said I was a spoiled rich kid. Spoiled? That's not true, right? Gu Feng hasn't experienced much hardship. Ma Luan-mei protects her children, and Gu Liao Yuan, remembering old friends, isn't strict with him. Gu Feng was rebellious for a while. He secretly ran away from the army because it was too hard, and Gu Liao Yuan personally brought him back. Now he's better, doing well in the military. Dad, you and Mom don't need to worry about me. After I turn 30, I'll definitely bring you a daughter-in-law. Also, Dad, Mom has her flaws. Think about the fact she gave birth to Gu Qing for you. Remember her good qualities. Forget the unhappy things. Gu Liao Yuan took a long time before saying, Your mom is a bit unreasonable now. You ask her to take Qin Shi's partner and child. Because she sat in my car, she kept criticizing all along, acting like she's entitled to everything. And about Xiao Qing feeding Nan chocolate this time, she meant well, but it almost caused trouble. Even if Qin Shi scolds us, we can't deny it. Your mom even complained to me, implying I should set a trap for Qin Shi and take it out on Xiao Qing. Gu Feng didn't expect his mother to do such things. Hearing this, Gu Feng frowned, a look of disbelief and disappointment in his eyes. He turned around, looking at his father with a complicated gaze, his voice low. Dad, I always thought our family, though not perfect, was at least reasonable. Mom doing this? I really don't know what to do. Qin Shi and his family, we owe them. Mom's attitude not only makes me feel ashamed, but also makes me think our family has lost its dignity. Who can argue with that? Qin Shi finished washing the dishes and returned. Nan was still excited, rolling on the bed. Are you so happy? The big bed here is larger than at the guest house and bigger than at home. Plus, Qin Shi brought new blankets, so Nan naturally found it all new and exciting. Come here, I'll tell you a story to help you sleep. Qin Shi isn't good at telling stories. Still need a story? He can't tell stories, but he can let Nan Nan ride a big horse or crawl back and forth on the bed. Or lift her high. Nan Nan sitting on Dad's shoulders is about 2.5 meters tall. After having fun, little Nan Nan didn't stop talking, kicking her little feet back and forth. She was definitely tired and panting heavily. All right, Nan Nan, go to sleep now. Xiao Hui gently wiped Nan Nan's body and tucked her into the bed, feeling refreshed. Dad slept on the left, Mom on the right, both soothing Nan Nan in the middle. Soon, Nan Nan fell asleep. Qin Shi carefully moved Nan Nan to the innermost side and pulled his wife closer. He roughly pulled her legs over, which made Xiao Hui angry enough to kick him. Xiao Hui knew what he was about to do. Tomorrow, he would go back to school, and if he didn't push her hard, her writing would be all jumbled. No, not this time. Which one? Xiao Hui suspected the man was asking on purpose. Which one do you think?
Just sleep honestly.
The man didn't believe her. How can there be none? Did you forget to bring some? She didn't think that a couple who hadn't seen each other for days would just hug and chat, right? It's really not Xiao Hui's fault. They didn't have many condoms left, and the man had already left, so she let it go. This visit was sudden, so she only brought a few remaining ones. Who knew the man would be so energetic and finish them in just 2 days? Just chatting is also nice. Of course, this was all Xiao Hui's personal opinion, but he didn't see it that way. A happy married life is a way to deepen feelings. Qin Shi grabbed his clothes and put them on, heading out. Hey, where are you going? Wait, I'll be back soon. Xiao Hui covered her mouth to hide her smile. Watching him go out in the dark, she wondered where he was going to buy something. Could she really not resist? Bah! Pretending to be serious on the surface, she didn't expect this man to be like that. Xiao Hui's thoughts were a mess, and she started feeling a bit dizzy. Between half asleep and half awake, Qin Shi returned, tossing a package into the drawer. Did you buy it? Of course. Why so late? Where did you go shopping? Nothing is difficult if you have the will. Xiao Hui spat out, you're shameless. Does what you bought have anything to do with what you said? Qin Shi took off his clothes and got into bed, still defending himself. If having a married life is shameless, then only bachelors are proper people. Xiao Hui couldn't argue back. Actually, Nan Nan is almost 1 year old. It's not impossible to have a second child now. She wasn't being truthful. She was teasing him. Really? Then I don't need to. Of course it's a lie. Do you want Nan Nan to stay a child and become a big sister? Of course not, she replied firmly.
You.
Qin went outside to buy buns, ate some, and then put the rest in the pot. He was about to leave for school. Both the big and small children were sleeping. Qin kissed them on their faces and softly said, Wife, I'm going to school now. The food is in the pot. Remember to eat. Xiao Hui pushed him gently, tired and wanting to sleep a little longer.
Don't disturb me.
Forget it. Qin wrote a note and placed it beside the pillow. Then he carried his bag and opened the door to leave. In a daze, Xiao Hui felt someone kissing her face and her shirt being lifted. The smooth feeling startled her. Startled, she sat up straight. Nan Nan jumped into her arms. Xiao Hui patted Nan Nan's little bottom and joked, So it's you, little girl. I thought some little troublemaker had come. Nan Nan giggled and lifted her shirt to drink milk. There wasn't much milk left, and Xiao Hui was thinking about whether to stop breastfeeding Nan Nan. She also saw the note by the pillow. Qin was really talkative. She wasn't forgetful and knew he was going to school today. Plus, there was a lot of other stuff he mentioned. After Nan Nan finished drinking, Xiao Hui dressed her. The mother and daughter washed up and started breakfast. Outside, the old lady landlord called, Nan 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 Nan. Calling the child also meant calling her mother. Ma'am, we're here. We're eating. The old lady whispered, There's tofu for sale outside. If you want some, you can buy a bit. Since they didn't have beans, eating tofu was a good option, and healthy for the children. Xiao Hui carried Nan Nan to buy tofu. Selling tofu had to be sneaky, like stealing. Women wearing red sleeves might catch them, but for money, some still took risks. Most sellers were women with baskets holding a few pieces of tofu. The tofu was sold by weight, about 50 cents for a large piece. The women selling tofu would tap a wooden block now and then. Regular customers understood this. They dressed up to go out, acting suspiciously, handing over money, and receiving the tofu in return. Xiao Hui was a stranger, so the women were a bit cautious. Who are you? I'm new here, staying at Aunt Kong's house. To make her feel safe, Xiao Hui first gave her 50 cents. The woman reached out to take the tofu. Just then, someone shouted loudly, "Mom, run." The woman suddenly turned her head, nearly dropping the tofu. Her face turned pale, and she muttered, "Oh no," then quickly ran away. Xiao Hui was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized things were not looking good. She forgot about the tofu and turned around to follow closely behind, thinking to herself, how could a cat and mouse game suddenly unfold in broad daylight? The alley suddenly became noisy, with the sound of pursuers' footsteps, women's gasps, and Xiao Hui's own pounding heartbeat blending together. Occasionally, doors on either side were pushed open, revealing curious and frightened eyes, then quickly closing again. Xiao Hui held Nanan tightly, knowing they couldn't run fast, and suddenly wondered, what was she running for? She wasn't carrying anything stolen.
She stopped.
Nan, frightened like an octopus, clung to her mother tightly. Unfortunately, this was a dead end. A beam of light shone through in the alley roof onto the woman's panicked face. She looked back, her eyes briefly meeting Xiao Hui's, filled with despair and a plea for help. "Big sister, please help me." "Help? How can I help?" Suddenly, a little boy's head peeked out from above the wall. "Mom, give me the basket." The woman, as if clutching a life-saving straw, hurriedly handed over the basket. Since she had no basket in her hands, she felt more confident. "Sister, once the pursuers are gone, I'll give you the tofu." "Okay." The two of them started to walk back. At the alley entrance, four people rushed over, their red sleeves indicating their identity. "It's these two. Catch them and ask what they're selling," one of them said. Xiao Hui grabbed the woman's arm. "Sister-in-law, why are you running?"
"I just asked you to help watch the child."
"You're so scared." The woman also realized what was happening and argued. "My own child doesn't even watch me, and now I have to watch yours? Look at how fat your kid is. You're exhausting me." Xiao Hui, Nan, that's a bad comment. We don't listen. Some of the red-sleeved men hesitated. "Aren't you two the ones caught selling stolen goods?" It was mainly because someone had reported them in advance. They hadn't seen the actual thieves, only heard that they ran this way, so they chased after. "Stolen goods? What are we stealing?" The men looked confused. If it wasn't them, then someone else pointed the way. They hadn't seen anyone else along the way. If it was them, they really had nothing in their hands. The leading man pointed at the woman and asked Nan, "What's her name?" The woman felt guilty, worried that if the child said she didn't know, they might find out something about her. Nanan only knew simple words and didn't understand what the man was saying. The couple's little girl was well taken care of and had a good appetite. Lu Damei paid close attention to her, so compared to other children her age, she looked a bit bigger. People who didn't know might think she could speak or was at least 2 years old. "Is she mute?" Yi Xiaohui got angry. "What kind of nonsense is this?
Can you speak?"
"If you can't, then be quiet. Do I have to tolerate you insulting my daughter?" The man rubbed his nose. "It's not my fault. This little girl asks questions but doesn't speak. Didn't you start talking when you were about a year old? Before that, you were mute?" Xiaohui held her daughter and pushed the man aside. "My girl was born last September, and she's not even a year old yet." Seizing the moment, Xiaohui walked away confidently. The woman quickly followed, saying, "Little sister-in-law, wait for me. You should be a bit more patient. Can I help watch over you?" Watching the two women walk away, the young assistant asked, "Captain, should we follow them?" "Yes, of course.
How can we not follow?"
"Without results, how can you move up?" They were involved in small trades. Achieving some success meant they could share the stolen goods or exchange them for money. The woman caught up with Xiao Hui and kept thanking her. "No need to thank me. You should be more careful in the future. Do you think someone is watching you?" "I always try to be careful. Are these people like bloodhounds?" "By the way, girl, I haven't given you the tofu yet." Xiaohui thought to herself, I wanted some, but I didn't get any. Better to just get a refund.
Mom.
A little boy ran over panting. Where's the basket? I hid it. The clever child took the basket from the dead-end alley and placed it here, covered with grass. The woman took the basket and handed Xiaohui a big bag of tofu. After going out once, Xiaohui didn't expect to encounter such trouble. It seems she will have to buy from government stores in the future. In the afternoon, led by the landlady, Yi Xiaohui went outside to familiarize herself with the area and buy some vegetables. See that? The tallest building over there is the hospital, 4 floors high. Next to it is the supply and marketing cooperative. The government offices are even farther away, so you can't see them. On our side, we have a military school. The order there is better, and there are fewer chaotic people and problems. Look, we've arrived at the vegetable market. Seasonal vegetables are plentiful at this time of year. Xiaohui bought green beans, eggplants, peppers, and loofah. Neither she nor her daughter were picky. As long as they could eat it, they would. They also bought 2 large bones to stew soup for the little girl to drink and help her get calcium. Aunt Kong helped carry the vegetables. Yi Xiaohui held the little girl, and when she couldn't walk anymore, she gently pulled her hand to encourage her to take a few steps. Xiaohui thought the child's chubbiness could use some reduction. Right now, the child's weight is just puffiness. Once she turns 1 and starts walking, she'll slim down naturally. Don't let her go hungry. Xiaohui's husband is a soldier, and judging by her clothes and expenses, they are not short of money. The child's nutrition shouldn't be compromised. Then I won't reduce her weight. If her father sees her looking thinner, he'll blame me, Xiaohui said with a smile. Sunlight tilted onto the old street, adding a warm touch to this ordinary afternoon. Xiaohui was softly talking to the little girl, who was holding a bean pod, curious and excited, eyes shining with wonder. Aunt Kong watched nearby, smiling softly as she looked at the mother and daughter, enjoying the sight of other people's children since her own grandchildren weren't around. Suddenly, a familiar yet slightly strange voice called out clearly, Xiaohui. The voice sounded hesitant. Xiaohui was puzzled. She had only been here a couple of days and knew only a few people who could be calling her. She quickly looked up, her gaze passing through the crowd, and unexpectedly met the eyes of Qin-mu, who was standing nearby. He was wearing a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit, the collar slightly open, giving a casual look, but his eyes held complex emotions. The sunlight lit up his face, outlining his handsome features. Xiaohui didn't want to see him, so she picked up the little girl and walked away. Qin-mu hurriedly chased after her. Aunt Kong stopped him, asking, Hey, who are you? What are you doing in broad daylight? Qin-mu quickly explained, My name is Qin-mu. The little girl is my niece, and Yi Xiaohui is my sister-in-law. Aunt Kong nodded understandingly. From your look, you're not a good person. Your brother-in-law can call her by her full name, but he doesn't even call her sister-in-law. Qin-mu said, I'm very familiar with my sister-in-law. She used to be. Yi Xiaohui interrupted him, knowing he was about to say something inappropriate. Why are you here? She asked sharply. Qin-mu still had some tricks up his sleeve, not big ones, just ways to win women's hearts. He had fallen into Qin Shi's hands twice and received 2 reprimands. He was somewhat invisible at school. After marrying Su Yani with difficulty, Su Aigua became his father-in-law, which was a big step up. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Qin-mu also wanted to climb higher. After blowing a few times on her pillow, Su Yani indeed went to find her father. Su Aigua thought he was unlucky. Qin-mu's control over his daughter was like controlling his own weak spot. Su Aigua had some connections, and soon an opportunity to exchange and study at a school in the provincial city came to Qin-mu. Qin-mu happily agreed to go. This was a good chance to temporarily escape Su Yani's demands, as his own abilities were limited. He also saw it as a chance to seek medical advice and try to restore his dignity as a man. Qin-mu had been there for over 20 days, and today he just returned from the hospital. Of course, Qin-mu didn't tell everything. He only said he was there to learn. Qin-hui also had to admit that the more selfish a person is, the better they seem to live, like this scoundrel. Qin Mu's lips curled into a faint, almost unnoticeable smile. His eyes showed surprise at the reunion but also hidden calculation. Brother-in-law, what a coincidence. I went out to buy some things and didn't expect to meet you here. Is my brother here too? Or are you just living here with the kids? Qin Mu's words were polite and caring, but behind that concern was more probing. Yi Xiaohui's eyes instantly turned cold. She gently held Nan Nan tighter, as if using her body to build a protective wall, shielding her from Qin Mu's intrusion. Qin Mu, stop pretending. What have you done? Don't forget, I haven't. I told you before, we only take care of Dad and have nothing to do with anyone else, including you. Yi Xiaohui's voice was soft but clear, with an undeniable tone. Brother-in-law, why bother? My brother and I are like bones broken and connected by tendons. That's unchangeable. I did wrong, but even great people say that admitting mistakes makes you a good comrade. Family ties can't be cut. Qin Mu exaggerated wildly, but Yi Xiaohui didn't believe him. He was selfish and self-centered. Her father-in-law had helped him many times, yet when a certain gang fell apart, he cut ties with his father-in-law, almost stepping on him to get ahead. All right, the act is over. Let's disperse. Yi Xiaohui called out Aunt Kong, picked up Nan Nan, and left. Qin Mu stared at their backs for a long time. Xiaohui, is that person really your younger brother-in-law? Aunt Kong was also very confused. The two brothers couldn't have deep hatred, yet they argued fiercely whenever they met. Mrs. Kong is just the landlord. The messy family affairs are too complicated for Xiaohui to explain in detail. She feels embarrassed about her own reputation, doesn't she? It's my younger brother-in-law, who shares the same father as Nanan's father. My mother-in-law has long passed away. My husband was raised by his grandmother. Mrs. Kong immediately understood. There's a saying that if there's a stepmother, there must be a stepfather, which has become a classic phrase. The person just now, he can spread rumors in the army. We've dealt with him twice already. He even mixed his medicine into his mother's prescription, making us share the blame. I won't say more. I don't want to get involved with that person. My brother and I aren't close, and they've hurt us deeply. Every family has its own problems. As long as you're not an only child, conflicts are inevitable. Mrs. Kong relates deeply from her own experience. You and Qin Shi are honest people. Just focus on making a good life together. We don't bother with other petty matters. I think the same, but some people are shameless and keep pushing forward. Xiao Hui just wants to live peacefully, but it depends on whether those troublemakers are willing. In the next 2 days, Xiao Hui stayed home most of the time. The house had enough rice, flour, and vegetables, nothing was lacking. Nan Nan became close with the landlord's grandparents, holding their fingers to visit neighbors. Mrs. Kong cooked delicious food and shared some with Nan Nan. Xiao Hui was generous too, cooking extra dishes and giving some to Grandpa Kong as snacks. As for Qin Shi, he now has someone to care for in this city. Honestly, this place isn't like the army, and he's quite worried. Gu Feng threw a letter to Xiao Dongyang. Gu Feng, what are you doing? Just read it first. Xiao Dongyang looked at it. It was a letter he had written to Gu Qing a few days ago. He read the letter, then resealed it. He pulled Gu Feng outside. Gu Feng, what does this mean? It means my sister refuses. Xiao Dongyang's letter was very direct. Soldiers don't have much time for complicated words. He simply asked if she was willing to be friends. Gu Qing read it and returned the letter immediately. The message was very clear. My sister is still young and not thinking about personal matters now. That's just an excuse. Gu Feng understood. His sister has someone in her heart, someone who doesn't see her clearly. He wasn't entirely sure, but there was a hint of it. Xiao Dongyang asked seriously, Gu Feng, tell the truth. Does Gu Qing like someone? No. Gu Feng felt like someone was watching him. He even suspected Xiao Dongyang might know something. That's good. It means I still have a chance. Xiao Dongyang, you're very talented. There's no need to hang yourself on my sister's crooked tree. I'm happy about that, so just forget it. I don't like straight trees. It's hard to persuade the stubborn ghost. Gu Feng sat beside Qin Shi and whispered, Seeing how distracted you look, I can tell what you're thinking. Do you want to go out? Qinshi asked. Go where? Leave school and go back home. I know what you're worried about. After all, we're brothers. You can't go out casually. Gu Feng patted his chest and said, with me here, what are you afraid of? Qinshi admitted that he started from a lower point than Gu Feng, and his peak was probably lower too. Some things can't be achieved just through effort. There's no such thing as absolute fairness. For example, now Gu Feng can do things that Qinshi cannot. Alright, we can go back now. Be sure to return before 10. Gu Feng saw Qinshi off to the gate. Qinshi patted Gu Feng on the shoulder and said, thanks. There's no need to be polite between brothers. Qinshi clasped his fists in greeting, but said nothing more. He turned and left. Gu Feng stood there for a long time before heading back. His father was right. Qinshi has been gaining momentum these past few years. People who rely solely on their ability to rise up should be treated carefully. Even if they can't become friends, they shouldn't be easily offended or create enemies. Only when a couple is in love and happy will Gu Qing avoid mistakes, give up, and start a new life. It was getting dark. Qinshi quickly returned to his rented room. The room was dark, and Qi Hui and Nan Nan were not there. Old Lady Kong was angry and anxious. Nan Nan is missing. It's all because the old man didn't watch her properly. Both of them went out to look for her. Qinshi was shocked. Nan Nan wouldn't leave on her own. How could she be missing? This story starts about an hour earlier. Qi Hui was making fried egg pancakes as a snack for Nan Nan, and Old Man Kong volunteered to watch her. Grandfather and granddaughter played in the yard. Nan Nan held onto the wall to walk, sometimes tired and crawling instead. Old Man Kong had a smoking and drinking habit. When he reached into his pocket and found no cigarettes, he told Nan Nan, don't run around. I'll be back very soon. Old Man Kong thought simply, how long could one cigarette last?
Just a few minutes at most.
But in those few minutes, something went wrong. When he returned, Nan Nan was gone. The wind door was still shut, but the latch had been pulled out by someone. Nan Nan was not in the alley either. Normally, she wouldn't be able to walk out alone. Old Man Kong quickly called Qi Hui. Both of them were panicked and started searching immediately. At first, they looked together, but since that was slow, they split up to find her. Yi Xiaohui looked east and asked passers-by for help. At a fork in the road, she found one of Nanan's shoes. Following this path should lead to her. As it grew darker, Xiaohui used a flashlight, her voice almost breaking with emotion. Nan Nan, can you hear your mom calling? Nan Nan? Suddenly, she heard what seemed to be a child's cry ahead. Nan Nan, is that you? Ahead was an empty lot with tall wild grass. Since it was in a remote area, no one was around. Xiaohui searched carefully and found the situation. There was a deep pit nearly 2 meters deep. Nan Nan was sitting at the bottom, crying softly from time to time. She was alone, without anyone guiding her, so she couldn't have gone far by herself. Xiaohui remained cautious and didn't rush down. Instead, she called out, Nan Nan, don't cry. Hearing her mother's voice, Nan Nan cried even louder, Mama.
Mama.
Nan Nan, don't cry. Mom will find a way to get you out. But Nan Nan only knew how to cry and couldn't understand her words. Xiaohui thought about calling for help but was afraid she might not find Nan Nan again. Even knowing it could be a trap, she still decided to jump in. She stepped closer and only then saw that Nanan's ankle was tied with a rope, making it impossible for her to escape even if she tried to climb out.
Mama, buho.
Xiaohui didn't hesitate. She was about to jump down when suddenly a figure rushed out from the side. Without hesitation, she swung her stick at it. Ouch! The figure staggered, clearly hit. Xiaohui was smart enough to realize that with Nanan's ability, she wouldn't have been seen if she was alone. But knowing it might be a trap, she still wanted to go. With Qinshi not here and unfamiliar surroundings, who else could she rely on besides Nan Nan? So she grabbed a nearby stick.
Yi Xiaohui was prepared.
Her second stick struck quickly. The shadow dodged to the side and grabbed the stick. Women generally aren't as strong as men and probably aren't good at fighting. Xiaohui had a rough fighting style, like a rough fighter. She didn't let go and was almost knocked off balance. The man made her stumble, and she kicked out instinctively. She only managed a light kick. Losing her balance, she dropped the stick and was kicked hard into the pit. Ignoring her pain, she hurried to Nan Nan, untied the rope, and comforted her. Nan Nan, don't cry. Mom is here. The little girl was very scared, taken away by a stranger she didn't know, to an unfamiliar place. She couldn't see her mother or grandfather. With her tiny heart, how could she not be afraid? Xiao Hui was also scared. She tried to stay calm, or she would be finished. If she didn't, the little girl wouldn't have a good outcome either. A shadow took a small bamboo ladder and set it down, then came down himself.
Xiao Yu looked worried.
Who are you? Why are you hurting us? The shadow hesitated briefly before speaking. People do anything for money. I'm just doing a job. Don't blame me. Xiao Hui knew she couldn't fight directly unless it was absolutely necessary. She softened her tone and said, every family has difficulties. We should solve problems through our own efforts, not by hurting others. I don't even know you. Why would we have a deep grudge? You're probably a parent or have a family. Don't you think about them? One mistake can cause lifelong regret, and it might be too late to turn back. The shadow grew impatient. Stop talking about all this nonsense. What do I care? The child might die, and I can't keep my wife. Without money, everything is pointless. All right, big brother, how much do you want? Tell me, and I'll give it to you. Then you let us go. The shadow sneered. 200. Do you have that? I don't have it on me. I can go back and get it for you. Are you fooling me? If I go with you, and you call someone, can I still run away? Have you thought about your family calling the police? The police might catch you. When that happens, it will be too late to regret. The shadow insisted. I don't care. I'll take one step at a time. If I get caught, it's bad luck for me. If I don't, I win. He grabbed a rope and roughly threw the little girl aside, then reached for Xiao Hui's hand. Xiao Hui had a secret weapon, a screwdriver given to her by Qin Shi. The tip was sharpened and polished, ready for emergencies. She pulled it out from her leg strap and stabbed fiercely at the shadow's body.
Ouch.
This time it was solid and painful. While the shadow was distracted and crying out in pain, Xiao Hui pulled out the screwdriver and stabbed again. The shadow covered his wound, then suddenly grabbed her neck. Xiao Hui felt her neck almost break and was completely powerless. The little girl cried loudly in fear. The shadow covered her mouth and threatened, "Stop crying, or I'll hit you." The girl pouted her little mouth and stopped crying. The shadow helped carry the girl up the ladder. Yi Xiaohui was the second to go up. She didn't cooperate, making it very difficult for the shadow. Suddenly, someone kicked up a foot, and the shadow was thrown several meters in a parabola, letting out a deep, muffled cry. A shadow approached directly, and Yi Xiaohui uncertainly asked, "Qin Shi?" "That's me," he replied. The girl burst into tears, and Qin Shi, feeling sad, picked her up. "Don't be afraid. Dad's here. I've chased away the bad guys." The bad guys seemed to be running away. Qin Shi quickly pushed the girl into Yi Xiaohui's arms, then rushed forward and knocked someone down. "Stop fighting." I won't run," the man said. Qin Shi didn't trust him at all, so he tied him up with a rope. Qin Shi found a flashlight and shined it on the man's face. He looked to be in his 30s or older. His face was no longer young, showing signs of hard work and age. "Tell me, who are you? Why did you want to hurt my wife and child?" The man twisted his head. "If it's in your hands, there's nothing more to say. Do whatever you want." Qin Shi punched him several times, each punch hitting hard. Yi Xiaohui stopped Qin Shi. "Take him to the police. Let professionals investigate. His daughter is sick, and someone paid him to do this. Now he's in jail. If he can't afford treatment, his daughter will suffer. The unfortunate often have their faults. I don't feel sorry for him, but I do feel sad for the girl. She must wonder how her father, risking everything to save her, feels about hurting others' children." The man suddenly knelt down with a thud. "I was wrong. Please let me go this time." I have an elderly father and mother over 70, a sick child, and a wife trying to get by. When my daughter was diagnosed with an illness, she left. Qin Shi remained unmoved. Did you think about them when you hurt my wife and child? Asking for mercy after being caught is too late. The man still begged. I admit I was wrong. My daughter has no money for treatment. I acted out of desperation. If I get into trouble, my daughter will be finished. Qin Shi sat down on the ground nearby, and the girl automatically crawled into her father's arms. Tell the truth, no lying. Why did you take my daughter? Who ordered you to do this? The man's name was Sun Lixuan. He was 32 years old and worked as a temporary worker at a steel factory. His salary was low, and his parents were old and needed his support. He was married but didn't work, spending his time drinking, smoking, and playing cards. His wife also didn't want to work. Sun Lixuan's salary is just enough to meet his family's basic needs, but his wife is careless with money, so their life is difficult. However, in June this year, their only daughter suddenly started coughing up blood. After going to the hospital, she was diagnosed with a serious lung disease. To fully treat her, they would need at least 1,000 yuan. To pay for her treatment, Sun Lixuan borrowed from relatives and friends, gathering less than 300 yuan so they could only do conservative treatment. A few days ago, the daughter's condition worsened again. This time, they couldn't borrow any more money. Sun Lixuan sold his second-hand bike and took a few dozen yuan to hospitalize his daughter. Once in the hospital, money was spent quickly, and Sun Lixuan was soon worried and stressed. What if he had no money for her treatment? Sun Lixuan, a grown man, went to kneel before the hospital leaders, begging them to help treat his daughter. The leaders were also in a tough spot. Sun Lixuan already owed the hospital some money. If they continued treatment, who would pay for the medicine? They didn't have the authority to make such decisions. Sun Lixuan felt very disappointed. If nothing else worked, he planned to sell 2 of his houses. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. It was a woman, apparently just out of the hospital, wearing a mask. Brother, do you need money? Of course, that's a silly question. Only a fairy doesn't need money. If you're here just to mock others' suffering, then you're in the wrong place. The woman shook her head repeatedly. No, brother, you misunderstood. If you need money, I can help you. She took out 2 stacks of cash from her bag and waved them in front of Sun Lixuan, saying, "This is 200 yuan. If you help me accomplish something, this money is yours. I promise I will do what I say." It was like someone giving a pillow when you're sleepy. Sun Lixuan needed money the most. Just tell me what to do. I have an enemy. I hate her deeply. You don't need to ask how she offended me. She did, and I want to get revenge. It's not a difficult task. Just bring her to me, and I'll exchange her for the money. Even though Sun Lixuan was short on money, he was surprised by what the woman said. What exactly do you want to do? Kill her or set a fire? The woman pulled up her mask and smiled. Don't be afraid. I have a grudge against her. You don't need to know the details. Just bring her to me, and I'll vent my anger. Sun Lixuan knew women well. They can be petty and narrow-minded. When dealing with such people, even a small remark can make them hate you forever. He asked again, "There's no danger to life, right? I won't do anything that involves killing." The woman repeatedly promised no. I just needed to vent. She said a lot of bad things about me to others, and I really can't stand it. The two began discussing the details. The address was provided by the woman, and Sun Lixuan even went to check the place and plan the action. Yi Qiahui rarely goes out and is very cautious. The way to lure her out was to start with Nan. A child is always a parent's heart. In the afternoon, he tried several times, pacing outside the door, but couldn't find a chance. Finally, Sun Lixuan seized an opportunity. An old man went inside to get something, and Nan alone supported herself against the wall to walk. The child was small and didn't make a sound. Sun Lixuan covered her mouth and carried her away. This was only the first step. The second step was to guide Yi Qiahui onto the right path. To do this, Sun Lixuan deliberately dropped one of Nan's shoes as a sign. What followed was what Yi Qiahui experienced. Qin Shi kicked Sun Lixuan and asked, "Why pay first and deliver later?" Where is the meeting point? On the road behind. She's waiting for me there. Chinsher decided to go along with the plan. He wanted to meet her. If he couldn't catch her, he'd always feel like a sword was hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. To catch fish, he needed Yi Xiaohui as bait. She was willing to risk herself. It was unrealistic to bring Nan along, fearing she might scare her. Chinsher's son Li Xuan and threw him into a pit. The couple then took Nan back home. Old Mr. Kong and Mrs. Kong didn't know what had happened. They didn't say much, only that they needed to go out for a while. They left Nan at home, hoping Mrs. Kong could take care of her. Don't worry, I'll watch over Nan carefully. As they approached the meeting spot, Chinsher stilled Xiaohui, since it was all part of the act. He wanted it to look real. Don't worry, I'm here. From a distance, Chinsher saw a blurry figure and pulled his hat down a bit. Who's there? It's me, brother. Are you waiting for me? The person didn't reply. As he approached, he used a flashlight to shine on the two of them. Is that the woman? Yes, I brought her. Where's the money? The man took out a stack of cash from his bag. You'll get your cut. In front of him, Chinsher nodded and said, yes, 200 yuan. But I don't dare give it to you directly. And what about the woman? The man was very rude. Aren't you just in it for the money? Once you have the cash, just live your life peacefully. Don't get involved in other things. Chinsher, with a calm tone, replied, this woman has a child. We're all parents. We can't bear to see her in trouble. The man sneered, you've taken off your pants, so don't pretend to be a good person. You can't bear to do bad things, can you? Chinsher sighed. Don't talk so harshly. It's all for my daughter. If there were other ways, I wouldn't do such terrible things. Go and repent. I've taken the person away. The man grabbed Yi Xiaohui, who had her mouth covered and was desperately trying to back away. Ugh ugh ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. Chinsher pulled Yi Xiaohui back. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Chinsher put away the money, looking somewhat guilty. Brother, I have to ask you, where are you planning to take her? The woman who came to see me earlier said she wanted to vent her anger. Was that really just venting? How are you going to do it? The man looked at Chinsher as if he were a fool, impatient. Sai, you really found the right person to deal with this. You're such a simpleton. I'm a bachelor. Think about it. What would I do with her? Give her to me to have children? Before he finished, Chinsher quickly grabbed him in a hold and threw him over his shoulder, causing him to crash to the ground. Hey, you want a rebel? Or are you just feeling guilty and trying to be a good person now? I tell you, it's no use. The bad things are already done. It's too late to regret. I advise you to be smart and take the money and leave. Chinsher slapped him hard twice. How dare he have evil thoughts about his woman and do disgusting things? He deserved it. The man, after being slapped twice, softened his tone. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? I'm not your brother. I'm here to send you to jail. Just kidnapping women is enough to get you in trouble. The man still looked confused. What are you after? Trying to get leniency? Let me tell you, if you report to the police, the money's gone, and you'll end up in prison. Think about your daughter. What will happen to her? Are you waiting for death? Chinsher slapped him 2 more times before speaking. Calling others fools? You're the biggest fool. Do you still not realize who I am? The man forcibly turned to look at Chinsher. Who are you? The person who has already caught the one you're trying to trick. The woman you're after is my wife. Think about it. Do you think I'll let you go? The man struggled, but Chinsher subdued him. Want to go to jail? No, I don't want to. Then tell me where that woman is and her name, or I won't let you go. I don't know. I really don't. Someone said they bought me a wife, and I just wait for her to come pick me up. Before he finished, Chinsher slapped him twice more. One of his arms was dislocated, and all he could do was cry out in pain. You're about to die, and still dare to fool me. When you thought I was someone else, what did you say? He did something wrong, you knew about it. You are like flies on a horse's back, pretending to be innocent. I swear, because he's a bachelor, his family is worried. Yesterday, his brother found him and said someone told him about a wife. That's good news. He should be happy. His brother also hinted that a woman was helping his sister find a match, but He suspects she was tricked. A full stomach doesn't know what hunger feels like. Under the lure of profit, that man was tempted. Qin Shi wanted to understand everything clearly. He didn't want to be targeted without knowing why. After talking with Xiao Hui, they dragged this man along and rode their bikes ahead. The man's brother works at a restaurant, which was about to close. Qin Shi went to see the manager, showed his military ID. The manager was polite and arranged a spare room for them, then called the waiter over. Seeing his brother's disheveled state, the brother probably guessed what happened. Is this a trap? Do you know each other? Yes, he is my brother. Qin Shi reached out and knocked down the well-dressed waiter. What are you doing? Still pretending? Tell me, who is the woman you introduced to your brother?
What? I don't understand.
Let me go.
Who are you?
How dare you act rough? Qin Shi slapped him twice on the ears. Listen, stop pretending. The one who started the fight is caught, and so is your brother. Do you still want to be a free fish? You really dare to think that way? If you don't stop stubbornly, I will send all three of you to the police station. They are professionals. One catch, one certainty. Your family will be famous. Brothers in jail, bringing shame to the family. If your children have a father in jail, I wonder if they will be proud of you. The waiter didn't dare gamble. With him and his brother's limited intelligence, once at the police station, they wouldn't know what to say. They'd be led around by the nose. If I tell the truth, will you let me go? Qin Shi thought for a moment and said, it depends on how many bad things you've done. If you've done a lot, even heaven won't forgive you. The waiter kept denying it. I haven't done anything. Just this once. My brother is old, and I'm worried. The waiter has been working at this restaurant for nearly 10 years and is now a senior staff member. He is talkative and has a good attitude. Everyone who eats here knows him well, and even those who don't are able to chat with him easily. Yesterday, a woman came to the restaurant late, just as the staff was finishing cleaning up. She had been here before, once or twice. While the waiter was tidying up the neighboring table, she started chatting with him and suddenly asked, do you have any unmarried young men among your relatives? The waiter was confused and wondered why she suddenly asked that. Usually, people don't rush to set up matches. The woman explained, my younger sister responded to a call to go to the countryside. She just came back recently, pregnant, and won't say who the father is. She's grown up now, but it's embarrassing. Our parents wanted to get an abortion or get married quickly. My older brother is helping to find someone, but I don't know anyone else. The waiter confirmed if this was true. The woman said, yes, I don't care about other people's affairs. The waiter felt sympathetic. His younger brother is almost 30, from a poor hometown, and hasn't found a wife yet because he's not very successful. His brother isn't picky about women. The waiter shared his brother's situation. The woman didn't mention matchmaking. She just said she would give 200 in bride price, and the man could pick her up directly. She explained that her parents were ashamed and wanted her to marry quickly, so they wouldn't have to see the shame. Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly called his brother and asked him to come over. They arranged for the brother to pick her up tonight. Someone brought the woman, paid money, and took her away. The waiter felt uneasy, thinking this wasn't a normal marriage, but more like selling a pig, lacking kindness. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. It sounded like trafficking. But then he remembered, traffickers wouldn't be afraid of paying for a bride. They buy brides, after all. When asked directly, the woman told the truth. Her brother and sister-in-law were doing well, but a shameless woman interfered, and her brother wanted a divorce. To keep the family together, the woman had to be eliminated. The two brothers shared the same idea. They were afraid but refused to back down. Qin Shi asked, what does that woman look like? Do you remember? We've seen her a few times. The first 2 times, we didn't pay much attention. Recently, she wore a scarf, a mask, and glasses, claiming she had a cold. Can you tell if she's local or not? She said she spoke Mandarin and was a bit particular about her words. If that person comes again, can you recognize him? The waiter nodded, I think so. Qin Shi and Yi Qiahui discussed, and since they still needed this person, he pointed out a clear path for them. I'll give you a clear way now. Whether you take it or not depends on you. The brothers broke out in sweat and kept saying, you just say it. As long as you treat us well, we will listen. Go turn yourselves in now. The brothers disagreed. You clearly said earlier that as long as we haven't done anything serious, we would be let go. This isn't letting us go. It's pushing us into jail. Listen to me. I may not understand everything, but I know the principle of confessing to reduce punishment and being honest. All I need is for you to give a statement at the police station. That counts as being honest and cooperative. Later, if you commit a crime again, it won't be your problem. I can't avoid reporting it. If the person behind the scenes isn't caught, my wife and children won't be safe. If you were in my place, what would you do? At this point, the brothers had no choice but to agree. They went to the police station to report. Since these two hadn't caused serious trouble and would need to testify against the suspect later, after some criticism and education, they were allowed to go home. If that woman comes to eat at the shop again, report it immediately. Also, son Lishuan couldn't be detained for now. Only after his daughter is out of danger could they arrest him. Qin sure didn't go back to release him either. He was a person who couldn't tell right from wrong, and letting him spend a night in the wilderness was already a kindness. The couple then headed back together. Isn't it forbidden to leave the military academy casually? Qin sure crouched in front of Xiaohui. Come, I'll carry you. His wife was frightened and probably hurt, but Qin sure didn't know how to comfort her, so he just showed his care in his own way. Xiaohui pushed him away. You're so big, and you're not a little girl. Forget it, it's pretty heavy. Qin sure stood in front. Don't underestimate your man. Carrying you is no problem. Xiaohui deliberately misunderstood him. What do you mean? Are you planning to marry 2 wives? Nonsense. I mean I'm healthy, and don't want you to worry about me. Since Qin sure kept inviting her, Xiaohui didn't refuse anymore and climbed onto his back. He even teasingly weighed her. You're so thin. You should eat more. Our family already has a little pig. Are you planning to turn me into a pig too? We're not poor enough to raise only one. I won't listen to you. If I really turn into a pig, even I would dislike myself. Qin sure finally answered his wife's question. Last night, I had a bad dream. Today, I was distracted. Gu Feng helped me ask for leave, saying I was worried about my family and needed to go back and see them. Qin sure was glad he came back. It's good that he returned. Do people really have premonitions? Maybe they do. Qin sure, do you suspect anyone? I'm wondering if it might be Gu Qing. If it's someone like Madame Gu who is so petty, it could really be her. I'm suspicious of someone else.
Qin shi, I met Qin mu.
Qin sure was surprised. You saw him? When? What was he doing here? It's been about 2 or 3 days. I met him when Denyang and I went shopping. He said he was here for an exchange program. This is an important clue. Qin sure took note. If it's really him, he won't get away with it. Back at the rented house, Nan Nan was already asleep. Qin sure carried her back to their room. Today, you and Nan Nan were wronged. I won't let the troublemaker go. Xiaohui also didn't want to let him off. Rest assured, you and Nan Nan. Even if I'm not here, someone will protect you. It's just a matter of money. The security in this era is generally good, but deliberate harm by others is a different matter. Qin sure looked at his watch. It was almost 10 o'clock. He needed to go back immediately. Xiaohui asked, Are you still leaving? I need to be back before 10. Take care of yourself and Nan Nan. This won't happen again tonight. Xiaohui trusted this man. Everything was left to him. She handed Qin sure a baked pancake, and the couple parted with a tender farewell. Sleep well, and forget about today's trouble. Yes, I'll sleep soon. Qin sure picked her up, looked up, and kissed her lips repeatedly. Xiaohui smiled and pushed him away. Go now, don't be late. You might get into trouble. See me off and lock the door properly. Xiaohui watched Qin sure's figure walk away step by step, then turned around and locked the door. She was still worried that yesterday's events might affect Nan Nan. But in the morning, Nan Nan had forgotten all the unhappy things. She was giggling happily and playing joyfully. Madame Kong also asked about last night. Where exactly was Nan Nan found? Xiaohui only said she was taken away by someone. That family had no children and had stolen and raised someone else's child. This made Madame Kong curse that person as inhuman, and she also scolded Mr. Kong. Does not smoking mean you will die? Will you die if you delay a little? Mr. Kong's intestines were damaged and turned blue. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed close and spent money to prevent it. From then on, I paid more attention to Nan Nan. The police quickly got news. They caught the person. They informed Yi Xiaohui and Qin Shi at the same time. The couple met at the police station. Who is the person they caught? What is their gender? Qin Shi had his suspicions, but didn't hide his questions when talking to the police officers. Do you know a woman named Suyani? The couple looked at each other. Yi Xiaohui said, Yes, I know her. She is my brother-in-law's wife. We are sisters-in-law. Honestly, the first person Yi Xiaohui suspected was Qin Mu, but she didn't think about Suyani at all. Sure enough, a bad person's harm is much greater than normal. What is her motive? The officer looked at the couple with a complicated expression. She said your families have conflicts, and she blames you for bullying her and her husband. As long as those two didn't come close, she wished she could never see them again. How could she say bullying? Being shameless is truly a different kind of trait, regardless of education. Yi Xiaohui asked, Comrade, can I see her? The officers agreed. Since she was caught, she only said a few words. If there was more to the case, she kept silent. Qin Shi disagreed. He didn't want to waste words on such a crazy person, especially since it might upset his wife. That alone was enough for her to serve 2 years in prison. Xiaohui patted Qin Shi's hand. I want to see her. I've been holding a lot inside and haven't had a chance to speak. In the interrogation room, through a small window, Xiaohui met Suyani. I don't want to see you. Xiaohui raised her eyebrows. Don't worry. It will be hard to see each other in the future. Using violence to kidnap women and children, spending a few years in prison is enough. I'll say this. In less than 2 years, Qin Mu will divorce you. Your father will lose his job, and your family will fall from their high position to the ground. Are you cursing us? Yi Xiaohui, still pretending. You hate Qin Mu, hate me, and even hate my family. Xiaohui smiled. What are you smiling about? I'm laughing at you. You let Qin Mu brainwash you. If I really couldn't let go of Qin Mu, after almost 2 years, would I have written him a letter? Would I have tangled with him? The thing you say about me not being able to let go is just Qin Mu's side of the story. 2 times of spreading rumors and even going to the army. Was that Qin Mu's doing? Is it because I can't let go of him, or is he intentionally causing trouble? You know his mother died. And he did what afterward? She mixed her own medicine into the prescription and made us all take the risk together. This may seem like a small matter, but it is serious to a person's character. Who could do such a thing if they are a good person? Suyani couldn't believe it. How could Qin Mu do such a thing? Just make up stories. I won't believe them no matter what. And don't get too happy too soon. I am pregnant, and everything you said won't happen to me. Suyani was confident. Pregnant? So what? Xiaohui's voice was cold, cutting through the cold air of the interrogation room and directly hitting Suyani's confidence. In front of the law, everyone is equal. Do you think being pregnant makes you immune?
Wrong.
It only makes your crimes more unforgivable. A pregnant woman who harms another woman's child by any means. Who knows, your child might be ashamed of you and not want you to be their mother. In her past life, Suyani had a son. Her face suddenly turned pale as paper, her eyes flickering with panic. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms, but she was unaware of the pain. 1,000 micro-expressions flashed across her face. Finally, Suyani curled her lips into a cold smile, her eyes shining with madness and defiance. It seemed she wanted to use this last stubbornness to prove her unwillingness and bravery. No, it was ignorance, stupid, and unaware. The lights in the interrogation room cast shadows on her twisted face, making her look even more ferocious. Do you think you've won? Yi Xiaohui, I tell you, the bloodline in my belly is Qin family's, Qin Mu's flesh and blood. Even if I made a huge mistake, for the sake of the child, the Qin family wouldn't really do anything to me. And you, just an outsider giving birth to a daughter, someone who will be marginalized by the Qin family sooner or later. After speaking, she gently stroked her still flat belly, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes, then turning fierce again. Just wait and see. Qin Mu will rescue me. When that happens, no one will be safe. Su Yanni appeared strong on the surface, but was actually fragile inside. May I ask, how much property does the Qin family have to inherit? Or, how important are they? I feel like you're pregnant, but even the Empress Dowager isn't as impressive as you. I really can't understand it. Looking at Qin Shi and Qin Mu, what about you makes me envy or jealous? Love-struck and pregnant, 3 years of foolishness seem unavoidable. When Yi Xiaohui came out, Qin Shi was already there, looking her over. Are you okay? It's okay, nothing's going to happen here. She's a woman, and I am too. Besides my education, I haven't lost to her. Behind Qin Shi, there was also Qin Mu, brother-in-law. Xiao Hui walked over from his side and sat down on a chair. What are you here for? Sorry, I didn't expect Yanni to do something like this. Is there a misunderstanding? Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, go talk to the police. What's the point of telling me? Do college students not understand the law? Qin Mu looked at Qin Shi and said, Big brother, Yanni is pregnant. That has nothing to do with me. Yi Xiaohui tried not to laugh, waiting to see what tricks the scoundrel would pull next. Since we're brothers, one can't write 2 Qin characters. Yanni is also carrying a child from our Qin family. If Grandma were alive, she wouldn't want to see today's situation. Qin Shi's temples bulged with veins, and he punched Qin Mu in the stomach. The guy was useless, stumbling back several steps and hitting the wall before stopping. You don't deserve to mention Grandma. Even if Grandma were alive, she wouldn't tolerate her own family harming each other. Grandma treated Qin Shi very well, and would also treat Manhwa kindly. Grandma was a person with strong principles. Qin Mu clutched his stomach, clearly hurt by that punch, grimacing in pain. Please don't be violent. You're someone with status. Stop bringing up other things. How does Su Yanni know where my wife and child live? Dare you say you didn't tell her? I now suspect you're the mastermind, but I have no proof. Qin Mu fixed his clothes and protested loudly. Originally, Su Yanni didn't come to the provincial city because she had a stable job. But after she got pregnant, her health wasn't good. First morning sickness, then poor appetite. She was always sick and took leave to rest at home. After Qin Mu arrived in the provincial city, he didn't go back for the Mid-Autumn festival. Su Yanni didn't want to be alone at home, so she took a bus to come over. That day, Qin Mu ran into Xiao Hui and told Su Yanni about it. After all, they were brothers, breaking bones but still connected by tendons. Thinking about the attitude of his sister-in-law, he couldn't help but complain a little. Unexpectedly, Su Yanni took it seriously. Qin Mu's words, Yi Xiao Hui didn't believe even a punctuation mark, but now there's no way to deal with him, because a fool is standing in front. Qin Shi still said the same thing. Listen to the authorities, whatever they decide, let it be. Su Yanni is willing to go all the way, walking her own path to the end. Qin Shi and others won't interfere. Perhaps, in some people's view, the mastermind is Su Yanni, which would be the best outcome. Relying on the pregnancy in her belly, she can truly turn a serious crime into a minor one, and a minor one into a domestic matter. The couple just left the police station and almost bumped into Su Aigua, who was rushing over. Qin Shi? Yes, it's me. Can we talk privately? Qin Shi was a bit reluctant. Without much thought, he knew what Su Aigua wanted to say. Seeing his hesitation, Su Aigua pulled him aside. I heard Qin Mu say that Yanni might have done something wrong. Qin Mu's words were definitely more than that. Su Aigua was avoiding the main issue. Qin Shi recounted what happened a few days ago. No one falsely accused Su Yanni. She indeed did it. I know Yanni made a mistake. Can you, for Qin Mu's sake and my face, forgive her? After all, you are brothers and Yanni is pregnant with your family's child. See? He's starting to use moral pressure again. Impossible. There's no way. Both the husband and wife said at the same time. They exchanged a glance. Qin Shi said, whoever did it should take responsibility. We're adults. When you decided to do it, you should have thought about the consequences. This can't be forgiven. He added, and no one told me. Can you, for my sake, not do bad things to my wife and children? You should be grateful that my wife and child are safe. Otherwise, your daughter might be the one lying in the ground. No matter whose child she's carrying, whether it's the Lord's or anyone else's, I would sacrifice my life to protect her. Chao Hui was deeply shocked after hearing this. Qin Shi's words hit like a heavy hammer, not only crushing Su Aigua's false hope but also making him realize how unforgivable his daughter's actions were. Su Aigua instantly looked older. The light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by deep guilt and helplessness. He slowly looked up at Qin Shi, whose young and firm face showed no hesitation or compromise. Su Aigua's lips moved slightly, but he could only manage a few hoarse words. You're right. Yanni was wrong. She shouldn't have done things without thinking of the consequences, just based on personal likes and dislikes. Xiao Hui took a few steps forward, then stepped back and said to Su Aigua, My child and I have been here less than 10 days. One day, we went shopping and met Qinmu. If he hadn't said anything, how would Su Yanni have known? I suspect. Your daughter was being used by someone. After speaking, they quickly left without stopping. Qin Shi asked Yi Xiao Hui, Do you also suspect Qinmu? I believe it was him, but a fool took the blame for him. I can only say that this person is very lucky. He always succeeds in using others. Qin Shi snorted. The more you walk at night, the more you'll meet ghosts. Not everyone is a fool. It's not obvious that he's doing something big. Small shoes can still be bought. He already took a day off, so Qin Shi went back home for lunch. Nan hadn't seen her father for a few days. She was very clingy, like a little tail, following him everywhere. Qin Shi still needed to return to school. Due to time limits, lunch was simple, stir-fried green beans and steamed bread. The father and daughter were cooking over the fire. Nan was so slow that it made people anxious. She wasn't allowed to help others. Everything was handed to her by her father, and she put it into the stove herself. Nan, don't cause trouble. Go play somewhere else. Mom rarely looked so serious. Nan, who was shy, stood there feeling a bit unhappy. Come, Nan, help Dad. Kids shouldn't play with fire. Nan handed something to her father, who filled it. She didn't realize that her father was grabbing here and there to keep the family fed, or they'd all go hungry. Luckily, the cooking was simple. At mealtime, Xiao Hui casually said, Qin Shi, have you ever thought that maybe you're not really Qin's child? Qin Shi was startled. Why would you say that? I just have my doubts. Look at your father. He doesn't treat you well. Your stepmother isn't impressive. Your sister is okay, but your brother is like a wolf, always scheming against you. Does that seem like a family? Qin Shi didn't think much of it. I don't need them to treat me well. As long as Grandma treats me well, that's enough. Grandma treats me better than Qinmu. She must be my real grandmother. Xiao Hui asked again. What if I'm not your real mother? If I weren't, I couldn't repay Grandma. I'd just take care of her son, support my father. As for others, treat strangers well enough to be friends. If not, stay far away. Let everyone be happy and not bother each other. Xiao Hui took a bite of steamed bread and a piece of green bean, then added chili to the dish. She didn't watch carefully and accidentally picked up a spicy chili, making her stick out her tongue. Qin Shi quickly handed her water. Eat a few more bites of bread. Once the spiciness subsided, Xiao Hui suddenly said, I hope you're not really Qin's son. With that kind of family, she wished to stay as far away as possible. I hope so too, but I know that's impossible. I remember what my mother looked like. It would be disrespectful to think otherwise of her. Xiao Hui hesitated and still couldn't decide whether to tell him about her background. Was Qin Shi relieved or overwhelmed? Maybe I should wait a bit longer. I asked someone from the office to find you a companion. It's a sister-in-law who lives nearby. When you go out shopping or for a walk, you can be with her. Having a companion is good. Xiao Hui tilted her head and asked, but I don't know her. Just stay at home and wait. She will come to see you. Qin Shi probably won't return until next week. When he comes and goes, it makes Nwanwan cry a lot. Qin Shi, feeling guilty, left after a while. Nwanwan was really sad, crying and choking. It took a long time to comfort her. After returning home, Xiao Hui held Nwanwan and they slept together. There wasn't much work or classes, everyone was getting bored and sleepy. Xiao Hui also told Qin Shi her opinion. If things continue like this, they will become useless. It would be better for her and her daughter to go back to the army. Qin Shi didn't want to. He said he wasn't poor enough to not support his wife and child. Xiao Hui always suspected Qin Shi had a male chauvinist attitude, but each time she thought so, she would change her mind. He treated her with respect. Nwanwan was still sleeping. Xiao Hui got up and planned to wash some clothes. They didn't have many clothes, originally planning to wash them at noon, but they delayed. Xiao Hui first used a well pump to fill a large basin with water, then soaked the clothes and added soap. Someone outside called, "Is Xiao Hui at home?" Mother Kong was frightened by the incident where Nwanwan lost her item, so she blocked the way when someone called. "It's your sister-in-law from the front. Madam, let her in." I heard Qin Shi say so. As soon as sister-in-law Lin entered, Xiao Hui understood. Qin Shi didn't find her a companion. He found her a bodyguard. Sister-in-law Lin is about 1.7 meters tall, and to be honest, she's dark and strong. Xiao Hui brought a stool and asked her to sit down. "Miss, I came to recognize the door, to recognize you." Xiao Hui made her laugh and said, "Recognize me? I am the person you want to recognize." Sister-in-law Lin is from the countryside. Her little aunt's husband works in the city. She has been helping to take care of children since she was about 11 or 12. At that time, there was no family planning, so if she got pregnant, she would have more children. She helped care for many children, doing hard work without credit. Her aunt's family was not unkind. Raising Lin was necessary. How to raise her? By introducing her to a partner. It's a very realistic issue. Northern and southern big cities look down on other places. Coastal areas look down on inland areas. Inland areas look down on each other. Developed regions look down on less developed ones. Sister-in-law Lin is at the bottom of this chain. Those with jobs and good family conditions probably look down on her. Those with jobs but not so good family conditions also look down on her. In the end, she found someone with a leg disability who works at a welfare center. He has a job and his parents own a house. He's a bit older, but at least he has a city household registration. After getting married, she realized how hard life can be. Her husband's salary is low, and they had 2 more children in a row. Sister-in-law Lin also has to do part-time work outside to make ends meet, constantly borrowing from one side to pay the other. At noon, someone from the street office told her about a person looking for someone to accompany her to buy groceries and occasionally help watch the children for 3 yuan a month. She was afraid of missing out on such a good opportunity, so she hurried over after eating. "Girl, if you go grocery shopping someday, just call me. I live just a block ahead, the 3rd house. Just call me Lin Shuang." Xiao Hui was quite satisfied with this choice. "Okay, sister-in-law." Lin Shuang is very honest, and even insisted on washing clothes, which scared Xiao Hui a bit.
She didn't want that.
She could wash clothes just fine. Qin Shi couldn't come out, but Gu Qing could enter the school gate. Gu Feng looked serious. "If you don't study well, why are you running around everywhere?" "I didn't run around everywhere. A classmate's family sent some pears. I bought some and brought them to you." "Who are you?" Gu Qing said. "They're for you. If you want to share, share. I don't care. You can eat alone if you want." "I don't believe you." "If you don't believe me, who do you plan to believe?" Gu Qing brought some large, over 20 in total, with big bumps on them. Gu Feng asked, "Be honest. Did you buy these from the supply and marketing cooperative?" "I already said they're from a classmate. I brought them to you." "Why are you picky?" "You know why I'm asking." Gu Qing, stop dreaming. What's not yours, don't wish for it. Qin Shi is married, and they're happily married. Gu Qing angrily swung her bag twice, accidentally hitting her brother. "If you don't want to eat, just take it back and feed the pigs or dogs." Gu Feng happily took it. "That's not right. Your brother is worse than a pig or a dog. I went through so much trouble to bring them, and it's not even appreciated. Xiao Dongyang ran over like a bootlicker, smiling and asking, Gu Qing, what good stuff did you bring?
Pears.
Gu Feng quickly pushed Gu Qing outside. All right, go back, quickly. It'll be dangerous to sit on the bus when it gets dark. Gu Qing didn't want to leave. She still hadn't seen the person she wanted to see. Just as Gu Feng said, she wasn't just here to deliver a few pears. Xiaodanjiang also began criticizing Gu Feng. Gu Qing finds it hard to visit once. As the older brother, can't you let your sister rest? You're irresponsible. Gu Feng rolled his eyes in anger.
You don't know anything.
Do you even know you have a rival? Qin Shi and Mo Qingshan returned from the playground, tired from exercising. They were only wearing tank tops, showing broad waists, narrow hips, and clear muscle lines. Gu Qing's gaze fell on Qin Shi. Such an outstanding man. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Shi, almost forgetting everything around her. She had never observed him so closely before, his healthy-looking skin under the sunlight, every slight movement of his muscles stirring her heart. Gu Feng started scolding his sister again. Xiao Qing, let's go. It's really too late. Before finishing, the two had already approached. Qin Shi saw Gu Qing and quickly put on his jacket. Qin Shi, went for a workout? Yes, I sweat a lot. I'm going back to the dorm. You two chat. Qin Shi turned to leave. Honestly, his cold attitude made Gu Qing feel cold inside. She wasn't a fly. She hadn't done anything wrong. Brother, I'm leaving. I'll see you off. Xiaodanjiang also wanted to see her off, but Gu Feng stopped him. I need to say a few words to my sister. It's not appropriate for you to follow. Xiaodanjiang. At the gate, Gu Feng said to Gu Qing, Are you finally giving up? Qin Shi doesn't want you. Gu Qing's tears wavered, and her eyes turned red. Does it hurt you not to hurt me? I am your biological sister. Because you're my sister, I take care of you. It's not too late to turn back now. There are plenty of good men out there. Look at Xiaodanjiang and other classmates of mine. The military camp never lacks brave soldiers. Gu Qing wiped her tears and held her head high, acting proud. Who told you to introduce him? I'm not unwanted. Are you really not considering Xiaodanjiang? He's also very outstanding. That's my business. Don't interfere. All right, I won't. Watching Gu Qing get into the car, Gu Feng rubbed his forehead. If Qin Shi hadn't married, that would have been great. He personally admired him a lot. It's a pity. He was destined not to become his brother-in-law. Gu Feng, your letter. Gu Feng took the letter and saw it was from his mother. Back in the dorm, the bag of pears was still on his bed, untouched. Why isn't everyone eating? Why are you being so polite to me? We're all brothers. Gu Feng threw one piece aside. Try some. My sister's classmate picked these from a tree, fresh. Gu Feng picked up a letter and tore it open with one hand. Several photos fell out. Xiao Dongyang helped pick them up, looked at each one, and exclaimed, Gu Feng, why are there so many photos of women? Are you dating? Gu Feng didn't expect his mother to be so persistent. Bring them here. Xiao Dongyang, with his funny personality, picked up one photo and read aloud, Xiao Yu, 23 years old, high school teacher, father is deputy district head, mother is chairwoman of the Women's Federation. Gu Feng's face darkened. He reached out and said, Give it to me. That's rude. Xiao Dongyang patted his head and returned the photo. His mother sent 3 photos, all carefully chosen as potential matches. Gu Feng didn't look at the women's faces, but read the small print on the back, then put the letter back into the envelope. So boring. Gu Feng went outside, felt the breeze, then went to the bathroom. Outside the bathroom, Qin Shi was washing clothes in the sink. Qin Shi, it's so late. Why are you still washing? Exercising and sweating. If I don't wash tonight, it will smell bad. Gu Feng leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. He asked Qin Shi, Want one? Too busy with my hands, no thanks. Gu Feng watched Qin Shi's movements and asked after a while, Qin Shi, are you and your wife in a free love relationship? I think your relationship is really good. No, it's arranged by our parents, but that doesn't mean the feelings aren't real. It depends on the person. Gu Feng smiled and said, another brainwasher. I don't believe it. His parents' arranged marriage often led to constant arguments. The uncles and aunts around him had seen a lot, mostly just tolerating it. So he swore that either he wouldn't marry, or he would marry someone he truly liked. It's not brainwashing. To be precise, I like her, but she didn't know before. Gu Feng looked interested and said, it sounds like there's a story.
Tell me.
Qin sure didn't plan to share his private matters with others, but Gu Feng was different. He was increasingly sure that Gu Qing was not an ordinary girl, especially based on her behavior during their last meeting. That look. Qin sure just hoped it was only in his wife's eyes. Gu Feng is Gu Qing's brother, and he hoped Gu Qing could hear what he wanted to say from her brother. When I first joined the army and went home to visit, I helped my father and stepmother at a river excavation site. There was a young girl there, always smiling, very diligent. Whenever someone had a problem, she wanted to help.
2 squads are next to each other.
Xiao Hui is responsible for cooking and boiling water. When she's not busy, she stays on the hill road, helping the men in the village pull carts that can't go up without assistance. Of course, there are also people from Qinshi village who ask for her help, and she always assists them. Some mischievous young men, when they see her, say thank you with a face close to hers. She blushes and walks away. Next time, they call her again for help, but she avoids them. That's how Qinshi came to know Xiao Hui. He is different from others. After going up the hill, he says thank you and quickly leaves, afraid of scaring her. The next time, even if there's a shortcut, he chooses to go the longer way just to talk to her. If she isn't at the top of the hill, Qinshi would wait below until she appears. Fate is very strange. When the construction work was finished, Qinshi packed up and was about to return to the army. He asked his third grandfather to find out about Xiao Hui. If she was the same as he remembered, he wanted to ask his grandfather to help him propose. Soon, he received a letter from his third grandfather. It said Qin Mu was engaged, and his fiancée was Xiao Hui. Gu Feng was surprised. It turned out Qinshi's wife used to be his younger brother's fiancée. An idea popped into his head, and he asked, Qinshi, did you force her into it? Qinshi glared at him angrily. Don't think of me as so dirty. The problem isn't me. My younger brother went to college and found someone better, with more status, true love. My wife was arranged by our parents, with no real feelings, so she naturally left her. The funny thing is, my brother was the one who liked Xiao Hui first. It's called free love, but isn't it just abandonment? Who wouldn't despise such a person? They were engaged for 4 years. When she had no feelings, she broke off the engagement. At that time, people talked behind her back, laughed at her, hated her, mocked her poverty, or feared her wealth. All kinds of nasty words were said. Xiao Hui, angry, jumped into the river. But luckily someone saw her and saved her. My mother-in-law has a hot temper. She grabbed an axe and went to confront my father and stepmother. They were scared and finally agreed to let me marry Xiao Hui. Gu Feng punched Qinshi. Isn't that just what you wanted? It's called fate stepping in unexpectedly. Qinshi admitted it. That was the only good thing his biological parents had ever done, and the only thing he was grateful for. I chose her myself, so I don't regret it. Anyone who tries to harm them, I won't allow it. Gu Feng understood that this was an indirect message to Gu Qing. Between him and his wife, no third person could intervene. He just didn't know if Gu Qing understood. Gu Feng, do you consider me a friend? We're more than friends. We're comrades. Can you help me with something?
What is it?
My brother's wife has bad intentions toward my wife. She almost kidnapped my wife and child. I suspect my brother is involved too. He might be the mastermind behind this. We need to teach him a lesson and stop him from doing whatever he wants. Gu Feng has many connections, and Qinshi needs his help. What should I do? Well, Xiao Hui thought everything was settled, but that was just her assumption. Su Aigwa still came looking for her. Not teaching a child properly is a parent's fault, and the same goes for a girl. Xiao Hui had no good feelings toward this person. What do you really want?
Don't misunderstand.
I won't do anything bad. Since Yen and I is pregnant, I hope you can persuade Qinshi to stay with the child and be a father. Yi Xiaohui didn't know what had happened, but she knew it wasn't good. She wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it. You're talking nonsense. Our daughter and son-in-law have nothing to do with you. Don't mix us up. Su Aigua had to hold his ground. He understood what Qinshi and his wife meant. That grandson Qinmu was definitely not a good person. What's the point of knowing? He ended up with a foolish daughter. He tried to persuade her not to be so stubborn as to go to jail, and to let Qinmu enjoy life outside. But Yen and I only said one thing. She disliked Yi Xiaohui, so she did this. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. She did it, and she admits it. Stop pretending. If Qinmu really did nothing, how do you know where Qinshi's wife lives? I heard she hasn't been here long. Only Qinmu has seen her. Su Aigua had done his homework. Now, he just wanted his daughter to get Qinmu involved. Their brothers' issues, no matter how much they argue, are connected. No brother would want to see his sibling in prison. If you don't get involved, Qinmu could turn things around and make himself look spotless. Do you think they would forgive you? He had said everything he needed to, even explained the reasons clearly, but Yen and I stubbornly insisted it was her doing. Su Aigua was furious. Was he really that slow? You made a mistake during childbirth, threw away the baby, and kept the placenta? You're so foolish you can't see through a simple problem. Su Aigua is now angry whenever he sees Qinmu. His good daughter, once close to Qinmu, has become very foolish because of him. He can't persuade her, so Su Aigua plans to use connections to get a quick court decision, hoping for probation outside detention. Last night, Qinmu came to knock on his door, looking pale and bloodied, walking with a limp. He looked very miserable. Qinmu is the biological father of his daughter's child, so Su Aigua can't ignore him. He quickly helps him into the room. What happened to you? I was beaten by someone. Su Aigua asks, did you see who it was? Do you know who hit you? Qinmu isn't sure who it was. After work, he borrowed a colleague's bicycle to buy some nutritious food at the supply store, planning to deliver it to the detention center. Adults need nutrition and the baby needs it even more. His thing isn't working well anymore, but he cares more about the child in Su Yanni's belly. Walking on the road, with few pedestrians around, Qinmu rides a bit faster. Suddenly, someone comes out of an alley, looking around without paying attention, heading straight across the street. By the time Qinmu notices, it's too late. Even braking hard doesn't stop him from hitting the person. The person falls flat on the ground, shouting ouch. Ouch. In pain. Qinmu struggles to get up, feeling a sharp pain in his knee. He frowns, ignoring his injury, and sees the middle-aged man he hit sitting on the ground, holding his waist and brushing dust off his pants, still calling ouch. Ouch! Exaggeratedly, as if badly hurt. Qinmu immediately wants to leave. If he gets accused, it won't be good. Going to the hospital for treatment costs money, and he has to support his family. Just as Qinmu is about to turn his bike around, two strong young men rush over, glaring fiercely and surrounding him. The shorter one, with his hands on his hips, eyes wide and fierce, says, "You were riding so fast and hit my dad, and now you want to run? If you don't pay 50 yuan today, even the king of heaven can't save you." The taller one agrees, looking threatening. If Qinmu hesitates, they might attack him. They step closer, forcing Qinmu into a corner. The air feels heavy, and only their heavy breathing can be heard. "I tell you, kid, how can you be so careless?" The short person spat fiercely, with a look full of disdain and challenge. "You're dressed pretty well. 50 yuan shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" He immediately asked for 50, which was a month's salary. Qinmu didn't have that much, and even if he did, he couldn't give it. Wasn't that a big fool? It looked like he was heavily beaten, but Qinmu thought it was all pretend. Qinmu clenched his teeth. He knew this could be an unnecessary trouble, but he also understood that backing down would only make the other person more arrogant. "I don't have that much money, and he doesn't look seriously hurt," Qinmu tried to reason calmly. The short person suddenly grabbed Qinmu's collar and said fiercely, "Are you blind? My dad looks like that, and you say he's pretending?" Before Qin Mu could argue, the two men pushed him to the ground, hitting him with fists and kicking him, hitting anywhere, face or backside, just whatever they could reach. Qin Mu was a delicate guy and wasn't a match for violence.
Why?
Because of his small, thin arms and legs, and he was just a pretty boy. After the beating, an old man and two young people helped him up and walked away. Qin Mu lay there like a dead pig for a while, then rode his bike to the guest house to see his father-in-law. His father-in-law didn't like him much, but now he was still Su Yanni's husband and the father of her children. He had to do something. Xiao Hui's face changed with anger. Comrade, what do you mean? Your son-in-law was beaten, and you don't go find the person who did it? You come here instead, trying to blame Qinshi? Oh, I see. You're working together on some scheme, trying to use this to threaten us, to let your daughter go. Is that it? I'm telling you now, without even waiting for Qinshi to speak, I won't agree. If you've got the guts, try it. Don't expect us to back down. Even if Qinshi was responsible, Yi Xiaohui wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it.
I didn't mean that.
I just want to say that no matter what the conflict is, let's forget it. Qinshi and Qin Mu are brothers. You can't write two separate Qin characters. Every cause has an effect. Who provoked whom? Who caused trouble? Stabbing someone and nearly killing them, then running over and saying, "Be generous, don't pursue the past." Is that kindness? No, it's stupidity. It's being forgetful. It's being a big fool. Su Aigua stood up and made a final effort. It's up to each person how they handle it. I don't insist. Maybe I shouldn't have come today. Please understand, as a father, even knowing it's impossible, I still had to try. Yi Xiaohui couldn't understand. I'll give you two pieces of advice. Qin Mu, you won't be able to fully control her. I'm telling you this now. In less than 2 years, your daughter and son-in-law will divorce. If you act dishonestly, you'll face consequences. The person who reports you will be someone you helped rise. If you don't believe me, then forget I said anything. Su Aigua listened with doubt. How do you know? You haven't experienced what will happen in the future. I think you're just warning me unnecessarily and trying to stir trouble between me and Qin Mu. I suspect you're using this to harm me. Yi Xiaohui smiled and said, Yes, I am trying to cause trouble between you two. But you must not believe me. You should give your son-in-law the best resources to help him succeed. Qin Mu is a very kind person. One day, when he becomes successful, he will repay you. Just wait and enjoy your happiness. Su Aigua felt worse the more he listened. Be honest and kind. Besides Yanni, no one in our family has wronged you, right? Why curse us? Yi Xiaohui half-asked, half-escorted the person out, then closed the door and said through it, Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe, then go ahead and raise wolves to cause trouble. Yi Xiaohui still thought she was too kind. Let dogs fight dogs. Anyway, Su Aigua might not be a good person. Qinshi and Gu Feng were chatting on the playground, each holding a bottle of soda. Qinshi clinked his bottle with Gu Feng's. Thanks, Gu Feng. No need to be polite, brother. Gu Feng drank half a bottle in one go, not caring much, and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Still, alcohol is more satisfying. Next Sunday, I invite you to my house. I'll treat you to drinks. Gu Feng looked at him and pointed to himself. You're inviting me? Yeah, is that so hard? Or am I just stingy? Neither. I'm just curious. You're talented, but you always keep your distance from me. It feels like you don't want to get close. Qinshi didn't deny it.
Why?
I'm not that bad, am I? Qinshi leaned back lazily, smiling. We're not the same. I come from the countryside. I want to improve myself through hard work. Or maybe it was a bit of Qinshi's pride. You're wrong. My ancestors were also from the countryside. I've climbed up step by step, not relying on my father's connections. Qinshi understood this well. He and Gu Feng were classmates. Could he not see how talented Gu Feng was? Gu Feng paused for a long time before saying, My biological father sacrificed himself. I constantly remind myself that I can't tarnish his name. I want to be a hero, not a coward. This was the first time Qinshi heard Gu Feng mention his family background. Chief Gu isn't your biological father? No, when he and my mom formed a family, I was already 6 or 7 years old. He's a former comrade of my dad, and he's been good to me since I was young. When I was going astray, he pulled me back. I owe much of who I am today to his guidance. That's why he was willing to change his surname, to stay with his father during his lifetime, and after he passes, to revert to his biological father's name. Knowing in advance that Qin Shi would return this week, Xiao Hui invited Lin's wife to go to the market. Lin's wife followed Xiao Hui, carrying a shopping bag, hoping to find some good deals. They walked a short distance together. Girl, is your man coming back? Xiao Hui smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you're really good at guessing. It's like I don't buy groceries when he's not home. That's different. Buying groceries is normal, but today your face looks like a flower is blooming. Xiao Hui shyly touched her face. It's not as exaggerated as you say. We haven't seen each other for just a little while. It's not that serious. Lin's wife, cheerful and loud, laughed. No need to be shy. A young couple is good. Unlike us, old married folks, who find each other annoying and have to see each other every day. Sister-in-law, you're only in your 30s, right? Calling us old married folks? It should be at least in your 40s. My child's father is in his 40s, 12 years older than me. My aunt initially lied and said he was 7 years older, but when we registered, I found out he was 12 years older. Nan's dad is also several years older than me. As long as he treats us well, a bit older is fine. They say big men love their wives, right? Xiao Hui could only comfort Lin's wife this way. Don't believe that. My mom says so, and my aunt says so too. You only realize when you live together that men don't care about age. If they don't love you, even an 80-year-old man wouldn't care. It's a simple truth. The two first went to the supply and marketing cooperative. The family's malted milk drink was almost gone, and they couldn't run out. Nan drank it, and Xiao Hui drank it occasionally too. Since both mother and daughter drank it, it was finished quickly. Lin's wife fondled the cloth bag but finally put it down. Sister-in-law, do you want to buy some fabric? Forget it, I won't buy. When her brother changes clothes, the little one will have something to wear. With a disabled husband and 2 children, Lin's wife didn't have a formal job. It was clear their family was struggling. Sister-in-law, if you want to buy, I can give you the 3 yuan in advance. Lin's wife waved her hand. No, forget it. Let's focus on eating. Sister Lin was envious of Xiao Hui. She saw a can of malted milk powder costing over 10 yuan and decided to buy it. Sigh, when will our family live like that? After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Xiao Hui bought half a pound of pork belly, a small portion of pig liver without a ticket, 2 bones, and some pig blood. Sister Lin held her wallet and hesitated for a moment before buying 3 pieces of pig blood with Xiao Hui. Outside the door, Sister Lin carried the bags. She said that Xiao Hui, with her delicate skin and slim arms and legs, was too fragile to carry such heavy loads. Xiao Hui explained that Sister Lin's words were exaggerated. The variety of vegetables was decreasing. Xiao Hui bought some chili, eggplant, bean sprouts, potatoes, a bunch of chives, and a head of cabbage. They hadn't eaten dumplings for a while, so they decided to make some at home. There wasn't much else worth buying. Sister Lin bought a bunch of wilted eggplants. Sister, aren't you buying anything else? Sister Lin shook her head. Never mind. Dad earns just over 20 yuan a month, and we still have to support the elderly and the children. We have to be careful with money. As long as it fills our stomachs, that's enough. Poor couples often face hardships, and it's no wonder their relationship isn't great. Back home, Sister Lin sat for a little while before leaving. Xiao Hui rolled up her sleeves and started cooking. Aunt Kong brought little Nuan over. She had just woken up and was rubbing her eyes. Xiao Hui prepared a glass of malted milk powder to give Nuan some before she ate with her father later. Nuan missed her dad and kept pulling Aunt Kong to look outside the door several times. Since Qin Shi wasn't coming back every day, it was understandable to have a more lavish meal sometimes. Xiao Hui was busy in the kitchen. She skillfully sliced the pork belly into even thin pieces. The pig liver was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the pig blood was cut into long, thin strips. The oil in the pot was just starting to smoke. Xiao Hui gently slid the pig liver into the pan, timing it perfectly, and then took it out. She planned to make 4 dishes: pork belly stir-fried with eggplant, stir-fried pig liver, pig blood stir-fry, and shredded potatoes. Immediately, the aroma of meat filled the small courtyard. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui was busy cooking in the kitchen, while Aunt Kong lovingly stroked Nuan head and softly coaxed her. Nuan, be good. Dad will be back soon. Let's go back to the room, okay? No, wait for Papa. Aunt Kong had no choice but to wait with her. Not far away, 2 figures walked side by side. Nuan, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized them and was so happy she jumped high. Nuan, chubby and unable to jump very high, only bounced in little bursts.
Papa, Papa.
Qinshi quickly took a few steps forward and picked up Nuan, giving her a gentle kiss on her little face. Miss Daddy? It rang. That's a good girl. Give her a little more affection. 1 kiss is polite, but if I do it twice, she won't like it because her dad's beard tickles her. Nan, this is Uncle. Call him Uncle. The words are a bit tricky, so Nan calls him Bobo. Qinshi chuckled, still calling him Bobo? I think it's actually steamed bun. Gu Feng said, forget it, you can't speak properly. Come on, Uncle has brought you some tasty food. 2 urban sausages were sent by a comrade. Nan hugged them tightly and wouldn't let go. Xiao Hui heard the noise and came out with a spatula. Gu Feng said, sister-in-law, sorry to bother you. Xiao Hui isn't very familiar with Gu Feng, but since her husband brought him, he must be all right. Not really bothering, I didn't know you were coming, so I just cooked a couple of simple dishes. Simple is better. I don't want to feel guilty again. Gu Feng sat down at the table, while Qinshi took Nan to the kitchen. Did you make so much? Xiao Hui nodded. You only come back once every half-month, so of course I want to make good food. I didn't know your comrade would come, so just make do. That much isn't just making do, wife. You worked hard. Xiao Hui looked up and asked, are you being sweet today? Qinshi lowered his voice. I am. Don't believe me?
Try it.
Xiao Hui pushed him out the door. Don't neglect your comrade. Let's serve the dishes. Xiao Hui made another dish with cabbage and bean sprouts, and that was the final main course. Qinshi arranged the plates, took out half a bottle of wine from under the table, and poured a glass for Gu Feng, and 1 for himself. Gu Feng asked, are you really drinking? Of course. Can I pretend to toast but not really drink? Qinshi poured a cup for Gu Feng and another for himself. Call your sister-in-law out. Those who don't work shouldn't eat, and those who work can eat more. She'll come out soon. Only the hot dishes are left. Nowadays, families are careful with money, so being able to cook 4 dishes plus hot food is already quite good. Gu Feng asked, did you tell your sister-in-law I was coming? No, she knew I was coming back today. Gu Feng suspected Qinshi was secretly showing off his affection. This whole table was prepared by his wife. He again felt a little sympathetic for his sister, realizing he had no chance. They are both working hard for each other, not just one-sided. Come on, Gu Feng, let's toast. They clinked glasses. The wine should be sipped, not gulped. Nan's small hand was about to reach the table. Qinshi smoothly poured half a bowl of hot water, then rinsed pig liver and pig blood in it before feeding Nan. Is it cold? No, our family has a strong taste, so the kids tend to eat salty food. We need to wash it in water first. Gu Feng teased, Qinshi, you're such a careful dad. Once you have your own children, you'll understand. You'll pay close attention to everything about her and want to protect her as she grows. Every time Nan finishes a piece of food, she points with her little hand, saying she loves the tender pig's blood and flavorful pig liver most. If a piece is slightly bigger and she can't open her small mouth, Nan uses her chubby hand to hold it, and after eating, she wipes the oil from her fingertips on her dad's sleeve. Qinshi saw this, but pretended not to notice. His little girl was spoiled and loved to snuggle close, which was a sign of affection. Why else wouldn't she snuggle with others? Gu Feng watched with envy. First, you need to find someone you like, or how will you have children? Then I'll try hard to find the child's mother. It's not easy to find the right person. Can I borrow your daughter? To be my honorary daughter? Qin Shi immediately refused. No, Nanan only has one dad, and I can't do that. Gu Feng couldn't get his way and scolded, "You call me a friend and comrade, but you're so bossy." That's different. Xiao Hui finished cooking and washed her hands before coming over. Qin Shi helped his wife by handing her a pair of chopsticks, and Xiao Hui sat down beside him. "Comrade Gu, do you like the food? Is it to your taste?" Gu Feng said, "Thanks for your warm hospitality, sister-in-law. The food is very good, and you made so much. I enjoyed it very much." Qin Shi helped Xiao Hui serve most of the bowl, switching to her favorite dishes. Xiao Hui felt pleased but also thought she shouldn't do that, so she said, "Put it there. I can reach. We've been eating for a while, but you haven't eaten yet." Gu Feng agreed, "Yes, sister-in-law, you've worked hard." Qin Shi explained to Xiao Hui, "Gu Feng helped me, so I invited him to dinner. You didn't tell me in advance. Luckily, I made 2 extra dishes, otherwise it would be rude." Xiao Hui was still very polite to Gu Feng because he was the son of Mrs. Gu and the brother of Qin Gu. For now, she couldn't see him as just a friend. Alcohol should be drunk in moderation. Small sips are good. Large amounts can harm health. After 2 glasses, Qin Shi put the cup away. "Next time, no more drinking. Okay. Eat more vegetables. Don't leave leftovers." They stopped drinking and went to serve some cabbage and bean sprouts, each with a bowl. Nanan also had a small bowl, but she picked out the bean sprouts, leaving only cabbage and vermicelli. Nanan was almost finished eating. Xiao Hui gently touched her little belly, and Nanan happily rolled into her mom's arms. "Go find Dad, Mom is eating dinner." Qin Shi held Nanan in his arms. "Come, let your mom eat well." Everyone enjoyed the meal, both hosts and guests. Gu Feng isn't married, but he understands some things without experiencing them. He politely said goodbye so as not to disturb the happy couple. After Gu Feng left, Qin Shi pushed his wife and child into the bedroom. His wife worked hard, so he decided to help her wash up.
Xiaoli loves cooking.
For her own and her family's health, she enjoys it, but she doesn't want to handle greasy dishes and leftover bowls. Since her husband comes home only rarely and eats a lot, she thinks it's best for him to do the chores. Qin Shi did quite a bit. Washed the pots and dishes, cleaned the stove, and organized everything. He chopped firewood with an axe, enough for half a month, and filled a water jar. He also went to the bedroom to find the clothes she had changed out of. Xiao Hui asked, "What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping?" "Almost. I'm just washing these clothes." "Really, I'm not useless. I can wash. I can't do much to help you. Today at home, I tried to do everything I could." Xiao Hui felt a little touched. If she had to choose the most fortunate things in this life, there would be 2. One was that she took Nanan back, so they would never be separated again. The other was that she spent more time with Qin Shi and realized how much he loved her. Will he stay with her for a long time? Thinking about this made her a bit sad. She wished she didn't know so much. Qin Shi returned to the bedroom, where Xiao Hui was lying on her side, waiting for him with her hands under her pillow. "Is Nanan asleep?" "Yes, ever since she started walking steadily. She's been busy all day." "Does she still need help to walk?" "She's not afraid to fall, even if she only has a little finger to hold on to." Qin Shi looked at his daughter, curled up and softly snoring. If he looked closely, he could see a little drool at the corner of her mouth. Who said that a daughter being chubby would walk late? Nanan is just eating well and gaining weight, and she learned to walk through practice. It was Xiao Hui, her mother, who said that. Qin Shi took off his clothes and got into bed, moving Nanan to the inside. His wife was his. "Qin Shi, I need to tell you something. Whatever it is, I need to rest now to take care of my wife." This distracted by desire man. Qin Shi adjusted the pillows for Xiao Hui and held her in his arms. "What do you want to tell me?" Xiao Hui nudged him and muttered, "Don't talk to me." Qin Shi chuckled softly. "Are you tired?" "Of course. Do you think everyone is like you? Soldiers have more strength." Xiao Hui lay down for a while. As the romantic atmosphere faded, she asked, "Did Qin Mu get beaten up? Do you know?" In the darkness, Qin Shi's eyes looked complicated. "He got beaten, but it's none of my business. I don't know who did it, but if I did, I would thank them. Qinshi wasn't sure if she was telling the truth or lying and stayed silent. His father-in-law came over. Qinshi held her tighter. The position made Xiao Hui uncomfortable, so she pushed him away slightly. Don't hold me so tight, I'm a bit short of breath. Qinshi loosened his grip suddenly, leaving Xiao Hui speechless. What did his father-in-law say? He asked us to forgive his daughter and son-in-law, considering she's pregnant with Qin family's child, and that Qin Mu and you are brothers. That's a nice thought. What did you say? He suspected you beat Qin Mu. I asked him why he didn't look for the person who hit him, but came here instead. Was he trying to blame you? I told him they were playing a cruel game, trying to use this to threaten us, hoping we'd let her daughter go. I said, without Qinshi's approval, I wouldn't agree. They wanted us to compromise, but I refused. Qinshi sighed. It was indeed me. Xiao Hui covered his mouth. No need to say it out loud. As long as we both know. Compared to all the bad things he's done, whatever we do to him isn't enough. The only thing is, there's a fool standing in front of him. He won't get much punishment. Qinshi comforted her. He won't stay free forever. He won't always succeed. Xiao Hui gave a thumbs up and praised him. Well done. Don't do it again next time. As a month was about to pass, Xiao Hui planned to take Nan back home. There's no rush. You take Nan and go. I'm worried about you. I'll see if I can find a ride. Isn't the letter of introduction valid for 3 months? Yes, 3 months. Xiao Hui poked his firm chest, which was hard as steel. Tell me, are you reluctant to see us go? Qinshi didn't blush. Of course. Living here, I can see you at least once every half-month. I won't see you again until the end of the year if I go back. But whether I want to or not, I prefer you to go back to the family yard. It's safer there. Xiao Hui snuggled close and hugged his waist. I'll write a letter to my brother. Mom's been worried. Yes, I should write it. My mother's thoughts are all about you and my brother. Qinshi left before dawn. Nan woke up feeling a bit confused and was crying, looking for her dad. Dad went to fight the bad guys. Nan is counting on her fingers. 1, 2, until 15. When she reaches 15, Dad will come back to see her. Nan couldn't really count. She didn't understand that reaching 15 meant her dad would return. She stopped crying after breakfast. When Aunt Kong called, she was taken by the hand and led away. Xiao Hui, you can go ahead with your work. Nan will come with me to that room. The elderly couple had retired. Their son sent money and letters twice a year. Their life was simple and peaceful. Thank you, Auntie. Oh, no need to thank me. Your uncle said it's not just about watching Nan. She's making us happy. Xiao Hui washed the dishes, tidied the house, then sat at the table to write a letter to her mother. In the letter, she shared the family's recent news and mentioned they weren't sure when they would return. Qinshi was worried about her and her sister traveling such a long way. After finishing the letter, she packed it and sent it out in the afternoon. Lu Damei went out shopping and got caught in the autumn rain. She came home feeling sick and had a fever, feeling weak all over. Mom, my sister wrote a letter. The only one unaffected by the cold was Lu Damei's loud voice. She still remembers me? I thought she had forgotten her mother long ago. She wrote 2 letters a month. Mom, don't blame my sister. She's taking care of Nan alone and must be very busy. Lu Damei asked, what did my sister say in her letter? Her husband is worried about her and Nan traveling together. He's afraid of bad people on the road, so they might stay there a bit longer. She's trying to find out if there's a convenient way back, and if so, she'll come home. Okay, I understand. I miss her, but I only want Nan. Her mother was stubborn. Hong Chung, I bought some vegetables. Come out for a moment. Lu Damei's mood worsened. Why is she here again? Yi Hongqing said, Mom, I'm a grown man. I've been lucky these days that Sume has been taking care of you. Please don't find fault. But she has 2 children. Mom, does that matter? If you don't agree, I'll stay single. After saying that, Yi Hongqing left. Hongqing, I bought a fish. Does Auntie prefer boiled or fried? In tough times, they didn't mind simple food. As long as it was cooked well, it was fine. Either way, do what you're best at. My best is making soup. No fishy smell. No greasiness. Then just boil it. Yi Hongcheng went to get some firewood. The dormitory was too small. After getting approval from the leaders, Yi Hongcheng set up a small shelter on the mountain wall using a tarp to serve as a kitchen and installed a 6-plate stove. It was much better than the small stove they had before. Yao Sume prepared the ingredients with garlic and spices. Yi Hongcheng only needed to light the fire. Yao Sume then kneaded dough and cooked pancakes in a small pot.
Ye Hongcheng yachet Yao Sumei karefulle.
She was a good woman, hard-working, frugal, and easy to get along with. Yao Sume noticed and gave Yi Hongcheng a playful look. She asked, "Why are you watching me? Have I changed today? You're not wearing a mask, so how could I not see?" Yao Sume skillfully flipped the pancakes, and soon the smell of the cooked food filled the air. Using a little oil from the small pot, she chopped a large piece of cabbage core and fried an egg. Everything was ready. Yao Sume took off her apron and hung it on a hook. "I'm leaving now, Hongcheng. The fish is well cooked, so you can let Andy eat the fish first. Cook the rest a little longer." Yi Hongcheng also stood up. "Aren't you going to eat here?" "No, I won't. Xiaoman is still at home. I'll go back to eat." Yi Hongcheng tore off a piece of pancake and handed it to Yao Sume. For Xiaoman, Yao Sume smiled and took it. "No wonder both siblings praise you. You're very thoughtful." Listening to their conversation, Lu Damei felt quite disappointed. Over the past month, she had been trying to build good relationships with people around and asking others to help find a match for her son. But it hadn't gone well. The workers were rural folks, older, and lacked competitiveness. The matches offered were all mismatched, people with disabilities, paralysis, or blindness. Her son already had a tough life. Did he have to marry someone who would be a burden? "Mom, dinner is ready." Yi Hongcheng carried a bowl of fish soup, which had a few slices of fish, half a pancake, and half a plate of eggs, found inside the cabbage. "Sit down and eat too. I'll go cook some more." Sume said fish soup tastes better when it turns white. Lu Damei looked at her son and said, "Go add some firewood, so it can burn on its own." Yi Hongcheng added 2 pieces of dry wood and returned to eat. Lu Damei held a pancake and asked, "Do you really have to marry her?" "Mom, I think she's pretty good. Besides you and my sister, there's no other woman who has treated me so well. I respect your opinion. I won't marry her until you agree, and I won't marry anyone else." Yi Hongcheng put down his chopsticks, stood up, and slowly walked to his mother's side. He squatted down and gently held Lu Damei's hand. "Mom, you know I'm stubborn. Sume is kind-hearted and good to both me and you. I can feel the warmth of home. I want to give her a formal status and find a place for myself. Don't worry, I will take responsibility, make you happy, and ensure Sume is happy too." Lu Damei looked calm. "By the end of the year. If you still haven't changed your mind then, I'll support your decision." During the whole meal, Yi Hongcheng kept smiling secretly whenever he saw his mother. Lu Damei scolded her son for being silly. She didn't understand. Why was that woman so good? That night, Lu Damei developed a high fever and kept coughing. Yi Hongcheng stayed by her bedside the whole time. The fever was intense. He couldn't hold back anymore. "Mom, this can't go on. We need to go to the hospital." Lu Damei was frugal. She didn't see a doctor for her cold this time. She had taken some medicine before, but her fever kept coming back. She mumbled vaguely, "No, that's a place that wastes money." Yi Hongcheng ignored her and helped her onto his back. He carried her out. Luckily, the factory's tricycle was free, and it helped Yi Hongcheng a lot. As night fell, the hospital corridor was dimly lit. Yi Hongcheng carried his mother, each step feeling very heavy. Lu Damei, weak, leaned on her son's broad back, half-open eyes showing both helplessness and some peace of mind. Around them, busy nurses and doctors moved in order, and the faint sound of coughing could be heard. The air smelled of disinfectant. They registered, got checked, and the doctor diagnosed viral pneumonia, which was quite serious. A hospital room was quickly arranged. The nurse helped place Lu Damei on the bed and started for treatment. Late into the night, Yi Hongcheng hardly slept. After the 4, her fever started to go down. By dawn, her temperature was nearly normal. But they couldn't relax yet. Her temperature might only be temporarily lowered. Around 7 a.m., Yao Sume hurried over. "How is Auntie?" "The fever is gone. The doctor said we shouldn't be careless."
She still needs an 4 today.
Yao Sume looked at Lu Damei lying in bed and asked, "Is Annie still sleeping?" She was uncomfortable and tired last night. She kept waking up.
Oh.
Yao Sume took a lunchbox from her basket and placed it on the table. "I heard from my colleagues that Annie was hospitalized. I didn't have time to prepare food myself. I bought some buns. You and Auntie can eat. Thanks for the trouble." "What are you saying? Haven't you helped me?" "It's still warm. You eat first, and when Annie wakes up, you can eat again." Yao Sume knew that Yi Hongcheng had a big appetite, so she bought plenty and even specifically asked for 2 cloves of garlic. "Does it taste okay? I was worried Annie might not be able to eat something too salty." "It's okay, but not as good as what you make." Yao Sume's face slightly warmed. "When I have more free time, I'll make it for you again. Yes, I cut meat, and we make big meat buns." For some reason, seeing Yi Hongcheng enjoy his food made Yao Sume happier than eating herself. "Last night, I stayed up late. Look at your eyes, they're red. My mom was getting in 4, and I had to watch her. I couldn't sleep until the fever went down. After eating, go outside and rest. There's a bench near the toilet. When I came, I didn't see anyone there, so you can lie down for a bit. Auntie is here with me."
Yi Hongcheng hesitated.
"Are you not going to work?" "No, I'm not going. Money doesn't come back in a day. I'll rest today." Yao Sume is a hardworking worker at the flour factory. She's been there for nearly 10 years. She only took maternity leave when she had her baby. Otherwise, she never took a day off. "All right, I'll lie down for a while. Call me if anything happens." "Okay, I will." After Yi Hongcheng left, Yao Sume wet a towel and wiped Lu Damei's face and hands. This made Lu Damei, who had been pretending to sleep, reveal her true self. "Oh, you've rubbed my scalp bald." Yao Sume quickly stopped. Honestly, she knew how much force she used, and she didn't mean to make her bald. "Auntie, let me help you wipe your hands. Let's eat. The buns are still warm." "I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry." Yao Sume still brought the buns over. "Auntie, don't be mad at me. If you get upset, it's bad for your health. Besides, it only affects Hongcheng and Xiaohui, not anyone else." Thinking about it, Lu Damei also realized she was just hungry and should eat. No point in wasting food. One by one, large, thin-skinned meat buns. Lu Damei, who had no appetite, forced herself to eat 4. Yao Sume went to wash the lunchboxes and covered Yi Hongcheng, who was lying in the chair, with a coat. He looked really sleepy, still sleeping soundly with faint snoring, despite many people passing by near the toilet. Back in a ward, the doctor started rounds. Yao Sume learned that last night was quite dangerous. Luckily, they arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The doctor thought she was a family member of the patient and explained many precautions. Yao Sume listened carefully and remembered everything. After finishing the rounds, the nurse came to give in 4. "Drink plenty of water to help flush out the virus. Later, you'll need to pay the medical bill. The deposit is used up." "Okay, I will go soon." Lu Damei couldn't help but complain. Hospitals are just places that spend a lot of money. Good people can't afford it. "Auntie, you can't say that. Who would come to the hospital if they were good people? People only come because they're feeling unwell. Everyone gets sick sometimes." Lu Damei looked at her and thought she was quite good at talking. "Auntie, don't move around. I'll go out for a bit and come back quickly." Luckily, Yao Sume had the money and went to pay over 11 yuan. The nurse took the money, quickly counted it, then handed back the receipt and the change with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, the payment is all settled." Yao Sume nodded in thanks and hurried back to the ward. Watching Yao Sume busy with everything, it felt a bit awkward because she wasn't her real daughter or son. Go call Hong Ching over. I am his real mother, but he doesn't seem to care. It's not that he doesn't care. He's just resting over there. Go call him. His matter shouldn't be pushed onto others. Yao Sume had no choice but to call Yi Hongqing. Why did Hongqing trust Yao Sume? First, he was really tired. Second, he wanted the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to try to get along. His mother was kind and understanding, and Yao Sume was hardworking and thoughtful. So why couldn't they get along? Mom, should I tell my sister? Just mention it in the letter. Say I'm fine and I've been discharged. It's so far away. What if she rushes back in a hurry? Yi Hongqing was honest. When he wrote to his sister, he told her the truth. Just mentioning the virus pneumonia made Xiao Hui gasp in shock. Although her brother said Mom had been discharged, she still felt uneasy as her daughter. She wanted to go home and see for herself. She couldn't leave suddenly. She had to discuss it with Qin Shi first. Qin Shi came back again, and the atmosphere felt different. Manhwa was staying at Aunt Kong's house, watching her dad eagerly and calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Qin Shi picked her up. Manhwa reached out and kissed her dad on the face. "Miss Daddy?" Manhwa pointed to her chest and said, "Sound Daddy." Qin Shi looked at the bedroom door and asked, "Where's Mom? Has she gone out?" Aunt Kong said, "Xiao Hui seems to have something on her mind. She doesn't talk much or want to eat, and she won't say anything when asked." "Oh, thank you, Annie. I'll go see in my room." It was already quite dark, and the lights in the house weren't on. Qin Shi turned on the light. Xiao Hui sat up from the bed and was about to get up and put on her shoes. "You're back? Wash your hands and have dinner." Qin Shi held her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Hui brushed her hair aside and said, "Let's eat first, or it will get cold. We can talk while eating." Since they didn't buy groceries, dinner was simple. Large buns filled with cabbage and pork. They weren't pretty, just quick to make, about the size of a palm. They didn't add garlic paste, just some soy sauce, nothing fancy. "Tell me, what's wrong? I want to go home." Qin Shi looked confused. "Didn't we agree? Find a ride or wait until your training is over, then we go back together." Xiao Hui's eyes turned red. "My mom is sick, with viral pneumonia. I'm her daughter. She also helps take care of Nuan. I haven't even gone back or seen her." "Your mom is sick? Is she in the hospital? Is it dangerous?" Xiao Hui sniffed and said, "My brother said she stayed in the hospital for a week and is now at home resting. Not going back really feels wrong. I'll check if there's a car going nearby. If not, I'll ask Sister Lin to go with you. We'll cover the travel costs. Let's pack up and leave." Xiao Hui nodded, and Qin Shi thought carefully. "All right, we're almost home. You should be happy now, right?"
Xiao Hui nodded.
"Of course. When I was sick, I wasn't with her and I felt guilty. Luckily, my brother is a good son, and thanks to him and Yao Sume. Since you're feeling better, let's eat well. I heard from Annie that you've been quiet and not eating much these days. I don't have much appetite." Suddenly, Xiao Hui covered her mouth and ran outside. Qin Shi quickly picked up Nuan and followed. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Xiao Hui tried to, but couldn't. The discomfort was in her chest. Qin Shi patted her back, and she kept digging her fingers into her throat. Finally, she vomited everything she had eaten. Qin Shi handed her tissues to wipe her mouth. After vomiting, Xiao Hui felt a bit better. "Did you catch a cold?" Xiao Hui didn't have bad habits. She didn't drink unboiled water or eat cold food. She didn't even eat ice cream, which children love. So catching a cold didn't seem likely. This condition had lasted 2 days. "I wonder if I have some illness," she thought. They say diseases should be treated openly, but she was really afraid she had a serious illness. Her daughter was just 1 year old. If she were gone, Qin Shi, who was under 30, would surely remarry. Manhwa would be raised by a stepmother. Day and night, she thought about it and dreamed about it. Xiao Hui was too scared to see a doctor. She lied to herself, thinking that if she didn't get checked, she wouldn't be sick. "Although I didn't live a very happy life in my previous life and only reached my 50s, my rebirth has changed many things." Xiao Hui wonders if even her body has changed. Don't overthink it. Even if you're sick, it's not serious. It's just the change of seasons from autumn to winter. If you're not used to it, your stomach might feel upset. The street clinic is half a mile away. Qinshi drops Nan Nan off at Grandma Kong's house and takes Xiao Hui to see a doctor because there are no medicines left at home. An old doctor with reading glasses and white hair works at the clinic. What's your problem? Poor appetite, not wanting to eat, and feeling nauseous and vomiting. Are you pregnant? Xiao Hui shakes her head. No. We took precautions to prevent pregnancy, so we don't plan to have a baby now. Stretch out your hand, I'll check your pulse. Xiao Hui extends her hand, and the doctor places his fingers on her wrist, silent for a long time. He then asks her to switch to the other wrist. Qinshi nervously asks, Doctor, is there a problem? The doctor adjusts his glasses and says, Maybe my medical skills aren't good enough. The pulse I just took shows a happy pulse. Both husband and wife are surprised. Doctor, that can't be. Our child is only a year old. We didn't plan to have another now and have been using contraception. Xiao Hui tells the truth to the doctor without hiding anything. How long has it been since your last period? Xiao Hui thinks for a moment. After giving birth to Nan Nan, her period came after about 7 months. Her cycle has always been irregular, sometimes over 20 days, sometimes more than 30. Because Nan Nan is still breastfeeding, she hasn't adjusted her cycle. Counting back, it's been almost 40 days since her last period. But we've been using contraception the whole time. There's no method that guarantees 100% success. I suggest you go to the hospital in a few days for a test to confirm if you're pregnant. Vomiting can be a sign of morning sickness. On the way home, Xiao Hui is still in shock. How is this possible? We've been using contraception. Qinshi feels differently. He's happy about the idea of having another pink, tender baby and hearing a child call him dad. But he also cares about his wife, so he keeps his excitement hidden and doesn't show it. The doctor also said there's no 1% success rate. We just happen to be that small chance. If she is truly pregnant, it must have been during those first few days when Qinshi was a bit reckless. Nothing happened at home for months, so why did it happen now? By the way, where did you buy the last? I got it from the family planning officer. That time it was urgent and the hospital was far away. Qinshi knocked on the door of the family planning officer's house and asked her about the contraceptive she used. When they got home, Xiao Hui started checking the safety of the carefully. Qinshi found it a bit funny, saying, You're already pregnant, so what's the point of checking it now? Xiao Hui replied seriously, I need to find out how I got pregnant. I can't just be clueless about it. I didn't even have any reaction, so I need to understand what happened. Xiao Hui also shared some with Qinshi, saying they must take it seriously and find out who the real culprit was. Nan Nan was causing trouble, and Qinshi held her tightly, making her babble in baby talk. Qinshi, look, are there any marks from a needle? Qinshi, being a professional investigator, confirmed there were indeed needle marks. If they kept looking, 7 or 8 out of 10 would have needle marks, so the chances of avoiding it were very low. It's all your fault, you used some bad products. It seems like the kids at home did it. She brought it back from somewhere. Xiao Hui still held on to a small hope, saying, maybe the doctor was mistaken, and it's not true. In a few days, I'll go to the hospital for a test. If it's confirmed, I'll accept it. Qinshi trusted the doctor completely. Qinshi was a bit nervous. Honey, if you're really pregnant, do you still want to keep it? Who said I don't want it? If I am pregnant, I'll have the baby. Nan Nan is precious. And this one should be too. Yes, we're parents of 2 children. We must love both. Qinshi helped Xiao Hui lie down on the bed, then went to bring Nan Nan back. Nan Nan was still small and acted without thinking, always wanting to jump into her mom's arms. Xiao Hui protected her belly, so Qinshi quickly held Nan Nan in his arms. Nan Nan looked a bit confused. She used to be able to roll around in her mom's arms, so why couldn't she today? Qinshi softly comforted her. Mommy's tummy isn't feeling well. Can Nan Nan be good and not make trouble? Xiao Hui covered her belly and made a pained expression, and Nan Nan obediently calmed down, sleeping close to her dad. Dad's bedtime stories were very exciting, based on his and his comrades' real experiences, but to Nan Nan, they were boring because she couldn't understand. As she listened, Nan Nan eventually fell asleep. Since she learned to walk, she had been taking long walks every day. No wonder she was tired. Qin Shi carefully moved her to the innermost spot. Kids don't understand everything. You need to be more careful in the future. That's not necessarily true. Don't be so nervous. Qin Shi lay down next to his wife, lending her his arm as a pillow. His firm muscles made Xiao Hui feel safe and secure. During the Qin era, Qin Shi discussed with Xiao Hui that they definitely couldn't go back in their current situation. He decided to write a letter to his older brother-in-law to explain their circumstances, asking him to help more. He also planned to send some money back home because his mother-in-law had 2 children and they couldn't let her brother-in-law spend money and effort without support. Qin Shi couldn't go with her. Xiao Hui had to go back alone, which was not practical. She accepted Qin Shi's plan. At night, Qin Shi behaved properly, with no inappropriate actions, only a kiss. The next morning, he told his wife that he would go to the hospital with Lin's sister-in-law and asked her to help watch over things. Besides doing laundry and cooking, he wouldn't do other chores if he could avoid them. He promised to come back every Sunday evening and handle the work himself. He also told his mother-in-law about this. Xiao Hui urged him to leave quickly, but she was actually annoyed by his nagging. She said, "It's like others who don't have children. Don't they just get through it this way?" Qin Shi replied, "Can it be the same? Others aren't my wife, so I don't care." That statement made sense. Since suspecting she was pregnant, Xiao Hui became more careful, always watching over her daughter. She also became lazier, delaying chores like tidying the house. Men had said that chores were his responsibility. Women who couldn't get pregnant or have children had to bear more. After enduring 42 days, Xiao Hui called Lin's sister-in-law to accompany her to the hospital. "Are you sick?" her sister-in-law asked. "Not sure yet. I just have no appetite, chest feels tight, and I keep feeling nauseous," Xiao Hui replied. Her sister-in-law smiled and said, "Girl, this isn't your first pregnancy. You should know these symptoms. You're not sick, you're pregnant, right?" "I don't know. When I was pregnant with Manhwa, I didn't feel nauseous or..." "I ate well," Xiao Hui said. Her sister-in-law was confident. "Symptoms can vary. It might be a different pregnancy. The second one could be a boy." Xiao Hui wouldn't be so naive to believe that. Gender wasn't the most important thing. She just wanted the baby to be healthy and born safely. How could uncertain things be considered definite now? On the way, her sister-in-law was very cautious, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, not letting anyone pass by. Xiao Hui couldn't help but laugh and cry, saying, "Sister-in-law, we're not sure yet. Just act like you used to." "That won't work. You're different now," her sister-in-law replied. She wasn't foolish. She could tell that Qin Shi was willing to spend money and hire people to accompany her shopping, which was different from other rough women. Her husband loved his wife. Now that she was pregnant with a second child, he would love her even more. At the hospital, they registered, and the doctor gave her a cup. Lin's sister-in-law stayed outside the bathroom. The results would only be available after half an hour, and waiting for the results was very hard. Sister-in-law Lin comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Xiao Hui had been mentally preparing herself for a few days. She was hopeful, but if it wasn't true, she would feel a bit disappointed. That nauseous feeling came again. Xiao Hui stood up and went to the bathroom, leaning over the trash can by the sink and dry heaving for a while, but she didn't anything. Sister-in-law Lin patted her back. A young woman came out of the bathroom, washed her hands by the sink, and saw Xiao Hui, who was still feeling sick. She looked disgusted and shook her head before leaving. Xiao Hui didn't see the woman's expression, but Lin saw it clearly. She muttered, "We're all women who can't get pregnant. When it's your turn to have a baby, you'll understand." Xiao Hui looked up and asked sister-in-law, "What are you talking about?" "Just now, there was a woman who looked at us with disgust." "I mean her." Xiao Hui rinsed her mouth with water. The nausea was gone, and she felt much better. "Sister-in-law, There are so many people in our country, and everyone is different. Don't take it to heart. She sat back down on the chair to wait. Finally, the doctor called out Xiao Hui's name. Sister-in-law Lin was even more eager than Xiao Hui. Doctor, has my sister-in-law had the test results? The doctor asked, who are you? Lin chuckled awkwardly. I'm Xiao Hui's sister-in-law.
Oh.
The doctor held the test report and said, congratulations, you're pregnant. Xiao Hui couldn't understand all the details on the report, but she recognized the big plus sign and the words pregnancy on the paper. She felt relieved and at peace. Sister-in-law Lin was even more excited, staring at the report and smiling foolishly. Wow, she's really pregnant. That's great. Xiao Hui wasn't as excited. Sister-in-law, let's go. I want to go to the market to buy some things. She wanted to eat better to nourish the baby inside her. Wait, sister, it was just that woman over there by the sink. Xiao Hui looked up. She didn't recognize the woman, but she recognized the man walking behind her. It was Qin Mu. Xiao Hui quickly lowered her head, not wanting Qin Mu to see her. After walking a little further, Qin Mu and the woman continued in the same direction, one after the other. They didn't seem to know each other, and although they didn't speak, their lip movements suggested they were talking. Does Su Yani still not know? She wondered how she would feel if she saw this. Xiao Hui bought a big fish and some other ingredients, knowing that boiling soup with them would be very nourishing. Xiao Hui paid 3 yuan for a month to Sister Lin. Today, she was generous again, buying half a pound of meat and a large bone. There's cabbage at home, so I can make some dumplings for the new year. Just having dumplings means celebrating the new year. Sister Lin brought the purchased items to the room before heading home with her own things. Aunt Kong led Nwan over and asked, did you go to see? Are you pregnant? Sister Lin happily replied, yes, Annie. My sister is pregnant. It's been over 40 days. Aunt Kong was happy for Xiao Hui, saying that's good. You should eat well a little better. The baby's health depends on the mother. She carried water into the house and told her husband, tell your dad. He doesn't have much work, so this little bit is good exercise. Xiao Hui's second pregnancy had begun. Sure enough, Qin Shi returned on Sunday night. He wasn't alone. There was someone else with him. When that person happily called Nwan and Xiao Hui was stunned.
Grandma?
It's me. Qin Shi told me you're pregnant again. Grandma can't do much, but she can take good care of pregnant women. Xiao Hui scolded Qin Shi with a smile, saying, it's just Qin Shi making a fuss. Grandma, don't listen to him too much. Qin Shi put Grandma's bag down and said, it was Grandma who insisted on coming. When Xiao Hui was pregnant with Nwan, Qin Shi wasn't around. Now she was pregnant again, but Qin Shi had no experience caring for pregnant women. Not knowing who to ask, he remembered that Yang Inghong was a doctor and probably knew more than he did. So he called Grandma. Yang Inghong was very happy when she heard. Qin Shi was her only child, and her child's child was part of the Han family bloodline. How could she not be happy? At first, she told Qin Shi many precautions, but then she thought Qin Shi couldn't always stay with Xiao Hui. Since she was retired and had time, she decided to go herself. She packed her things and bought a train ticket to come over. Yang Inghong arrived suddenly with no preparations, at least to solve her accommodation first. Qin Shi borrowed some wooden planks from Uncle Kong to quickly set up a small bed for temporary stay. When he returned to school, Grandma and Nwan could stay together. Uncle Kong also came to help, and they built the bed quickly. Xiao Hui cooked a meal, pork and cabbage with vermicelli and some pan-fried dumplings. There was also a sausage sliced and served on a plate. Grandma, I didn't expect you to come, so I kept it simple. Yang Inghong helped serve the dishes. Isn't this good? I've been through it myself. As someone who has seen many pregnant women, I know how tough morning sickness can be. Yang Inghong doesn't dare to say that some women suffer from severe morning sickness or even poisoning, and some are so overwhelmed they have to terminate their pregnancies. In short, women have a hard time. It's not just the 10 months of pregnancy, the 7 layers of abdominal surgery, or the 10-finger dilation of there are many more challenges. After traveling a lot, Yang Inghong finished eating and went to sleep. Qin Shi washed up and finished his chores before soaking his feet and going to bed. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw someone else was still awake, just like him. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Waiting for you. Qin Shi lay down beside his wife, stretched out his arm, and Xiao Hui instinctively rested her head on it. Have you felt unwell these past few days? How can you be so sure I'm pregnant and not just have a bad stomach? The man shamelessly said, I still believe in my own skills. If it weren't for that thing blocking, we'd hit the target every time. Suddenly, Nanan's socks, don't misunderstand, they're clean, covered his mouth.
Sleep now.
If you dare say that again, you're not allowed back here. Going to leave the kids behind?
Yes.
All right, I won't say more. Did you go with Sister Lin? Sister Lin is quite interesting, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She's always blocking the aisle to keep people from bumping into me. Oh, I gave her 3 yuan. She even cut some meat and said she'd make dumplings for the new year. Looks like life is pretty tight for her. Qin sure looked serious. Life is a bit hard for ordinary folks. This situation is quite common. Xiao Hui knew that her good days today were thanks to Qin Shi's efforts. Guess who I saw at the hospital?
Who? Qin Mu.
Qin Shi sat up, propping himself on his elbows. What was he doing at the hospital? I don't know. He was walking with a woman, one after the other, heading in the same direction. Qin Mu is very good at hitching rides, probably leaning on someone's support again. To truly understand, Qin Shi knew Qin Mu best. His younger brother was always looking for opportunities, like a parasitic vine, living by clinging to others. Just watch. Su Yani will be abandoned soon, and the reasons are already obvious. Qin Shi hadn't spoken for a long time. He wanted Qin Mu and himself to go separate ways, like 2 parallel lines. But now, that seemed impossible. Power in some hands can benefit the people, but in the hands of someone like Qin Mu, it can do harm. His wife and children will suffer first. People like him shouldn't have power. Qin Shi, why aren't you saying anything? Leave it to me. Qin Shi is a person who always keeps his promises. Soon, Qin Shi entrusted someone to handle the matter, and that person found Yan's husband. After that, no one else was involved. Was Qin Mu here to participate in the exchange program? The person responsible for coordination was Yan's teacher. Yan's father is the principal of a key school, so arranging a job transfer was not difficult. When Qin Mu learned Yan's identity, he quickly sensed a chance for advancement. From then on, he showed great concern for Yan under the guise of being a colleague, even taking care of small things like getting meals. After Su Yani was caught, Qin Mu saw an opportunity to oppose her. When talking with Yan, he mentioned this incident. Qin Mu portrayed himself as a victim. He and his brother have a deep bond since childhood. After marrying Su Yani, she became petty and jealous of her sister-in-law, doing terrible things to her and her niece, even trying to sell them to achieve her dirty goals. Yan's teacher listened in shock. Aren't you in a free love relationship? Didn't you see her true nature from the start? Qin Mu's eyes flickered, and he gave a bitter smile, as if lost in painful memories. Yan's teacher, you don't know. I was too young back then, fooled by Su Yani's appearance. She was too good at pretending. Her gentle and caring facade made me ignore the subtle signs of her true nature. Only after we married did her real face gradually reveal itself. I realized I had fallen into a carefully planned trap. The bond between my brother and me. How could she easily divide us? Her actions not only hurt me, but also harmed our entire family. His eyes welled with tears as he lowered his head, gently touching his teacup, trying to hide his emotional state. This man is a great actor, especially since the woman was sitting across from him. Until that day, my brother and sister-in-law brought Nan over. Seeing their distressed looks, my heart felt like it was pierced. At that moment, I swore I would never favor that woman. No matter the cost, I would seek justice for them. Yan's teacher looked at Qin Mu with admiration. She had previously thought he was just a kind and sincere man, but now she saw he also had strong principles. Su Yani admitted her wrongdoings. She just wanted to ruin her sister-in-law's life, making her suffer more and disappear from her sight. Such a heartless woman, I don't want to stay with her anymore. Otherwise, I feel cold on my back when I sleep. I have filed for divorce. Chin Moo was very brave. He asked for a divorce. Teacher Yen thought about her own husband. They married with high hopes, wanting their union to be stronger together than apart, but things didn't go as planned. Her husband didn't care about her. Besides sleeping together at night, they each did their own thing during the day, living separate lives. Which woman hasn't come from girlhood? Which woman hasn't dreamed of growing old happily with her husband? Teacher Yen was no exception. The bigger her hopes, the greater her disappointment. She had thought about improving their relationship, but felt it was useless. Her husband still saw her as proud, distant, and sharp-tongued. Today, hearing Chin Moo talk brought up her old hurts. She thought she had found a close friend, someone who understood her. But she overlooked one thing. When she confided her troubles to a man and shared her marriage feelings, she took a dangerous first step. Since then, she missed him terribly, like waiting 3 seasons for a single day. This is why, in the hospital, Xiao Hui met them. One was there for a cold, and the other was pretending to care, but secretly trying to flirt. Their relationship was secret, since they were both married. Later, their conversations moved to quiet places like parks, beaches, small restaurants, or woods, places that were peaceful and remote. At first, they were just friends. Teacher Yen considered Chin Moo her male best friend, sharing her worries with him. But eventually, someone broke through her defenses, and their relationship developed into holding hands in private, hugging in the woods. On Sunday, Teacher Yen's father called twice, insisting she come home. Only Principal Yen was in the living room. Teacher Yen stopped her bike, parked it, and went inside, asking as she walked, "Dad, is something wrong? You see the shame you've brought on us." Principal Yen was furious, throwing a pile of photos at her face. They fell to the ground, floating around. Teacher Yen was stunned. She knelt down slowly, her eyes stinging from the photos. Some showed her holding Chin Moo's hand, others him kissing her. Each photo was different, but the people in them were the same, Chin Moo and her. "Dad, who took these? Who gave them to you?" "They were taken by your husband. He threw them at me. I've lived almost 50 years, and I've never been so humiliated. If there was it in the ground, Principal Yen would want to crawl into it." Teacher Yen gave up pretending. She no longer wanted an unloving marriage. "I admit it, I did it. But shouldn't he reflect on his actions? I married him as if I married a dead person. Love is something you develop over time. What is this? To be blunt, it's just bullying." Teacher Yen looked at her father and asked, "What does he want to do?" "I want to ask you, what do you want to do? It's not too late to stop now. Cut ties with this person completely. I will go with you to apologize, and we can live peacefully afterward." Teacher Yen refused, saying, "I won't go. I want a divorce. I've had enough of this kind of life. Divorce is absolutely not an option. Do you want everyone to know about the shameful things? What kind of people are your parents-in-law? What kind of person is your husband? If it gets that bad, even I, the principal, won't be able to keep my position. Marriage is often based on mutual benefit, and such relationships are the least stable." In the end, Teacher Yen compromised. She apologized to her husband's family, admitted she felt neglected and was deceived by Chin Moo, and did some reckless things, but she didn't cross the line. Her father-in-law is about to step back from his position, which means he has expectations for Teacher Yen. The two families are putting aside past grievances and coming together again. Teacher Yen feels she owes the most to Chin Moo. She even asked her father to transfer Chin Moo to the provincial capital as a way to make amends. Principal Yen wants to understand what is really inside his daughter's mind. To put it plainly, Chin Moo is the main culprit. Just after getting his in-laws' forgiveness, he goes to help Chin Moo's young man. Isn't that strange? He won't stay. He has given up on him. Chin Moo was sent back because he wasn't studying seriously. Chin Moo was confused and didn't understand what went wrong. Everything was going smoothly, under his control, so why did it suddenly change? There was no explanation. Teacher Yen didn't meet with him. She took leave and went back to her hometown with her husband. Chin Moo could only pack his things in disappointment and head back to his original workplace. This is good news, but Yi Xiaohui still thought it wasn't enough. The punishment was too light. With his father-in-law around, he won't be in trouble. Qin Shi remained calm. Qin Mu's father-in-law also received a bunch of photos. Now it's up to him. Xiao Hui was satisfied. She didn't believe that Su Aigua, this old fox, would let the tiger grow unchecked. With his influence, Qin Mu would have a tough time. One day, the police suddenly notified Yi Xiaohui that there was a new lead in the case and new progress. It turns out that Su Aigua met his daughter and showed her a stack of photos. Su Yani felt dizzy and thought that if the photos weren't clear, she would have no defense. She almost believed her father was deliberately stirring trouble between her and her husband. How ironic. She had taken all the blame inside the high wall, while the person she loved was embracing another woman. Su Yani changed her story. According to Su Yani, after meeting you, Qin Mu went home and told her that you had yelled at him and even insulted Su Yani. They called each other bad people, him a scoundrel and her a shameless woman. After stirring up Su Yani's anger, they planned this human trafficking case together. When it went wrong, Qin Mu convinced Su Yani to take the blame alone because she was pregnant and would be treated leniently. Su Yani, who was so naive, believed it all. This time, Qin Mu probably can't escape. His mind was not on the right path. The coastal city has plenty of rain. Each autumn rain brings cold weather, and early winter has arrived. Xiao Hui's morning sickness finally stopped. Her face had thinned out, and recently Yang Yinghong bought fish and ribs to make soup to nourish her. Grandma, you should eat too. Yang Yinghong smiled. Don't worry about me. I've already eaten. Haven't you heard? After 3 years of drought, the cook isn't hungry. Yang Yinghong was joking. She left the best meat and thickest soup for Xiao Hui and the baby. She used her cotton-picking ticket to buy cotton, planning to make one set of warm clothes for each of Nan and the baby in Xiao Hui's belly. They would wear them soon. Originally, Nan had a coat, but since she wasn't staying long, she didn't bring it. Grandma, let me do it. Stop arguing. Grandma is old, but she's not deaf or blind. I can still do handcrafts, don't worry. Since Yang Yinghong arrived, her care for Xiao Hui was professional and patient. She also looked after Nan, and Xiao Hui didn't know what to say. Grandma, I need to tell you something. Yang Yinghong kept working. What is it? Qin Shi's brother wants to hurt me and Nan. He's been caught. When she learned what Qin Mu had done, Yang Yinghong said angrily, That's right. They have the same father. Why is he so bad? Maybe Qin Shi inherited this from us. Xiao Hui hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to say anything. Yang Yinghong tidied up her belongings, sat next to Xiao Hui, and asked, Whose child is Qin Shi? What exactly happened to my daughter? Why is her life so hard? Chen Lanzi married Qin Yuanshan, Gao Yun's son, but the child born was not from the Qin family. Yang Yinghong was eager to know who Qin Shi's biological father was, that despicable man. If Yang Yinghong learned the truth, it might leave a permanent scar in her heart. But Xiao Hui wanted to speak out. She believed the fault lay with the previous generation, not Qin Shi. Why should Qin Shi bear all the blame? Qin Shi's grandmother raised my mother-in-law until she was about 15 or 16. One day, on the mountain, she met a soldier who was injured and needed help. My mother-in-law found herbs to stop the bleeding, but the soldier treated her terribly. My mother-in-law became pregnant with Qin Shi, but since the child had no legal status, Qin Shi's grandmother made Qin Yuanshan marry my mother-in-law. Yang Yinghong had never understood why Gao Yun, who had helped them for so many years, would let her reckless son harm her daughter. Before, she mostly blamed Gao Yun more than she was grateful. Now she finally understood that Gao Yun was protecting Chen Lanzi, though she didn't expect her to trust the wrong person. Did the man who mistreated Chen Lanzi show up? Later, he admitted he was sorry to my mother-in-law, leaving a bullet casing as proof, saying he would come back to marry her. But he was just a liar. Auntie, I really want to tell Qin Shi the truth. Besides taking care of Qin Yuanshan in old age and his grandmother, we owe nothing to the Qin family, and we definitely don't owe Qin Mu. We can't just let him go. But honesty can be the most painful.
Let's wait and see.
I think Qin sure isn't someone who hesitates or is easily influenced. Nan Nan, familiar with Yang Inghong, leaned on her grandma while eating an apple. Grandma, I'm working, and the needle is dangerous.
Don't move around, okay?
Nan Nan bit into her apple. Okay. Xiao Hui smiled and helped wipe her mouth. You're just causing trouble. Can't you see Grandma is sewing clothes for you? Nan Nan's eyes squinted happily. Jun. Yes, Jun. Nan Nan, listen carefully. Grandma will finish sewing soon. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the door was forcefully pushed open, and a bloodied, panicked man rushed in. Girl, help me.
I don't want to die.
From the voice, they knew it was Lin Shuang. Nan Nan cried in fear, and Xiao Hui was also at a loss. Only Yang Inghong, being professional, quickly went to find the first aid kit, her habitual response. Lin Shuang's head was bleeding. Yang Inghong stopped the bleeding, cleaned the wound, and finally bandaged it. Lin Shuang asked cautiously, How much does it cost? Yang Ing frowned and asked if it's expensive. Are you planning not to treat it? Lin Shuang sniffed. I'm afraid I can't pay if it costs too much. Being poor often means getting sick, while being rich makes you worry about thieves. You don't have to pay back. The bleeding stopped. At least it didn't look so scary anymore. Xiao Hui found a clean piece of gauze and helped her wipe the blood from her face while she looked in the mirror. Her face was covered in blood, which looked very frightening. Nan Nan hurried into her mother's arms, covering her eyes and not daring to look. Sister-in-law, what happened? Suddenly, someone outside shouted loudly, Woman, come out here. Lin Shuang's body trembled clearly. She quickly stood up, closed the door, and locked it. He was so violent I might have died if I opened the door. Xiao Hui worried that if someone broke in, they might scare Nan Nan or threaten them. Suddenly, Old Man Kong's voice came from the yard. Manhwa, what are you causing trouble for? Grandpa, I don't care about losing face. That woman cheated on me. I saw it myself. She came here, and I must teach her a lesson. Lin Shuang's eyes filled with tears. He's talking nonsense. It's not true. My brother-in-law brought food, and someone bumped into him. My brother-in-law was helping me. Only those involved knew what really happened. How could outsiders understand? Old Man Kong shouted sternly, Manhwa, do whatever you want outside the store. This is my house. Everything in the yard and inside the house belongs to me. If you break something, you pay for it. Zhang Manhwa was a coward inside the house, but acted tough outside. He smiled at every dog he saw because he knew he wasn't a match if things got serious. He was leaning on a cane. Grandpa, I just want that woman to come out. With your attitude, who would dare to come out? Listen to me, go home quickly, and I'll try to talk to your wife. Finally, the outside quieted down. Old Man Kong came over and knocked on the door. Open up, the person has left. Lin Shuang peeked through but didn't see anyone. Carefully, she opened the door. Old Man Kong was surprised. What happened to you? Grandpa, it was Zhang Manhwa who did this. He's not a good person. Zhang Manhwa came out smiling like a villain, but it was clear he was very harsh on his own woman. What exactly happened? It's nothing, absolutely nothing. If I had really done something shameless like he said, I would be struck by lightning. There is an uncle in Zhang Manguan's hometown. He has a young son, but because the family is poor, he has never married. He is a hardworking person. When he harvests Chinese cabbage, he borrows a cart to deliver vegetables to his uncle's house. The elderly grandparents are old, his cousin has a disability, his sister-in-law has no job, and they have 2 children. Delivering some vegetables can help ease their burden. It's nearly 40 miles away, and it takes about 3 or 4 hours to get there. When they arrive outside the door, they start calling out. Lin Shuang's family is used to eating vegetables from their hometown, so they don't feel embarrassed. Lin Shuang leads her 2 children, carrying things back and forth. The cart is parked in the alley, where people often walk by, especially groups of children circling around the cart. Lin Shuang is stretching her foot to reach inside for vegetables when her younger brother-in-law climbs onto the cart and moves the vegetables in the middle to the side. Suddenly, someone bumps into Lin Shuang. She is balancing on her toes, and the bump makes her lose her balance, causing her to lean to one side. Be careful. Her younger brother-in-law quickly catches her hand. Because the situation is special, neither of them pays much attention. But someone else notices. This scene is seen by Zhang Mongguan, who has just finished work. His temper flares instantly. He thinks this disobedient woman is flirting with another man again. He strikes her on the head with his cane, making her dizzy and humming. His father, what are you doing? Lin Shuang covers her head, confused. You wicked girl, I wasn't here, and you started flirting with men. What are you trying to do, grabbing a man's hand? Planning to take him home in broad daylight? Lin Shuang's face turns red with anger. For women, reputation is very important. He can't just accuse her without proof. What nonsense are you talking? He's not just anyone. He's the third brother. You still call him the third brother? You don't even bother to pick your words. You're just a rabbit eating its own nest. The third brother becomes more suspicious. Brother, what are you talking about? A kid bumped into my sister-in-law. I was just worried she might fall, so I pulled her back. Don't overthink it. Third brother, it's none of your business. She despises that I am and wants to secretly flirt with others. You're just unlucky. If he cursed at her at home, Lin Shuang would endure it. But with people coming and going in the alley, including children a few years old, she couldn't bear it anymore. I'm always at home taking care of the children and the elderly, taking care of your food and clothing. You can't just throw dirt on me casually. Lin Shuang's cheeks turn red with anger, tears welling up in her eyes. She bites her lower lip hard, trying not to let her tears of grievance fall. The surrounding gossip felt like sharp needles stabbing into her ears, each one causing her great pain. She suddenly looked up directly at the limping man, her voice full of deep resentment. Your leg is lame. Has your heart become lame too? I, Lin Shuang, have no guilt. If you truly had feelings for someone else, why would you stay so loyal to this family? Staying with you? How could you humiliate me in front of so many people? Though I am a woman, I know what shame is. Heaven sees everything you do, and you will face consequences. After speaking, she straightened her back, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. Suddenly, her head was hit hard again with a loud bang. She was caught off guard, feeling a terrible headache and blacking out, then she collapsed softly. Zhang Mongguan, still not satisfied, chased after her, raising his cane again. Third brother quickly stepped in to stop him. Brother, there are 2 children here. They need their mother. Third brother, if you stop me again, I'll turn against you. Brother, the children can't be without their mother. Lin Shuang's head was struck again, causing intense pain. Everything in front of her blurred and spun. But with her woman's resilience, she forced herself to get up and keep moving forward. Every step felt like walking on cotton, yet it was incredibly heavy. She reached out to wipe away tears mixed with blood from her eyes, but her vision only became more blurred. Turning the corner of the alley, Lin Shuang finally saw the familiar wooden door of Yi Qiaohui's house. She summoned all her strength and staggered to push the door open. Old master, sister, I really didn't do anything wrong to him. Usually, Zhang Mongguan wasn't a very harsh person. On the contrary, he rarely had conflicts with others and seemed quite kind. Since he got married, he's been like a madman. I can't talk to my husband without getting scolded. Don't laugh at me. I can't even speak to my father-in-law without being hit or cursed. Qiaohui thought, isn't this just control? Zhang Mongguan must have psychological issues. Soon, an elderly woman arrived. Lin Shuang said she was the children's grandmother, her mother-in-law. When the old lady saw Lin Shuang's condition, she started crying. How could Mongguan be so cruel? If anything happens to you, what will happen to the children? Our family will be ruined. Qiaohui found the old lady amusing. Since she had realized the truth, she should control her son better. No matter how much she cried, it wouldn't change anything. Mom, I've been your daughter-in-law for nearly 10 years. You know what kind of person I am. Your son threw a big basin of dirty water on my head. How can I go on living like this? Sigh, you have suffered. I argued and scolded with your father too. Manhwa knows she was wrong. You don't look at others' faces. only at mine and your father's. After so many years of being a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, have we ever argued? And the two children are crying and calling for you. That home can't do without you. Children are a mother's weakness. Xiao Hui saw Lin's attitude soften and her face become gentle. Then she got up and left with the old lady. Yang Inghong went to close the door. Such harsh words. Will things be peaceful when you go back? No one could give an answer. Yang Inghong returned and continued making clothes for Nan Nan. Xiao Hui isn't good at sewing, so while Nan Nan was sleeping, she went to cook, something she was good at. No one expected that just one night later, a murder suddenly happened nearby. Xiao Hui was sleepy and tired, and Nan Nan, being a little napper, woke up early. It was just past 6, still dark outside. Yang Inghong was dressing when suddenly, loud crying came from outside, piercing through the dim night. It was quite frightening. Xiao Hui also woke up and rolled over to sit up. Grandma, what's that sound? Seems like someone is crying. Is someone dead? Xiao Hui remembered something and stammered in fear. Could it be Lin's sister-in-law? She was badly injured yesterday, covered in blood. If the man at home had hurt her again, it could really happen. Xiao Hui put on her clothes to go see, but Yang Inghong stopped her. You're pregnant, don't go. It's bad luck. I'll go see. Nongda and Yang also loved to join in the fun, so the two sisters-in-law went together. Xiao Hui, worried, couldn't sleep anymore. She got up to prepare vegetables and cook breakfast. About half an hour later, the two sisters-in-law returned. Xiao Hui asked, did someone die? Yes, someone is dead. It's not Lin's sister, but her husband. Zhang Manhwa, despite having bad legs, was still very strong. Just yesterday, she fought fiercely with her daughter-in-law. How could someone just die like that? How did he die? There should be a cause of death, right? I don't know. Zhang Manjuan's parents insist it was the daughter-in-law's fault. Her son hit her, and she hated Zhang Manwan. Does this mean there was a motive? Isn't a relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law supposed to be close? How long has it been? What does Lin's sister-in-law say? She just keeps crying. I've seen the dead person. There are no obvious injuries, but her lips are black, as if she was poisoned. Lin's sister-in-law poisoned him? If Lin's sister-in-law wanted to resist, Zhang Manwan would have died several times over. I didn't say she poisoned him, but Zhang Manguan indeed showed signs of poisoning. I reported it and the police came. This matter has caused a lot of fuss, with many rumors. Some say Lin Shuang had an affair with someone, and after Zhang Manguan caught them, she and her lover killed him. Another story is that Lin Shuang hated Zhang Manguan and killed him while he was sleeping. A third rumor is that Zhang Manguan was poisoned by Lin Shuang. In any case, Lin Shuang is involved. She was taken away as the main suspect. The police are trying to persuade the family to agree to an autopsy so they can find out the real cause of death and catch the true culprit. Nowadays, cremation is not common, and families prefer to keep the body intact, avoiding opening the chest or abdomen. Without evidence, no one can be convicted, but the family's opinion doesn't determine guilt. Finally, the family reluctantly signed the autopsy consent form. 2 days later, Lin Shuang surprisingly returned, which shocked everyone. Rumors said she killed Zhang Manguan, making her the murderer. If she's the killer, why was she released instead of being in jail? Today is Zhang Manguan's funeral day. The elderly couple bought a coffin for their son to hold his battered body. Yang Inghong held her daughter and came to see the scene. She wasn't without sympathy, but she usually had little entertainment. People attend funerals and celebrations, and she's not the only one. Since he wasn't her relative, unless the person was deeply loved, there's usually no fuss, like Zhang Manguan, who is not very important. Isn't that Manguan's wife? Really, she's out now? When the old lady heard her daughter-in-law was back, she almost wanted to kill her. The old couple only had the son. They cherished him dearly, afraid he'd melt away in their hands or fall and get hurt. Though he wasn't perfect, he was still their son. Seeing Lin Shuang walk closer, the old lady suddenly attacked her wildly, hitting her hard. You heartless thing! Give me back my son! Give me back Manguan! Others nearby separated the two. Ma'am, please stay calm. The real cause of your son's death was poisoning from taking cephalosporin and drinking alcohol, not your daughter-in-law's fault. The old lady paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly shouted, "That's impossible." A colleague took out a piece of paper from his bag and showed it to everyone. This is a forensic report. After investigation, it was found that Zhang Mongguan took 2 types of medicine at the hospital recently, one of which was a cephalosporin drug for urinary tract infection. On the night of the incident, the deceased was in a bad mood and drank a lot of alcohol. After dinner, he also took medicine at his parents' urging. The elderly woman couldn't accept it. She believed she had caused her own son's death and was convinced that her daughter-in-law was responsible. She even tried to hit her. Enough. Madam, I sympathize with your loss, but you still have grandchildren who need a mother.
Please think about them.
My grandchildren don't need her. She can get out. She hasn't broken the law or done anything wrong. She has her own children and the right to live here. Please, don't be stubborn, elderly lady. The deceased wanted to be buried quickly. Seeing she couldn't stop her daughter-in-law from entering, the elderly woman stomped her feet in anger and fainted. There was another chaos. As for what happened afterward, Xiao Hui and the others didn't know. What happens behind closed doors, outsiders can't understand. Another Sunday came. Qin Shi returned home, and Yang Yinghong opened the door. Besides Qin Shi, there was a middle-aged man dressed plainly, with a strong accent. This is my father. Yang Yinghong felt her blood rush to her head. The death of Chen Lanzi was definitely related to him. Today, he must have come again because of his son, that beast. Qin Shi, why did you bring him back? Qin Shi just patted his grandmother's back softly and whispered, "Let's go inside and talk." Xiao Hui saw this supposed father-in-law and had a bad feeling. It seemed like a confrontation was coming. She stepped aside to let them in, brewed some tea, and Wan hid behind her father, curiously observing this unfamiliar man.
Wan, call him Grandpa.
Wan chewed her little hand but didn't call. The word grandpa felt so strange. Since Zhang Yuang passed away, Qin Yuanshan was finally free. He could eat well and not worry about the family starving. As long as Qin Mu didn't come back asking for money, he could get by. He felt a bit guilty about his granddaughter. When she was born, influenced by a woman, he even considered giving her away. Now the child was already so big. The family all sat down. Qin Shi said, "Let's eat first. We can talk after dinner." With Grandma present and Qin Shi back, Xiao Hui prepared a hearty meal, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and finally, pork ribs with potatoes. Xiao Hui brought everything to the table. "Father, do you want a drink?" "Sure, a little is fine." Qin Shi had already drunk 2 cups but no warm wine. After finishing the drinks, Qin Yuanshan spoke more. "Who is this aunt?" Qin Yuanshan didn't know much, but Yang Yinghong didn't hide her identity. "I'm Qin Shi's grandmother, Chen Lanzi's mother. Don't you recognize me now?" Qin Yuanshan almost dropped his chopsticks.
"So it's you?"
The meat no longer tasted good. Xiao Hui helped her grandmother by serving food, signaling her to stay calm and listen to what Qin Yuanshan had to say. Qin Yuanshan calmed himself down. "I admit I am sorry to Chen Lanzi. I haven't done much for her, but few men would do what I did. I at least raised Qin Shi and gave him a status." Qin Shi froze. "What do you mean?" Neither Xiao Hui nor Yang Yinghong expected Qin Yuanshan to come clean. Xiao Hui looked at Qin Yuanshan and asked, "Dad came for Qin Mu, right? If I'm right, have you thought it through? Once you shoot the arrow, there's no turning back." Qin Yuanshan seemed to understand. "You all don't owe me anything except this matter." He knew he didn't have many cards left, and even fewer could control Qin Shi. He decided to take a gamble. "Qin Shi, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. I'm telling the truth today. You're not my biological child. Your mother is my sister, an adopted sister. When you were 18 and your mother was 16, your grandmother suddenly told me one day that your mother was pregnant." Qin Shi's expression was unclear. He took a sip of wine and asked, "You mean I am not your biological son?" Qin Yuanshan didn't hide anymore. "Yes, Qin Mu and Xiaolan are. Anyway, my mother is already dead. Are you trying to smear her name? Just to make me agree to let your son go?" Qin Yuanshan shook his head. I'm not lying. I mean it. You are not my biological son. Your grandmother knows, your third grandfather knows, and your wife knows. Qin Shi looked at Xiao Hui, somewhat in disbelief. You knew? Is it true? Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Hui carefully chose her words. You came for further studies not long ago. Your stepmother died. When I went home for her funeral, third grandfather told me. I hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to tell you, afraid you couldn't accept it. Then who is my biological father? Qin Yuanshan replied, no one knows. Even your mother couldn't say, exactly, who he was. Your mother went to the back mountain of the village to pick wild vegetables, and she was assaulted. Qin Shi clenched his fists tightly, probably wanting to vent his anger, but had no outlet. Nonsense. Xiao Hui tapped the table and stood up. Qin Shi, don't believe what others say. Your biological father left a token for Mom. He said he would come back to find her someday, unlike what some people claim. She looked at the so-called father-in-law. Be honest and fair. Don't slander my mother-in-law or blacken someone else. I don't believe my grandma would say such things. You twist the facts with ease. Qin Yuanshan still insisted he was right. I'm telling the truth. You don't know everything. Don't believe everything third uncle says. He always speaks kindly of Qin Shi because he cares. Third grandpa is very kind. He told me that because you acknowledged Qin Shi back then and gave him a status, we should be grateful. But you suddenly came and ruined that last bit of good feeling. After the initial shock, Qin Shi could now accept it calmly. Who is his real father? It doesn't matter. He never felt fatherly love growing up, and he still grew up just fine. The only person Qin Shi cares about is his mother. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to marry so quickly and ruin her life. Speak. What are you here for? Qin Shi's tone was cold. He would do what he needed to, and wouldn't do what he shouldn't. Even if Qin Mu is irresponsible, he's still my son. This time, I won't stop him from bothering you all. I'm risking my pride today. If I hadn't married your mom and acknowledged you, you wouldn't be where you are today. Just consider it my way of repaying you. Yang Yinghong had been silent, but couldn't hold back now. You still have the nerve to talk. If you had cared for Chun Lan, she wouldn't have died so early. You agreed to marry her for your mother's silver ingots and the yuan dollars. Once you got what you wanted, you started mistreating my daughter. Qin Yuanshan felt some brotherly affection for Chun Lan, but it wasn't much. Do as you will. If I hadn't acknowledged him, Qin Shi would be a child. Chun Lan might have been drowned by other spit. It's uncertain whether Qin Shi could have been born or grown up healthy. Just for that, I owe Qin Shi. You may not admit it, but you have to acknowledge it. Honestly, besides Qin Yuanshan, everyone else present didn't want to let Qin Mu go. They had finally caught a handle on him. If they let him go, who knows what consequences might follow? Could there be endless trouble? Fine, I'll let him go. I won't pursue it anymore. The death penalty has been forgiven, but the punishment for living is hard to escape. He seduced a married woman. Whether others pursue it or not depends on them. If he faces any consequences, don't blame me. However, we should make an agreement. From now on, we have no further relationship. I won't get involved in your retirement. When you are 60, 70, or 80 years old, I can give you 50 yuan at once. Besides that, don't come to me again. The agreement may not be legally binding, but signing it gives us some confidence. Qin Yuanshan didn't plan to let Qin Shi take care of him in old age. Things have reached this point, and the relationship is broken. Whether to care for each other in old age is up to us. Sign. Qin Shi drafted the document, outlining each other's duties and rights. Both signed it, with Xiao Hui and Yang Yinghong as witnesses, also signing their names. After dinner, Qin Shi took Qin Yuanshan to the guest house. Xiao Hui waited for him to return. Qin Shi, she called softly. He leaned in and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Waiting for you. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. I'll be right back." Xiao Hui's eyes followed him all the way until he got into bed and stretched out his arms. She embraced him, but differently than before, her hands wrapped around him, her face buried in his chest. "What's wrong?" Sorry, I've been hiding something from you. No need to say sorry. I know everything you do is for me. With my background, do you look down on me? Xiao Hui held him tightly. No, the past is the past.
You are you.
Don't forget, we already have 2 children. I wouldn't look down on their father. That would be looking down on myself.
As Xiao Hui said, the past is gone.
Qin Shi also wanted to forget everything before and start fresh. Are we really going to let Qin Mu go like this? I don't mean to blame you. I know you're in a tough spot and handling it well. From now on, we owe nothing to that family. But I feel like we missed an opportunity. Qin Mu is smart. If he wants to keep his current position, he will act cautiously and not push his luck. Let's hope so. When a dog is cornered, it bites. Still, we should give the dog some space to survive. Xiao Hui opened a drawer and took out an item. Qin Shi saw it was a bullet casing. Where did this come from? During shooting practice, we had plenty of these. Take a closer look. Is it different from now? Of course, it was different, somewhat rough in craftsmanship. Rough? This must be from the past. You're right. It was given to me by Grandpa 3. It's a token left by her biological father for the mother-in-law, saying he would come back for her. Qin Shi held it in his hand for a long time.
So, he must be a soldier? Yes.
Looking at the roughness of the bullets, he should be on our side.
Xiao Hui also thought so.
Qin Shi put it away. He only wanted to find out what kind of person his biological father was. I'm thinking, did he sacrifice himself? It's quite possible. On the battlefield, bullets don't have eyes. How could there be no casualties? Because he sacrificed himself, he didn't keep his promise. Even so, Qin Shi just wanted to find him, even if it was just to burn a stick of incense. Recently, Gu Qing came to school less often. Gu Feng was quite happy. His sister should have a new life. She was so talented. Xiao Dongyang was a bit impatient, always asking about Gu Qing. For him, he had the courage to face difficulties. Xiao Dongyang, I don't oppose you pursuing my sister. You can go directly to her, okay?
Don't ask me.
Xiao Dongyang chuckled awkwardly. Gu Feng wondered if he thought he hadn't done anything wrong. Qin Shi kept reading as if nothing outside mattered. Gu Feng took the book from Qin Shi's hands. Qin Shi, you don't have to work so hard. You should rest and relax. I lost a bit of time twice. I need to catch up on my classes. Gu Feng sat next to Qin Shi and asked, Are you going back this week? Of course I am. Then I'll go with you. I really like your sister's cooking. No need to make so much. It's too tiring. I know you care, so just make 2 dishes, 1 pig liver and 1 pig blood. Qin Shi refused firmly. No, my grandma will cook when I go back. She's old and also has to help take care of the kids. Gu Feng didn't understand. Is he really that caring for his wife? His wife does nothing, but his grandma has to cook and take care of the children? Gu Feng didn't know whether to praise him or scold him. Your wife cooks, and you bring up your grandma again? My wife is pregnant. Cooking for the family is already tiring enough. Don't cause trouble. The other 2 also leaned in. Qin Shi, your wife is pregnant again? Yes, so I told you not to bother her. If anyone was bothering her, it was Gu Feng. Neither of those 2 had been there, so how could they be bothering her? Gu Feng also made a statement. Fine, I won't go. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. You're about to have 2 kids, and I don't even have one. Xiao Dongyang added, Don't say just one. I don't even have a wife. Do you have one? Don't laugh at others while you're at it. Qin Shi thought for a moment and said, Let me show you something. Do you know which era this is from? Qin Shi took out a bullet casing, and everyone looked at it. Gu Feng asked, Where did you get this? From someone collecting scrap in the countryside. I traded for it. I'm a scout, and I like to study things I haven't seen before. It doesn't look like a usual training bullet casing. This one is very smooth. That's from before liberation. Veterans should recognize it. Gu Feng thought for a moment and said, If only you had told me earlier. Now, I can only ask my dad after I graduate. His dad is Gu Liaoyuan, who joined the army 4 or 5 years ago and is a veteran. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, Gu Feng, someone is looking for you. The person added, outside the main gate. Gu Feng quickly put on his clothes, praying silently that it wasn't his mother or those potential marriage prospects. If Gu Qing came, he wouldn't be very happy. Outside the gate, a female soldier in uniform stood with her back to him, two short braids shining in the sunset. He didn't see anyone else, so Gu Feng nervously asked, "Who are you looking for?" The female soldier suddenly turned around, revealing a cold face, and said, "Gu Feng, long time no see." Gu Feng was stunned for 2 seconds. "Han Nana, what are you doing here? I have some things to stay for a month. Your mom knows I'm coming and asked me to bring you something." Han Nana finished speaking and handed Gu Feng a package. "I don't know what's inside, but it's pretty heavy." "Thank you." Gu Feng pinched and weighed it, thinking it might be nuts. He opened it on the spot and found chestnuts, hazelnuts, and pine nuts. He cupped his hands and said, "Han Nana, give me your bag. I'll give you some." "I don't want it. Auntie gave it to you. If it's sent here, it's for eating. You helped out, so it's only right to thank you." Han Nana hesitated, but still opened her bag. Gu Feng wanted to hold it for her again, but Han Nana refused, saying, "That's enough, enough." Gu Feng stopped. "Han Nana, are you on official duty?" "Yes, the military district hospital needs some nurses. I'm here for an assessment. Those who meet the requirements will be added to the medical staff." Nearby was a higher medical technical school. Gu Feng had heard from others that it had a military nursing specialty, cooperating with various military hospitals, and each year they trained specialized nurses. "Where do you live?" "Just over there at the guest house." "Come on, let me treat you to a meal." "Never mind, I'll go back and eat. The food and accommodation there are okay. You've gone out of your way to help my mom carry things. As the recipient, I should thank you. It was Auntie who came to see me. I don't know how she found out. I only told my parents here. I don't need to guess. I'm sure it's both sets of parents. Come on, I'll treat you." We still went to the military school's guest house, ordered some braised pork, spicy tofu, and pork and cabbage buns as the main dish. "Actually, you don't have to be so polite. It's to save my image in your eyes." Han Nana found it funny. "What do you think my image of you is? A spoiled rich kid." "Did I say that? Even if I did, it was a long time ago. Why do you still remember? Are you holding a grudge?" "Not that long ago, maybe 4 years."
Han Nana smiled.
I said I don't hold grudges. I've forgotten what happened 4 years ago. But she actually remembered. At that time, Han Nana had just graduated and hadn't adapted to work yet. Gu Feng's mom had someone introduce him. Her parents' marriage was arranged by the organization. They didn't even get to know each other before marrying. After marriage, the conflicts gradually appeared. Her dad was a macho man, always bossing everything at home, making all the decisions. Her mom suffered a lot and secretly cried many times. Han Nana was deeply affected. She was very resistant to arranged dates from others. Her impression of Gu Feng was still from when they were teenagers. Back then, Gu Feng was indeed immature, hanging out with a group of kids, mischievous, and often scolded by neighbors. In recent years, Han Nana had seen Gu Feng's achievements. They ate quietly. "Oh, I also brought some for Gu Qing. My mom. Can't she just refuse?" Han Nana poked her chopsticks at the dish. "How can I refuse? We see each other all the time. She can't even help with this little favor? Just leave that package for her and your friends to eat. I'll give my share to Gu Qing, so you don't have to make a trip."
Han Nana hesitated.
"That's not good, is it? It feels like I'm stealing. I'll send that package tomorrow. You can go to Gu Qing's side, so I don't have to ask around." "All right then." Han Nana ate very little, just pinched a flour roll and ate the spicy tofu, occasionally blowing on it. "Is it spicy?" "You can eat the braised pork, it's not spicy." Han Nana stayed still. "I don't like to eat braised pork." "I thought you ordered it for yourself. This thing is so tasty. Why don't you like it?"
"Just don't like it."
"Why does there have to be a reason?" Han Nana looked up at Gu Feng, then quickly lowered her head again. "Auntie said you have a girlfriend. Why don't you bring her along, so we can meet her?" "Girlfriend? My mom said that?" Han Nana nodded gently. "She must still be on her way. She hasn't arrived yet. You can't make appointments with a girlfriend, so I can't introduce you." Han Nana smiled. You're funny. If you say you don't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't believe it. I'm working on improving myself. Some say I'm a spoiled kid. Hanana chuckled softly. Someone really holds grudges. I only said that once, and you still remember it. Besides, back then, you looked so bad that not only I talked about you. Is what I said that important? You've made some achievements now. Others' bad words I forget, but I remember yours. After eating, Gufeng took Hanana back to her place. No need, the road isn't far. Gufeng insisted, it's getting dark. Better to be careful. I'll just call it a walk. Unable to persuade him, they walked together to the guest house. Don't come to see me off tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up. Hanana thought it was fine. It's safer for men to be cautious. Gufeng suddenly said, my mom said you have a boyfriend. Is he also from our unit? Hanana stopped. Did Annie tell you?
Yes.
Is it a secret? Shouldn't you say something? It's already out. I've only met him twice. Are you very picky? For women over 25, it's hard to find someone. You'll turn 25 next year.
Same to you.
You're not young either. You'll be almost 30 next year. They were joking with each other, but neither was truly upset. Gufeng was glad he came to see Hanana off. About 100 meters from the guest house, a shadow staggered toward them. Drunkard. Ignore him. Walk on the side.
Hurry.
The drunkard was coming straight at them. How could they avoid him? Comrade, let's be friends. The man reached out to Hanana, scaring her into a scream. Gufeng grabbed the drunkard's arm and threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. He patted his face. Are you sober now? Still so rude? If you have nowhere to stay, I can take you to the police station. The drunkard scrambled and ran away, and Gufeng didn't chase after him.
Did you see that?
In case you encounter such situations, female comrades are easily at a disadvantage. If there's nothing urgent at night, try to go out less. Also, Hanana gives you a piece of advice. Don't choose a superficial partner who can't protect you when it matters most. Gufeng, I think he's not drunk. You're the one who's drunk. Gufeng returns to the dorm, and Xiao Dongyang comes over. Gufeng, are you being approached by a male or a female comrade? Stop being so nosy. Why do you ask? Could it be Guqing? No, she's an old friend from the army, a female comrade. Xiao Dongyang gets interested. She's been out for so long, it's definitely not just a regular friend. Come clean. You're overthinking. She's just an old friend. My mom sent someone to deliver something, so I had to invite her for a meal. I even shared some chestnuts from my bag. Good things should be shared, so everyone happily started eating. As the weather gradually gets colder, we've prepared winter clothes for the kids and adults too. Xiao Hui wrote a letter to her mother and brother, telling them she's pregnant again. She hopes to go back by the end of the year, so she asked her mother to send some winter clothes. Lu Damei feels both happy and worried. She believes in the idea of having many children bringing good fortune. When her daughter gets married, it's natural to help her husband's family expand. Nanan has been with her since she was a tiny girl. She likes her, but she's still just a girl. Only when she has a son-in-law and a grandson will it feel complete. She worries whether her daughter's small body can handle having 2 children in 3 years. Lu Damei went to the family compound, hung the winter clothes out to dry, and then took them to the post office to send. Suyan heard some noise and hurried over. Seeing Lu Damei, she asked, Annie, are Xiao Hui and the girls back?
Jia Yuan also asked, what about Nan?
Lu Damei smiled and said, not yet. Xiao Hui is pregnant again. Her husband is worried, so they're staying until the end of the year. Suyan also felt happy for Xiao Hui. That's good news. Nan will have company. I've missed them after so long. Almost there. They'll come back with her husband at the end of the year. At that time, logistics weren't advanced, so it took over a week for the package to arrive. The courier delivered it to the street office, and Lin Shuang helped retrieve it. This was the first time Xiao Hui saw her after Zhang Mongguan passed away, about half a month ago. The 2 old folks scolded me again and forced me to leave. I'm going to talk to the leaders about it. No matter how grand their words used to be, once Zhang Mongguan died, those 2 immediately changed their attitude. It's not that this poor family has anything to hold on to. Lin Shuang has nowhere to go now. The Zhang family is at least her and her child's home, a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Her husband has died, and her wages are in her mother-in-law's hands. She can't find steady work, so she left home once. When she returned, her clothes and a small bundle were thrown outside the door. No need to ask, it was her mother-in-law who did it. The door was shut. Lin Shuang had no choice but to seek help from the local authorities. The leader wanted to talk to her in-laws about her situation, so she brought over Yi Xiaohui's package. Yang Yinghong worriedly asked, "If you can't go back, where will you sleep tonight?" Lin Shuang is a broad-minded person. In fact, if she weren't, she wouldn't have survived until now. "I'll stay at the street office. I trust the government." Xiaohui opened the package, revealing cotton-padded cloves, dried autumn mushrooms, roasted peanuts, and pickled mustard greens. Her mother truly didn't mind postage costs. She sent everything. Lin Shuang really envied her. Looking at her own family and then at hers, she knew her husband was dead. Her in-laws bullied her, and no one stood up for her. A married girl is like water poured out. Once gone, she's no longer theirs. Lin Shuang stood up to leave. "Sister-in-law, you also have nowhere to go. Just stay at home and take care of things. Don't complain about the food." The door was closed, so she couldn't go in. Lin Shuang wasn't stubborn. She was poor and proud, but for the sake of her pride, she made herself hungry. Besides, how much is her pride worth? Not much at all. Lunch was prepared by Yang Yinghong: bone soup with cabbage, large pot-steamed buns, and a small plate of mustard greens. Yang Yinghong carefully placed a steaming bowl of bone soup on the table. The rich aroma quickly filled the room. She softly said to Lin Shuang, "Lin Shuang, eat while it's hot. It's cold outside, so have some hot soup to warm up." Lin Shuang's eyes slightly reddened. She gratefully took the bowl, feeling the warmth from the bowl as if it warmed her heart. She took a small sip. The delicious taste, with a hint of cabbage's sweetness, made her feel warm all over. "Sister, thank you and Grandma. They don't treat me like a person." Xiaohui handed her a bun. "No more talking. Let's eat first." Lin Shuang ate a lot. She was very hungry. After the meal, she helped clear the table and wash the dishes. She still had to go to the street office and wait for their decision. "Don't rush, sister-in-law. I have 2 more things to tell you. Do you want to listen?" Lin Shuang smiled bitterly. "I'll listen. As long as it's for my good and helps me, I'll listen." "Then I ask you, are you willing to go back and live with your in-laws? Do you still have to see your in-laws every day? Listening to their rude words and insults? Of course, I don't want to hear it. Is there any way to stop them?" "Yes, there is." Xiaohui pulled her to sit down. "The neighborhood office will definitely try to persuade your in-laws to let you go back home. Don't agree right away. Instead, tell them in front of the 2 children that their words are too harsh and that it's not good for the kids to hear such things. Tell the people from the neighborhood office that you want a small room from the leaders, just big enough for you to live alone. It doesn't have to be large. As long as it's comfortable, you can stay there without seeing or hearing the trouble. When things get better, you can bring your children to live with you." Lin Shuang was still hesitant. "People in leadership roles can't always listen to me, right? It's worth trying. How will you know if it works if you don't try? If they arrange for you to go home, be firm and serious about the consequences. You're worried your in-laws might cause trouble for you. If they don't care, you can stay at the neighborhood office. Eventually, they will get tired of bothering you." Lin Shuang finally smiled, a rare smile. "Then I'll give it a try. Maybe it will work." Watching Lin Shuang leave, Yang Yinghong and Xiaohui exchanged smiles. "You're always so caring. Sister-in-law has helped me a lot. She's in a difficult situation, and I just want to help her. It's just a small thing, but it might not work out. It's up to us to try, but success depends on fate. We've done our best. Xiaohui, I want to visit Qin's hometown and see Grandma Nanu's grave." Xiaohui disagreed. "Now is a sensitive time. It's not appropriate for Grandma to go back. How would she go there? Grandma, listen to me. After next year, the situation will be different. You can meet Qin Shi and visit my mother as her daughter. But now it's not the right time. Yang Inghong was confused. Why will next year be better? That sounds too mysterious. Chiu Hui didn't care and said something quite mysterious. Whether you believe it or not, I've had 2 dreams that came true. When Nana was born, I dreamed she was still alive. Those 2 old folks lied to me, saying she had died and wanted to throw her out for the dogs. I managed to save her, and she was indeed still alive. When Qin Shi was injured, I also dreamed about it. I saw him bleeding heavily and in danger. Later, you found out he was really hurt badly. Recently, I had another dream. Next year, the college entrance exams will resume and some big events will happen. I won't talk about those big events. Based on the first 2 dreams, I believe this one will also come true. Some people might finally get what they deserve. Yang Inghong was skeptical. It sounded too far-fetched, but Chiu Hui wasn't someone who spoke carelessly or made up stories. Then I'll trust you and wait another year. Xiao Hui's advice was really helpful. Lin Shuang didn't go back home to live. The street office arranged a house for her outside. When the previous lonely old person passed away, the house was taken over by the street office. 2 families had lived there, and now another house was freed up for Lin Shuang. The house was small, but Lin Shuang was very happy. She finally had her own little home, no longer hearing her in-laws' harsh curses. She felt happier and more hopeful about life. With help from the street office, Lin Shuang managed to get 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 bowls, a small stove, and some basic supplies for daily life. She secretly came to share her good news. Once things got better, she planned to bring her son and daughter over. Right now, her biggest problem was earning money. She had a small home, but she still needed to find food. Her son's 3rd uncle works with a local construction team. They need small workers, so I plan to go. Xiao Hui asked in surprise, construction team? Isn't the work there usually light and easy? The main workers are skilled, but the helpers do only heavy labor. Lin Shuang patted her thigh and then her arm. Look at me, I'm built for rough work. I'm not afraid. From now on, I need to work hard for my 2 children. I have to do my best. The new cement factory in the city has staff dormitories, and they do this kind of work. If Xiao Hui wants to buy anything, she can tell Lin Shuang, and she'll help bring it back. Walking closely with Lin Shuang has its good and bad sides. The good is that it saves her a lot of trouble. She doesn't need to go shopping herself. Things are brought back for her. The bad side is that her in-laws hold a grudge against her. They've cursed her openly and secretly. If she doesn't hear it, it's okay, but if she does, how can she stay calm? Now they're talking behind her outside the wall again. Her son is gone, and now her daughter-in-law is being persuaded not to be on our side. They don't want the child anymore, and we don't know which wild man she's following, going out in the morning and coming back at night. It's harder for the child to find her mother than climbing to the sky. There's always someone ready to flatter in a comedy act, and another person said, the daughter-in-law used to be very obedient, but now she's totally different. I believe she's someone else now. I just don't understand who could dislike you so much and have such a bad mind. Can't you see who she's been close to lately? The daughter-in-law is usually honest, but now she's stealing and neglecting the family. In less than a month, she's changed completely. Those who try to stir trouble between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law won't have a good ending. Doing bad things often leads to trouble, boils on the head, pus under the feet. They won't die a good death. In this lifetime, I can't have a son. Even if I get pregnant, I might die in because the older generation didn't do good deeds, and the younger ones can only suffer. Yang Inghong was washing clothes when Xiao Hui picked up a basin of dirty water, stepped onto a chair, and climbed up the wall to pour it all over her. It's already October, and the weather is quite cold. Oh dear! Which fool threw that water? How careless! Yang Inghong quickly helped Xiao Hui down. She had only been distracted for a moment, and Xiao Hui had caused such a big fuss. Xiao Hui, go inside quickly. I'll block them. But Xiao Hui refused to go inside. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and 2 soaked women appeared in front of them. Who threw that water? Step forward. I'll tear her apart. Old Lady Zhang's features were all out of place. Yang Hong said, "It was me." The drain froze, and I didn't expect anyone outside. But Xiao Hui said, "I threw it." "So what?" Hearing this, old lady Zhang's anger flared. She crossed her arms, like a furious mother dog, glaring with wide eyes, foam at the corners of her mouth. You wicked woman! Why are you so arrogant? Today, I must teach you a lesson." She took a big step forward, trying to tear past Xiao Hui, but her wet pants stuck to her legs, making her walk awkward and clumsy, almost tripping herself. Xiao Hui stood there calmly, a faint smile on her lips. "Old Lady Zhang, you can curse all you want, but don't forget, times have changed. Not everyone who raises their voice is right. I threw water because your words were filthy, dirtying my ears and this place. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I wouldn't mind splashing you with another basin of water to wake you up. I didn't curse you. Why are you so scared? Come on, tell me, who exactly did you curse?" Old Lady Zhang's neck stiffened.
Who cares about me? Which words did you hear me curse you with?
Did I name anyone specifically? You admit you cursed someone.
Who was it?
Say the name. If you can't, it's just gossip meant to cause trouble, to undermine community harmony and stir up neighbors. I'll report this to the local authorities. Another woman shrank back.
I don't know anything.
It has nothing to do with me. She didn't even bother to share the same pants as Old Lady Zhang and ran away quickly. Now only Old Lady Zhang was left, feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, Uncle Kong spoke up. Manguan? Manguan Wuqi isn't even here, and you still have the energy to come out and curse? Regarding your relationship with your daughter-in-law, anyone who is fair and honest will side with her. Think about it. Your son is gone, and you and old Zhang won't be able to work for more than 10 or 20 years. Who will take care of you then? You might say your grandchildren will grow up without needing to eat, but they still need their mother's care. Smart people hold onto their resources. Fools waste theirs. Think about what kind of person you are. If it weren't for the decades of neighborhood ties, no one would want to speak for her. You've lived long enough to see through this. Do you want me to accept this wet clothes? Xiao Hui immediately retorted. What do you want to do? Your son just died, and now others are still in bed, unable to get up. How can you think of criticizing others? And so harshly? Look at yourself, who is truly paying the price. No, I won't tolerate being splashed with cold water in this cold weather. I want compensation. I've been wronged, and won't let it go for nothing. Old Mrs. Zhang was quite aware of her actions. If you want me to pay, fine. But first, I'll repeat how you insulted me. You have boils on your head, pus running from your feet. May you have a miserable life. You can't have children in this life, and if you do, they might die because of your bad deeds. The older you are, the more trouble you'll cause. Xiao Hui wasn't afraid to speak her mind. She knew that all the insults directed at her would eventually backfire on the insulter. Old Mrs. Zhang's words were too vicious. A child is the continuation of a family, like heaven. Yang Inghong's blood surged. She, who was used to being a simple village person, was fearless. She crossed her arms and retorted, insulting a child who has no way to see the sky. You're really cruel. If you don't apologize today, I'll go find the leaders of the street office. I've contributed to the country too. When she was covered in wounds, it was us who stood up for her. Where were you then? Yang Inghong had never mentioned her own contributions, so even Aunt Kong, who was close to her, thought she was just an ordinary retired old lady. Old Mrs. Zhang only started to feel uneasy now. She was just an ordinary person, the most common type. She only felt confident in dealing with her daughter-in-law. She dared to scold only two types of people, those weaker than her, whom she could bully, and those she didn't bother to argue with. But Yang Inghong was clearly different from either. I didn't curse her. She's just scared and didn't expect me to be here. Old Mrs. Zhang pushed through the crowd and ran off because her pants were caught on her feet. With two people missing, there was no more excitement, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Yang Inghong supported Xiao Hui and told her to stay inside. You're pregnant now, so don't get too angry. Don't argue with these people. I can't stand them insulting the children. The kids don't understand anything, so why should they be scolded? And so harshly too. In the future, if there's any trouble, I'll handle it. You don't need to get involved. I don't believe any old woman can boss us around. Yang Inghong isn't from a noble family, but she was a gentle lady. She rarely spoke so roughly. She said what she meant and went to the street office, placing a bag of items on the table. The staff were still confused, but Yang Inghong had already taken out a handkerchief, revealing a bunch of medals and badges. Some were new, some old, but all represented the hard times and efforts of one person over many years. My husband was a hero who sacrificed himself. I gave up my children for the revolution. Who has the right to insult my descendants now? This even alarmed the director of the office. We can't let revolutionary comrades bleed and cry for nothing. This matter must be taken seriously. Mrs. Zhang never expected that her tantrum would lead to a criticism from the leaders. She just wanted to vent her anger. She learned that when fighting or scolding, first figure out who you're dealing with. Never provoke the wrong person. In a dormitory, for people live here, but only Qin Shi considers this his home. They're tired of school meals, the same few dishes over and over. Since the last time he came back, Gu Feng praised Yi Xiaohui's cooking, and the other two are eager to try. Xiao Dongyang rested his elbow on Qin Shi's shoulder and asked coldly, "Are Qing Shan and I your comrades? Your roommates? Are we brothers?" His three questions made Qin Shi nod in agreement. Yes, comrades, roommates, brothers. That's good to hear. Since Qing Shan and I are also your friends, why did you only invite Gu Feng for dinner? What about us? Qin Shi couldn't tell the real reason, because you weren't here that day. You went to play basketball on the field. But we're free this Sunday. Mo Qing Shan, and I also want to meet your wife. Sorry, my wife is pregnant. She can't handle so many people eating and drinking. Just cooking alone exhausts her. This is indeed a problem. Qin Shi thought he had avoided trouble, but Xiao Dongyang was stubborn. We'll buy things and cook ourselves. We'll use your stove and ask your wife for guidance. It won't tire her out, right? Given the situation, Qin Shi couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go. Be polite and don't cause trouble for my wife." "Absolutely not," they replied. Originally, they thought only the four brothers would come, but just before leaving, Gu Qing arrived. Gu Feng pulled her aside and asked, "Why are you here?" "Xiaodanjiang asked me to come. He said you all are going to Qin Shi's house for dinner, so he told me to join." Gu Feng secretly cursed Xiaodanjiang. His love-struck brain was still unfixable. After so long, couldn't he see what was really happening? "Are you dating Xiaodanjiang?" "I haven't agreed. I just said I'd think about it." "Isn't that like fishing for a relationship? You're not young anymore. Don't cause trouble for others," Gu Feng said. Gu Qing was a bit annoyed. "What did I do? Why are you talking to me like that? Don't be too pushy. I'm your sister." Since Xiaodanjiang invited Gu Qing, Gu Feng turned and called Han Nana to join. Actually, Han Nana was forced. Her roommate told her someone was looking for her outside. When she came out, she saw Gu Feng. He didn't say anything, just pulled her away. "Gu Feng, that's too much. What are you doing?" "We're going to Qin Shi's house for dinner. Gu Qing is coming too. You just watch her." Han Nana didn't want to go. "Gu Qing is your sister." "Who am I? Besides you and Gu Qing, I don't know anyone. Why should I go to someone else's house as a guest?" Gu Feng stopped and didn't hesitate. "Be my girlfriend. Even if it's just pretend." Han Nana thought, that means two different things. Xiao Hui and Yang Inghong didn't expect so many people to suddenly show up at their home. It was 8 adults and 1 child, no wonder they felt overwhelmed. But since they were here, "Come inside, please," Xiaodanjiang said, handing over the pig liver and blood he bought. "This should be my sister-in-law, right? I heard Gu Feng say your cooking is delicious, so I came to bother you." Since they were all Qin Shi's friends, Xiao Hui still wanted to be welcoming. "No bother at all. We're eating too. It's lively with so many people." Even if they didn't know each other, Qin Shi introduced his wife, and they would say, "I've heard of you," like Xiaodanjiang. Xiaodanjiang said he wouldn't let you work hard. "He'll do the heavy lifting. You just guide him," Qin Shi said. "Xiaodanjiang, just being polite." Are you serious?
Qiao Hui smiled warmly.
Alright, come with me. Xiaodan Jiang had no choice but to take off his coat, roll up his sleeves, and get to work. The first step was washing everything thoroughly before starting to cut. His knife skills were not impressive. Qin Shi had already started working quietly, carrying firewood, washing pots, and doing dishes. Knowing Qin Shi was coming back, Qiao Hui and Grandma prepared 2 dishes, one with autumn mushrooms and another with dried eggplant. The main food was 2-in-1 steamed buns. Now it was time to add more dishes. Qin Shi leaned close to Qiao Hui and said, "Wife, you go sit inside. There are so many people, and you shouldn't be working as a pregnant woman." Xiao Dongyang kept agreeing. Later, sister-in-law can just stir-fry pork liver and blood. Qiao Hui wasn't made of steel. She listened to Qin Shi and went to sit on the sofa. Gu Qing was holding Han Nana's arm, chatting, while Han Nana and Nan Nan also talked. Nan Nan, small and sitting in the middle, looked up at everyone, seeing so many people she had never seen at home before. Gu Qing and Han Nana's families had been close for a long time. They grew up playing and joking together only a few years apart. Seeing Qiao Hui come over, they automatically made room for her. Han Nana smiled and said, "Gu Fengfei asked me to come taste your cooking. Last time I ate it, I kept talking about it. If you're talking about it, that means you like my cooking. So, you're welcome to come anytime." Nan Nan then snuggled into her mom's arms. Since learning she was pregnant with a second child, Qiao Hui had weaned Nan Nan. It took a lot of effort. She used all kinds of tricks. Both Qiao Hui and Grandma were exhausted, but finally, Nan Nan was weaned. But Nan Nan was still too young to avoid her mom's belly, so Qiao Hui had to stay alert and be very careful. "I heard you're pregnant again. All these people bothering the pregnant woman. I said it shouldn't have come. Gu Fengfei asked me to come." Gu Fengfei smiled and said, "You're just happy to have something to do. If others want to come, I'll invite them." "Did you invite them?" It was clearly sister-in-law who invited everyone. Gu Feng knew Qin Shi loved his wife. Among the people here, there were also Gu Qing and Han Nana. The group was a bit crowded. He instinctively pulled Mo Qingshan and went to the kitchen to help. Even Yang Inghong was pushed out. Young people shouldn't just wait around to eat and drink. Pregnant women and the elderly should be busy. In the living room, only 3 girls remained. Gu Qing was studying at a normal university and was about to finish her studies next year, but she didn't like being a teacher and now regretted it. Thinking about dealing with a bunch of naughty kids in the future, some are dirty, disobedient, and don't listen to advice. It gives me a headache. But there's no denying that teaching is a good job. Only a few classes a day, Sundays off, and summer and winter vacations. It's also convenient to find nearby work, making it a good choice. Let uncle help you make arrangements. Going to the office is not bad, just a bit far from home, and there are fewer holidays than teachers. Yes, I need to talk more with my dad, let him think more about me. Rushing at the last minute won't work. Others matters. Qiao Hui doesn't interrupt. She quietly trims Nanan's nails. "Sister-in-law, what is your education level?" Gu Qing suddenly asked. Qiao Hui kept working without stopping. "I didn't finish high school, just middle school." "No wonder you can't find a job. If you had a higher education, Brother Qin sure could help you find work." Han Nana pulled Gu Qing aside. "People shouldn't talk like that. You have a good father, so you start ahead. Using your family background to look down on others. Do you think that's smart?" Qiao Hui wasn't angry. She smiled and said, "I do have a job. I work at the Women's Federation and a small bakery. I'm the main person in charge." Rural people's understanding and economic conditions mean they often have lower education, but that doesn't mean they are worse than others. Farmers support many people. Even great leaders said victory is made by the people, and leaders remind us not to forget our roots. Gu Qing's face turned red. "I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean anything bad either. I just want to speak up for our farmers. They may have low education, but their character is good." Qiao Hui needed to cook pig liver herself, so she took Nan Nan to the kitchen to find her dad. Gu Qing held Han Nana's hand and said, "Nana, I didn't mean it that way." What could Han Nana say? She could only comfort her. "Don't say things like that again. It just makes things worse. We are standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. People succeed by their own efforts. Han Nana once looked down on Gu Feng because of this. She thought he was only mischievous because he came from a good family. Gu Qing couldn't help but be influenced by her mother. Xiao Hui just cooked pig liver and pig blood, nothing more. Xiao Dongyang was the chef, and Mo Qingshan and Gu Feng helped in the kitchen. Gu Feng was worried. Xiao Dongyang, can your cooking really be eaten? I've never eaten pork, never seen a pig run. My dad threw me into the army to train. I cooked for a month, raised a pig for a month, and planted vegetables for a month. When my mom came to see me, I didn't even recognize her. Ha ha ha, look at you showing off. We haven't had your experiences. Cooking such a tough job is all yours. Even if it's bad, my sister-in-law made 2 backup dishes. This meal was truly extraordinary, unlike anything before. Everyone worked together and managed to prepare 6 dishes. Xiao Hui initially cooked 2 dishes, then cooked 2 more, so in total, the group cooked 2 dishes each, making a big pot of rice. Dinner is ready. Clear the table and serve the food. Yang Yinghong sat at the head seat, with Xiao Hui beside her because they needed to feed their daughter. Others sat wherever they liked. Qin Shi was at the foot, busy pouring water and fetching things. Unsurprisingly, pork liver and pork blood were the most popular. Xiao Dongyang had many questions. Sister-in-law, teach me how to do it, so I can make it myself next time. It wasn't a secret recipe. Xiao Hui simply explained, mainly, it's about marinating. You need salt, pepper, wine, and soy sauce. Use them all. Also, the sauce and controlling the heat while cooking are important. Believe it or not, cooking skills aren't learned just by watching. You need to explore and practice yourself. Han Nana was shy and a bit distant. She lifted her chopsticks twice, but didn't start eating. Gu Feng, being tall and quick, picked up 2 pieces and put them in her bowl. Thank you. Tell me if you want to eat anything. Han Nana didn't really like eating offal. She was a medical student and could identify anatomy diagrams with her eyes closed, knowing how pigs are dissected. But since everyone praised this dish, she was curious. After trying 1 piece, she couldn't stop eating. After finishing 2 pieces, Gu Feng picked 2 more, and they exchanged a mischievous smile, as if they had stolen a secret. Xiao Dongyang was also busy. He called Gu Qing over, just to create a chance to be near her. He definitely wouldn't waste the opportunity. He helped Gu Qing by scooping food onto her plate. With so many people, the big dish disappeared quickly, leaving only a few pieces. Gu Feng and Xiao Dongyang's chopsticks accidentally clashed. Their eyes met in the air. Xiao Dongyang let go. I won't. Gu Qing is your sister. After a brief struggle, Gu Feng, who was more focused on his own interests, won and kept the food. The meal was lively and chaotic, but everyone had fun. After eating, they cleaned up the battlefield, putting everything back in place. Pregnant women, the elderly, and children from Qin Shi's family occupied the best spots. To avoid disturbing their rest, the group didn't chat much and left after tidying up. The 2 women were heading back to their dorms. Xiao Dongyang was responsible for escorting Gu Qing, and Gu Feng, of course, didn't need to be told. Han Nana was also brought along by him, so he naturally acted as her protector. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Qing said, "My scarf fell off. I'll go back and get it." Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Think carefully, what else might have fallen off? Being forgetful when doing things. Gu Qing had been ignored by her brother all evening and shouted in anger, "If you don't want to wait, just leave. You weren't going to take me anyway." Gu Feng reflected on himself. He was her older brother, and maybe he was a bit too harsh. Qin Shi was about to close the door when someone reached out a hand. "Brother Qin Shi, wait, I dropped something." Gu Qing bypassed Qin Shi and ran inside quickly. She saw Xiao Hui holding a lost scarf and hanging it on a nail. Mine. Xiao Hui didn't intend to keep it for herself and wasn't sure if the owner was Gu Qing or Han Nana. She planned to ask Qin Shi to take it to school tomorrow. Suddenly, Gu Qing rushed over without warning and bumped into Xiao Hui before she could stop. They collided head-on. Xiao Hui was standing on tiptoe, and the sudden bump caused her to fall inward. It all happened in an instant. Even Qin Shi, who was behind them, Couldn't do much. Be careful. Mommy. Nan Nan was sitting on the sofa. Grandma had washed her feet and went inside to find socks. Nan Nan was counting her toes when she saw her mother fall down. She was so scared she almost cried, "Mommy, Mommy." Her mother would be hurt after falling. Little Nan Nan stepped down from the sofa, barefoot, and reached out her small hands to try to help her mother. Xiao Hui saw Nan Nan reaching out and wanted to stop her but couldn't. With such a small distance, she couldn't do much. Xiao Hui protected her belly with one hand and supported herself with the other. There was a creaking sound, and she slowly fell onto Nan Nan. "Young lady, what happened to you?" Qin Shi quickly pulled Gu Qing away and ran to Xiao Hui, lifting her from behind. "Are you okay? Look at Nan Nan." Ing Hong, who had come out after hearing the noise, hurriedly picked up Nan Nan. "Both of you, what's going on?" Xiao Hui looked at Gu Qing, who was avoiding eye contact, and said, "I accidentally pressed on Nan Nan, and I twisted my wrist." Ing Hong checked Nan Nan's small body and kept asking where it hurt. But Nan Nan smiled at her grandma, saying, No. Normally, Xiao Hui, an adult, weighed about 110 pounds, and pressing down on Nan Nan shouldn't have made her smile. A mother and child and a pregnant woman can't be careless. Qin Shi lifted his wife, and Grandma held Nan Nan to take her to the hospital for a checkup. They couldn't ignore it. Gu Qing was helpless. "Qin Shi, I didn't do it on purpose. Really, I didn't mean to." "Step aside." Whether Qin Shi did it on purpose or not, his wife and children are the most important. People outside heard the noise and ran in. Qin Shi had already placed Xiao Hui on the tricycle outside. Yang Ing Hong held Nan Nan and also got on the cart. Gu Feng grabbed Qin Shi's arm. "What exactly happened?"
Talk to me.
Qin Shi glared at Gu Qing. "Ask your sister. If my wife and kids are fine, that's good. If something happens, I won't forgive her. And you, from now on, don't come to my house." Gu Qing rubbed her injured thigh against the wall and cried. "Brother Qin Shi, please believe me. I didn't do it on purpose." Qin Shi didn't even look at her. He got on the tricycle and left. Gu Feng held Nanan's hand and followed closely behind. Xiao Dongyang helped Gu Qing up and whispered, "They're angry now. Don't try to explain. It won't help. I'll take you home." Gu Qing, supported by Xiao Dongyang, staggered along the dark road. The dim yellow streetlights stretched their shadows, making everything seem lonely. Her eyes were still red, tears swirling in her eyes. Xiao Dongyang softly comforted her. "Gu Qing, don't be sad. Qin Shi is anxious right now and said things in anger. He knows you didn't mean it. He's just worried." Gu Qing looked up at Xiao Dongyang, her eyes full of mixed feelings, gratitude and guilt. "Brother Dongyang, I'm really scared. Scared that my carelessness might hurt Xiao Hui and Nan Nan. They're such good people." She finally sniffled and started crying softly, tears falling as she crouched down and sobbed. Xiao Dongyang gently patted her shoulder, softly helping her up, and said quietly, "Don't be to yourself. Everyone has a way to judge right and wrong. You know you didn't mean it, and that's enough. Now let's go home and rest. One day, we'll apologize to Qin Shi, and I'll help explain." He took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped her tears. Gu Qing looked into Xiao Dongyang's caring eyes, feeling a warm feeling inside. She nodded gently, letting him hold her hand as they walked toward the school. "Gu Qing, do you really not feel anything for me?" "Brother Dongyang, I'm still in school. Give me one more year." Qin Shi was riding very fast, sweating all over. Xiao Hui felt okay and comforted him. "I think it's all right. Don't worry. Life is fragile, especially for the unborn child. If something goes wrong, both mother and baby are in danger. There is also Nan Nan, so small and weighing over 100 pounds. Anyway, none of these three women can afford to be careless." After walking a while, Mo Qingshan replaced Qin Shi. "You rest for a bit. I'll keep the car running but won't stop." They continued walking, and then Gu Feng took over riding the bike. Fortunately, the hospital was not far away, only about half an hour's drive. Qin Shi held Xiao Hui, and Mo Qingshan carried Nan Nan. The mother and daughter needed to go to different departments for checkups. Gu Feng sighed and said to Han Nana, "I'll take you back first, then I'll come back." Han Nana and Yi Xiaohui weren't very familiar, so staying here wouldn't help much and might distract Gu Feng from his duties. She nodded in agreement. "If you're worried about being alone here, I can go back by myself. It's not safe. You're the one I called, so I should take you back." They walked side by side on the street. It was quite cold at night. Gu Feng took off his coat and draped it over Han Nana. "You shouldn't catch a cold either." "I'm tough, I won't easily catch a cold," she replied. "Gu Feng, you're different from before," she said softly. "Different how? Am I less spoiled now?" Han Nana lowered her head and whispered, "Gu Feng, you really hold grudges. How long will you remember? When we were teenagers, we didn't understand much about the world. So, you're saying I'm less spoiled now because I understand social rules? Yes, I've realized that you're not so bad after all. I've never been bad. Han Nana, I want to ask you something. Just say what you think. Do you believe Qin Shi's lover has anything to do with my sister?" That was a difficult question. Han Nana hesitated for a moment and said, "I wasn't there at the time. Only Gu Qing and Qin Shi's lover know what really happened. I can't judge easily." Gu Qing wasn't very friendly to Qin Shi's lover. That's true. She even asked her in front of Qin Shi's lover about her education level, saying if she had a higher degree, she could get a better job. Everyone knows life in the countryside isn't easy. Many can't afford school, and only a few with higher education. Gu Qing seemed to insult her a bit. Don't think she didn't notice. Gu Feng didn't speak. The two of them silently finished the remaining walk. "Thanks for your help tonight." "It's nothing. I didn't do much to help you. I'm leaving now." Gu Feng only turned around and headed back to the hospital after he couldn't see Han Nana anymore. Yi Xiaohui and Nan Nan have already been checked. The doctor said there is no big problem because there are no advanced medical instruments, relying mainly on the doctor's experience and feel. Qin Shi still feels uneasy. The doctor gave 2 options. 1. Hospital admission for observation. 2. Home observation. Hospital stay is not realistic. Yang Yinghong cannot care for everything alone. Also, hospitals are mixed, so staying at home is safer. Xiaohui tugged at Qin Shi's sleeve. "Let's go home. What if something happens? I won't be at home. It won't be a problem. Remember, we have an experienced doctor in our family." Xiaohui really wanted to tell Qin Shi that when she fell, she didn't feel any pain, as if she had fallen onto a pile of cotton. Qin Shi probably wouldn't believe it if she told him, and even Xiaohui found it hard to believe. So, she decided not to say anything. If there's a problem, staying in the hospital won't stop it. Let's go home. It's too much trouble for Grandma to stay here. Qin Shi thought for a while and decided to go home. Living at home is more convenient than staying in the hospital. He thanked Mo Qingshan, telling him and Gu Feng they could leave the hospital and go back to school. Gu Feng gently stepped closer to Qin Shi. Their figures crossed under the dim corridor lights, looking very heavy. He softly and sincerely said, "Qin Shi, I understand how you feel. Gu Qing is still young, impulsive, and has caused you irreparable harm. But please believe, I will talk to her seriously and make her understand how irresponsible her actions are. As for you, don't let those dark feelings overshadow you. Don't let hatred ruin the happiness you deserve." After hearing this, Qin Shi's eyes showed a complex emotion, both tiredness and relief. He sighed softly but spoke firmly, "Let her understand. I'm not impossible to forgive. But she must learn respect, especially for my family. Right now, I just want to send my wife and child back home quickly and give them a peaceful environment." Gu Feng patted his comrade's shoulder. "Okay, I understand." Back home, Qin Shi asked Grandma to rest. His wife and children were with him. Yang Yinghong, nearly 70, indeed lacked energy. She checked Xiaohui's pulse again, and Qin Shi held his breath nervously. "No problem. The pulse is steady." The couple both breathed a sigh of relief. Nan Nan should be more lively. She still plays and eats as usual, unaffected by anything. But this made Qin Shi even more worried. "Tonight, I will take care of Nan Nan. You just need to take good care of Xiaohui. Yang Inghong took Nan Nan away. Qin Shi poured water for his wife to wash her feet, wiped her hands and face, then went to bed to rest. Where does it hurt? You must call me if you do.
I know.
Don't worry too much. Grandma said it's nothing. Qin Shi didn't say what was on his mind. He's afraid of the worst, but Grandma's words are not always reliable. Still, being cautious is never wrong. What exactly happened between you and Gu Qing? My head is all mixed up now. I saw a scarf on the sofa, thinking it belonged to those two women. I couldn't catch up, so I asked you to take them to school tomorrow. I was hanging something on a nail when Gu Qing suddenly rushed over and bumped into me. Qin Shi helped his wife tuck in the blanket. I don't like this person. I won't let her come to our house again, nor any of them. But I also take some responsibility. When they wanted to come, I didn't stop them. Xiaohui looked up at him, reached out to touch his chin. I think after today, no one will ask to come anymore. You two are comrades. Don't let things get so bad. Honestly, who would have expected this? Besides Gu Qing, the others are not at fault. Xiaohui doesn't want her husband to offend too many people because of her. Cutting everyone off isn't good. Who can live independently in this world? I understand. I just don't want them to come. Comrades are still comrades, and that won't change. Qin Shi rested his head on his hand and suddenly asked, Do you think Gu Qing did it on purpose? That's also a question troubling Xiaohui. A scarf. Even if she liked it very much, she wouldn't rush to it, right? I wasn't refusing her. When we take things, we do so from others' hands. She shouldn't have touched me, but she did, and she bumped into me. If you say she did it on purpose, it seems clumsy, like something a girl in her 20s would do. Qin Shi formed his own opinion. Go to sleep. Don't worry about it. And I am here. Before returning to school, Qin Shi repeatedly asked about Xiaohui and Nan Nan to make sure everything was fine before leaving. He also left the phone number of the school reception. In case of emergencies, calling the street office is faster than going directly to the school to find him. Xiaohui agreed one by one. After Qin Shi left, Xiaohui still felt uneasy. She pinched Nanan's arm, rubbed her little tummy, and asked about her condition at every place they went. Does it hurt? Not anymore. Does it hurt here? Not anymore. Xiaohui suspected that Nanan might not clearly distinguish between pain and other feelings. Most likely, she was following her, as her mother said that when she was young, she couldn't tell the difference between cold and wind. Even in the summer, she would say it was cold when there was wind. There was no other way but to observe. If Nan Nan was in pain, she would probably cry, right? Yang Inghong handed Xiaohui a glass of water. Drink this, lie down on the bed, and leave Nan Nan to me. Lola, I think I'm fine.
I'm okay.
I think you're good too, but it's better to rest in bed for these days. Xiaohui finished the water, and Yang Inghong checked her wrist again. The swelling was starting to go down, which was a good sign. Xiaohui obediently lay on the bed. As a mother, she was her child's safe place. Only a good child could be well. It's great to have a doctor in the family. Lola, with you here, I feel at ease. I feel bad that you're working so hard for us despite your age. Yang Inghong gently patted Xiaohui's bottom. Very lightly, no one, not even her own mother, had ever been so gentle with her. My daughter is gone. Her descendants are my descendants. When you say things like that, it feels too distant. Do you not see me as family? Xiaohui repeatedly denied it. Lola, that's not true. It's because we see you as family that we care so much. Yang Inghong was very pleased with this answer. That's more like it. When Qin Shi arrived at school, his dorm mates asked about his wife and daughter. Things are still okay for now. We're still observing. Gu Feng relaxed a little, but he couldn't say much. Everything felt so weak and powerless. But Xiao Dongyang kept bringing up sensitive topics. Gu Qing didn't mean to. Last night, you scolded her, and she cried so much. No one wanted this to happen. Your wife is pregnant, and we all care about her. Gu Qing is just a young girl. She hasn't experienced much, and your attitude last night really hurt her. Gu Feng stopped Xiao Dongyang. Mistakes are mistakes. Don't make so many excuses. Qin Shi looked at Xiao Dongyang coldly. Xiao Hui is my wife, and Nan Nan is my child. They are my top priority. If someone hurts them, I would be crazy to defend the attacker. Gu Feng pulled Xiao Dongyang outside. Everyone, let's go. Class is starting. Outside, Gu Feng said to Xiao Dongyang, it's best if you stay quiet now. Xiao Dongyang said, I just feel a bit sorry for Gu Qing. She's still young and innocent. Qin Shi is like slapping her in the face. I understand caring for my wife, but others, are they just insignificant? Gu Feng said seriously, Xiao Dongyang, I think you're wrong. You can feel sorry for Gu Qing, but why can't Qin feel sorry for his wife and children? In terms of harm, Gu Qing only cried a little, but the other side has a pregnant woman and a child, 3 lives. Which is more important? Don't forget, you just came from their place. That pregnant woman worked hard in the kitchen to serve us. Your attitude changed too quickly. Xiao Dongyang touched his nose. I didn't say anything else. You're making it seem like I am ungrateful. You don't even know how sad Gu Qing was crying. Still the same, if you feel sorry, just feel sorry. Don't go begging for sympathy from the victim. They don't owe you anything. Fine, I won't mention it, but I have an opinion about you. Nonsense, I don't care about your opinions. Keep them to yourself. I can't hold it in. Gu Qing is your sister, right? You didn't comfort her at all, but you went to see Han Nana. Gu Feng took off Xiao Dongyang's hat and lightly tapped his head. Where's your intelligence? Han Nana is on the way to the hospital. Don't think I can't see it. You like her. Just mind your own business. Don't worry about others. If you ask whether Gu Feng really liked Han Nana, it seems he just wanted to take off the title of a spoiled young master. Yi Xiaohui stayed in bed resting for 5 days. Only after confirming there was no problem did she get up and do some light chores. Lin Shuang brought vegetables again, cabbage, pork bones, and a fish from the reservoir. Lin Shuang was more generous with herself now. She also bought a small fish, about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram. Before Xiaohui could ask, Lin Shuang happily said, my salary came in. I worked 20 days last month, with over 2 days of overtime. I earned more than 20 yuan. I want to eat something nice, or I'll have no energy. Honestly, I've never earned so much money before. Holding it in my hand makes me tremble. I'll cook it when I get home, so my brother and sister can eat. Just having fish soup makes me feel like good days have truly arrived. Xiaohui could only say something. You're right. Be good to yourself. If your health collapses, your children will suffer. Exactly. My biggest hope now is the children. After I get my salary, I'll spend some to improve our life, and the rest I'll save for the 2 kids. Zhang Pozi keeps the children in check, not letting them visit their mother. Still, the 2 kids secretly come to see her. Lin Shuang carried the fish and left. Yang Yinghong also began to tidy up. Scraping fish scales is very hard work, and handling the internal organs requires care. If the fish's gallbladder breaks, no matter how much you clean or prepare it, the smell will still be strong. Handling the internal organs is carefully done by Xiao Hui. She also takes care of the cooking pot. This thing is quite important. Some people cook fish very well, while others, even with guidance, do not make it taste good. Yang Yinghong can cook and does cook, but her dishes always taste a little worse than Xiao Hui's. Just watch out for the small fish bones. When Nanan eats later, she needs to be careful. Our mother and daughter will pick, and you should eat more too. You haven't gained much weight. In fact, Xiao Hui has gained weight, almost 3 jin, but since they see each other every day, Yang Yinghong didn't notice. She's gained weight. Earlier at the pig farm, I sold pigs. Nanan and I went with Aunt Kong to watch the fun, and we also weighed ourselves. The reason was that Aunt Kong saw Nanan chubby and cute, so she insisted on weighing her. Nanan was mischievous and weighed both mother and daughter.
Yang Yinghong just smiled silently.
2 children, 1 big and 1 small, were being weighed. One at the pig farm, the other on the scale with her. Qin Shi hadn't returned for a week, and on Sunday afternoon, things were very urgent. The bags were packed and ready to go. Qin Shi, I prepared some things for you.
Take them.
Gu Feng always felt guilty, So, he went to the school service shop and bought a can of malt extract, a can of meat, and a can of fruit. Both adults and children could drink. I don't want it. What's the point of taking these things? This is my small token of kindness. It's nothing special, no hidden purpose. It's just to show your comrades support and to help the children feel at ease. Qin sure couldn't refuse anymore. As soon as they stepped out the door, they heard a voice say, "Brother Qin sure." Qin sure almost lost his temper. It's annoying when someone you don't want to see appears right in front of you, and you can't avoid them. Your brother is inside. I'm not here to find my brother. Xiaodanjiang is also inside. Xiaodanjiang is my older brother. I'm here to see you. Qin sure didn't stop walking. I'm going home. I don't have time. Gu Qing didn't give up. She ran after him quickly. Brother Qin sure, I still need to explain what happened that day. I didn't do it on purpose. Qin sure stopped and turned around. No need to explain. I won't pursue it anymore. Also, I'm not your brother. I don't have a sister. Don't call me that. Gu Qing didn't expect Qin sure to be so unkind. She lowered her head to apologize, crying as she brought gifts. Why was Qin sure still so cold? Not even a kind word? Qin sure, I've done everything I can. What else do you want from me? My dad is still your boss, and my brother is still your classmate. Do you have no respect at all? Have I done something unforgivable? Qin sure looked at her as if she were someone who relies on her family background, is spoiled and stubborn, only follows her own feelings, ignores others' feelings, and insists on forcing her own views on others. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Don't be so self-important. I am a soldier. I have a family. Men and women are different. I hope we don't meet again in the future. After saying this, Qin sure quickened his pace and left, as if something behind him was chasing him. You wait for me. Gu Qing threw the things she was holding on the ground in frustration, then stomped her foot. What are you so proud of? No education, low rank, from the countryside, married to a woman who doesn't even recognize a single character. Everything about you is inferior. What are you so proud of? Gu Qing didn't even know what she was cursing. She just vented randomly. She kicked the things on the ground further away, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked away angrily. An elderly person passing by bent down and picked up everything, wiping the snacks to eat later, and even the fruit was not wasted. While wiping, the old person muttered, "All these ungrateful people wasting food. They've only eaten a few days' worth of meals. Such ungrateful things." Qin sure returned home, and Nanan rushed over with her hands and feet. Qin sure reached out both arms and hugged her, giving her a kiss on her chubby cheek. "Miss Daddy?" Yes. Yang Ing Hong said nearby. Qin sure, ask her where she's thinking about. Grandma's words made sense, so Qin sure asked, "Where are you thinking about, Daddy?" Nanan pointed to her chest, "Hear sound." Then she pointed to her little head, "Hear sound." Qin sure smiled, so she's learning new skills. Yes, now she understands more things. Qin sure asked, "What about Xiao Hui? Helping with cooking?" "She's tired, so I told her to go lie down for a while." Qin sure was worried. Is she okay? After saying this, he held Nanan and went inside. It's getting cold outside, so they lit a stove inside, which made the house warmer than outside. Qin sure put down what he was holding and sat next to Xiao Hui. "How do you feel?" "Pretty good, except sometimes I feel tired and want to sleep." "What did you buy?" "These things have expiration dates." "Haven't we finished the ones at home?" Qin sure put Nanan down, took off his coat, revealing his slim waist. "Someone gave them to us. Milk concentrate is so expensive." "Who gave it to us?" Qin sure said simply and clearly, "Gu Feng." "Then I won't want it. I don't want to be involved with someone named Gu." But Qin sure thought differently. Gu Feng is Gu Feng. Others are others. He's different from his sister. I can see he's very guilty. All right, wash your hands and eat. I'm hungry. Qin sure squatted down to help her put on her shoes. If you're hungry, just eat. Don't wait for me. That won't do. You're the head of the family. The whole family should eat together, like a real family. Qin sure's big hand covered her small belly. Don't let my child go hungry. So, the child's mother should eat more. Xiao Hui smiled and pushed him playfully. Go away, I just hope your second child isn't hungry. That's good. Qin Shi stretched out his hands, like lifting a child, and held Xiao Hui up, then put her down. Xiao Hui glared at him. You're really? I'm not a kid. I'm several years younger than you. Still a kid. Yang Yinghong was already serving food on the table. Yesterday, I cooked a fish. I told Xiao Hui to eat more, but she insisted on saving some for you. Qin Shi looked at Xiao Hui softly and quietly. No need to save for me anymore. I eat well at school. Yang Yinghong took the opportunity to speak. Someone cares about you. That's a good thing. You should also treat your wife well. Watch my actions. Dinner included fish, scallion pancakes, porridge cooked in a small pot, and 2 fried eggs. Qin Shi first arranged for Yang Yinghong to sit down. Grandma, you've worked hard these days. Without your effort, this family wouldn't be so harmonious. Qin Shi's words brought tears to Yang Yinghong's eyes. She quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Don't say that. Even if it's tiring, I'm willing. I'm just an old widow. I never thought I could spend my old age with grandchildren around. In the military family compound, it was different. If a grandma suddenly appeared, it would attract a lot of attention, and her ancestors would be checked. So, when she and Qin Shi recognized each other, they still kept their distance. Staying here, neighbors didn't know each other well. At most, they knew names. Ordinary people mind their own business and live their lives. No one would think about whether this grandma was real or fake. It was even more comfortable that way. Yang Yinghong liked this kind of life very much. She still enjoyed the hardships and tiredness. Grandma, when I graduate, you can come back with us to the family compound. I will take care of you in old age. Yang Yinghong's eyes reddened again. After these days together, she understood Qin Shi and Xiao Hui. She knew they were good children, but now is not the right time. You are truly my family, and I don't want to cause you trouble. After you graduate, I plan to return to the provincial city. Maybe one day, our good days will come. No matter where you go, I will find you. Qin Shi doesn't insist. He visits the elderly often to show respect and filial piety. That's all he can do for now. Time always passes quickly. After 2 snowfalls, the coldest month of the year arrives, covered in white. The family stove burns all day and night to keep the house warm. They also bought new blankets, hot water bottles, and other insulation items. The most important rule is to go outside only when necessary. Nan Nan learned to walk without help just before the coldest weather arrived. She dressed in thick clothes, which made her clumsy. She often fell while walking. Fortunately, her clothes kept her warm, so she didn't cry when she fell. Xiao Hui's pregnancy reached the 4th month. She hadn't shown yet, but sometimes her belly would suddenly feel very hard. Yang Yinghong touched her belly and smiled, saying, "That's the baby's head, or maybe the baby's bottom. The baby is being playful inside." When Nan Nan was pregnant, decades had passed, and Xiao Hui had forgotten how it felt. Now, she found it quite new and interesting. When Qin Shi returned, Xiao Hui couldn't wait to show him. "Really? I'll try." Xiao Hui pushed his hand away. "The baby can rest too. It's not moving now, maybe sleeping." Qin Shi felt a little disappointed. No need to be sad. It's not happening now, but it will next time. He got out of bed to prepare a hot water bottle. The house's stove was burning, and there was plenty of hot water. "Go check on Grandma's bed. I'm worried she's too cold sleeping alone. I'll send her your coat and a hot water bottle." Qin Shi agreed, filled a hot water bottle, grabbed his coat, and went to another room. He knocked on the door.
"Come in."
Qin Shi pushed the door open and went inside. Yang Yinghong was writing something. When she saw Qin Shi, she put down her pen. He placed his coat over the quilt. "Xiao Hui was worried you'd be cold, so I brought her coat and a hot water bottle. I'm not cold. I've been in colder places before and got used to it." Qin Shi still tucked the hot water bottle into the bed. "Before, we had no choice but to endure hardships. Now that conditions are better, there's no need to suffer anymore." Yang Yinghong patted the bed, signaling him to sit. "I just calculated my expenses. Besides the 550 yuan borrowed from my brother, which I probably won't get back, I have almost no other debts. I have 2,400 yuan here. I'll give you 2,000. She then handed the money to Qin Shi. Qin Shi hurriedly stood up and said, I don't want it. I have a salary to support the family, no problem. Grandma, you keep this money. Consider it your retirement fund. I get allowances from the army, and our daily expenses are manageable with Qiao Hui. You don't need to worry. As he spoke, he pushed the money into Yang Yinghong's hand, showing firm determination. Yang Yinghong looked into Qin Shi's eyes, her eyes welling up with tears. Silly child, you young people need to raise children. It's not just one anymore, but two. Qiao Hui is pregnant and can't work, so everything costs money. As an old woman, I am happy just to eat well and stay warm. You must take this money. She said this while trying to put the money into Qin Shi's pocket. Grandma is getting old. Officially, I have no other relatives besides my brother. Honestly, if I pass away someday, the money will go to them. I have my own bloodline, so why should I give it to them? Qin Shi hesitated for a moment and accepted the money. Just keep it for me. When you need money, just tell me. Like I said, I'm not having financial difficulties now, and I won't spend your money. All right then. Anyway, she has a pension and she won't spend this money. When Qin Shi returned home, he handed over the money. Where did you get so much money? Grandma gave it to me. We're still young, with hands and feet. We shouldn't become lazy. We can't take this money. Qin Shi told Qiao Hui what his grandma said. Officially, besides her brother's family, Grandma has no other relatives. From her words, her brother isn't very kind. We're just keeping her money safe, and she can ask for it any time she needs it. That's fine. Qin Shi, the second little one, is sticking out again. Qin Shi quickly placed his hand on her belly, which was indeed hard. He started to worry again. Baby, does it hurt? No, it just feels tight, a bit strange. The swelling disappeared, but soon another appeared on the other side. Qiao Hui giggled and asked, Qin Shi, do you think the second little one is a boy or a girl? Whether it's a boy or a girl, they are both our children. I don't mind. Are all men hoping for a son? Qin Shi still hoped for a son. It wasn't about valuing boys over girls. Even Qiao Hui hoped the second child would be a boy. Who doesn't want both sons and daughters? But he couldn't say this out loud. Having children is mostly up to chance, with many uncertainties, beyond human control. Anything is fine, whatever you give, I like. Qiao Hui said to Qin Shi, they say that checking the pulse can tell if a baby is a boy or girl. Maybe we should also ask Grandma to take a look? Qin Shi looked at Qiao Hui and asked, do you already know if it's a boy or girl? What will you do if it's a girl? Don't bother with all these complicated things. If I am destined to have a son, he will come eventually. If not, I will accept it. I won't harm my daughter. I want either a boy or a girl. I don't care about gender. They are all just lives sent by the goddess of mercy. We should be grateful. Qiao Hui was very pleased with Qin Shi's answer. She also hopes for a second child, who is a boy. If it doesn't work out, she will just accept it as a regret. Qin Shi is about to graduate soon. These days, Yang Yinghong and Qiao Hui are packing their bags. Some clothes and items they no longer need, Qin Shi has already sent back in advance. She has also made some friends here, like Lin Shuang. When Lin Shuang heard Qiao Hui was leaving, she came to visit her home to say goodbye. There's not much valuable to give as a gift, so she brought some pickled radish strips and spicy cabbage she made herself. It's getting cold, and Lin Shuang's construction work has become impossible. Recently, she has been doing odd jobs with her brother-in-law, helping him move, and preparing to paint houses for the new year. These are small, irregular jobs, so her earnings are limited. Her brother-in-law is Zhang Mongguan's cousin, the one who delivers vegetables. He is single. She works with him, but others gossip about her, spreading rumors that come from Zhang Pozi, who is known for causing trouble. She even went to the countryside to argue with her sister-in-law. The main idea is that she wants to see her unlucky, and if others help her, it's wrong, like they are enemies of her. Fortunately, her brother-in-law still calls her for work when there's something to do. Qiao Hui can see that Lin Shuang is quite dependent on this brother-in-law. He is unmarried, and her husband has passed away. With time, perhaps. It's very possible. What worries Lin Shuang most is that in winter, there's little work and she can't earn much money. She already has little food stored. Before leaving, Xiao Hui decided to help her. She has the advantage of her rebirth, so she wants to do what she can. Sister-in-law, I'll teach you a method. Do you want to try? Someone willing to help made Lin Shuang very happy. Sister, go ahead. It might involve some risky business. No money or risky business. I choose risky business. That's the right attitude. At the train station late at night, there are fewer inspectors. Many travelers are still there. You could sell boiled eggs, tea eggs, steamed buns, and the pickled radish strips you made. All of these can make money. Lin Shuang couldn't believe it. Does anyone want to buy it? Just try. Start small, sell a little at first. If no one buys, you can eat it yourself. If someone catches you, just say you're visiting relatives by train. Then I'll give it a try. Lin Shuang was not strong or energetic, but she was willing to work hard just to make some money. Qin Shi's training officially ended. He had 10 days of holiday before returning to his original unit. After receiving his graduation certificate and attending a discussion with school leaders, Qin Shi packed his things and prepared to go home. Let's get together sometime. It was Xiao Dongyang who suggested this. Gu Feng looked at Qin Shi and disagreed. We see each other every day in the dorm and eat at the same table. What's the difference between that and a gathering? Mo Qingshan agreed with Gu Feng. I need to hurry back to my hometown. I don't usually gather. Mo Qingshan hadn't seen his wife and children for over a year and was eager to go home. Qin Shi finished packing, patted each comrade on the shoulder, and said, I'm leaving now.
See you again someday.
Gu Feng took Qin Shi's bag and said, let's go. I'll see you off. Qin Shi didn't refuse. Since he would be busy with work later, there wouldn't be many chances to meet. Gu Feng saw Qin Shi to the gate before returning his bag. Qin Shi, I won't say much. I'm glad to have met you. I also want to be your friend.
Can I see that bullet shell again?
I promised you. Qin Shi took out the bullet shell, thought for a moment, and handed it to him. Just remember to return it to me later. Qin Shi trusted Gu Feng's character. All right, I won't let you down. I hope you do even better in the future.
Goodbye.
The two waved farewell. The next day, Qin Shi went to the post office again and sent his betting. He also gave away some inconvenient-to-carry pots, bowls, and charcoal stoves to Auntie Kong. Then, the family of four packed their things and headed to the station to catch the train. Taking the train was more convenient. Qin Shi asked someone to buy 3 sleeper tickets, 2 lower berths and 1 middle berth, first to send his grandmother, then transfer back to the army. As the new year approached, more people traveled, and everywhere was bustling. Qin Shi first helped Xiaowei onto the train, then helped Nan Nan through the window, and jumped down from the window himself, helping Grandma on board. He repeated this several times, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Finally, he found the sleeping area, which was much better, less crowded. They didn't sleep. The family of 4 squeezed onto the lower berth to rest. The middle berth was less convenient, especially for a big man like Qin Shi. Wife, lie down and rest for a while. Xiao Hui looked at Qin Shi's forehead beads of sweat, feeling a warm feeling inside. She smiled gently and shook her head. I'm not tired, but you are. You're busy all day, so let's take turns. She then gently patted her little daughter, who was happily playing on the lower bunk. The little girl immediately giggled happily. Yang Yinghong, being older, couldn't keep up and lay down to sleep first. Soon 3 more people arrived and the single room was full. Qin Shi helped Xiao Hui lie down on the middle bunk. He stayed with their daughter on the lower bunk, watching over their luggage and keeping the family safe. The little girl couldn't sit still, so Qin Shi played with her. When she was hungry, he fed her some milk. The noise on the bus made it hard for Xiao Hui to sleep peacefully. She was just resting her eyes.
Papa, I need to. Okay, I'll take you.
Qin Shi pushed Xiao Hui and said, I'll take our daughter to the bathroom. Do you want to go? Xiao Hui whispered, I won't go. I went before we got on the bus, and I was clean. Qin Shi smiled, then you watch the luggage. If anything happens, call someone. Okay. Qin Shi carried their daughter to the bathroom, where they waited in line with about 10 other people before finally going in to help her. He made her turn around so she wouldn't see, then took care of his own urgent needs. Having young children is full of inconveniences. In the aisle, Qin Shi kept squeezing back and forth. Suddenly, someone bumped into him hard. Qin Shi steadied himself by grabbing a chair. Right after, a figure rushed forward, wriggling like a slippery eel, stepping on several people's feet, causing many to scold. It was a young boy about 7 or 8 years old. He's a thief. Catch him. Probably no one dared to catch such a big thief. The little thief didn't run far before someone caught him. A man dressed plainly rushed forward and slapped him twice, left and right. Such a young kid, but already learning to steal? Truly a born troublemaker. The thief spat at him and tried to break free, but he was too small and weak to escape. The man searched the thief's pockets and found about 10 yuan. He held it up for others to see. Look, don't be fooled by how young he is. He looks like a habitual thief. Everyone saw the stolen money and belongings, and their suspicion turned into no sympathy at all. Such a young kid. Why was he born? It's embarrassing enough. If it were me, I'd definitely teach my kid a lesson and make him obedient. He'd never dare to do it again. What kind of education is this? The beam at the top is crooked, and the lower beams are tilted. The child is a thief, and the old person is a big thief. Many people agreed with this, saying that good parents wouldn't let their children become thieves. The thief glared and said to those who criticized him, "People like you can't do anything else but spit at me." Not satisfied with just insults, since he's a thief, everyone thought he should be punished. Someone grabbed the thief's hand and kicked him hard. "You're such a thing. You deserve to be beaten to death." Qin Shi hugged Nan and pushed through, saying, "Stop, don't hit people." The person hitting him rolled his eyes and said, "Look carefully, he's stealing money. Maybe he's stolen from many people. Whether he's stealing or doing something else, you're not a law enforcement officer. You have no right to punish him. Call the police." The man holding the thief pushed him toward the outside, saying, "Go, let the police handle you." The crowd made way for the two, as no one wanted to associate with troublemakers. As Qin Shi passed by, the thief grabbed his sleeve and pulled hard twice. Qin Shi was confused. What did the thief mean? The thief looked back at him and pointed at his mouth. Qin Shi became more puzzled. It was this confusion that made him follow. Nan clung tightly to Qin Shi's arm, feeling a sense of danger even at such a young age.
Daddy.
Qin Shi wanted to send Nan back home, but if he left now, she might disappear. The man led the thief straight toward the back of the train car. That wasn't the way to the police station, which made Qin Shi suspicious. Nan, don't speak." Nan looked blank but nodded. Qin Shi kissed his daughter and followed. In the smoking area, a tall man was smoking cheap cigarettes, blowing clouds of smoke. The man threw the child in front of him and whispered, "Caught him." The tall man took the cigarette from his mouth and pressed it onto the small boy's arm, speaking harshly, "I told you to run, run." The boy cried out in pain, but the man covered his mouth. "Are you still running?" The boy's eyes widened with anger and hatred. "Oh, you're quite brave." The tall man lit his cigarette again and repeated the harsh treatment. Qin Shi quickly covered Nan's mouth. Not far away, a female attendant was walking over, responsible for checking tickets. Qin Shi hurriedly pushed forward and said, "Comrade, I need help." The attendant looked serious and asked, "Comrade, please speak. Please hold the child for me. I have an urgent matter to handle." "Okay. The crew member is here to serve the people." She took the girl. "Girl, Dad is going to catch the bad guys. I'll be back soon. Stay with Auntie." The girl seemed to understand, but also didn't quite get it. Qin Shi returned to the smoking area, where two men were walking straight toward him with a young boy. Qin Shi moved closer and bumped into the tall man's waist. "Can't you watch where you're walking?" Qin Shi had a small knife in his hand. He casually tucked it into his waist and then grabbed the wrists of the two men. One man was pushed aside, and both men fell to the ground, tangled together. Qin Shi stepped on one of them heavily. The young boy was still stunned. Qin Shi pushed him gently and said, go call the police. Only they can help you. The boy suddenly became alert, moving like a fish in water. The two men couldn't take it anymore and begged, "Good man, what did we do wrong?
You can't just hit people like that.
I have an 80-year-old mother and a 2-year-old child at home." "Shut up. Don't disgrace your mother. Born in your 50s or 60s, and you turn out to be a troublemaker. Should we praise your father or your mother?" They clearly didn't believe him. The police and the boy quickly arrived. "What happened?" Chin sure clapped his hands. "They said this boy was a thief, but we were in the smoking area. I heard the taller man ask if he was still running, and he even used a cigarette to burn the boy. That's child abuse, and they don't seem like good people." The boy rolled up his sleeve, revealing several burn scars on his wrist, 2 of which looked fresh and shocking. The tall man shouted, "I'm his father. The boy is disobedient. I just taught him a lesson. What's wrong with that?" The boy shook his head vigorously, tears welling up in his eyes. The police officer looked worried. "Speak up." The boy pointed to his throat and waved his hand. He might be mute. The police also realized how serious the situation was. Some criminals might be using disabled children to hide their illegal activities. The 2 men and the boy were taken away. Chin sure turned back to find Girl, thanked the crew member, and carried her back to the private sleeping car. Xiao Hui and Yang Inghong were very anxious. They had been gone to the bathroom for a long time. Yang Inghong wanted to go look for them, but was worried about Xiao Hui being alone. Just then, the 2 men returned. "Where did you go? Why did you take so long?" Chin sure gently placed Girl to bed and whispered, "We caught a bad guy. It seems he was controlling the mute boy to steal. During the Qin dynasty, he went to the bathroom and on the way, he encountered a small mute boy running away. He suspected it was a bad person and followed him." He told the whole story clearly. Yang Inghong sighed and said, "We don't know whose child has suffered so much. As parents, we should feel more pain. You two should put other matters aside for now and focus fully on the children." Her words were true. Children are treasures when they are with their parents. Once they leave, they are vulnerable. Yang Inghong's tone was heavy and full of pity. She gently stroked her daughter's soft hair, her eyes full of tenderness and care. Xiao Hui nodded nearby, her eyes slightly red. No one could empathize more deeply than a mother. She silently vowed to pay more attention to her daughter's safety in the future and do everything possible to keep her away from any danger. At night, the 3 adults took turns sleeping. The train was too unsafe, so they had to be very careful. In the middle of the night, a police officer came to talk to Chin Sure, saying there was something he needed to discuss. They couldn't go far, so they went to a corridor between separate rooms. "Everything's been investigated. The child was kidnapped. He wants to see you." "Oh, as long as you've investigated, that's enough. No need to notify me," Chin Sure said with a smile. The police officer replied, "It's that child who wants to see you." Chin Sure looked at the room. "My wife, child, and elders are inside. I can't leave." "All right, I'll call someone to come with me. You come with me for a quick visit." Since the child specifically asked to see Chin Sure, he couldn't refuse. Chin Sure warned Xiao Hui, then went with the police officer to meet the child. "Come back quickly." With the child's experience in mind, Xiao Hui was nervous and cautious. "Yes, someone is watching outside. I'll be back as soon as I can." Inside the police station, the little boy kept peeking outside, feeling nervous and uneasy. Until he saw Chin Sure behind the police officer, his eyes lit up. Chin Sure sat in front of him and asked, "You want to see me? Is there something you need?" The little boy wrote on a piece of paper. To be precise, he used very simple characters with pinyin, mostly pinyin. Some details were also shared by the police officer. Chin Sure pieced together all the details of the boy's disappearance. The boy's surname was Shun, named Shindongzheng, and his family lived in the provincial capital where Chin Sure worked. A year ago, he was walking alone to school when he was grabbed and covered his mouth. When he woke up, he was on a bullock cart. There were drivers and 2 men on the cart. The 2 men were human traffickers, discussing how much to sell the child for, saying they were going to make a lot of money this time. There were 2 other children in the same car, also captured. Dongjung was still young and afraid, but he remembered what his father said. He is a brave boy and must be brave. The mountain path was difficult, full of ditches and holes, and the wheels got stuck. The ox cart was heavy, and the two men pulled the three children down, planning to lift the cart out. They didn't seem to notice the two little kids, not even tying them up, so they were free to move their hands and feet. While the kidnappers cursed and pushed the cart wheels, Dongjung took the other two children and ran away. Soon, the three of them either got separated or were caught again, and Dongjung was left alone. Dongjung was still a child, with limited courage and thinking. The mountain was tall and full of strange sounds, so he didn't dare go into the woods. He found a path and kept walking along it. He didn't know how long he had been walking, he just kept going without stopping. When it got dark and then bright again, he finally came out of the mountain exhausted. Before he could feel happy, two figures appeared in front of him, the kidnappers. They laughed loudly. Knowing children are afraid of the dark, not clever enough. We don't need to go anywhere. We've been waiting for you here, caught like a turtle in a jar. This time, luck was not on Dongjung's side. He was. The kidnappers had chosen a buyer. When they reached the buyer, Dongjung pretended to be simple-minded, acting not very smart. Sure enough, the buyer changed his mind and didn't want him anymore. Buyers wanted children to carry on the family line, so they preferred smart and healthy kids. If the children grew up to be dull, it would be hard for them to find a wife and continue the family. No matter how the kidnappers explained that Dongjung was pretending to be dumb, the buyer didn't believe them. Dongjung was still young and thought he had escaped danger, but the worst was yet to come. The kidnappers took Dongjung to the city, where there were others like him. There was a small gang of adults leading 7 or 8 children. They wandered the streets, on trains and buses, stealing by sneaking into places and pickpocketing. They lived comfortably. Children they couldn't sell were sold to them at low prices. The gang trained these children to steal money and used them for their own benefit. Disobedient children were sometimes poisoned to make them mute. Sometimes, to make others let their guard down, they would poison them on purpose. Dongjung was just bought, and to prevent him from escaping, they drugged him. After that, he never spoke again. They forced Dongjung to learn how to pick locks. Once he was skilled, they took him to cheat on trains, stealing from people's pockets. On the surface, it seemed like Dongjung had been tamed, but in reality, he never gave up on running away. Yesterday, the tall man went to buy food, while the shorter man dozed off. Dongjung used his learned skills to pick 10 or so yuan from that person's pocket, planning to hide somewhere and then find the police. But as soon as he ran out, he was spotted by the shorter man, leading to what happened next. Chinsher didn't quite understand. "You want to see me? How can I help you?" The train officer answered for Dongjung. "I see your final stop is X City, and his too. He doesn't trust us much now, but he trusts you a lot. We've studied the situation and wonder if you could send him back with us. We also have a report on the case. You could hand it over to the local police so they can cooperate in catching the others." "Comrade, you saw everything. My daughter is just over a year old, my wife is pregnant, and my grandmother is elderly. They all need my care. I really can't take on another responsibility. It's not much to take care of. After the next stop, I'll help you get off, and you can take him to the police station. Since you're in the military, we trust you a lot, and so does this child." Chinsher looked at Dongjung, who was also staring at him eagerly. "Why do you trust me? We've never met before." His father was also in the military. For some reason, that sentence struck Chinsher deeply. His father protected the country, but couldn't protect his own child. How painful that must be. "When we arrive, I'll come to pick him up." Chinsher returned to his small room. Xiao Hui had not slept either. Despite knowing someone was outside, she still felt uneasy. She only felt safe when she watched him herself. When the man returned, she felt reassured. "Why are you back so late?" Chinsher whispered in her ear. "That child is from the provincial capital. He relies on me quite a bit." The train officer suggested that we get off with him and hand him over to the local police. His father is also in the military. I support your decision. You're already tired enough. Rest now. I'll stand guard. I'm not sleepy, and I can't fall asleep now. You go ahead. Xiao Hui couldn't resist him. Then I'll sleep now? Qin Shi gently took down Nanan, or she'd feel cramped. At around 8 a.m., shortly after breakfast, the train stopped at a station in a certain city. The train officer also came to help, assisting the family of 4 with their luggage and escorting them off the train. Little Dong Zheng also got off. Dong Zheng, come to the front. Don't get lost. Dong Zheng nodded. Xiao Hui was puzzled. Is this the child? Is he someone we don't know?
He didn't speak.
Qin Shi pointed to his throat, and Xiao Hui understood immediately. He is mute. Qin Shi held Nan and led the family to the bus stop outside to catch a ride. First, they went to the police station, which was 7 stops away. As soon as they entered the police station, a woman rushed over and tightly hugged Dong Zheng. Dong Zheng, it's Mom. I finally found you. Dong Zheng recognized his mother and let her hold him. Seeing this reunion scene, it felt a bit sad to watch. Qin Shi handed over the investigation letter to the main officer. After the matter was settled, Qin Shi turned to go outside. It was cold, so he wanted to go home early to stay warm. Dong Zheng's mother gently touched her son's face. Dong Zheng, why don't you call me Mom?
He
Made me mute, he replied. Mrs. Shun, in her 30s, turned around after hearing Qin Shi and asked, What do you mean? Dong Zheng was kidnapped, right? After he was taken, the bad people gave him medicine, so now he can't speak. Dong Zheng pointed to his throat and nodded. Mrs. Shun started crying again. Dong Zheng, you're going to make Mom so sad. What kind of trouble have you gotten into? I'm going crazy. Qin Shi didn't know how to comfort her. He patted Dong Zheng's shoulder, then called his wife, daughter, and mother-in-law to get into the car and go back to the military hospital's family housing. On the way, many people greeted Yang Inghong. Old Yang, you're back? Yes, are you leaving again?
Yes.
Old Yang, where are you going this time? You've been gone a long time. To see my god-granddaughter. They brought me back today. That's good, Old Yang. You should go out more. After being gone for over 2 months, Qin Shi helped hang the bedding outside on the clothesline.
Who are you?
I've never seen you before. An elderly man in his 70s, with his hands behind his back, approached. He seemed a bit hard of hearing and even leaned in to listen carefully after speaking. I'm Yang Inghong's grandson. She's my god-grandmother. The old man looked at Qin Shi carefully. Well, I must say, Old Yang's god-grandson looks a lot like her, and also like Old Han. People with blood relations really are stubborn. My grandmother once said he looks like his grandfather in his eyes and nose, and like her in his mouth. The old man continued on his own. Old Yang had a hard life. You're considered family now, so don't just care about her money. Visit her often. When she's old and can't move, help her. I understand. That's good to hear. The old man turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. Yang Inghong carried 2 pillows downstairs. These were originally for you. They haven't been used before, so they smell a bit musty. Yang Inghong thought carefully. Even if Qin's family only stayed once, she prepared everything she thought necessary. Qin used wire to hang the pillows at both ends. Who was the old director you passed by earlier? He said I look like you, and also like Grandpa. I knew it. You might not feel it yourself, but others can tell at a glance that you're his daughter. How could you not look alike? Yang Inghong wiped her tears as she spoke, happy tears as if her feelings had been recognized. Qin didn't expect that just a few words from someone else could make Grandma so emotional. Where is Grandpa's grave? I want to pay my respects. At the Martyrs' Cemetery. If you want to go, I'll go with you another day. Let's go tomorrow. We're leaving soon, and I need to go home to visit my mom's grave. Before, they couldn't go because Grandpa San's grandson went to pay respects. Now that there's a holiday, Qin wants to visit himself. After lunch, Xiao Hui, who is pregnant and has limited energy and strength, went to rest first. Qin asked her to close the door properly. He held Nan and went with Grandma to the market. They needed to buy nutritious food for the adults and children, and also prepare things for tomorrow's memorial. Qin Shi, have you ever thought about moving to the provincial city? My abilities are not enough yet, I need more experience at the grassroots level. Working here is also good for training. The conditions here are better for Qiao Hui and Nan Nan. You should think more about the children. That place isn't bad either. It's all about effort. I will try my best. Yang Inghong didn't say more. Working at the grassroots level can bring success, but it has pros and cons. First, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pretty cotton-padded coat for Nan Nan. After trying it on, Nan Nan looked very lovely. Yang Inghong didn't let Qin pay. She bought the children's New Year gifts herself. Since Qiao Hui is pregnant, she didn't want her to go shopping alone. Yang Inghong bought fish, meat, and chicken along with fresh Chinese cabbage and carrots. She also bought a lot of oranges and apples. When they returned, Yang Inghong cooked the chicken for dinner. The next day, she took Qin and Nan Nan to pay respects to her late husband. At the martyr cemetery, it was quiet and sparse. Winter sunlight streamed through the clouds, shining on this land where heroes' blood once flowed. The graves were lined up, each inscribed with immortal names and glorious histories. Qin Shi gently holds a bunch of pure white paper chrysanthemums, walking slowly behind Yang Inghong and Nan Nan. Nan Nan may not fully understand the meaning, but she tightly grips her grandmother's sleeve, her eyes full of curiosity and a faint sense of awe. They stop slowly in front of a dusty tombstone. On the photo, a brave soldier is smiling and looking into the distance. This is Yang Inghong's beloved person, her partner. He is Chun Lanzi's father, Qin Shi's grandfather, and a protector of the country. Yang Inghong gently places the food and wine down, her eyes slightly red, but she holds back tears. She takes out a handkerchief and softly wipes the photo of her loved one and the tombstone, as if whispering to the departed. In front of the tombstone, Qin Shi gently places the chrysanthemums. He looks down at the name on the stone, Hongingchang. Prosperity for the country, peace for the people. That's probably what their generation hopes for most. A deep, hard-to-express feeling rises in Qin Shi's heart, respect for heroes, and a heartfelt remembrance of family sacrifices. I brought our grandson and great-grandson to see you. This is Chun Lanzi's son, Qin Shi. This is Chun Lanzi's granddaughter. I know not bringing Chun Lanzi back has always been your regret. Now I've found her for you. The Han family has a successor now. I've also done my part for you. When Qin Shi's children grow up and I have no worries, I'll come find you over there. Please don't be angry with me then. Don't refuse to recognize me.
Yang Inghong's emotions overflowed.
Qin Shi didn't stop her. Sometimes crying out is not a bad thing. Nan Nan was terrified. She stretched out her small hand, repeatedly wiping her grandmother's tears, saying, "Bite cloth cry, bite cloth cry." She even puffed her cheeks to on Yang Inghong. Yang Inghong hugged Nan Nan and said to her loved one's photo, "This is Nan Nan, our fourth generation." Qin Shi laid out the offerings and crouched down. "Grandpa, I am Qin Shi. Although we haven't met or lived together, I've followed your path. I am also a soldier who protects the homeland. I am married and have my own children. Please rest assured, I will take good care of Grandma." Yang Inghong lit a cigarette for her loved one. Qin Shi poured a cup of wine. They brought everything they could: fried eggs, boiled chicken, fish, snacks, fruits. Everything they thought of. Finally, Yang Inghong said to Qin Shi, "Share the wine and cigarettes. The ones buried here are all your grandfather's comrades. Some haven't married yet, and we don't know if anyone has visited them." Qin Shi held the wine and cigarettes. At each place, he respectfully bowed, poured a cup of wine, and lit a cigarette. After paying respects at all the graves, Yang Inghong asked Qin Shi and Nan to bow to their grandfather, ending the memorial. At the entrance of the martyr cemetery, an adult was walking with a child when suddenly a voice called out loudly. The little boy ran over. Qin Shi recognized him. "It's Dong Zheng. Why are you here?" The middle-aged man approached, shook Qin Shi's hand, and introduced himself. "I'm Dong Zheng's father. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Qin Shi." The man's grip tightened.
I'm Zhou Yunfeng.
"Dong Zheng mentioned you. Thank you for saving him." "No need to thank me. It's the right thing to do." Zhou Junfeng has only one son and one daughter. After Dong Zheng went missing, Even his mother and brother were alarmed. For a year, the whole family lived in gloom. They tried all their connections but found no clues about Dongjung. Yesterday, his wife called to say Dongjung had returned. He couldn't believe it. Honestly, he had even thought Dongjung might not be alive. If he were, why was there no news? When he saw his son with his own eyes, even a grown man cried. Today, he brought his son specifically to share the good news with his father, who had sacrificed himself. Zhou Junfeng insisted on inviting Qin Shi for a gathering to show his gratitude, but Qin Shi declined. I have a pregnant wife at home, and we need to get ready to return to the army tomorrow. We'll meet again when there's a chance. Zhou Junfeng had no choice but to let him go.
See you next time.
After parting, Zhou Junfeng found wine stains and cigarette butts at his father's grave. When he paid respects to his father, he also imitated others and paid respects to nearby graves, especially the grave of Han Kuang, which had many offerings. Zhou Junfeng instinctively thought Qin Shi was there to pay respects to him. As for their relationship, he didn't know. After nearly 30 hours of train travel and a bus ride, Gu Feng and Gu Qing returned home.
Mom, I'm starving.
Is there any food? Ma Luanmei laughed and scolded. Are you a hungry ghost reborn? Or was there no food for sale on the train? Gu Qing lounged on the sofa in a relaxed pose. I got tired of the train food. Home-cooked meals are much better. There is a young housemaid at home who tells outsiders that she is her own niece and is staying with them because their family is poor. In fact, she is the granddaughter of a distant relative sister, and her family is indeed poor. Malamai took her in, helping with laundry and cooking, and pays her a few dollars each month. Jin Feng, Xiaoqing is hungry. Hurry and start the meal. Jin Feng responds, coming, it will be ready soon. While the mother and daughter are chatting happily, Gu Feng follows to the kitchen. Jin Feng, no need to rush. Wait for my dad. He hasn't come back yet. Jin Feng looks a bit embarrassed. Auntie asked me to wait. Just wait. Gu Qing waits a moment and then calls out again, Jin Feng, the food is ready. Why are you taking so long? Jin Feng doesn't know how to answer. Gu Feng comes out of the kitchen. Dad isn't back yet. I asked Jin Feng to wait, so we can eat together. I'm starving. You're not going to die from hunger. Dead people can't talk, Gu Feng jokes. Malamai pats her son and scolds him. You're so stubborn. Even if your sister eats first, your dad won't scold her. I know he won't scold her, but it's about respecting elders.
She should learn that.
If you don't respect your parents at home, can you respect others outside? Malanmai, angry, points at him and scolds. Everyone is protecting your sister, but you're so stubborn. Malanmai is right. Her late relative was very stubborn and even dared to argue with superiors. The doorbell rings. Jin Feng runs to open the door. The leader is back. Gu Liao Yuan corrects her. Who calls me the leader at home? Just call me uncle. Such a high-ranking official, Jin Feng feels it's disrespectful to call him that.
Dad.
Seeing both children return, Gu Liao Yuan is very happy.
Hurry and eat.
Jin Feng? Yes, coming right away. Malamai glances at her son. I was waiting for you. Xiaoqing is hungry, and Gu Feng is waiting for you to come back before eating. Gu Liao Yuan smiles and says, that's how older brothers teach younger sisters manners. At home, there's no need to be so formal. Outside, you need to be careful. If the host doesn't start eating, guests shouldn't start either. Jin Feng prepares 3 dishes and a soup, as Malamai had instructed. She makes extra to welcome her son and daughter. Jin Feng puts the dishes on the table and voluntarily heads to the kitchen. Where's Jin Feng? Malamai serves Gu Liao Yuan some soup. Maybe she thinks there are too many people. She'll come later. What are you talking about? 2 more people mean it's crowded? That's old-fashioned thinking, Gu Feng says. The servants should eat in the kitchen. Gu Feng quickly gets up to call Jin Feng. I'll eat later. You all can go ahead without me. Gu Feng urged her, hurry up, or my dad will get angry. We can't do things the old way anymore. Jin Feng hesitated and slowly went to the table. Everyone used to eat together, so why today? Why are there only Gu Feng and Gu Qing? Are you not familiar with them? Jin Feng glanced at Ma Luanmei and quickly looked away. Usually, Gu Liaoyuan only ate at home in the morning and evening. Because he was home, Ma Luanmei always let Jin Feng eat at the table. For lunch, Gu Liaoyuan ate at the military canteen, and Ma Luanmei didn't let Jin Feng join. She looked plain and smelled like smoke. Jin Feng thought that since there were many people today, she would hide in the kitchen and eat leftovers later. Gu Liaoyuan looked at Gu Feng and Gu Qing. Both of you seem thinner. Are you not eating well? Gu Feng happily ate a big piece of meat, eating very generously.
I'm fine.
I just pushed myself a little harder during training. Gu Liaoyuan liked this tough attitude in his son, seeing a bit of an old leader's spirit. Gu Qing's eyes turned red. I'm just in a bad mood. My brother favors outsiders and doesn't care about me. Jin Feng sat at the table, looking a bit nervous, her fingers unconsciously twisting her clothes. She suspected Gu Qing was talking about her. Gu Feng had just called her earlier. Gu Liaoyuan gently said, Jin Feng, eat more. Don't just watch us. In this family, no one is a stranger. We're all family. He then cut a piece of meat and put it in Jin Feng's bowl, inviting everyone to eat. Gu Qing's eyes turned red again. She sniffed softly. Seeing this, Gu Feng picked a lean piece of meat and put it into her sister's bowl, smiling.
Eat more. You're so thin.
Gu Qing, spoiled and proud, said, It's none of your business. A fox giving a chicken New Year's greetings has bad intentions. Gu Liaoyuan's face darkened. Gu Qing, how do you talk? Gu Feng is your sister. Ma Luanmei quickly tried to smooth things over.
All right.
Gu Qing hasn't been back for a long time. Do you have to argue with her? There's nothing to hold back. I'm just teaching her how to do things. Spoiling children is like killing them. Don't you know that? The atmosphere grew tense, and after that, no one spoke. After finishing their meal, Gu Liaoyuan put down his bowls and chopsticks and said to Gu Feng, come to my room for a moment. Okay, Dad. Gu Qing grabbed her brother. Don't speak badly of me. Who's throwing blame and dropping coins? If you didn't drop coins, nothing would happen. I'm not. Isn't it true that children who cry get milk? Gu Qing wanted to take the initiative, but her dad wasn't moved. Ma Luanmei pulled Gu Qing back to her room. Who bullied you? Ma Luanmei finally asked Gu Qing about her sad feelings. Qing sure still ignores her. I went out to eat with my brother, and I accidentally bumped into his wife. Actually, she has no real issues. No matter how I apologize, she won't accept it and told me never to appear in front of him again. Why does Qin sure treat you like that? Even if it's because of your dad, he shouldn't do this. He doesn't respect you or your father. Fine, he's so arrogant. I will make sure he knows who he can't mess with. Gu Qing was more upset about Yi Qiaohui than Qin Shi. Mom, it's not Qin Shi's fault. It was Yi Qiaohui who reported me. She just doesn't like me and is targeting me. Ma Luanmei remembered Yi Qiaohui's face. Even after having a child, she still looked young, with a good figure and no blemishes or freckles. Then just warn her. Qin Shi isn't that important. If Qin Shi falls, she will fall too. Gu Qing was anxious. She's her, and Qin Shi is Qin Shi. Qin Shi didn't do anything wrong. He even saved me. Ma Luanmei squinted her eyes. Xiao Qing, tell the truth. Why are you so protective of Qin Shi? Do you like him? Gu Qing trusted her mother the most. Her mother always protected her unconditionally. I have feelings for him. When I see him close to his wife, I get so angry. I know it's wrong, but I just can't help hating Yi Qiaohui. Ma Luanmei advised her daughter, stop it now. Being good-looking isn't enough. Qin Shi is from the countryside. He has no backing, no high position, no support. He won't go far. If you admire soldiers, your dad's soldiers are excellent. Marriage should be based on matching backgrounds. Even if he didn't have a wife, I wouldn't agree for you to marry him.
Why not?
He's very good. What's so great about matching backgrounds? Many are lazy, rely on their parents temporarily. When their parents are gone, they might be worse than Qin Shi. Plus, with my dad, my brother, and Qin Shi's own efforts, I can say he's definitely not worse than others. Melenmai covered half her face.
Stop talking.
I definitely won't agree. If you have the courage, go talk to your dad and see if he agrees. Gu Qing didn't dare to say anything. She knew her father wouldn't support her. As she got older, Gu Liaoyuan and Melenmai had been sleeping in separate rooms for years. As her son, Gu Feng was used to it. Gu Liaoyuan's room is the biggest in the house, divided into two parts, one as a study and the other as a bedroom.
Sit down.
Gu Liaoyuan hadn't spoken for a long time, so Gu Feng took the initiative to speak. Dad, just ask whatever you want. I have plans this afternoon. Gu Liaoyuan raised an eyebrow. What's so urgent since you just got back? Are you talking about dating? Mom's right. I'm almost 30. I need to find a wife for you. Gu Liaoyuan chuckled. Sounds about right. If you focused on serious things earlier, the kids would already be calling you grandpa and grandma. It's not my fault. The people my mom found are all unreliable. Do I need ancestors or something? Those women your mom found aren't dependable. You should find someone yourself. I think you're not doing too well either. As a man, you need to marry and have children. Don't ignore this. Gu Feng was the only hope of his old comrade. Marrying early and having children would be a way to honor his friend. Isn't that what I'm doing now? What about your sister? Dad, I need to be honest with you. You should watch over my sister. She's too headstrong and will get into big trouble someday. Tell me the reasons so I know how to handle it. It's about Qin Shi. One time I went to his house. His wife cooked pig liver and pig blood. It was quite tasty. I showed off to others, and 2 people from my dorm also wanted Qin Shi to invite them. We all went together. There's a guy named Xiao Dongyang in our dorm who's chasing my sister. She was there that day. I saw her and called Han Nana over. Why did Han Nana go? Are you interested in her? Dad, don't interrupt. I'm in the middle of explaining. After we ate, we headed back together. Gu Qing suddenly said she dropped something and needed to go back to get it. Turns out, Qin Shi's wife was several months pregnant and accidentally bumped into someone. Gu Liaoyuan asked nervously, "How is the person?" They took her to the hospital. She's fine. That was Gu Qing's impulsiveness. She didn't mean to do it. Dad, don't jump to conclusions too early. I can tell she likes Qin Shi and is hostile toward Qin Shi's wife. She mocked her education, saying if her education was better, she could get a good job. It's like she's holding Qin Shi back and looking down on him. Even Han Nana couldn't stand her words. Qin Shi got angry and said no one was allowed to go to his house anymore. It wasn't just about Xiaoqing, but she felt wronged. I didn't take her side. She's just acting out. Gu Liaoyuan had always worried about Gu Qing's growth. After all, the company she keeps influences her. Merenmai's values were concerning. Find a time to talk to her. Gu Feng suddenly remembered something. He said, Dad, I was entrusted by someone to ask you to identify something. Gu Feng found his bag and took out a bullet casing from the inner pocket, holding it out to him. You are knowledgeable. Can you tell what era this is from? Is it ours or the enemy's? Gu Liaoyuan's hand hesitated and didn't reach out immediately. He thought he would never see something like this in his life, and now it appeared so suddenly before him. Dad, what's wrong? Gu Liaoyuan snapped out of his thoughts and took the bullet casing. Lost in thought. It's like I saw an old comrade. Where did you get this? Qin Shi exchanged it from a scrap collector. He's very interested and asked us about it, but none of us recognized it, so I brought it back to ask you. This is from our armory, made by ourselves. It's from before liberation. We made big improvements after liberation, and now it's almost impossible to find. Gu Liaoyuan played with the bullet casing in his hand, thinking of the fiery years of war. That year was the hardest. In July, the war was especially fierce. Our small team captured an enemy stronghold, but was surrounded by reinforcements. The captain ordered them to break through while the encirclement was not yet complete. Gu Liaoyuan fought fiercely, managing to break out. Luckily, he escaped. Unfortunately, he was wounded, shot in the right leg. He struggled on, crossing 2 mountains, walking dozens of miles, and finally reached a cave under Qilin Mountain to rest and recover. The next day, he met the girl. War often happened here. When she saw him, She was not afraid. She went to gather herbs, obediently. But the problem was with the herbs. After chewing them, he felt hot all over, especially in a certain area, almost as if it would swallow him whole. Men should never overestimate their endurance. Gu Liao Yuan, who was fearless in battle, surrendered and gave in this once. Gu Liao Yuan, now awake, faced Chun Lanzi, who was crying with her face covered, and wished he could kill himself. He had harmed a pure and kind girl. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. My mistake. How can I make it up to you? Although Chun Lanzi was simple-minded, she understood what had happened between them. After crying, she felt she should also fight for her rightful place. Are you planning not to admit it? I already said I'd make it up to you. How can you say I'm not admitting it? You say you want to compensate me. Do you have money or land now? Neither, right? You are just one person with a gun. How can you compensate me? Yes, he is now broke. Then, send me to the authorities. I accept the punishment. What good is punishment? My reputation is ruined, my body is broken, and no man will want me in the future. Gu Liao Yuan felt helpless. Neither option was good, and he couldn't start over.
Suddenly, he understood something.
I haven't married, and you haven't married. Maybe I can marry you. Would that be okay? Chun Lanzi shyly tugged at her clothes and nodded. Besides marrying you, who else would want me? It's settled then. Although there's no love now, love can grow over time. Chun Lanzi has a good character. Gu Liao Yuan was about to leave to find the main army. Before leaving, he left a bullet casing as a token for future recognition. Afterward, Gu Liao Yuan followed the main army, fought in many battles, and pushed the bald man south. After the new government was formed, he was ordered to fight bandits. Once that was done, he joined the Korean War to support North Korea against America. When he returned, 7 years had passed since his promise. Dad, what's wrong? Gu Feng nudged Gu Liao Yuan. Dad seemed strange today, distracted twice. Gu Liao Yuan rubbed his forehead. It's nothing. I'm tired and want to rest. Please ask for leave for me. Gu Liao Yuan had been injured many times in battles, and his health was fragile. Gu Feng agreed. After helping him onto the bed, he went to make a call. Ma Luanmei asked what her son was doing. Gu Feng said while dialing, My dad isn't feeling well. I'm helping him get leave. Wasn't he fine during dinner? You know how it is during dinner. How long has it been since then? Gu Feng called and arranged half a day off for his dad. Gu Feng, come here. There are some photos of girls. I'm going out for a bit. Gu Feng slipped away quickly. The women his mother had found, he didn't want to look at them. As soon as someone mentions finding a partner, he leaves. Is there something wrong with him? Yes, there is. Seeing the people you found makes me physically uncomfortable. Gu Liao Yuan wasn't asleep. He kept playing with the bullet casing in his hand. There was a notch at the neck, made by him grinding with a stone back then. Why keep the bullet casing? On the battlefield, weapons are deadly, and Gu Liao Yuan was prepared to sacrifice himself at any moment. Dying isn't scary, but not knowing which corpse is his is. So, he kept the casing, marking it so that if he ever found a body with that mark, he would know it was his. Of course, some comrades leave farewell letters. I saw one myself. It was stained with blood and turned into shredded paper. Anything can happen on the battlefield, and paper is the most fragile. He planned to do it this way, but when the situation changed, he left it to Chun Lanzi. Gu Liao Yuan found 3 characters on a bullet casing. Gu Liao Yuan. He carved them himself, using everything available, bayonets, screws, steel nails. When he returned from the CX battlefield and asked someone to find Chun Lanzi, he learned she had married and was no longer there. Gu Feng left the house, pulled up his collar because it was a cold, dry winter, with cold wind piercing into his bones. At the military district hospital, Gu Feng entered the nurse's office. A nurse came over and said, Comrade, if you need to bandage your wound, go to the doctor's office first for a checkup. Gu Feng sat down loudly on a chair. I'm looking for head nurse Han. The nurse immediately became alert. Oh, it's you? Our head nurse doesn't agree with this. You can't keep bothering her. Gu Feng didn't expect Han Nana's impression of him to be so deep. He hadn't clearly shown he was trying to pursue Han Nana, did he? Did she tell her colleagues he was persistent? That annoyance might also be deeply rooted. Gu Feng stood up. All right, I won't bother you anymore. As he left, he heard someone inside say, luckily, the head nurse isn't here. She's so unlucky to meet someone like that. Gu Feng wasn't angry. You can't control others' thoughts. Just as he stepped outside, Han Nana came out of the meeting room, which had just finished the year-end summary. She pursed her lips. Winter wind dried everything out, and her lips were chapped. Nurse Xiao Lu pulled Han Nana into the office. Head nurse, consider how to thank me. Han Nana was confused. What good deed did I do that I need to thank you? Nurse Lu looked a bit proud. I drove away the person who was bothering you. Don't you thank me? He came to see me? Yes, just now. He barged in and sat down, looking for head nurse Han. Really? Yes, just like that. Lu nurse made a realistic gesture to show how it happened. That suitor was very concerned about his image. He wouldn't be so relaxed in front of others. What does he look like? Head nurse. Don't you know him? He's been chasing you, Han Nana frowned. Stop promoting him. It's not good for either of us. It wasn't that serious at first, but once Nurse Lu started spreading the word, everything got out of hand. The story begins like this. My father's old comrade introduced her to someone. Out of politeness, she agreed to meet him because she had no reason to refuse. She's single and of marriage age. After the meeting, Han Nana politely declined. But this person kept writing letters, telling her about his work and himself. Clearly, he wanted to keep a romantic relationship. She returned the letters, but he kept trying, saying that sincere effort can open any door. Sometimes, the nurse also helped by collecting the letters. Han Nana told Nurse Lu that she shouldn't accept or keep the letters, just return them. But the story got twisted as it was passed around. He's tall and thin with long legs and looks pretty good. His eyes are narrow and shining. Han Nana turned around and ran out. The person Nurse Lu described didn't seem like the pursuer. Maybe he looked more like. When Han Nana chased outside, the person was gone. Not even on the road outside the gate. Could she have imagined it? Was it not him? Gu Feng went home and fell asleep immediately. 1 word. Annoying. 2 words. Too annoying. 3 words. Extremely annoying. He thought that woman had changed her opinion of him, but it turned out she hadn't. Instead, her dislike had grown worse. When did he become so persistent? That month in the coastal city was really tough for Han Nana, acting in front of him for so long. Because of the tight schedule, Qin Shi's family stayed in the provincial capital for just 1 day before taking a car back to the military unit. Before leaving, Yang Yinghong pulled Qin Shi into her room to discuss something. Can you move your mom's grave here? I want to set up a tomb nearby. Since Qin Yuanshan had fallen out with her, and Chun Lanzi was not part of the Qin family, her child wasn't either. If she remained buried there, it would be awkward and unofficial. Qin Shi's job made it hard to visit often, and asking others to do it wasn't a good long-term solution. With third grandpa alive, he would still pay respects. Without him, he wouldn't dare. Moving the grave so her descendants could honor her was her plan. Qin Shi also had this idea. His concern was that if his mother was gone, her grave still wouldn't be properly cared for. They had already fallen out after all. This time I go back, I'll discuss it with third grandpa. Moving the grave now isn't possible. I think it's around Qingming Festival. In a few months, it should be fine. I'll start looking for a new burial site now, and before Qingming, I'll move her. Okay. Take good care of those 3 girls on the road. After several hours of traveling, they finally arrived in the county town. Since they didn't go to Yi Hongqing's place, they went straight back to the army by bus. The soldier at the gate helped carry the luggage and tried to hold the little girl, but she refused. Her parents had told her that uncle and auntie and older siblings would see her if she was carried, so she didn't need to be. The little girl, with her short legs, waddled home like a big bun. On the way, she saw her older brother spinning a top and her older sister kicking a shuttlecock. She even ran over to show off in front of them, making them look confused. Xiao Hui quickly pulled her away. At home, Lu Damei was there, waiting for her daughter's family to arrive. She had been there for 2 days, drying everything that needed drying and washing what needed washing. She built a stove and heated the Kong bed. Since moving here, Lu Damei finally understood what winter was like. Gosh, her bones felt cold even in the joints, no matter how many clothes she wore. Su Yan and Jia Yuan were also there. Su Yan didn't talk much with others, so only Lu Damei was chatty. As long as they didn't discuss studies, they could talk about other things for a while. Bite, bite Lu Damei, with sharp ears, heard it immediately. It sounded like the little girl was calling her grandma. She quickly opened the door, and the little girl, with her short legs, waddled over happily. Sunlight slanted into the yard, adding some warmth to the winter day. Lu Damei's face was full of kind smiles, and the wrinkles around her eyes seemed to relax because of the word grandma. She squatted down, opened her arms, and with her calloused hands, gently patted her knees, calling out to her most precious treasure in the world. The little girl's face was proud, and her short legs quickened as she ran toward Lu Damei, mumbling bite, bite in an unclear voice. This was probably the most loved sound Lu Damei had heard in these past few months. When the little girl finally threw herself into Lu Damei's arms, they hugged tightly. The little girl rubbed her head against Lu Damei's shoulder, and their affectionate scene made Xiao Hui and Qin Shi smile. Lu Damei's eyes turned slightly red. She gently stroked the soft hair of the little girl and whispered, "My good girl, Grandma missed you so much." The little girl patted her chest and said, "Me too." The bond between generations is truly real, not just a saying. Qin Shi carried things into the house, and Xiao Hui and Su Yan also greeted them. They said they would stay a few days at first, but now it's been several months. Xiao Hui smiled and said, "Plans can't keep up with changes." "Isn't she back now?" A few people are sitting around the stove talking. The two younger ones didn't adapt much and played together. There isn't much food at home anymore. Lu Damei asked Qin Shi to borrow a shovel to dig vegetables from the garden. In winter, there aren't many vegetables, mostly cabbage and carrots. If they don't dig vegetables, what will the family eat? No one is at home. It's mainly Qin Xiangju helping with the harvest, and the vegetables are stored in the cellar. Can we dig vegetables in this weather? It's definitely tough. The weather is so cold that it can be described as freezing solid. Su Yan said, "I have some at home." Let Qin Shi go and bring a few plants. Never mind. We're not just eating 1 or 2. I'll check the canteen. After the cold spell passes and they thaw out, I'll return the vegetables to the canteen. Qin Shi finished speaking and went to the canteen. Lu Damei got up to wash the pots and cook. Su Yan also went back home. Xiao Hui had just returned, and her mother and she were whispering something, so she didn't want to disturb them. "Xiao Hui, your brother and I plan to go home for the new year. It will be lively at home, and we can visit the old sister-in-law too." Elder family members love being close to home. If they weren't here to see the children, or if her son wasn't also here, Lu Damei probably wouldn't want to leave her house. That's fine. Qin Shi will go back too. He's going to visit my mother's grave, so he can travel with us. That works. It's safer with someone to look after each other. We're leaving, but can you manage alone? Of course. Nanan doesn't need to be carried or carried on my back, and the one in my belly doesn't need to be either. We'll eat at the canteen. Qin Shi will be back in about 5 days. Seeing that Xiao Hui had everything planned, Lu Damei didn't bring up the issue anymore. Your brother, Yao Sumei, is also going back with us this time. Xiao Hui couldn't believe it. When a woman goes to her husband's family, what does it mean? Mom, you agree? Lu Damei awkwardly brushed her hair back. What can I do if I don't agree? I can't control your brother, and I can't be his enemy either. After spending time together, Yao Sumei, who's also bringing her 2 children, isn't bad. Plus, she might have more children in the future. That's true. But managing to support her family with 2 children is impressive. Yao Sumei is very capable. There's a wedding on the 29th of this month. We'll host a meal at home, and that will settle my worries. Xiao Hui discussed with Qin Shi. Qin Shi probably wouldn't stay until the 29th, so neither of them could attend the wedding. Since they can't be there, The gift shouldn't be missing. They decided to give 50 yuan and let them buy some additional things themselves. After work, Han Nana came to visit Gu Qing. Gu Qing was very happy. She was feeling bored and couldn't go outside because of the cold weather. Han Nana looked around the living room and asked, "Are you home alone?" "My dad went to work, my mom visited neighbors, and she's thinking about finding a match for my brother. My brother went out to play with his friends, so I have nowhere to go and can only stay at home." Gu Qing called Jin Feng, "Sister, make some tea. I want to drink black tea." Jin Feng responded and went to brew a pot of tea. "Gu Qing, is your brother hurt?" "No, he was fine all the way. He carried all the luggage himself." "Then why did he go to the hospital yesterday?" "Did I see it wrong? What time was it?" "Maybe around 4 or 5 o'clock. Did my brother say he just went for a walk or to the hospital?" Gu Qing's eyes lit up. "Nana, he probably didn't go to see you, right?" Han Nana became more convinced that the person was indeed Gu Feng. Nana played for almost an hour, and only Marenmai came back alone. "The leader said there's a meeting, so I'll be back a bit later," Jin Feng reported. Marenmai waved her hand. "I understand. We'll eat later." She sat on the sofa and called to Han Nana, "Nana, help me see if this girl matches Gu Feng." Han Nana didn't want to get too close. That's up to Gu Feng to decide. It's no use saying more. In front of others, Marenmai still looked very elegant. "Nana, young people don't understand parents. Honestly, we only want what's best for you." The atmosphere was too awkward, so Han Nana stood up to leave. Fortunately, her parents didn't interfere so much and cared about her opinions. Outside the door, she ran into Gu Feng. Gu Feng had been drinking, and his breath smelled of alcohol. "Gu Feng, you're back?" "Yes. Do you need something?" "No, I just wanted to play with Gu Qing." "Oh, take your time. It's getting dark." Seizing the chance, Nana asked, "Can you send me home?" Gu Feng gauged the distance between their homes. "It's not far. The neighborhood is very safe. You can walk with your eyes closed." "Don't worry." Nana snorted. "It's just polite talk." "I don't believe it." She turned to leave. "Hey. What do you mean? Say it clearly before you go." Nana didn't say anything more. In the dim night, Gu Feng looked at her for a few moments before turning back into the house. "Ah." Gu Feng withdrew his hand from the door and quickly stepped in front of Nana, squatting down to ask, "What's wrong?" She said, "I twisted my ankle. You said it's very safe in the neighborhood, that I can walk with my eyes closed. Then you must have been walking with your eyes open." Nana pushed him away. "Forget it, you're not making any sense." Gu Feng helped her up. "Try walking a few steps. If you twist your ankle badly, you should see a doctor. I had a comrade before who ignored it, and he ended up limping and had to leave the army." "That's an exaggeration." "It's true. Be careful, safety first." Gu Feng went home to get a flashlight. Ma Luanmei called him over, and there was a new photo of a girl. "Mom, can you rest? It's not that long ago. Why still insist on arranged marriages?" Ma Luanmei angrily scolded, "If you could find someone, I wouldn't worry so much. Look around. Who else is still single at your age?" Gu Feng ignored her, grabbed his flashlight, and pushed his bike out the door. Han Nana was limping. Gu Feng helped her onto the bike seat, holding the handlebar with one hand and the flashlight with the other. They quickly arrived at the hospital. The doctor said it wasn't serious, no broken bones. Rest at home with cold packs and apply a blood circulation ointment, and she'd recover in a few days. Gu Feng went to get medicine. Han Nana asked, "Dr. Li, I lied to him. If I come to work tomorrow, do you think it's okay?" From the moment Han Nana kept giving him secret signals, Dr. Li knew something was wrong. Why lie to him? "Dr. Li, you know I've been through this before. Don't ask too many questions. I won't do anything bad." Dr. Li smiled. "As long as it doesn't interfere with work, he can drive you." "That's what I was planning to." Gu Feng returned with the medicine and helped Han Nana home again. "Who did you see?" "You drank so much?" "An old comrade. It's rare for us to meet up." "Oh, I went to your house. Annie tried to set you up with someone and asked me to help." "You don't need to worry about her. Annie said she introduced many people, but you didn't like any. Are your standards really that high? Mind your own business. Don't ask about mine." Come on, I was just asking. Do you think I really want to know? Han's parents were shocked when they saw their daughter acting like this. They wondered how visiting someone could turn into such a scene. Uncle, Auntie, Nana twisted her ankle. We took her to the hospital. Here's some medicine, cold packs first, then apply the ointment. Han's mother took it in surprise. Thank you, Gufeng. Auntie, you're too kind. I'm leaving now.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
As Han's mother closed the door, she turned her head and saw her daughter happily eating an apple, biting into it while turning up the TV volume a little.
You.
Han Nana stomped her foot. It's fine. Nothing's wrong. Han's mother slapped her and said, It's okay. Why are you pretending to have a sprained ankle?
You scared me.
Han's father was reading the newspaper and asked from above, What are you hiding in your gourd?
Can't say yet.
Anyway, don't worry about it. Not having a sprained ankle is better, right? Once I leave this house, just say I sprained my ankle. I don't understand you. Don't do bad things, okay? Everything's fine. I won't do anything wrong. Don't worry. The next day after returning home, Qin Shi, his mother-in-law, and brother-in-law went back to their hometown. Before leaving, they steamed buns and made pancakes for Yi Xiaohui. Even if she doesn't cook for 5 days, she won't go hungry, self-mockery. It's cold, so Xiaohui doesn't go out. She keeps Nan Nan on the Kong bed and fills the stove with firewood, burning it vigorously. Because she has been absent for over 3 months, Xiaohui also doesn't go to the snack factory to help out. She plans to wait until after the new year. Chun Xiangju brought dried vegetables and pickled vegetables, like dried eggplant soaked and mixed with small dried fish. Delicious when stir-fried. Ding Xianghong also came to see Xiaohui. When she heard Xiaohui was pregnant again, she joked, So you and Qin Shi should thank me. If I hadn't encouraged you to go, the second baby wouldn't be here yet. Yes, after the baby is born, I'll give you a big gift. Ding Xianghong also told her about starting night classes for military wives. Basically, it's to improve their education so they can communicate better and manage more easily. Also, they plan to teach production skills, including sewing, baking, accounting, and farming. A realistic problem is that most military wives, especially those from rural areas, are not good students. They gossip, fight, curse, anything but study. They are brave in talking, but when it comes to books, they're not interested. It's predictable that when classes actually start, many teachers might have no students. At that point, it would be very embarrassing. I will definitely go then, and you should come too.
Don't back out at the last minute.
We're just there to support. Xiaohui knew her education was low. If she had a chance to improve herself, she wouldn't miss it. Bring a few more people, both from your house and the other. Go together, no cost at all. Su Yan even suggested night classes. Chun Xiangju might give it a try. After seeing Ding Xianghong off, Xiaohui, pretending to be a big bad wolf, pounced on little Nan Nan with claws and teeth, making cracking sounds. Nan Nan giggled and covered her face, pretending to be very scared. Mom, is anyone home? A sudden noise successfully interrupted the mother and daughter's playful chatter. It sounded like a man. Does he not know Qin Shi isn't here? Xiaohui opened the door to find a soldier dressed in military uniform. Is Captain Qin at home? No, he's gone back to his hometown on some matter. Chief Gu came to visit you. Would it be all right for me to ask? Xiaohui was neatly dressed, with nothing inappropriate, so it was suitable. Xiaohui was puzzled. Why did Chief Gu come? Was it to apologize or to confront? Whatever it was, she needed to face it. She decided not to worry. If trouble came, she would face it head-on. Xiaohui tidied up the table and invited Gu Liaoyuan inside. Chief, would you like some tea? I have hot water on the stove. Any tea? This time, Yang Yinghong brought back 2 packs of tea, southern tea given by others. The elders didn't like it, so she brought it for them. It's given by my grandmother, but I don't know what kind it is. Then let's brew a pot and try it. Xiaohui went to get the tea leaves, poured hot water, and Gu Liaoyuan was amusing the little girl. What's your name? The girl couldn't say her own name, but would answer when called Nan Nan. Did the chief forget? When we took the train during the Mid-Autumn Festival, I told you her name is Nan Nan. Gu Liaoyuan truly forgot. Nan Nan wanted to get off the bed, so Xiao Hui picked her up. Be good, don't run around. Xiao Hui moved a small stool for her to sit on, placing some snacks in a basket, which she ate herself. This child is easy to raise, doesn't complain at all. Xiao Hui looked at Nan Nan and smiled, saying, with this little bit of meat, she's definitely easy to care for. The tea was ready, and Xiao Hui poured a cup for Gu Liaoyuan. As a pregnant woman, she took a small sip, not daring to drink much. Gu Liaoyuan tasted the tea. It's good. Southern tea brews better and has a better flavor than northern tea. Others also say the same. Regarding Gu Qing, Gu Feng has already told me. I apologize for the harm caused to you all. Xiao Hui didn't expect Gu Liaoyuan to come specifically for this matter. This is in the past. No matter the reason, as long as I and the children are safe and well, that's the greatest fortune. Staying far apart is better for both sides. Gu Liaoyuan nodded. I will control her. After speaking, he took a bullet casing from his pocket. Is this Qin Shi's? I brought it back. It's a shell from before liberation, made by our munitions factory, somewhat rough. It matched Qin Shi's thoughts. He also believed his biological father was from their army. I also want to ask, who gave you the bullet casings? It's very likely that my comrade is involved. Could it be that he's having a hard time and sold the casings to make some money? If I can help, I'm happy to do so. How should Xiao Hui respond? Xiao Hui's mind was racing quickly. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Qin Shi found them at a scrap collection point. He's in the army and likes to tinker with things. If you ask him who the casings belong to, he really would know. Xiao Hui didn't tell her own mother about Qin Shi's biological father, let alone Gu Liaoyuan. She could only investigate slowly and quietly, without making a big fuss. Gu Liaoyuan felt a bit disappointed. Even he didn't know what he was really doing. Chen Lanzi was already dead. He couldn't let the past repeat itself, nor could he change the outcome. Maybe Chen Lanzi's husband was the one who sold the casings. Thinking of this, Gu Liaoyuan drank 2 cups of tea and then stood up to leave. Xiao Hui put away the bullet casings, feeling she had gained something. At least Qin Shi's biological father probably had good character. Even so, after leaving, Gu Liaoyuan still made a call to someone. Old Xiao, it's Gu. Old leader, it's been a while since you called me. I've been busy lately. You should be busy too. Yes, at the end of the year there are many thieves sneaking around, trying to break in. We're all busy. Old leader, is there something you need? On the other end was Gu Shouzhang's soldier. He knew the old leader's straightforward nature. Always honest, never wasting words, and never chatting for fun. I have something to ask you. Old leader, please go ahead. Do you remember many years ago, I sent you to X County, X Village, to investigate someone named Chen Lanzi? I remember. Could you help me investigate again? Find out if she has any relatives. Gather all their information and send it to me. Old leader, may I ask why? It was unusual to investigate someone repeatedly, especially since she was a woman. I can't tell you now. When I have the results, I'll let you know. All right, old leader. I'll wait for your news. In the morning at work, Han Nana wasn't in a rush. She ate breakfast while looking out the window. Han's mother watched the time. It was the first time she saw her daughter dawdle so much before going to work. Aren't you worried about being late? I could take a day off, Han Nana replied. You're not injured, so why take a break? Listen, you're in the probation period now. You might even get promoted to head of the nursing department. Hannah was feeling helpless. Mom, I just became a head nurse a little over a year ago. I'm still young and not experienced enough. The head of the nursing department said I won't be promoted within 5 years. This was Hannah's cautious way of speaking. She thought it was good if she could be promoted within 10 years. Then you need to perform well regularly. Hannah's father was eating porridge and a steamed bun, glancing at her and arguing with his wife about their daughter. Enough worrying. Don't worry about things that don't matter. If you keep stressing over it, you'll end up an old man before your time. Go away, you just smooth things over, Hannah retorted. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Mom, if it's Gu Feng, let him come in. Hannah quickly stuffed her steamed bun into her mouth, took a sip of milk, and grabbed her bag. Her father pointed at her foot. Your foot, it's showing. Hannah stuck out her tongue. I won't say I told you so. We're still good friends. Hannah's mother entered the room, followed by Gu Feng. I'm here to see if Hannah's foot is better now, and if she needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Hannah hobbled over to Gu Feng. It's a bit swollen, but much better than yesterday. I need to go to work, so I won't move around too much. Gu Feng asked, is that okay? I don't plan to take leave. I have to work my shift. All right, I'll take you. On the way, Gu Feng didn't say much. When they reached the hospital entrance, he had Hannah's colleague help her inside, then turned his car around and left. The colleague looked at Gu Feng's back and asked, who is that? Your brother? No, just a childhood friend. The colleague nudged Hannah. Be honest. Is he your boyfriend? No, just a childhood friend. If you say he's not, then I might have to do something. What's his job? How old is he? Can you arrange for us to meet? Hannah said, that's not up to me. You two don't seem to match, and I need to ask if he is a partner. But the colleague smiled. All right, all these excuses. Just a childhood friend? I can tell you like him. I'm just joking. I can't even compete with him. Hannah felt a little embarrassed. Don't tell anyone. I like him, but I'm not sure about him. It was a one-sided love. The colleague nodded. Okay, I won't say anything. When you two get together, I want extra wedding candies because I helped make it happen. Hannah just smiled silently. Gu Feng was riding his bike and just reached the gate of Hannah's house when someone called out to him.
Onkel Han.
Hannah's father and Gu Feng walked side by side. You're back so soon? Gu Feng couldn't say. He had gone inside, worried others might think he was persistent. I have something to do. Gu Feng, I want to ask you something. Are you pursuing my daughter? Gu Feng hesitated, unsure how to answer. Honestly, if you're not after my daughter, then don't treat her so well. It might give her the wrong idea.
Gu Feng was confused.
Han Nana didn't like him. So how could she misunderstand? Gu Feng is straightforward. Uncle Han, I used to have such thoughts, but not anymore. In the future, I see her as a little sister, someone I grew up with.
Ha, fickle guy.
Stay away from my daughter in the future. She really misjudged you. Father Han adjusted his clothes angrily and walked away. Gu Feng was left stunned. He didn't see himself as fickle. He hadn't changed his feelings at all. After 2 days of traveling, Qin and his group finally arrived home. Actually, they arrived at his mother-in-law's house. Xiao Hui's family was a happy household. Lu Damei had already instructed her son to write a letter, and her aunt and sister-in-law helped decorate the house. Yi Hongcheng was almost 30, and it was good that he finally married. The Yi family valued this greatly. When Yao Sume arrived at this unfamiliar place and saw the newly decorated house with pink paper ceilings and colorful paper cuttings, her eyes welled up with tears. The Yi family truly treated her well. Qin ate lunch at his mother-in-law's house, accompanied by Uncle Xiao Hui's older brother and other relatives. Having such a capable son-in-law was a source of pride, even making the brothers look up to them. Qin had other things to do. He couldn't drink alcohol. As the younger generation, he was responsible for pouring tea and serving drinks. Life at home was tough. His eldest uncle gently suggested they find some work for their son. Even temporary jobs would do. Zhang Yueying had passed away. Lu Damei had gone with Xiao Hui to the funeral once, and his eldest brother had suggested helping out, but Lu Damei had declined. His son-in-law was a military officer, not a factory worker. People say it's like crossing mountains between trades. Hong Chung had to ask a comrade for help. It probably involved some money. His own eldest uncle, there was no choice but to help. No matter how close, there was always a layer of distance. Big brother, Qin is in the army every day. How many people can he know? It took 2 months of effort for Hong Chung to finally get things moving. Uncle Yi didn't speak, just smoked quietly. Uncle Yi is a straightforward man. His family is truly poor. His 2 sons work hard in the fields, earning less than 20 yuan a year. Yi Hongqing feels sorry for him and says, I'll ask our leader about it. City folks don't want to do hard labor, but as long as the brothers don't mind the work, it's fine. Now, Yi Hongqing has become a formal worker, and his wife is a team leader. He has a good position in the factory. He doesn't know that he was able to become a formal worker thanks to his comrade Qin, who works in the Human Resources Department. But Yi Hongcheng is diligent and capable, and he is appreciated by the leaders. Grandpa Ye's eyes light up. Children from the countryside learn to work by doing it. We are raised through hardships. No one will complain about being tired. If they do, I'll scold them. I'll go back and ask, and if it's okay, I'll tell you. Uncle Yi Sen also feels a bit eager. He has 3 daughters and only 1 son, so he naturally plans more for his son. Nephew-in-law, my brother wants him to join the army. Do you think that's a good idea? Qin speaks seriously. The army welcomes young men who are educated, skilled, willing to work hard and follow orders. When the draft happens next year, your brother can sign up directly. There will be physical exams and assessments, but whether it's possible depends on more than just what I say. Uncle Yi Sen secretly thinks, I was hoping you'd take care of it for me, but it seems unlikely now. After dinner, Qin heads back to Qin's village to visit his family and to pay respects at the grave in the afternoon. Lu Damei says, come back for dinner tonight. Not necessarily. If I don't come back before dark, don't wait for me. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'm worried about Xiao Hui and the kids. Her son-in-law always puts his wife and children first, and Lu Damei is very happy about that. Better to come back early. It's cold and freezing, and Xiao Hui isn't feeling well, so she can't move around much. Qin goes to the village's distribution point, buys 2 sheets of burning paper, 2 bottles of wine, and some snacks. The elders in the village, who grew up watching Qin, are naturally familiar with him. Qin, coming back to see your father? Yes, and to visit my mother's grave, too. Your father isn't home. He's helping the widow paint her walls. Looks like something good might be happening. Qin doesn't reply, but makes a face. Guess. Whether it's good or bad doesn't matter to him. He only has a specific responsibility of 50 yuan per year to Qin Yuanshan. Qin returns home, unlocks the door, places the burning paper down, and cleans the table. The paper money needs to be printed with a money punch, which is said to make the offerings more effective when burned. Qin works carefully, printing densely without leaving any blank spots. He folds the paper into long strips, gathers them together, and puts them into a basket. It was still early, and Qin carried 2 bottles of wine and several snacks as he calmly headed to the 3rd grandfather's house. The 3rd grandfather's house was located at the east end of the village. A few thatched cottages looked especially peaceful and simple in the evening sun. The old house had been there for many years. Under the old locust tree in front of the door, an old cat lazily squinted its eyes. When it saw someone coming, it didn't even bother to move its bottom. Qin knocked on the door. The sound of the door hinge turning was very clear in the quiet air. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing the kind and weathered face of the 3rd grandmother. Oh, it's Qin. Old man, Qin has come. I heard you. I'm not deaf, she replied. Seeing Qin, the 3rd grandfather was very happy as a child, and quickly welcomed him inside. The inside of the house was simple but tidy. Smoke from cooking rose gently, and a faint smell of steamed buns filled the air. Qin placed the wine and snacks on the table and sat face to face with the 3rd grandfather. The 3rd grandmother was steaming large buns. She picked one up, split it in half, and handed it to Qin. My mother-in-law and my eldest brother-in-law have come back. I've already eaten over there, she said. Try some more. It's freshly steamed, very tasty, she added. They only steamed white flour once during the new year, with more cornmeal and less sweet potato flour. Some families use sweet potato starch. Qin tasted the half bun. It was warm and fragrant. The 3rd grandfather looked at the wine and snacks and nodded, saying, It's not easy for you to earn money. The 3rd grandfather, can eat and sleep well, and I have enough to eat, so don't worry about me. Take some back to show respect to your father. I have an agreement with him. He doesn't need me to take care of him, he said. The 3rd grandfather frowned slightly. Although he's not your real father, and didn't raise you, but Qin told him everything about Qin Mu using his wife and harming Nan Nua and her mother, telling him the full story. This beast has never been a good person since he was a kid. I knew I made the right choice. He's just like his real mother, he said. Hearing this, the third grandfather was so angry he cursed loudly. His brows furrowed, and a look of anger and pain flashed in his eyes. Qin Mu was supposed to serve several years in prison. Qin Yuanshan came to me and said he wasn't his real son, and asked me to forgive Qin Mu as a way of repaying kindness. I agreed to let Qin Mu go, thinking it was my way of repaying kindness. From now on, I have nothing to do with him. He doesn't need my support. No matter how old I am, 60, 70, 80, I'll give him 50 yuan.